Che unexpectedly found himself immersed in the world crafted by a novel, assuming the role of a prominent antagonist destined to become the stepping stone for the protagonist. Fortunately, he awakened a diary system that granted him the ability to grow stronger simply by penning his thoughts. With each breakthrough in cultivation, mastery of alchemy, and the embodiment of the human race's sacred physique, he amassed rewards with ease. Thus, Che freely expressed his grievances, only to discover that the heroine, Lu Suqing, could also surreptitiously peruse his diary entries. In the grand realm of Dezhou, within the tranquil confines of the internal academy of the Qingyang Sword sect, he lamented, "Alas, while others traverse worlds to become indubitable protagonists, I find myself relegated to the role of a villain. How unfortunate it is to be a mere antagonist, and worse still, a sycophant to the heroine Lu Suqing. The pressure to convincingly play this role is unbearable. By the way, the outer set competition is about to commence. Were it not for the presence of Lu Suqing, I would have little interest in joining this spectacle. However, it seems this grand event marks the first encounter between Lu Suqing and the male lead, Yi Chun. This fellow, masquerading as a simpleton, skillfully draws her attention during the competition. How laughable! I, a genius at the pinnacle of the spirit realm and the heir of the foremost family in Dezhou, have pursued Lu Suqing for ages without a hint of reciprocation, while a mere pauper captures her interest with a single display of prowess. What absurdity! Speaking of which, Lu Suqing's perpetual disdain for me is perplexing, yet I remain infatuated with her. Truly, I must be out of my mind. Amidst the beauties of Dezhou, why am I fixated on one singular tree? This upcoming competition is likely where I first clash with Yi Chun. He seeks to woo Lu Suqing, and naturally, I am vexed. Thus, I arrange for a confrontation with him, which, regrettably, only deepened Lu Suqing's disdain for me. Yet, it cannot be called wooing, for Lu Suqing is the heroine and will inevitably unite with the protagonist, leaving me to suffer. Yi Chun, a true protagonist, surpasses even the inner disciples. Moreover, he left me with a memorable phrase: 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, do not underestimate the youth and poverty. I recall this line instantly captivated Lu Suqing's heart. How delightful! I never anticipated Lu Suqing to be such a lovesick fool indeed. After uttering that line, Yi Chun proposed a 3-year agreement, challenging me to a life-and-death duel. I must admit, he is quite clever. Should I agree, I would be compelled to refrain from any underhanded tactics, granting him 3 years to develop. Sighing within the confines of his chamber, a young man clad in white, around 16 years of age, wore a troubled expression as he gazed at his diary, sighing deeply. Though referred to as a diary, it was, in fact, a virtual whiteboard within his mind, displaying words that materialized with his thoughts. His name was Che. Upon awakening, he found himself within this fantastical world. Regrettably, he did not become the protagonist, but rather a villain, a mere stepping stone for the hero's ascent. He was the eldest disciple and sole true heir of the Qingyang Sword sect, as well as the scion of the illustrious Su family. The Su family of Dezhou, renowned for their dragon-slaying prowess, stood as the preeminent family, wielding immense power. As the heir, Che possessed unparalleled talent, having reached the pinnacle of the spirit realm by the tender age of 16. He stood on the verge of entering the Dan fusion realm. Such talent and prowess positioned him as the foremost figure of the younger generation throughout Dezhou. Since the founding of Dezhou, few could rival his innate gifts. Yet, despite the formidable nature of his accomplishments, being labeled a villain heralded a grim fate. Thus, as he concluded his diary entry, contemplating the unfavorable outcomes that awaited him, a sense of unease settled within him. After all, in the narrative, this 3-year agreement signified his impending doom. His demise would inevitably lead to the downfall of the Su family due to various circumstances. Alas, what can I say? I am but a villain, Che sighed, destined to be a mere stepping stone for the protagonist. Ding! Host has completed the first diary entry and received a reward. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the reward, Breakthrough in Cultivation. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in Chi's ears. He was not surprised, for this was a benefit of the system, requiring him to occasionally document his thoughts. The content of the diary was boundless, allowing for flights of imagination. Completing an entry granted a chance to trigger rewards, which could be taken back to his original world, much like the rewards for completing the narrative of this realm. His task was simple: to adhere to his character's script without interfering with the main plot. Before he could ponder further, the system's reward manifested, flooding his body with a warm current. After a moment of pleasant sensation, he realized his cultivation had indeed breached the spirit realm, transforming his internal spiritual energy into a translucent spirit pill. Achieving the Dan fusion realm was a feat few could claim, even within the Qingyang sword sect, where only a handful possessed such strength. The sect's leader, too, stood at the peak of this realm. Breaking through is as effortless as drinking water. Yet alas, I am not the protagonist. Suche shook his head, feeling a twinge of sorrow. Just then, voices from outside reached him, respectful tones from his fellow disciples. Senior brother, the outer sect competition is about to commence. I am aware you may proceed, that I shall join shortly, Suche replied. The day of the outer sect competition had finally arrived. Ordinarily, such an event would hold no significance for him. Being a true disciple, it bore no relevance to his standing. However, this competition was unlike any other, for the oversight had changed hands, now under the purview of the sect leader's daughter. Lu Suqing, one of the novel's heroines, was also the object of Su Qi's affections. As the first talent of the Su family, her presence at the Qingyang sword sect was entirely due to her. According to the original tale, during a visit to Luoyun City, Su Che beheld Lu Suqing and fell hopelessly in love, leading him to join the sect. Since then, he had ardently pursued her, yet his efforts bore no fruit. In fact, as time passed, Lu Suqing's disdain for him only grew, culminating in a series of troubles that ultimately led to his demise. Almost everyone within the Qingyang sword sect was aware of his infatuation with Lu Suqing. Hence the disciples were keen to inform him of such events. I must see what makes this woman, who captivates my every thought, so exceptional, Su Che mused, preparing himself before heading toward the outer sect's training grounds. Meanwhile, by a crystal-clear spring, seated upon a stone bench beneath a pavilion, a young girl clad in green observed the unfolding events. Around the age of 16, she exuded grace and beauty, her exquisite features captivating all who beheld her. At present, her delicate brows were furrowed, evoking a sense of sympathy. Lu Suqing, the daughter of the sect leader and the most beautiful maiden of Luoyun City, wore a puzzled expression as a white panel materialized in her mind, revealing lines of text. What is this? Su Qi's diary. Chapter 2. Su Che's diary. Does Su Che still have a penchant for keeping a diary? However, how could his diary possibly end up in my possession in such a manner? Lu Suqing expressed her astonishment. She was not unfamiliar with this name. In fact, it resonated with her profoundly. After all, who in the Qingyang sword sect was unaware that Su Che, the legitimate heir of the foremost family in the imperial capital, had joined the sect for her sake? This was something Lu Suqing was acutely aware of. Nevertheless, she could not condone such obsessive adoration and felt a tinge of aversion towards Su Che's behavior. Yet, the appearance of Su Che's diary within her consciousness left Lu Suqing both surprised and intrigued, prompting her to read further. The contents of the diary revealed Su Che's grievances. From the very first line, Lu Suqing's expression began to shift, acting. Could it be that Su Che's affection for me was merely a fade? Ha! Truly, he is a haughty young master, inconsistent in his demeanor. Why Yi-chun? Who is this? Am I to be captivated by someone I do not even know? Nonsense. Even if Lu Suqing attempted to maintain her composure, her expression was tinged with a hint of madness. After finishing Su Che's entry, she was so enraged that her chest heaved, her teeth clacking audibly. Su Che, how dare you call me infatuated? Furthermore, what business do you have chastising a stranger? How could I possibly be angered by that? Humph, if you truly disliked me, how could you make your feelings so public? It is merely a game of cat and mouse on your part. Lu Suqing collected her thoughts, calming down as she pondered. Subsequently, she rose and made her way to the martial arena for the outer sect disciples. As the person responsible for this event, she naturally needed to arrive early at the martial arena. As soon as Lu Suqing arrived, a figure came into view. This individual, clad in the garb of an outer sect disciple, was staring at her with a gaze that made her quite uncomfortable. Young Lady Qingqing, he addressed her. Lu Suqing looked on in confusion, for she did not recognize this person. However, his attire indicated that he was a disciple from the sect, and thus his address felt unsettling to her. "I am Yi Chun, an outer sect disciple of the Qingyang sword sect," he proclaimed, striking a pose he believed to be charming as he spoke to her. Yi Chun had previously captivated many young girls back when he was the favored son of his family. Now, he assumed that Lu Suqing would be no exception to his allure. Yet, upon seeing his demeanor, Lu Suqing nearly retched at, "Oh, so you are Yi Chun? How utterly greasy." Perhaps influenced by what she had read in Su Che's diary, Lu Suqing's initial impression of Yi Chun was decidedly unfavorable. She could not help but recall a line from the diary. Could she possibly be infatuated with such a man? Absolutely not. Lu Suqing was certain that even if she were blind, she would never fall for a man as greasy as him. "Call me senior sister." Lu Suqing's tone was notably cold and quite unfamiliar. "What? Not captivated?" Yi Chun mused, inwardly pleased. This woman was indeed the renowned ice beauty of Luoyun City, very impressive. He secretly nodded, feeling even more satisfied with Lu Suqing's reaction. Eye in his eyes, only such a cold beauty was worthy of someone like him. In the past, he would never have dared to entertain such thoughts about Lu Suqing, even when he was still within the Yi family. However, times had changed. Just a month prior, he had stumbled upon a ring by chance, within which resided the soul of an ancient master who took him as a disciple. Thus, with the old man's assistance, his cultivation had surged, and his demeanor had naturally become much bolder. After all, with the old master's guidance, Yi Chun believed that his future would be remarkably expansive. He thought nothing of the Qingyang sword sect and, in fact, had his sights set on the entirety of the Great Zhou. Therefore, he was determined to win over this first beauty of Luoyun City. "Young Lady Qingqing, should I secure first place in today's competition, may I have the honor of inviting you to dinner?" Yi Chun disregarded Lu Suqing's words, fluffing his hair in a rather self-satisfied manner. His confidence was palpable, as he was acutely aware of the strength of the outer sect disciples and knew that none posed a threat to him. Thus, the title of outer sect champion was surely his for the taking. Yi Chun was confident that such a beauty would not refuse the invitation of a young prodigy like himself. This display of arrogance immediately darkened Lu Suqing's expression. She struggled to suppress the urge to vomit, her demeanor growing increasingly frosty. "Should you show any further disrespect in your address, you need not participate in this competition." Upon hearing this, Yi Chun's face fell. He had not anticipated that Lu Suqing would be unmoved by his words, and now she threatened to revoke his entry into the competition. This revelation sent him into a panic. After all, the old master had mentioned that the reward for the first place in this tournament, the Qingyun grass, would greatly assist him in breaking through his cultivation. Hence, this reward was something he had set his sights on. However, if he could not even participate in the tournament, how could he hope to claim the reward and swiftly advance his cultivation? Realizing this, Yi Chun hastily replied, "Senior sister, I beg your forgiveness for my earlier indiscretion." Lu Suqing, uninterested in further engaging him, continued toward the martial arena. Suddenly, her expression shifted as she spotted a familiar figure on the sidelines. Observing her intently, it was a young man clad in white. Standing tall and elegant, his smile radiating like the bright moon. His demeanor was ethereal, reminiscent of a celestial being, Fu Che. Though she felt indifferent toward him, Lu Suqing could not deny the fact that the young man was indeed handsome. It was no wonder that all the female disciples of the Qingyang sword sect regarded him as a rival in love. Humph! With someone like him pursuing me, I have no reason to be infatuated. Yet that greasy man just now, what gives him the right? Remembering the contents of the diary, Lu Suqing felt a surge of anger and made a beeline for Su Che. Truly, they were the protagonists. They could engage in conversation at first sight. Su Che had arrived earlier and had spotted Lu Suqing and Yi Chun from afar. To him, it appeared as though the two were engrossed in a delightful conversation. Akin to a pair of celestial lovers, is this the female lead I am to pursue? While she is indeed beautiful, I, as a scion of the Su family, should not become so fixated on a single tree. Moreover, why does Yi Chun appear so weak? Even from a distance, he exudes an aura of fragility. System, are you sure there's nothing wrong with this protagonist? Su Che wondered aloud. Only the host has become stronger, came the reply. At this, Su Che forced a sheepish smile, nearly forgetting that he was now a cultivator at the Dan integration stage, which naturally placed him leagues above Yi Chun, who was still in the mortal realm. What is this? Why is Lu Suqing walking toward me? She usually can't be bothered to glance my way. Su Che suddenly noticed Lu Suqing's approach and felt perplexed. Chapter 3. Truly hard on you. Su Che quickly reviewed the plot in his mind. Realizing that this was not part of the script system, why is there an unexpected scene here? He sought help immediately. He did not wish for the narrative to falter before it even began. The host need not worry. As long as the main storyline remains unaffected, there will be no issues. Hearing this, Su Che let out a sigh of relief. Since the system had assured him, he felt less apprehensive. Thus, he approached Lu Suqing with a forced, infatuated smile. Ching, you've arrived. It's so hot today. You must be exhausted. Come, have a seat. In front of the female lead. Maintaining one's character is a fundamental requirement of an actor. At this moment, his persona was that of Lu Suqing's devoted admirer. He anticipated that she would soon tell him to leave. However, Lu Suqing's subsequent actions left him dumbfounded. Thank you. She nodded at him and proceeded to sit beside him without reservation. No need for thanks. What? Thank you. Su Che instinctively responded, quickly realizing the absurdity of the situation. What on earth does she mean by that? Shouldn't she be telling me to leave? And after I offered her a place to rest. She truly accepted it without hesitation. Lu Suqing, this is so out of character for you. Is the sun rising from the west today? Su Che felt a wave of frustration. After all, the trajectory felt all wrong. With Lu Suqing's unexpected reaction, how could he possibly provoke Yi Chun later? How would the main storyline proceed? But frustration aside, the show must go on. Ching, this is the first time I've heard you say thank you. I am so overwhelmed I could cry, Su Che said, wiping away a mock tear. He wished he could cry, but it was more due to the potentially wayward plot than anything else. Am I truly that cold? Lu Suqing chuckled internally. Initially, she had intended to confront Su Che, but upon witnessing his reaction to her presence, she swiftly changed her mind. Acting, is it? Very well, everyone can play that game. Indeed, the stark contrast between her earlier demeanor and her current one had thrown Su Che off balance. The fleeting look of shock that crossed his face did not escape Lu Suqing's notice, filling her with a sense of triumph. Not at all. Ching is the gentlest person in the world. How could she be cold to me? Su Che thought to himself, though his tone remained sweet. The joy on his face was palpable. At that moment, he had resolved to embrace the chaos, whether the direction was wrong or not. It was not his fault if something went awry. Master brother and senior sister Ching truly complement each other. Is Master brother about to win her heart? I cannot coexist with senior sister Ching. I truly envy senior sister Ching. Outside the martial arena, numerous disciples continued to arrive. Upon witnessing this scene, hushed whispers began to circulate, each person displaying a unique expression. Su Che, meanwhile, found himself at the other end. His eyes reddened with fury. He had never anticipated that the woman he cherished would entertain the notion of seeking solace in another man's embrace. At this moment, he yearned to confront this rival and deliver a thorough beating. Yet, he was not foolish enough to act on such impulses. Despite having only joined the Qingyang Sword sect a few months prior and remaining largely in the outer sect, the name Su Che resonated throughout the realm. It was not merely within the Qingyang Sword sect, but across the entire Great Zhou, that this name was renowned. One ought to give birth to a son like Su Che was a sentiment often echoed by the prominent figures of the Great Zhou, underscoring his illustrious reputation. Setting aside his background, when it came to their respective strengths, Yi Chun was acutely aware that he was no match for Su Che at this moment. Rumor had it that Su Che had already entered the transformation spirit realm, while he himself was still merely at the mortal realm, 2 whole realms apart. The disparity in their powers was insurmountable. Hence, Yi Chun understood that should he rashly charge forward, he would likely meet his demise. Thus, he could only resort to killing with his gaze. At this juncture, Su Che had entered the elixir-merging realm. With his keen perception, he quickly noticed a murderous intent directed towards him. Turning his head slightly, he was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the source of the gaze. Why Yi Chun? Why does he harbor animosity towards me now? It must be that he has observed the situation and misconstrued my closeness with Lu Suqing as a threat, thus fostering his resentment. How delightful! The flicker of hope ignited within Su Che's heart once more. The narrative was unfolding just as it should. The protagonist despises me, and that is sufficient. Simultaneously, Lu Suqing also cast a glance at Yi Chun. Just this fleeting moment heightened Su Che's spirits further. It appeared that Lu Suqing had not altered her perception of him. Her recent conversation with Yi Chun had simply lifted her spirits, rendering her oblivious to her attitude towards him. Brother Yi, that is Su Che. You wouldn't dare provoke him, would you? A chubby boy standing beside Yi Chun tugged at his sleeve, offering a word of caution. Do not be deceived by his current amiable demeanor. It is merely due to Lu Shaji's presence. Tread carefully, lest you jeopardize your life. The chubby boy clearly shared a close bond with Yi Chen, genuinely concerned for his well-being. Rest assured, I am not that foolish, Yi Chen replied, shaking his head. He is just a scion of a prominent family in the Great Zhou. If he dares to set his sights on my woman, I shall inevitably trample him beneath my feet. This thought lingered solely in Yi Chen's mind. The outer sect competition soon commenced. Su Che, however, felt little enthusiasm, reclining on a chair with his eyes closed in repose. After all, a contest among cultivators still in the mortal realm was akin to a child's play in his eyes, utterly mundane. Were it not for the forthcoming developments requiring his involvement, he would have long since returned to his quarters for rest. This fellow had ceased to even pretend. On the opposite side of the stage, Lu Suqing, as the organizer, had distanced herself from Su Che since the start of the event. Yet, unbeknownst to her, having read that diary, her gaze would occasionally drift towards Su Che. Upon noticing that he didn't even spare her a glance, a sense of inexplicable displeasure welled up within her. Although she was aware that Su Che's infatuation was merely an act, witnessing his apparent indifference stung her heart. The competition continued unabated. Senior brother, just as Su Che was engulfed in tedium, a disciple's voice called out to him, "Ah, it's you?" Su Che turned to see a robust young man. One of his followers, named Lai Yun, he too was to participate shortly. In the original storyline, the person Su Che had selected to face Yi Chen was indeed Lai Yun, a disciple in the early stages of the Qi-gathering realm. Initially, it was believed that Yi Chen would falter, yet unexpectedly, he managed to turn the tables and triumph over Lai Yun. This victory significantly bolstered Yi Chen's reputation within the Qingyang sword sect. And from that moment forth, Lu Suqing took note of him. You have my sympathies. Su Che lightly patted Lai Yun's shoulder, uttering words that left the latter perplexed. This is no small trial, especially since we are all antagonists. Su Che mused internally while continuing to pat Lai Yun's shoulder. Although with his Qi-gathering realm prowess, defeating a mortal realm cultivator should not pose a challenge, the fact remained that the opposing individual was the protagonist. Overcoming such a disparity was as effortless as drinking water. You shall be the first stepping stone for the protagonist. Suddenly, Su Che detected an anomaly. He scrutinized Lai Yun, astonished. When did you break through? Indeed, during that mere pat, Su Che sensed a shift in Lai Yun's internal energy. He had reached the mid-stage of the Qi-gathering realm. This diverged from the original plot. Just moments ago, realization struck him. Lai Yun was forthright, responding honestly. Su Che was taken aback. Good lad. You might be the protagonist after all. Senior brother, what's the matter? Lai Yun inquired, puzzled. Su Che furrowed his brow in contemplation. In the original narrative, although Yi Chen had defeated Lai Yun, that victory had only been achieved after exhausting all his trump cards, resulting in a narrow win. At that time, Lai Yun had merely been in the early stages of the Qi-gathering realm. However, things were different now. An upgraded Lai Yun would find it exceedingly simple to handle Yi Chen. Good heavens, I hope Lai Yun doesn't accidentally kill the protagonist, Su Che thought to himself. With the supporting character having leveled up, it was perplexing that the protagonist remained in the mortal realm. Casting a glance at the battling Yi Chen on stage, Su Che was dissatisfied with his capabilities. Oh well, it's not the protagonist's fault for being weak. It's simply that the supporting characters are too strong. Su Che contemplated that this conflict was unavoidable, and he needed to ensure that his designated individuals remained unchanged while the outcome must not deviate. He quickly resolved to stage a performance. In a while, you shall teach someone a lesson for me, Su Che instructed. Senior brother, just tell me who it is. I will take care of it, Lai Yun pledged, thumping his chest, brimming with confidence after his recent breakthrough. Do you see that fellow on stage? The one named Yi Chen. When he claims first place, you shall thoroughly deal with him. Su Che pointed at the engaged Yi Chen, who suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Does senior brother have a grudge against this person? Lai Yun queried. Before I arrived, I heard he had designs on my Qingqing. Such a wretched toad dares to covet my woman. Su Che's tone was notably frigid, sending shivers down Lai Yun's spine. Without the need for further elaboration, Lai Yun understood the gravity of the situation. Indeed, this fellow deserved a lesson. Who didn't he know that Lu Shiji was senior brothers? Rest assured, I will ensure that Yi Chun is left searching for his teeth. However, there is one thing you must remember, Su Che continued, I end this duel. You are only permitted to lose, not to win. Ah? Lai Yun was instantly perplexed. Senior brother, didn't he want me to teach him a lesson? Why must I lose to him? Lai Yun struggled to comprehend. Teaching a lesson doesn't necessarily mean winning. Su Che could not divulge the true reason behind his instructions. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Lai Yun's eyes gradually brightened. He glanced at the figure on stage who was garnering cheers from the other disciples, and a sly grin spread across his face. Senior brother, you truly are wise. I understand now. Also, do not incapacitate him. This is merely a lesson, so do not tarnish my reputation, Su Che said with a hint of indifference. Understood. I will act with discretion. You can rest easy, senior brother, Lai Yun replied solemnly. Before long, the announcement rang out from the stage, heralded by Lu Suqing's melodious voice. I declare that the first place in this outer sect competition goes to Yi Chun. Following her proclamation, Lu Suqing was taken aback herself and glanced at Su Che. Seemed to align perfectly with what was inscribed in the diary. Yi Chun had indeed exceeded everyone's expectations to claim victory. Did this mean that the other contents of the diary were also true? No. At least this lady harbored nothing but disdain, even aversion, towards Yi Chun. Lu Suqing chose not to dwell on that thought, for she recalled another matter noted in the diary, which would prove crucial going forward. Presumably, Su Che would continue to perform, she mused, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the white-clad youth seated nearby. Thank you. Shiji? Yi Chun bowed, feigning humility. He even tousled his bangs, believing that having just secured the outer sect's top position, coupled with his handsome demeanor, would undoubtedly win Lu Suqing's affections. How dashing! Who knew there was such a handsome junior in the outer sect? I am enamored. Such an appearance was destined to be a significant asset. Although Yi Chun's antics merely intensified Lu Suqing's distaste, they did attract the attention of several female disciples. Their gazes shimmered with admiration. Utterly entranced, Su Che observed this scene with a nod of approval. Indeed, he is the chosen one. Having merely begun to reveal his talents, he is already reaping the admiration of countless admirers. While his approach may have seemed trivial, it was undeniably effective. What could one expect from a protagonist? However, it was now time for him to make his entrance. The caliber of the outer sect disciples was evidently declining, just as Yi Chun remained lost in his daydreams. A voice laced with mockery pierced the air. The tone was casual, yet the insult was palpable. The outer sect disciples, filled with indignation, turned to locate the source of the taunt. Yet upon seeing the speaker, they all bowed their heads, unwilling to retort. Because the one who spoke these words is Su Che, the senior brother of the Qingyang sword sect, and his background is well known to all, given his exceptional talent and cultivation. He indeed possesses the qualifications to make such a statement. Could it be that the senior brother believes that since I have claimed the first position, he considers the other outer disciples unworthy of his attention? Yi Chun stood at the center of the martial arts platform, facing Su Che directly. His posture immediately garnered the admiration of many onlookers. After all, this is Su Che. A mere outer disciple dares to speak such words, demonstrating commendable courage that commands respect. Presumptuous. Who do you think you are to speak to the senior brother in such a manner? At this moment, before Su Che could respond, Lai Yun stepped forward. Rebuking him sternly, am I mistaken in my words? Yi Chun retorted, his eyes glaring. I have only been in the Qingyang sword sect for a month, yet I have risen from a novice in cultivation to claim the first position among the outer disciples. Could you, brother Lai, achieve such a feat? Upon hearing this, Lai Yun was momentarily taken aback. Although he is now an inner disciple, he had only attained the 7th position among the outer disciples in his time. Not to mention, he had never encountered someone like Yi Chun, who could achieve the first position in just a month. Noticing Lai Yun's expression, Yi Chun let out a cold laugh and turned to Lu Suqing. Senior sister, I have a request. Lu Suqing's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion, And then she replied softly, "What is it?" "I wish to challenge senior brother Su." Chapter 5. I admit defeat. These words left everyone in the audience stunned. Yi Chen's declaration caused the disciples in the martial arts arena to widen their eyes in disbelief. "I wonder if senior brother Su dares to battle me on equal footing." It turned out he wanted to fight on equal terms. Upon hearing Yi Chen's request, the crowd took a moment to recover. Nevertheless, the astonishment in their eyes did not dissipate, for the person Yi Chen wished to challenge is Su Che, the #1 genius of the Great Zhou. A genius is not merely defined by their high cultivation talent, but also by their ability to defeat opponents of higher ranks. Now, Yi Chen actually wishes to challenge Su Che on equal terms. The odds of victory seem almost non-existent. At this moment, Su Che curled his lips in disdain, disregarding Yi Chen's words. In the original narrative, Yi Chen had also issued a similar challenge to him. But someone of Su Che's stature would never lower himself to engage directly. Thus, Lai Yun shouted loudly, "What do you think you are? How dare you challenge the senior brother? Don't think that just because you achieved the first position among the outer disciples, you can act so arrogantly and look down on others. Then, would brother Lai care to step down for a battle?" Yi Chen did not expect Su Che to accept the challenge, so he directed his attention to Lai Yun. "If the senior brother is afraid, you may unleash your full power for a fight." At these words, the crowd gasped in surprise. Although Lai Yun's talent and strength are far inferior to Su Che, he is still an inner disciple. Even if he is merely at the initial stage of the Qi gathering realm, there is a significant gap in strength compared to an ordinary realm cultivator. Therefore, upon hearing that Yi Chen dared to challenge Lai Yun, who was in the Qi gathering realm, with his ordinary realm strength, many felt that he was being overly arrogant. "If you wish to humiliate yourself, I shall grant you that." As soon as he finished speaking, Lai Yun leaped onto the martial arts platform, standing opposite Yi Chen. He did not conceal his cultivation level, and a powerful aura emanated from Lai Yun's body. "Brother Lai has actually broken through." The crowd gasped. In the mid-stage of the Qi gathering realm, Yi Chen is undoubtedly doomed to defeat. Such strength would rank highly among inner disciples. The surrounding disciples began to discuss among themselves. Glancing at Yi Chen with a newfound sympathy in the mid-stage of the Qi gathering realm, Yi Chen's expression turned grave as he furrowed his brows, feeling the pressure mount in the mid-stage of the Qi gathering realm. "Little one, you must tread carefully," an elderly voice echoed in his ear. It was the spirit residing within his ring. "It seems I have been outmaneuvered." Observing the mocking expression on Lai Yun's face, Yi Chen gritted his teeth and thought to himself. With the techniques bestowed upon him by the spirit, he was confident he could challenge and defeat opponents in the Qi gathering realm. However, as of now, he could only defeat those at the initial stage of the Qi gathering realm. Anything beyond that would be beyond his capability. He was aware of Lai Yun's strength and had initially assumed he was merely at the initial stage, which is why Yi Chen had made such bold claims. Little did he expect that Lai Yun had already reached the mid-stage. "Do you still have the courage to make a move? Yi Shitty, should I suppress my realm to match yours?" Lai Yun taunted. He had not forgotten Su Che's instructions, and verbal humiliation was part of the plan. Hearing this, a flash of indignation crossed Yi Chen's eyes. But at that moment, he could only maintain his composure. Merely in the mid-stage of the Qi gathering realm. Do not overestimate yourself. Truly deserving of the protagonist status, this level of confidence is unparalleled. Below, Su Che sat in a rattan chair, silently reflecting. "It seems I was overly cautious." Even if Lai Yun unexpectedly broke through to the mid-stage of the Qi gathering realm, it should be no trouble for Yi Chen, as a protagonist, to defeat him. With this thought, Su Che relaxed, believing that even without his reminders to Lai Yun, the original narrative would continue to unfold perfectly. Wow, Yi Chen is so impressive. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, he has earned my respect. Such commendable courage, such grandiose claims. I wonder if your strength can match them. Lai Yun was also somewhat irritated. Soon after, the battle commenced. As soon as they clashed, the situation became abundantly clear. Moments later, Yi Chen found himself entirely at a disadvantage. Lai Yun held nothing back. As Su Che's lackey, he was certainly not an easy opponent at this moment. He simply wished to thoroughly thrash this audacious Yi Chen, whose arrogance rivaled his own. As for the rest, that could wait. Damn, why is Yi Chen so weak? Su Che's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait a minute, weren't you just brimming with confidence? Weren't you just so cocky? As a protagonist, You must have the strength to back up that arrogance. Surely you aren't just putting on a facade. Su Che looked at Yi Chun, whose face was swollen from the beating. Feeling utterly speechless, if you can't even defeat Lai Yun, then don't be so arrogant. You wouldn't have provoked him if you had kept your mouth shut. Fortunately, Su Che was sharp enough to notice that although Lai Yun was striking hard, each blow was merely a means to vent his frustration, not aimed at endangering Yi Chun's life. Clearly, he had not forgotten Su Che's earlier instructions. Seeing this, Su Che felt relieved. As a protagonist, Yi Chun must undergo trials. This can be viewed as indirect assistance on my part. Therefore, this should not impact the narrative, right? Damn it. Yi Chun is just taking a beating. He has no means of retaliation whatsoever, in other words. He could only stand there, boasting without the ability to back it up. What a farce. If you're going to act superior, at least possess the strength to match it. The disciples who had previously supported Yi Chun now shook their heads. Feeling a newfound disdain for him, is this the person I admire? On the other side, Lu Suqing was also at a loss for words. Even if I were blind, I could never fall for someone like him. On the platform, Yi Chun felt an overwhelming sense of frustration as Lai Yun pummeled him, leaving his body battered and his mouth twitching in pain. The key point was that he could perceive that Lai Yun's strikes were laced with humiliation. At that moment, Yi Chun even considered unleashing the spirit's power to obliterate him with a single punch. However, he was not foolish enough to resort to such extremes, unless his life was in grave danger. Using that power would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, Yi Chun gritted his teeth and held back, although a fierce glint of resentment flickered in his eyes. All right, I concede. Just as Yi Chun was left bruised and battered, Lai Yun jumped back and declared loudly that it's over. What? Lai Yun admits defeat. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding disciples were utterly perplexed. Upon witnessing the stark contrast between the two, they could not help but twitch their lips. Who exactly lost here? It was evident to any observer who had been on the receiving end of the beating. To concede was not his place. What is happening here? Chapter 6. Winning feels worse than losing this. Lu Suqing glanced at Su Che, her heart convinced that this was all part of his scheme. Such despicable theatrics. Su Che was at a loss for words. If you must feign defeat, at least do it less conspicuously. What if Yi Chun gets infuriated by this sham? And you? Why are you so disappointing? Su Che looked at Yi Chun with exasperation. Aren't you the protagonist? Even if you can't win, at least put up a fight. Why are you so pathetic? Useless. You can't even defeat a mere ordinary realm outer disciple. Subsequently, Su Che turned to Lai Yun and reprimanded him. The tone of his voice revealed his genuine emotions. This scene left Yi Chun utterly dumbfounded. After being battered to the point of confusion, he found that Lai Yun had conceded. What the hell? The senior brother is blaming me for losing face. Lai Yun, feeling quite ashamed, replied, however, Yi Shidi's strength is indeed commendable. If we continued, I would not be able to match him. It would be better for me to admit defeat and preserve some dignity. At first glance, this statement seemed entirely reasonable. Yet, in this context, it inevitably carried a different flavor. After all, anyone could see that continuing would only result in Lai Yun's victory, humiliation. This was a blatant humiliation. Yi Chun finally realized that he had won, but it was a far worse fate than losing outright. What is going on? Why does it sound so sarcastic? Can one truly concede under such circumstances? I understand now. This is to humiliate Yi Chun. The plight of Yi Chun is indeed pitiable. Despite having secured the position of the outer sect's champion, he finds himself subjected to such humiliation. Destined to become a source of amusement for the sect in the future. The sympathetic yet mocking gazes of the crowd weigh heavily upon his heart. Little one, do not allow this single humiliation to disconcert you. In time, with strength at your disposal, you shall reclaim your dignity 1,000-fold. The aged voice reverberates once more in Yi Chun's ears, awakening him from his momentary stupor. He nearly faltered. Regaining his composure, his gaze fixated upon the most resplendent figure among the audience, the white-clad youth, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fervor. Brother Su, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in his poverty. Today's affront will be repaid in 3 years' time. Yi Chun is acutely aware that Lai Yun's act of humiliation was deliberate, orchestrated by none other than Su Che. Thus, the disgrace he suffered today stems entirely from this individual. The young man's lofty declarations reverberated throughout the martial arena. In that instant, the once pitifully beaten Yi Qian appeared to grow tall and imposing in the eyes of the onlookers. Such a bold challenge. At this moment, the female disciples were once again entranced, their gazes now directed towards the ethereal white-clad youth. Will the senior brother accept the challenge? Lu Suqing mused, her expression complex, as the events chronicled in her diary unfolded before her eyes. Unexplainable unease gripped her heart. Impossible. My fate is determined by me, not by the heavens. There is no way I could have feelings for Yi Qian. As the 3-year appointment approached, Su Che observed the sudden surge in Yi Qian's spirit. Realizing that the latter had activated his external support point 3 years, Su Che scoffed, not to mention 3 years. Even 30, 300, or 3,000 years, I could extinguish you with a mere finger. Such arrogance. The fervor in Su Che's words ignited a fervent admiration among the female disciples. Truly, he is the dream of countless maidens in the Great Zhou, exuding such audacious confidence that incites no resentment whatsoever. How enviable is the handsome visage of the senior brother, Lai Yun remarked wistfully. I hope that 3 years hence, he does not regret the words spoken today. Yi Qian gritted his teeth. He was well aware of Su Che's formidable strength, yet he firmly believed that given ample time, he could trample his rival beneath his feet without difficulty. This contest concludes here, Lu Suqing announced. Qing, how did I fare just now? Su Che approached the young woman, his tone gentle. Might I invite you to admire tonight's moonlight together? Meanwhile, Yi Qian, not far off, overheard Su Che's words and spat out a mouthful of blood in rage. He halted, eager to witness the outcome. What transpired next nearly caused him to faint. Well, Lu Suqing actually lowered her head in assent. To the onlookers, she resembled a bashful maiden. What? She agreed. Su Che, taken aback, struggled to comprehend the situation. How could this be? In the original narrative, Lu Suqing had told him to leave. What in the world was happening? Sister, how could you consent? Thankfully, Su Che's quick reflexes and acting prowess enabled him to grasp her wrist, exclaiming, Wonderful. Qing, you have finally sensed my earnest affection. Get lost. Lu Suqing stepped back, evading his grasp, her beautiful eyes wide with incredulity, fixing him with an intense stare. Her earlier agreement was merely for Yi Qian's benefit, a tactic to extinguish his hopes. With Yi Qian now departed, there was no need for her to maintain the facade. To prevent this man from uttering any more vexatious remarks, Lu Suqing promptly took her leave. That was the right move. The word get lost brought a wave of relief to Su Che's heart. Ding! You've received a reward for completing the narrative. Alchemy skills. Upon returning to his courtyard, Su Che received the system's notification, allowing him to finally relax. Though the process had diverged somewhat, the trajectory of the narrative remained intact. Otherwise, the system would not have issued a reward. He immediately utilized the alchemy skills. Soon, he felt an influx of knowledge regarding alchemical practices flooding his mind. I am now a true alchemist, Su Che murmured. In this world, alchemists are regarded as a more esteemed profession than cultivators. The requirements to become an alchemist are exceedingly strict. One must first be a cultivator and possess formidable spiritual awareness. Moreover, one must also have an innate talent for alchemy. Without such talent, even if all foundational conditions are met, it would be in vain. If memory serves, Yi Qian is on the verge of becoming a first-tier alchemist. Alchemists are classified into 9 tiers, with each breakthrough being more arduous than cultivation itself. Within the Great Zhou, only the royal family and the Su clan boast a 5th-tier alchemist each. The status of these 2 individuals is so elevated that noble scarcely suffices to describe it. Now, I am a 3rd-tier alchemist. Su Che assessed the changes in his spiritual awareness, establishing a judgment of his alchemical prowess. A 3rd-tier alchemist holds a position within the Qingyang sword sect comparable to that of an inner sect elder. However, although I am presently only a 3rd-tier alchemist, as long as my spiritual awareness keeps pace, breaking through will be exceedingly simple, Su Che mused, contemplating the opportunity to seek out some alchemical formulas to experiment with. Subsequently, he set alchemical matters aside and opened his diary. With a mere thought, lines of text reappeared on the blank page. Chapter 7, Second Entry. The outer sect competition has come to a close. Finally, I no longer need to feign servitude to Lu Suqing in public. Being a sycophant is truly exhausting. I feel pity for myself. Is Lu Suqing's mind playing tricks on her today? She nearly drove me to madness. Most likely, she quarreled with Yi-chan and took it out on me. I am utterly speechless. Yi-chan is far too weak. I now doubt whether he can truly defeat me in 3 years. But perhaps I worry for nothing. Yi-chan is about to become an alchemist, and with such a status, his strength should increase rapidly. By the way, Yi-chan is set to descend the mountain for training tomorrow, and will soon break through. Moreover, Lu Suqing will also descend the mountain tomorrow. The two will cross paths, and Yi-chan will fortuitously save her, furthering their bond. It is unfortunate that Lu Suqing will remain oblivious to the fact that her pursuit by the demon beast was actually due to Yi-chan's actions. He stole the medicinal materials guarded by the beast, inciting its wrath, and Lu Suqing just happened to be passing by, becoming the unfortunate target of its fury. However, this segment of the narrative has no bearing on me. I can enjoy a leisurely jaunt in the city instead. After finishing, Su Che closed the diary. Ding, diary entry completed. Cultivation level increased. As the system's voice faded, a surge of spiritual energy welled within Su Che, augmenting his strength slightly. Should anyone discover how effortlessly I cultivate, they would surely be enraged to the point of spitting blood. Su Che was quite satisfied as he drifted off to sleep. How infuriating! Su Che, you absolute scoundrel! Am I truly so detestable that you must insult me behind my back? You must be out of your mind, and your entire family as well, in a certain inner courtyard. Within the confines of her chamber, Lu Suqing seethed as she read Su Che's latest diary entry, her teeth grinding in frustration. After venting her ire upon Su Che in her mind, she gradually regained her composure. Sitting on her bed, she crossed her arms over her knees, resting her chin upon her hands, her brows knitted in discomfort. This was due to the latter portion of Su Che's diary entry. She indeed planned to descend the mountain for training tomorrow, yet the diary clearly stated that she would encounter Yi-chan during this venture and be led astray by him. Lu Suqing shook her head, unwilling to ponder further. After all, the mere thought of Yi-chan's name filled her with distaste. I refuse to believe that by not participating in this training, I can avoid running into Yi-chan. Su Che, you wish to withdraw? I shall not allow you to succeed. At this thought, a triumphant smile crept across Lu Suqing's face. How delightful! This is rather amusing. Within the confines of Luoyun City, at the Mu Lianxian Bank, the sound of melodic laughter echoed. The source was a woman of enchanting grace, possessing a figure that could only be described as devilishly alluring, her golden waves of hair shimmering radiantly. The woman's form was an epitome of perfection. At that moment, she reclined upon the bed, laughing heartily. Miss, the matter you instructed has been thoroughly investigated, a maid announced, her expression one of astonishment, having never before witnessed such a demeanor from her mistress. Do share, the woman languidly stretched, a glimpse of springtime radiance revealing itself. The maid's cheeks flushed at the sight as she replied, Today, the Qingyang sword sect indeed held the outer sect competition, and the champion was a disciple named Yi-chan. Moreover, this Yi-chan has made a 3-year pact with Su Che, a life-and-death duel to take place in 3 years. Why Yi-chan is courting death, daring to provoke Su Che, the scion of the Su clan. The woman remarked, her eyes narrowing slightly, Surely, you do not intend to collaborate with this Yi-chan. The maid speculated. Why Yi-chan? The woman scoffed, Is he even worthy? If I were to collaborate, it would be with Su Che. The maid nodded in agreement. Not only was Yi-chan lacking, but the entire Qingyang sword sect paled in comparison to Su Che alone. However, even for the young lady, collaborating with Su Che is no simple feat. All right, you may leave now, but ensure you pay closer attention to the news regarding the Qingyang sword sect. The woman waved her hand, then recalled something and continued to give orders. Furthermore, keep a vigilant eye on that girl named Lu Suqing as well. Understood. The maid acknowledged her command, though a sense of confusion lingered in her heart. Lu Suqing? Is she not the woman infatuated with Su Che? Why has the young lady suddenly taken an interest in her? Surely, it cannot be that the young lady harbors feelings for Su. The maid shook her head, dismissing the thought, for she was well aware of her mistress's character. The title of the cold fairy of the Mu family speaks volumes. After the maid departed, the woman focused her mind, conjuring a blank slate within her consciousness, Su Che's diary. This journal had appeared in her mind today, and the contents within piqued Mu Qingshuang's curiosity significantly. Initially, she regarded it merely as an amusing tale, yet still sent her subordinates to investigate. Now, As events unfolded precisely as described in the diary, her interest in Su Che intensified, especially his various quips, which brought amusement even to her typically aloof demeanor, igniting a newfound curiosity about him. Speaking of which, didn't he mention he would visit Luoyun City tomorrow? Mu Qingxuang blinked, resolving her thoughts. The following morning. Qingqing, what are you doing here? Su Che rubbed his eyes, confirming he was not mistaken before exclaiming in delight. He certainly had not anticipated encountering Lu Suqing at the entrance of the sword sect. At this hour, she should have already descended the mountain for training. So what was she doing here? Moreover, it appeared she was waiting for someone. Could it be Yi Chen? Just then, Su Che noticed Yi Chen approaching from within the sect. An understanding dawned upon him. Goodness! These two are progressing even faster than he had realized. They had already begun to plan their training together. Senior sister, I heard you were also going down the mountain to train. Were you perhaps waiting for me? One could not deny Yi Chen's audacity. Having just been beaten, he still appeared lively and completely disregarded Su Che's presence. Qingqing, so you were waiting for him, Su Che said, clutching his chest in feigned heartbreak, gazing sorrowfully at the girl. Had she not known he was merely acting, she might have almost believed him. Please, don't say too much. The clown is ultimately me. You two can go train together. I shall find a place to see our YS. Su Che spoke. He turned to flee. He was acutely aware that he had no role in this training narrative, and thus he wished to remain uninvolved. Being a sycophant was one thing. He certainly did not want to be a third wheel. Chapter 8. The self-cultivation of an actor. Su Che, don't misunderstand. I was intentionally waiting for you, however. The girl's words left Su Che momentarily speechless, with his back turned to Lu Suqing, utterly bewildered. Goodness, what kind of act is this? To say such things in front of the male lead is tantamount to inviting disaster. On the other side, Yi Chen's joy at seeing Lu Suqing was equally stymied. He turned his gaze to Su Che, his eyes burning with envy. What did you just say? Su Che spun around. Incredulous to others, it might seem hopeful, even surprising, but for Lu Suqing, it felt like impending doom. Suppressing her inner delight, Lu Suqing lowered her head, resembling a bashful girl too shy to meet the gaze of her beloved. Her fingertips gently touching. This moment was a breathtaking scene, yet to Su Che, it sent a jolt of alarm through his heart. What on earth? The female lead is behaving shyly in front of the male lead towards me. The antagonist? Am I wrong? I should have turned and run the moment I spotted you. Su Shixiang, didn't you say you would take me to Luoyun City for a stroll? The girl raised her head. Her cheeks flushed with a charming hue, incredibly endearing. When did I ever say that? Su Che could hardly focus on her allure, his mind racing with complaints. All right, he had indeed made that statement before. But she had dismissed it as inconsequential, hadn't she? Now, what does that make him? Frustrated. Yet he still needed to maintain his cheerful demeanor. But Qingqing, didn't you refuse? I've come to realize that I cannot always keep you at arm's length. I cannot take your kindness for granted, I beg you. Please keep your distance. Su Che continued to plead. If you don't turn back now, I fear the male lead will be driven to despair. I am willing. Those 3 words left Su Che utterly stunned. Among the myriad of charming declarations in the world, none could compare to those 3 simple words. I am willing stood out as one of them. Qingqing, you. Su Che stammered in shock. At that moment, he was uncertain whether he was performing or had truly immersed himself in the role. Could it be that a sycophant's devotion leads to everything one desires? Let us go. Lu Suqing smiled sweetly, stepping closer to Su Che. I no longer care. If the main plot collapses, so be it. After all, if the female lead encounters difficulties, it cannot be blamed on me. Su Che boldly grasped the delicate hand of the girl, the softness of her touch sending a tremor through his heart. Lu Suqing, taken aback by Su Che's audacity, felt her cheeks heat up, stirring unfamiliar feelings within her. She initially intended to pull away, but considering they had come this far, any signs of discomfort would render their efforts futile. She then glanced at Yi Chen, noticing him retreating dejectedly, and felt a wave of relief wash over her. With this, it seemed that the greasy man named Yi Chen would no longer pursue her, right? Goodness, I almost fell for it. As a third-tier alchemist, Su Che possessed keen perception, easily noticing Lu Suqing's subtle gestures. So, this girl was merely putting on a show for Yi Chen, he mused. Likely, she was upset and sought to provoke Yi Chen, thereby deepening their bond. Truly, the female lead possesses remarkable tactics. The movement in his hand confirmed his suspicions. He discreetly loosened his grip on the girl's hand, relieved to have avoided a blunder. Thank goodness for my cleverness. He has left. You need not continue the ACs. Yu Che turned, disappointment in his voice. Under such scrutiny, Lu Suqing, though aware he was playing a part, felt too bashful to meet his gaze. If you like Yi-chen. Why must you use me as a pawn? Su Che lamented. Wait. When did I ever express a liking for Yi-chen? How dare you misunderstand? Lu Suqing's face turned a shade of blue with anger. Who I like has nothing to do with you. On the other side, Yi-chen returned just in time to witness this scene. His previously ashen face now blooming with color. So, I hold such importance in senior sister Qingqing's heart. She truly harbors feelings for me. Containing his excitement, Yi-chen refrained from making a sound, quietly departing. As long as he had this information, that was sufficient. Clenching his fists, Yi-chen felt an undeniable joy. I understand now. Yu Che's expression darkened, opting not to linger but instead heading towards Luoyun City. Despite his demeanor, his heart brimmed with exhilaration. This is the essence of it all. Everything has returned. How foolish I was to worry for so long. Qingqing, please enjoy your time with Yi-chen, and do not stir up trouble again. My fragile heart cannot endure it. All he desired was to finish his tasks swiftly and escape with his rewards. Did I perhaps come on too strong? Observing Su Che's lonely figure, Lu Suqing felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment. Yet, she had treated him similarly before. The next day, he had shamelessly appeared before her again. With that thought, Lu Suqing sighed in relief, having feared Su Che might do something foolish. Why have you followed me again? Su Che asked, exasperated at the sight of the girl reappearing beside him. What new trickery are you up to? Was my performance as a pawn not satisfactory? You should be hurrying to Qingyang Mountain. Otherwise, how will you be rescued? Did I not mention? I am heading to Luoyun City. Lu Suqing blinked innocently. Rest assured, I merely wish to purchase some medicinal herbs for cultivation. Upon hearing this, Su Che suddenly recalled in the original narrative. Lu Suqing's descent from the mountain was indeed to seek out breakthrough materials. Currently, she lingered at the pinnacle of the qi condensation stage, just a step away from entering the spirit transformation stage. Her journey down was intended as an opportunity for advancement. Yet, now it seemed she was merely entering the city for herbs. Wait, if you're not going to Qingyang Mountain for training, how will you develop the plot with the main character? Su Che found himself perplexed. However, at this moment, he deemed it unwise to say more. After all, he couldn't possibly drag the girl up the mountain. All right, once we enter the city, I will show you around. Though he had just indulged in melancholy before Lu Suqing, as a competent actor, he had to uphold his character. His infatuation with the girl must be maintained. He needed to continue his adoration. Indeed, this fellow had begun again. Lu Suqing rolled her eyes, feeling too apathetic to refuse. Whatever will be, will be. Once she procured the herbs, she could return to the sect. Chapter 9. This antagonist is truly foolish. Luoyun City. Situated in Jizhou, one of the 9 provinces of the Great Zhou, the city boasts an imposing grandeur and a bustling populace, ranking among the 3 principal cities of the region. However, having grown up in the imperial capital, Su Che found it difficult to feel any sense of awe at such a vast metropolis. Young Master Su, the captain of the guards at the city gate, greeted him with a bow. I was unaware of your presence. I shall inform the city lord at once. There is no need for that. Su Che replied, I have come merely for leisure. Do not disturb others. This was not his first visit to Luoyun City, so it was no surprise that the captain recognized him. Oh, it is indeed young Master Su. Why does he possess no airs about him? Young Master Su is inherently amiable, is he not? Another guard chimed in. I had thought that a young master of his stature would be difficult to approach. Another remarked, aha, do you truly believe that all young masters are mere playboys? Young Master Su is a prodigy favored even by the emperor. Have you seen the lady beside him? Their relationship seems to be rather special. That is the young mistress of the Qingyang sword sect. I trust you understand, Nai. After Su Che departed, the guards quietly conversed amongst themselves. Go think that your reputation is so esteemed among them. Lu Suqing remarked, surprised as she glanced at the young man beside her. What? Do you perhaps believe me to be a great villain? Su Che chuckled lightly in the original narrative, as the scion of the Su family. He was known for his easygoing nature and excellent rapport with others, with many noble daughters aspiring to forge connections with him. This alone was sufficient to affirm his commendable reputation. His turn to villainy stemmed solely from his infatuation with the female protagonist, inevitably placing him in competition for her affections. Lu Suqing remained silent, having only begun to understand Su Che since yesterday. However, it appeared that apart from his persistent attention towards her, he had not garnered any negative reputation. Otherwise, the female disciples of the Qingyang sword sect would not frequently quarrel over him. Let us proceed. I shall take you to procure some medicinal herbs, Su Che stated as he moved forward. After a quarter of an hour, the two arrived at the entrance of a grand merchant establishment, Yulin Bank. Lu Suqing looked up at the sign, bewildered. Aren't we here to buy medicinal herbs? Shouldn't we be going to a pharmacy instead? Why are we at a bank? It is faster to purchase them here, Su Che replied without further elaboration. After all, the various markets of Luoyang City had varying degrees of collaboration with this bank, as it was a property under the Mu family, one of the three great families of the Great Zhou, on par with the Su family. The Mu family was wealthy, a simple yet powerful descriptor of this illustrious clan. Is that not young Master Su? Not long after they entered, a soft, mellifluous female voice resonated from within. A graceful figure emerged, a woman in her 20s clad in a flowing black gown that accentuated her perfect silhouette. It was Mu Qingshuang. Upon seeing her, Lu Suqing momentarily froze, her gaze instinctively drifting to the woman's chest before she lowered her head. The comparison left her astonished. Mu Qingshuang? Su Che's eyes flickered with surprise. He recognized her as one of the female protagonists, the daughter of the Mu family and the proprietor of the bank, known as the Cold Fairy. Yet, why did she make her appearance so swiftly? According to the original plot, it would be several days before Mu Qingshuang was introduced. Moreover, why was she exhibiting such warmth towards him? Shouldn't this be their first encounter? Is this the enchanting maiden who has captivated young Master Su? Mu Qingshuang's gaze fell upon Lu Suqing, her scrutinizing look making Lu Suqing feel somewhat uncomfortable, as if it carried a hint of playful mockery. Truly a beauty of unparalleled grace. No wonder she has entranced our young Master Su. Mu Qingshuang remarked. And you are? Yu Che inquired, feigning ignorance of her identity to prevent any deviation from the plot. Forgive me for almost forgetting my introduction, Mu Qingshuang replied softly. I am the owner of this bank. You may call me Miss Mu. This familiar exchange made Su Che ponder whether Mu Qingshuang's role had begun prematurely. The dialogue, while different from their initial meeting in the original plot, aligned nonetheless. As one of the female leads, Mu Qingshuang held significant importance in the narrative. After all, her actions would greatly influence his eventual fate. Miss Mu, we wish to purchase some medicinal herbs from you. Su Che stated directly that of course. Mu Qingshuang nodded, leading them into the bank. Young Master Su. Other employees within the bank greeted him with bows. Though they were affiliated with the Mu family, they were not directly under the household, and thus did not dare treat Su Che with any disrespect. There is no need for such formality. You may address me as young master outside, Su Che replied with a slight nod and a gentle smile. Please, follow me to procure the herbs, Miss Qing, Mu Qingshuang gestured. Very well, Lu Suqing acquiesced without hesitation, following suit. Miss Mu, bring her out to meet me. Not long after the two women entered, a boisterous and arrogant voice echoed from outside the bank. A young man burst in, his gaze sweeping across the room before landing on a steward. You, go fetch Miss Mu. I have words for her. Young Master Qian, my young mistress is currently occupied. You may wait here if you have something to say. The steward replied solemnly. Miss Mu despises such intrusions. Humph, what do you mean by your young mistress? A pretentious woman. Today, I, Qian Bin, will make it clear. If she does not accompany me, there will be no place for her in Luoyang City. At these words, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Who was this person? At that moment, Su Che inquired, surprised. He had not anticipated that someone would dare to cause a ruckus in the Mu family's bank. Even though Luoyang City was somewhat distant from the imperial capital, she was still the Mu family's daughter, and it was sheer folly to provoke her. Moreover, to demand that Mu Qingshuang become his woman was tantamount to courting death. I am Qian Bin, the eldest son of the Qian family in Luoyang City, the young man declared, his demeanor dripping with arrogance. A quintessential villain indeed. Is the antagonist in this place truly such a fool? Su Che mused silently. Young master, the Qian family is one of the two major families in Luoyang City. A local power, someone clarified. I see. So, They are the local tyrants of Luoyang City. Su Che immediately lost interest. This scene incited fury in Qian Bin, who was not accustomed to being looked down upon. As the eldest son of the Qian family, he had always regarded others with disdain, and never had he been so slighted. No, this is the second time I have been slighted. The first was by Miss Mu here, who seems to disregard me entirely. What a brazen boy. I shall give you a chance to apologize, bow 3 times. Or you shall suffer the consequences. Qian Bin proclaimed arrogantly. Why must a villain trouble another villain? Su Che's expression turned icy as he refrained from engaging in further banter. Here's the deal. I shall grant you a chance to apologize as well. Bow 9 times and crawl home. And I shall spare your life. What do you say? Though amiable in nature, Su Che had little patience for provocations. If he truly desired to eliminate someone, it would take but a moment for him to sever their head from their shoulders. Ha ha, how utterly ridiculous. This is by far the funniest joke I have ever heard. Wouldn't you agree? Qian Bin laughed heartily. You are truly audacious. One of the attendants, unable to endure any longer, charged forward. With a swift motion, Su Che merely lifted a hand, and the attendant was sent hurtling away, crashing violently to the ground. The sound of bones shattering echoed ominously. With a single strike, a practitioner in the initial stage of the Qi condensation realm was rendered incapacitated. A gasp of shock rippled through the onlookers as they witnessed the scene unfold. Who was that young man? His strike was merciless. How dare he provoke the young master of the Qin family? Is he courting death? This youth is finished. He will surely not leave this place alive. The crowd murmured in astonishment, both at Su Che's audacity and his formidable strength, yet none held any hope for his fate. In this city of Luoyang, those who dared to provoke the Qin family never met a favorable end. Even the other prominent families would shy away from direct confrontation with the Qins. You? Very well. Qian Bin was utterly enraged. All of you, attack together and dismember his arms and legs. At his command, the remaining 6 attendants surged forward. I will make you understand what happens to those who provoke me in Luoyang City. Qian Bin's gaze was shrouded in darkness. In his eyes, Su Che was already a captive. After all, among his attendants were 2 peak practitioners of the Qi condensation realm. Dealing with such a young boy should be child's play. However, just as his words fell, a series of dull thuds resonated. In an instant, Qian Bin's pupils widened in disbelief as 6 figures were sent tumbling backward, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. How could this be possible? Not only he, but the onlookers were also left stunned. The combined assault of Qian Bin's attendants was no match for that young man. Could it be that he is a practitioner of the spirit transformation realm? At that moment, panic began to seize Qian Bin's heart. What did it mean for such a young spirit transformation expert to exist? He dared not contemplate further. After all, practitioners of the spirit transformation realm were akin to the elders of their family. And to think such prowess could manifest in a mere 16 or 17-year-old youth was unfathomable. There was no time for further thought, for Su Che was already approaching him. Stay back. My father is the head of the Qian family, and I am the young master. If you dare to harm me, you will not leave this place alive. Although fear gripped him, Qian Bin still attempted to issue a threat. When did I ever say I wanted to leave? Su Che replied with an air of indifference. Will you be the one to act, or shall I? What do you mean? Qian Bin faltered, retreating repeatedly. Weren't you just threatening to dismember my arms and legs? I am simply curious to see how you intend to execute that. Su Che's words sparked a realization in Qian Bin. This youth intended to sever his own limbs. If that were to happen, he would become a cripple. Do not overreach. This is the territory of the Qian family. Qian Bin was now entirely reckless, believing that word of this incident would swiftly reach his family, and that he could turn the tables if he could just hold out. Enough of this nonsense. Su Che, uninterested in further banter, extended a fingertip and formed a sword incantation. A blade of pure energy sliced through the air, aimed directly at Qian Bin. With a sickening squelch, the blade, scarcely more than an inch long, pierced through Qian Bin's right arm. In an instant, his entire arm fell to the ground. In the next moment, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from Qian Bin. The crowd gasped in horror at the scene. They could hardly believe that this young man was so resolute, showing no fear of the Qian family's name, and had indeed severed Qian Bin's arm. Those who were more timid averted their eyes from the gruesome sight. It was truly a terrifying spectacle. Nevertheless, Everyone understood that this youth had irrevocably made an enemy of the Qin family. Furthermore, if his fate were not more tragic than Qin Bin's, the Qin family would never rest until they avenged their loss. "You fool!" At that moment, a furious roar echoed from a short distance away. Chapter 11. Actions speak louder than words. In the street, a towering figure strode forth, clearing the way as those in his path hastily retreated. Yet some were still caught in his wake, sent sprawling by his momentum. They dared not voice their grievances. Instead, they picked themselves up, casting wary glances at the imposing figure, Qian Zhong, the third elder of the Qin family. A practitioner in the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm, was none other than Qian Bin's uncle. His presence here was clearly to support Qian Bin, uncle. Upon seeing the formidable middle-aged man, Qian Bin clung to him like a lifeline. Crying out, his eyes were filled with deep-seated resentment as he glared at Su Che, his voice low and menacing. "He severed my arm. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death." Hearing this, Qian Zhong's gaze fell upon Su Che, his expression ferocious. "Today, I will make you regret everything you've done for the rest of your life." Su Che merely smiled. "Have you resolved to defend him so fervently?" He discerned the man's cultivation level, a mid-stage spirit transformation practitioner, and felt no interest whatsoever. "You are afraid. Why did you not consider the consequences before you acted?" Qian Zhong scoffed. "Uncle, do not waste your breath with him. I want him to kneel before me and beg for mercy." Qian Bin scrambled to his feet, pale yet exuding a terrifying aura. "Afraid?" Su Che grinned. "I apologize, but I have lived this long without ever learning how to write the word fear." With that, he charged directly at Qian Bin, his speed so remarkable that it seemed as though a gust of wind swept past. "Impudent!" Qian Zhong roared, his expression darkening. He could scarcely believe that even now, this young man dared to attack. The speed of his assault was so swift that Qian Zhong barely had time to react. "If you succeed, how could I, Qian Zhong, face the world as an elder?" As he spoke, he lunged at Su Che, his fists clenched and charged with spiritual energy, the force of his attack formidable. What a fearsome strike! No wonder he is the third elder of the Qin family. Under such might, that youth will surely meet a grim fate. Others whispered amongst themselves. Practitioners of the spirit transformation realm were already few and far between in Luoyun City, and they rarely witnessed such strength in action. However, Su Che remained unfazed, for he was now a practitioner in the Dan integration realm, and having recently received a significant boost to his cultivation, he felt on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage. He was nearly a full realm above Qian Zhong, rendering such an attack insignificant in his eyes. Su Che did not falter. He met Qian Zhong's onslaught head-on. With a swift motion, he transformed his left hand into a palm. Energy surging within in that moment, Qian Zhong felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom wash over him. He attempted to retreat, but the momentum of his attack was too great to withdraw. The next instant, Su Che's palm collided with his fist, a resounding thud reverberated through the air, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a figure was sent reeling backward, crashing against the stone wall at the edge of the street. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as they beheld the sight. The one who had been repelled was none other than Qian Zhong, an esteemed mid-stage practitioner of the spirit transformation realm. Defeated by such a young boy? All present widened their eyes in disbelief at the spectacle before them. Could it be that this youth's strength had surpassed Qian Zhong? With this thought, the crowd's astonishment deepened. A young man, seemingly no older than 16 or 17, had likely attained the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. It was utterly inconceivable. What manner of prodigy could emerge from Luoyun City? Even in the imperial capital, such a youth would be regarded as extraordinary. What a terrifying power! Qian Zhong, having been thrown against the wall, struggled to regain his footing, his right arm rendered completely useless. He could feel that if he did not receive immediate treatment, he might never be able to use it again. "Who are you, exactly? If you could spare Qian Bin, shall we consider this grudge settled?" Qian Zhong surprisingly softened his stance. The onlookers were stunned by this turn of events. After all, Qian Zhong represented the Qin family. If he were to back down, it was evident who had suffered a significant loss today. However, upon further reflection, the crowd understood Qian Zhong's attitude. After all, such a gifted youth was not someone to be trifled with. Setting aside the question of his strength, who could ensure that a prodigy like him did not have a more formidable force backing him? The Qian family might be one of the two prominent clans in Luoyun City, but the city itself ranked at the bottom among the three major cities of Jizhou, let alone in comparison to the 9 provincial capitals and the imperial city of the Great Zhou. Qian Zhong dared not take the risk. Uncle, he severed my arm. How can you let him go just like that? Qian Bin's voice was filled with fury. He could not fathom that even his uncle had been repelled by this youth, who also suggested that the matter be resolved amicably. If it were truly settled, what would become of his dignity as the young master of the Qian family? Thus, while his uncle could afford to endure, he could not settle this matter. Su Che chuckled softly and stepped forward until he stood before Qian Bin. What do you intend to do? My uncle is here, and you dare to act recklessly. Qian Bin's pupils dilated in fear. I pride myself on one virtue above all. I am a man of my word. As Su Che spoke, a stream of spiritual energy shot from his fingertip, slicing through the air to strike Qian Bin's other arm. With a sickening sound, that arm too fell away, blood splattering across the ground. Another limb severed. The ruthless tactics employed left Qian Chang's heart pounding in alarm. By doing this, you have irrevocably positioned yourself as my enemy, he growled in a low voice. Regardless of your identity, you will not escape death today. At this moment, he felt no trepidation. After all, this was Luoyun City. With a dismissive wave, Su Che conjured a terrifying sword aura, a manifestation of his formidable spiritual power that hurtled towards Qian Chong. Although he had only recently joined the Qingyang sword sect, his innate talent for the sword was astonishing. Thus, the sword energy was extraordinarily fearsome. Qian Chong dared not underestimate it and hurriedly summoned all his strength to resist. Yet, he was once again sent sprawling backward, a deep gash carved into his chest. The onlookers gazed at Su Che with eyes full of trepidation. This young man exuded an aura of ruthlessness that belied his age, leaving them in shock. Qian Chong's complexion turned ashen. Su Che's strike had nearly claimed his life and stripped him of any capacity to fight back. He understood that Su Che was resolutely intent on severing Qian Bin's limbs. Binner. Third uncle, alas, I've done all I could, Qian Chong said, his voice weak as he looked toward Qian Bin. Those words rendered Qian Bin's face pale as death. Chapter 12. His Highness, young Master Su, even a fool like Qian Bin now comprehended the gravity of the situation. Su Che was indeed serious. After all, the sight of his severed arms lying on the ground served as the most compelling evidence. Moreover, his third uncle's words gradually illuminated the reality. Given the current circumstances, he had no choice but to submit to Su Che's whims. As this realization settled in, a wave of fear engulfed Qian Bin, a sensation that overshadowed the choking grip around his neck. Why the silence? Su Che inquired with a smile. Although his expression seemed benign, to Qian Bin, it appeared as though a devil had emerged from the depths of hell. In that moment, Qian Bin experienced an unprecedented fear that made him forget that his adversary was merely a youth. His face was ashen, and his gaze towards Su Che was no longer filled with resentment, but rather profound dread. He even forgot the pain of his severed arms. If it were possible, he wished to kneel and beg Su Che for mercy. Yet, words lodged in his throat, unable to escape. Suddenly, Su Che furrowed his brow, having caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor emanating from Qian Bin. Instantly, he understood and tossed Qian Bin away. Thud! Qian Bin crashed to the ground, and soon after, the crowd beheld a conspicuous puddle of urine at his feet. He had been so frightened that he had wet himself. Upon witnessing the damp stain, the onlookers struggled to suppress their laughter. After all, who would have thought that the arrogant and tyrannical Qian Bin would find himself in such a humiliating predicament? Please, spare my life. I beseech you, do not punish me for my transgressions, allow me to keep my remaining legs. Qian Bin, disregarding his dignity, fell to his knees and repeatedly bowed to Su Che. Moments later, blood streamed from his forehead, yet he paid no heed, continuing to plead. Seeing this scene, Qian Chong felt a heavy weight in his heart. After this incident, even if Qian Bin survived, he would be but a lifeless shell. His resolve shattered, there would be no further progress on the path of cultivation. This spectacle stirred a sense of melancholy among the spectators. Who could have anticipated such an outcome? The once lofty heir of the Qian family now knelt like a dog on the ground. However, they felt no sympathy. Rather, they reveled in his downfall. Qian Bin had long oppressed them, and this fate was nothing short of deserved. At that moment, a stir arose from the back of the crowd as a squad of soldiers approached. The leader, a towering figure clad in black armor, exuded an air of authority. Upon recognizing him, the crowd fell silent and bowed in respect. Lord City Master. The newcomer was none other than Xiao Per, the City Master of Luoyun City, a practitioner of unfathomable strength at the fusion pill stage. Xiao City Master, your arrival is fortuitous. Quickly assist me in subduing this rogue, Qian Chong exclaimed, his expression brimming with hope, as if he had clutched at a lifeline. With Xiao Po's power, how could they fail to apprehend this scoundrel? Yet, had it not been for the head of the family and 2 brothers in seclusion, he would not have needed to trouble others and incur such a debt of gratitude. Just as Qian Chong expected Xiao Per to extend a helping hand to the Qian family, he was taken aback to find that Xiao Per did not even glance in his direction, striding directly towards Su Che instead. The look on his face bore an unmistakable hint of reverence. At that moment, an ominous premonition surged within Qian Chong. Meanwhile, Qian Bin, kneeling on the ground, also caught sight of Xiao Pu's arrival and his third uncle's elation. Yet, his own expression remained unchanged. After the recent events, he felt as if his heart had died, devoid of vitality. Moreover, a nagging suspicion lingered in his mind. Xiao Pu's arrival might not bode well for the Qian family. The ensuing scene validated his fears, and Qian Chong's complexion also shifted dramatically, his pupils widening in disbelief. The crowd fell into stunned silence. They witnessed Xiao Per approach the young man and perform a deep bow, addressing him, His Highness, Young Master Su. This address left the entire assembly in shock. Qian Chong's face drained of color as those 5 words instantaneously evoked memories of a certain individual, the head of the 3 great families of the Great Zhou. The Su family from the imperial capital, Su Che. Only someone from the Su family could be addressed as His Highness, Young Master Su. The title conferred by the reigning emperor was on par with that of a prince of the Great Zhou. Boom! He was indeed Su Che. At that moment, Qian Bin's mind buzzed with regret and fear. Not only him, Qian Chong also turned pale. He had dared to raise a hand against Su Che, an act of treason. If word reached the imperial capital, the annihilation of the Qian family would be entirely justified. I was unaware of your identity as His Highness, Young Master Su. I sincerely apologize for my previous offenses. Please forgive my transgressions. Qian Chong hastily knelt, trembling and unable to raise his head, so it was indeed His Highness, Young Master, and no wonder. He possessed such extraordinary talent. It was rumored that the young Master Su was cultivating in the Qingyang sword sect. And it seemed the rumors held true. Your rumors are rather outdated. Young Master Su forsook the splendor of the imperial capital for love, a true model for our generation. The crowd murmured softly, their gazes towards Su Che filled with awe. Many young individuals gazed at him with immense admiration. Such was his power. Meanwhile, at the Qian Bank, 2 slender figures observed the scene. Point 1. A captivating young woman murmured softly, her heart unexpectedly heavy. This was Lu Suqing. She had accompanied Mu Qingshuang to collect medicinal herbs and upon exiting, witnessed the unfolding drama. The employees had informed them of the events, and the scene left Lu Suqing feeling immensely conflicted. Though she was aware that Su Che was the legitimate heir of the Su family and recognized his prowess, that knowledge had only been hearsay within the Qingyang sword sect. Moreover, Su Che had always treated her with singular focus, leading her to gradually overlook his status. The current spectacle undeniably struck her senses with a jarring force. How foolish I was to have previously looked down upon Su Che, Lu Suqing thought bitterly. Though I am the daughter of the sect master of the Qingyang sword sect, my status pales in comparison to his. Luoyun City may be home to countless cultivators, yet it is well known that only the 3 great sects, Qingyang sword sect, Lihua sect, and Yunxia sect, hold absolute sway. However, even these 3 sects are merely formidable within Luoyun City. Outside this place, they rank lowly in the vast expanse of Jizhou, let alone the entirety of the Great Zhou. At that moment, Lu Suqing fully comprehended the magnitude of Su Che's sacrifice in pursuit of her affection. Is sister Qingqing regretting her choices? Mu Qingshuang teased, her smile enchanting yet unintentional, capable of captivating any man. Regret? Upon hearing Mu Qingshuang's words, Lu Suqing fell silent, uncertain of how to respond. After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head. Why fate has never been intended to be bound by others. If I do not harbor affection, How can I regret? He is indeed worthy of admiration, Mu Qingshuang remarked, as if she had anticipated Lu Suqing's response. No need for excessive formalities, Su Che nodded in acknowledgement. Your Highness, shall I take care of these two? I assure you of a satisfactory resolution. Xiaope inquired, his expression revealing concern. Upon hearing this, Su Che nodded, recognizing Xiaope's apprehensions. After all, they were in Luoyun City, and as the city's master, it was his responsibility to oversee matters within his jurisdiction. Thus, Su Che did not wish to impose on him further and consented to Xiaope's request. He trusted that Xiaope would deliver a satisfactory outcome. Take them away. I shall personally oversee their interrogation upon my return, Xiaope commanded. Soon, the guards escorted the Qian uncle and nephew away. You should also depart. There is no need for you to remain here, Su Che said with a smile, observing Xiaope's demeanor. Though he was the scion of the Su family, it was widely known that the emperor treated him exceptionally well. Comparable to a prince, hence Xiaope dared not be negligent in his treatment of him. Acknowledging this, Xiaope realized that his presence would only be a hindrance and promptly withdrew. The crowd gradually dispersed, and the events that transpired here would undoubtedly echo throughout Luoyun City. The residence of the Qian family is dire, master. If you do not emerge soon, the third elder and the young master may lose their lives. At this moment, before the door, the steward of the Qian family spoke urgently. What is it? A deep and resonant voice emanated from within, followed by the emergence of a tall figure, his expression grave. This man was none other than Qian Quan, the patriarch of the Qian family. His strength was unfathomable. Even the members of the Qian family were unaware of the true extent of his power. Master, the young master. The steward quickly relayed the situation, though he deftly skipped over certain points where the family was at fault. Upon hearing this, Qian Quan's countenance changed dramatically. A surge of immense spiritual energy welled up within him. Forcing the steward to retreat several paces, his face a mix of shock and then elation. The master had grown even stronger. Su Che, this is Luoyun City, not the imperial capital. Qian Quan spoke coldly. However, though protective of his kin, he was not without reason. Xiaope, I hope you will show me some favor and refrain from pushing me to that point. Have the medicinal materials been gathered? Su Che returned to the money house, observing the young lady's dazed expression. He couldn't help but chuckle. It was the first time he had encountered such a look on Lu Suqing. It felt refreshingly novel. Lu Suqing snapped back to reality, instinctively nodding, but quickly shook her head again. There is one type of medicinal material that we do not have here. The Zhuhonghua was completely bought out a few days ago. If you are in urgent need, you must venture to Qingyang Mountain and try your luck, Mu Qingshuang explained. Qingyang Mountain? Su Che was slightly taken aback, wondering how they had suddenly returned to this topic. Could it be that Mu Qingshuang's premature appearance was meant to rectify this part of the narrative? Otherwise, Su Che couldn't fathom how Lu Suqing would continue the story without going to Qingyang Mountain. Beside him, Lu Suqing was also in a daze upon hearing Mu Qingshuang's words. Why was it Qingyang Mountain again? She had specifically come to Luoyun City to purchase medicinal materials to avoid that very place. Now, lacking the most crucial medicinal ingredient, the Zhuhonghua, it seemed that Qingyang Mountain was her only option. Moreover, Lu Suqing's need for the Zhuhonghua was quite pressing. This meant she had no choice but to embark on this journey to Qingyang Mountain. Lu Suqing couldn't help but recall the contents of Su Che's diary. Not even your money house has it? Su Che inquired, genuinely surprised. As this was the Mu family after all, a significant buyer came a few days ago and purchased all the Zhuhonghua we had in stock. Mu Qingshuang replied with a hint of regret. Had I known that the heart's desire of young Master Su's beloved was in need, I would have ensured to reserve at least one. Though her tone expressed regret, her thoughts were quite the opposite. After all, she wouldn't divulged to Su Che that she had seen his diary and had prepared accordingly in Su Che's diary. Mu Qingshuang was aware that Lu Suqing required Zhuhonghua, and upon witnessing Lu Suqing's arrival in Luoyun City, she had orchestrated this scene. Her ultimate aim was to ensure Lu Suqing would travel to Qingyang Mountain. As Mu Qingshuang was still exceedingly curious about the contents of Su Che's diary. Qingqing, there is no other option. We must head to Qingyang Mountain. Su Che feigned disappointment while internally expressing profound gratitude towards Mu Qingshuang. Very well, Lu Suqing nodded helplessly, then turned to Su Che, her voice sweet and mellifluous. Then let us make our way to Qingyang Mountain. Just as Su Che was about to nod in agreement, he suddenly felt something amiss. Wait, why is it we? Shouldn't it be you going alone? Suche pondered in confusion. He had never anticipated that Lu Suqing would invite him to accompany her to Qingyang Mountain. This was a scene that had never occurred in the original narrative. The crucial point was that given his character's persona, he could hardly refuse. The young lady gazed at him with wide eyes, a mischievous glint in her gaze, feeling quite pleased with herself. Indeed, even if she had to go to Qingyang Mountain, she could choose to go with Suche. With him by her side, she doubted that the events in the diary would unfold as predicted. At this moment, Lu Suqing's spirits were high. Meanwhile, Mu Qingshuang observed the scene, seemingly struck by a thought. Noting Lu Suqing's unusual behavior, she suspected that the latter was likely able to perceive Suche's diary just as she could. This development only added to the intrigue of the situation. Yu Qingshuang regarded Suche with a knowing smile. Very well, since Qingqing has extended the invitation, I shall naturally accept, Suche promptly responded. Even without your suggestion, I would not be at ease allowing you to venture to Qingyang Mountain alone in search of the Zhu Honghua. Continue your performance, both women thought, yet none chose to reveal the truth. In that case, I shall accompany you on this journey. What say you, young master and Miss Qingqing? Mu Qingshuang inquired. Her purpose for this journey was, of course, to be an audience to the unfolding drama, and to witness it firsthand. Having Sister Mu accompany us is splendid, Lu Suqing expressed her genuine delight. Miss Yuche had no objections either. Although he was uncertain of Mu Qingshuang's true intentions, having such a beautiful companion lifted his spirits considerably. Moreover, he was well aware that in the early parts of the original narrative, Mu Qingshuang harbored no ill will towards him. Thus, Suche felt quite at ease. The three swiftly began their preparations and set off without delay. Chapter 14. Self-Imagined Scenarios. Qingyang Mountain. Master, does this item you provided truly work? Deep within the forest, behind a massive stone, Yichun inquired. Not long ago, he had arrived here and discovered a Qingxin grass. This was a top-tier spiritual herb that, when properly processed, could significantly enhance one's spiritual consciousness. Such herbs were exceedingly rare, as the strength of spiritual consciousness was vital to alchemy. Recently, Yichun had been studying alchemy and was soon to become a first-tier alchemist. Thus, this Qingxin grass would be immensely beneficial to him. However, such spiritual herbs were naturally guarded by magical beasts. Nearby the Qingxin grass lay a white python, its scales glistening under the radiance of the setting sun. At that moment, the python appeared to be dozing, yet its tongue flickered in and out, revealing its alertness. This was a third-tier magical beast, comparable in strength to a human cultivator at the transformation stage. Known as the Qingxin python, which thrived alongside the Qingxin grass. Such a formidable creature was beyond Yichun's capacity to confront, but fortunately, the elder spirit residing in his ring, his master, had a plan. That was to lure it away. Rest assured, my method is a secret technique. It will undoubtedly succeed. The elder's voice resonated from the ring, calm and composed. Although the potion was quite ordinary and held little value, it was immensely tempting to the Qingxin python. Thus, diverting its attention temporarily would not pose a significant challenge. Upon hearing this, Yichun felt completely reassured. He held unwavering faith in his master's capabilities. After all, his master had transformed him from a waste into his current state within a month, which attested to the elder's formidable prowess. Therefore, Yichun had no doubts. Subsequently, he retrieved a pigeon from the ring, along with a vial containing a blue potion, which he sprinkled over the pigeon before releasing it. This special spirit pigeon, known for its intelligence, was not inexpensive, but for the sake of obtaining the Qingxin grass, it was undoubtedly worth it. The spiritual pigeon flapped its wings and soared into the distance, carrying with it the enticing scent of the potion. Soon, the Qingxin python stirred. Hiss! The python opened its eyes, displaying a flicker of confusion as it gazed in the direction of the fleeing pigeon. Its expression dazed it worked. Wei Qian concealed himself, suppressing his aura, his heart soaring with joy. Moments later, the Qingxin python began to move, its massive body slithering over the stones, swiftly disappearing from sight. Master, your potion truly works, Yichun exclaimed, his admiration for the elder growing even more profound. He had not anticipated that a potion made from ordinary herbs could have such an effect on a third-tier magical beast. Merely a trivial skill. As you grow, you will understand that what you see before you is but a fragment of this world, the elder responded gently. Now, hurry and collect the Qingxin grass. The effect of the potion will not last long. And the Qingxin python will soon return. Yi Chen nodded, immediately springing into action. He stepped out from behind the massive stone and rushed towards the location of the Qingxin grass. However, a surprised voice suddenly rang out. "Oh, this is actually Qingxin grass, and there are no magical beasts guarding it." The voice was melodious and familiar to him. It was her. Yi Chen's eyes lit up with excitement as the figure he had fallen for at first sight indeed appeared before him, Lu Suqing. Wait, why is there another stunning beauty beside her? Yi Chen's gaze quickly shifted to Mu Qingxuang, whose black gown accentuated her perfect figure, exuding an aura of mature allure. Yi Chen couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling himself falling for yet another enchanting beauty. She is simply too beautiful. Compared to Lu Suqing, this woman has an undeniable visual impact on men. I must have her as well, Yi Chen thought. But soon, he furrowed his brow, for between the two women stood someone he least wanted to see at that moment. Su Che. How did he end up here, and why was he in the company of these two stunning ladies? This fortuitous encounter ignited a blaze of jealousy within Yi Chen. He has regarded the two women as his own, and naturally, he is unwilling to see them walking so closely with other men. The three of them have also noticed Yi Chen's figure. Lu Suqing is speechless, wondering how she has encountered this person here. Truly a harbinger of misfortune. Meanwhile, Mu Qingxuang furrows her brow lightly. Although she does not know Yi Chen, his gaze makes her feel extremely uncomfortable. Isn't this the first round of our outer sect competition? Su Che chuckles. Su Che. Yi Chen's eyes blaze with fury, as the mention of that name brings back memories of the humiliation he cannot forget from the outer sect competition. What, do you wish to compete with us for this Qingxin grass? Su Che's demeanor suggests he does not regard Yi Chen as a threat. Su Che, do not go too far. Yi Chen speaks with a heavy tone, asserting that he was the first to discover the Qingxin grass and that he had also lured away the beast guarding it. His meaning is clear. He is informing Su Che who the true thief is. Since when did the world decree that a treasure belongs to whoever finds it first? Su Che scoffs, and even if I were to seize this Qingxin grass from you, what could you do about it? You? Yi Chen's face flushes with indignation. He knows he is no match for Su Che, whether in words or strength, and thus turns to Lu Suqing for assistance. Sister Qingqing, you are the daughter of the leader of the Qingyang sword sect, and we are disciples of the same sect. Yet Su Che bullies me. You must stand up for me. At this moment, Yi Chen's gaze is filled with hope, believing that Lu Suqing will support him. He is convinced that with her intervention, Su Che will surely relent. Moreover, judging by the words he overheard at the sect's entrance today, he is confident that Lu Suqing harbors feelings for him. Otherwise, she would not have immediately quarreled with Su Che after his departure. However, upon hearing this, Lu Suqing's brow furrows. Where did this presumptuous fool come from? Is he out of his mind? Yi Chen's gaze and tone deeply displease Lu Suqing, prompting her to coldly respond. Su Che is your senior brother, a fellow disciple. Why do you show him such disrespect? The implication of her words is clear. She has no intention of intervening and allows Su Che to bully Yi Chen. Yet, to Yi Chen, this conveys a different message. Sister Qingqing, I know you say this to protect me. Yi Chen gazes into Lu Suqing's eyes with deep emotion, lost in his own thoughts. I understand. You care for me. Rest assured, I have made a 3-year pact with Su Che. He dares not harm me here. This statement leaves Lu Suqing speechless, realizing that her words not only went unheard but have also emboldened Yi Chen further. If you dare to speak recklessly again, do not blame me for adhering to the sect's laws. Lu Suqing warns coldly, wishing she could eliminate Yi Chen if not for the sect's regulations. What nonsense is this? What are these two squabbling about? Su Che, observing from the side, is utterly bewildered. However, seeing Lu Suqing's expression, he realizes he must intervene. Otherwise, Yi Chen might truly meet a dire fate here. That would be the end of it. Thus, Su Che snorts disdainfully and strikes out with a palm, sending a wave of spiritual energy surging towards Yi Chen at blinding speed, catching him completely off guard. Yi Chen had never anticipated Su Che's sudden attack. Struck by Su Che, he is propelled backward, crashing violently against a boulder. Hurry and roll away. Su Che scoffs. Since he is opposing the protagonist, it is only natural to amplify Yi Chen's resentment towards him. This strike is a delightful indulgence for Su Che as a villain. For him, as long as it does not obstruct the plot's development, punishing Yi Chen is a trivial matter. Moreover, he knows this scene does not exist in the narrative, so he can confidently vie for the Qingxin grass. After all, who made him the antagonist? You. Yi Chen's face turns a mix of blue and red, his anger palpable. Retreat. You are no match for him at present. Hearing his master's words, Yi Chen grits his teeth, feeling extremely dissatisfied. Yet he has no better options. Su Che's strength looms over him like an insurmountable mountain, stifling his breath. Thus, the best course of action is to retreat. However, before he departs, he fixes his gaze on Mu Qingshuang. I do not yet know this esteemed lady's name. May I be so bold as to inquire? This question renders the remaining three speechless. Although they are already aware of Yi Chen's character in the narrative, Su Che cannot help but scoff. You were just calling Sister Qingqing, and now you are attempting to charm another woman? Only you could get away with that. Otherwise, you would have been dealt with long ago. Lu Suqing is equally tempted to cleanse her eyes, questioning the authenticity of Su Che's diary. Would I truly fall for such a person? Pa Mu Qingshuang's brow tightens. She has already realized that this person is Yi Chen, the one mentioned in Su Che's diary. Initially, she assumed he was a genius, but now it seems he is not only foolish but also utterly detestable. Were it not for the presence of others, his behavior alone would warrant 100 deaths. Sensing the atmosphere is growing tense, Yi Chen decides to make a hasty exit. However, before leaving, he tosses a parting remark to Mu Qingshuang. Fair lady, I am Yi Chen. May fate allow us to meet again. With that, his figure vanishes into the distance. What kind of mindless author could create such a protagonist? Su Che laments. The absurdity is that he finds himself inferior to the very character he is criticizing. Pondering this, Su Che glances at the two women beside him, a sense of annoyance swelling within him. Young Master Su, it seems you are not on good terms with this person. Would you like me to eliminate him for you? Mu Qingshuang smiles, though her eyes betray no hint of the murderous intent she harbors. Clearly, Yi Chen's recent behavior has ignited a desire for retribution in this icy woman. Hold on, you may not yet know each other. But in the future, he may very well be yours. If you kill him, what shall I do? This scene startles Su Che. He realizes that Mu Qingshuang and Yi Chen have yet to meet, and given her personality, if he does not intervene, Yi Chen might soon be in grave danger. Thus, Su Che clears his throat lightly, feigning indifference. He is but a petty clown, unworthy of concern. There is no need for you to trouble yourself over such trivial matters. Miss Mu Qingshuang nods slightly. Like Lu Suqing, she understands the underlying truth but chooses not to expose it. However, while killing is off the table, teaching him a lesson is certainly not excessive. Unbeknownst to the two, Mu Qingshuang gestures discreetly towards the rear. In an instant, a shadow vanishes into the forest, pursuing the direction in which Yi Chen had fled. This is infuriating. In the depths of the forest, a figure moves through the underbrush, appearing quite disheveled. This person is none other than Yi Chen. Having just suffered Su Che's attack, he is fortunate to have prepared ample healing potions before entering the mountains, thus escaping serious harm. Be cautious. I sense someone is following us from behind. The elderly spirit within the ring suddenly warns. Could it be that Su Che is trailing me? Yi Chen exclaims, cursing under his breath. No, it's not his aura. The spirit's words momentarily ease Yi Chen's worries. He fears Su Che might act unscrupulously and eliminate him before he can even defend himself. However, you must remain vigilant. Though this aura does not match Su Che's, it is not something you can contend with at present. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's expression tightens. He nearly forgets that he is in Qingyang Mountain, where any unfamiliar presence could be fatal. Just as he is on high alert, that presence suddenly closes in, and a man appears before him, blocking his path. This is a burly middle-aged man, towering and bearing a scar on his forehead, giving him a fearsome appearance. What do you want? Senior? Yi Chen asks in a low voice, unsure of the man's intentions. No counsel to offer. The middle-aged man replies coldly, I find you displeasing and wish to teach you a lesson. The man's intent is clear and ominous. Yi Chen's complexion changes. He had hoped to engage in civil discourse, but that notion seems utterly impractical now. The man is upfront about his hostile intent and clearly does not wish to be polite. As Yi Chen realizes he is no match for this man, he resolves that fleeing is the best option. However, the middle-aged man sees through Yi Chen's intentions, his voice low and mocking. I advise you to save your effort. Otherwise, it will not merely be a lesson. Yi Chen perceives the threat embedded in the man's words. He knows that remaining where he is may be safe, but attempting to escape could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he must abandon the idea of fleeing and instead asks, "Why do you trouble Amir Jr.? Simply because you have offended someone you should not have. Someone I should not have offended? Is this at someone else's behest?" A name flashes through Yi Chen's mind in an instant. Chapter 16. Third Order Magical Beast. Why Yi Chen has no time to ponder further, for the middle-aged man's attack is already upon him. So fast. Yi Chen felt a sudden jolt within his heart. He was confronted by a practitioner who had already entered the spirit transformation realm, and the disparity in their strengths was overwhelmingly vast. Although he had recently succeeded in condensing his qi, he found himself utterly defenseless against such a formidable opponent. In an instant, he was struck with a powerful punch, his internal organs seemingly rebelling against him. Yi Chen's figure was sent hurtling backward, his complexion paling to an alarming degree. Yet, this was merely the prelude. The middle-aged man, unsatisfied with his initial display of strength, rushed to Yi Chen's side and seized him by the collar. What followed was a relentless beating that left Yi Chen a mere shadow of his former self, his face bruised and battered. Such a worthless fool, daring to harbor delusions? The man scoffed as he tossed the now pitiful Yi Chen to the ground, delivering a final kick before vanishing from the scene. After a considerable duration, Yi Chen finally regained his composure. With great effort, he consumed a few medicinal pills, his eyes burning with a ferocious intensity as he growled, "Su Che, our feud is far from over." Indeed, upon discerning the intentions of the middle-aged man, Yi Chen had swiftly pieced together the truth. From the words spoken, it was evident that this individual was sent by Su Che, specifically to deal with him without getting his hands dirty. How infuriating! The anger coursing through Yi Chen caused him to inadvertently aggravate his wounds, eliciting a pained cry. His heart was filled with a potent mix of rage and frustration. For while the middle-aged man had not truly unleashed his full fury, he had nonetheless subjected Yi Chen to a significant ordeal, resulting in profound humiliation. Enduring such a blow to both body and spirit would have caused an ordinary person to faint outright. Yet, Su Che's actions only served to affirm that Yi Chen's existence had become a threat to him. True to his role as the protagonist, Yi Chen swiftly found solace in his own rationalizations. It must be Qingqing. Su Che is aware of her feelings for me, and thus he resorts to venting his frustrations through me. He mused, "Su Che, there will come a time when you will cower in fear, and I shall reclaim every ounce of humiliation I have suffered from you, in the stony pond." Su Che gently plucked the heart-cleansing herb. This spiritual herb was of utmost importance to him, and he vowed to offer other compensations upon his return. He glanced at the two women and spoke, "I possess the most exquisite alchemical skills, yet what I lack is an enhancement of my spiritual consciousness. This heart-cleansing herb is crucial for me. Its refinement could bring me closer to becoming a fourth-tier alchemist in our Su family. A fourth-tier alchemist is truly a rarity. Regardless of the circumstances, the enhancement of one's own strength is paramount." The two women had no objections. The heart-cleansing herb held little value for them, and it was better suited to be given to Su Che. "Let us be on our way." Just as Su Che was about to depart, a flicker of awareness crossed his features as a faint aura approached. Following this aura with his spiritual consciousness, he beheld a small white snake, nearly 2 feet in length, emerging from beneath a lotus leaf in the pond. The little snake cautiously extended its triangular head, its large eyes gazing at him with a mix of confusion, curiosity, and timidity. Is this the offspring of the heart-cleansing python? Su Che pondered, recognizing the extraordinary spirit within such a young creature. Disinterested in the snake, he prepared to leave. However, at that moment, a croak pierced the air, and a green figure lunged toward the white snake. Instantly, fear flashed across the little snake's face, its pitiful expression magnifying in Su Che's eyes, as if pleading for aid. Su Che halted, deftly forming a sword gesture with his fingers, and a 1-inch-long sword qi shot forth. Under this fierce assault, the assailant dared not confront it directly, leaping backward to land on a stone in the pond. With malevolent intent, it glared at Su Che, emitting a series of raspy croaks filled with murderous intent. "A frog?" The scene unfolded in a heartbeat, and when the two women regained their senses, they gasped in astonishment. A snake-eating frog. Su Che quietly identified the beast. This creature, adorned in a patchy, tiger-striped hide, was an enormous, grotesque amphibian that preyed upon heart-cleansing pythons. Lu Suqing quickly grasped the situation, her expression turning solemn. The snake-eating frog was a third-tier beast, comparable to a practitioner in the spirit transformation realm. The one before them appeared to be among the elite, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary spirit transformation practitioners. Given that her own strength barely reached the peak of chi condensation, she stood no chance against such a beast. It seemed that the true master of this territory had departed, allowing this creature to investigate and fortuitously stumble upon the little snake, Yuche remarked. His demeanor unchanged. It is merely a third-tier beast. It poses no real threat to me. The white snake, seemingly understanding his words, wriggled closer to his side within moments. The two women immediately tensed. Fear not. This little one harbors no ill intent. The heart-cleansing herb on me has led it to perceive me as its kin. Su Che extended his hand toward the little white snake, and to the astonishment of the two women, it swiftly coiled around his arm. The tiny head nuzzled affectionately against Su Che's skin, exuding an endearing charm that quickly melted the women's wariness and replaced it with delight. It is utterly adorable, Lu Suqing exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Do not be deceived by its cuteness. When angered, it could very well take your life, Su Che cautioned. Upon closer contact, he sensed the extraordinary nature of this little white snake. Despite its tender age, it was already a second-tier beast. Su Che speculated that if it continued to grow, it might one day ascend to become a ruler among beasts. The little white snake playfully rubbed against Su Che, radiating joy, while the snake-eating frog positioned itself on a nearby stone, becoming increasingly agitated. It seemed to sense the uniqueness of the little white snake, its mouth watering in anticipation. Yet, it refrained from making a rash move, wary of Su Che's presence, for beasts of its caliber possessed an inherent awareness of power. Nevertheless, its gaze remained fixated on the little white snake, the enticing allure of its prey overshadowing its caution. This third-tier pinnacle snake-eating frog understood that consuming the little white snake would render it immensely powerful, perhaps even allowing it to ascend to the throne of the beast realm. With this realization, the frog no longer hesitated, launching a surprise attack towards Su Che. Be careful, Lu Suqing instinctively shouted, her concern for Su Che palpable. While the little white snake sought refuge, fearing harm from the approaching beast, Ribbit. The croak erupted as the snake-eating frog leapt towards Su Che, its massive form descending with crushing force. The sheer weight of its body created a whirlwind of air, and any low-tier practitioner caught beneath its weight would surely be reduced to pulp. Yet, Su Che stood his ground, exuding an air of calmness as the snake-eating frog plummeted toward him, showing no inclination to evade. Lu Suqing, gripped by fear, felt her heart race, acutely aware that even a spirit transformation practitioner would be grievously injured or killed by such an assault. However, she soon gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. As the beast approached, Su Che initiated his counterattack. With a swift motion, he raised his hands, his internal energy surging, enveloping him in a faint, shimmering glow. Seizing the frog's front leg, he exerted force and slammed it down into the ground. A resounding crash echoed as stones erupted into the air. The immense body of the snake-eating frog left a deep crater in the earth, its form trembling as green blood seeped from its wounds. Revealing the severity of the blow, the Fusion Dan realm, Lu Suqing's eyes widened in disbelief, suddenly enlightened to Su Che's true strength. It dawned on her that he had already entered the Fusion Dan realm, which explained his fearless demeanor in the face of the snake-eating frog's aggression. Do Qingfang's expression mirrored her astonishment. Her gaze remained locked on Su Che, contemplating the implications. A 16-year-old in the Fusion Dan realm was an unparalleled talent since the founding of the Great Zhou dynasty. Having failed to land a blow and suffering grievous injury instead, the snake-eating frog displayed a flicker of fear in its eyes. Its awakened intellect made it acutely aware that this human youth was far superior in strength. Consequently, it began to contemplate retreat. In that instant, the frog's cheeks bulged, and a jet of green venom erupted from its mouth, transforming into a lethal projectile aimed directly at Su Che. The toxic liquid, upon contact with surrounding flora, caused them to wither away in an instant, stripped of all vitality. What a potent toxin, Su Che thought, a flash of surprise crossing his features. However, he reacted swiftly, sidestepping while scooping up the little white snake to shield it from harm. The venomous arrow struck a nearby tree, leaving dark, spreading scars along its trunk, which soon lost its vitality. the green leaves turning black and withering as branches drooped. The little white snake quivered in response, seeking refuge in Su Che's sleeve, trembling slightly. Seeing that its most powerful attack had been deftly evaded by Su Che, the fear in the eyes of the snake-eating frog intensified, accompanied by a resonant croak. It leaped with great urgency, seeking to escape into the distance. Observing this, Su Che made no attempt to hinder its flight, his gaze shifting instead to a particular direction. There, a presence even more formidable than that of the snake-eating frog drew near. Soon after, a massive white figure came into view, revealing itself to be an adult clear-heart python. Lu Suqing remarked, "This must be the elder of the little creature." Su Che sensed a familiar aura emanating from the python, akin to that of the little white snake concealed within his sleeve. It was evident that these two serpents were blood relatives. Indeed, the little white snake, sensing this aura, emerged from Su Che's sleeve. Its eyes wide with excitement as it gazed at the giant python, its tongue flickering in delight, exuding joy and affection. The giant python, having been lured away by Yi Chen using a spiritual dove, had traveled far, only to realize it had been deceived by an ordinary dove, prompting it to return to its territory in haste. However, as it approached its domain, it detected the presence of the snake-eating frog, stirring feelings of anger and unease. Its offspring resided within its territory, and should the snake-eating frog discover them, their lives would be in grave danger. Fortunately, it soon sensed the healthy aura of the little creature, allowing it to breathe a sigh of relief. Then, it spotted the snake-eating frog emerging, albeit in a dire condition, evidently gravely injured. The clear-heart python was overjoyed. They were natural enemies, having clashed countless times. Yet, their powers were closely matched, both being peak tier 3 magical beasts, making it difficult to determine a victor. Now, witnessing the snake-eating frog in a wounded state, the clear-heart python seized the opportunity, charging forward with great ferocity. Its tail lashed out with tremendous force. Crack! The snow-white scales glimmered magnificently under the radiant light, and the air crackled with the sound of its swift motion. The snake-eating frog's pupils dilated in terror. In its current state, it stood little chance of withstanding such an onslaught. Moreover, the clear-heart python held nothing back, determined to deliver a fatal blow. Thud. The python's tail struck the snake-eating frog with precision, producing a dull thud. The frog's corpulent body crumpled under the impact, releasing a mournful croak as its vitality swiftly ebbed away. Moments later, it was flung aside, crashing heavily to the ground, struggling briefly before falling silent, unmistakably succumbing to the clear-heart python's devastating strike. What an astounding display of strength! Lu Suqing exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. This was her first encounter with a life-and-death struggle between third-tier magical beasts, leaving her utterly astounded. It's coming towards us. After vanquishing the snake-eating frog, the clear-heart python immediately slithered toward the trio, its gaze fixated on Su Che, emanating an intensely captivating presence. Yet, it did not act rashly. It was evidently not foolish, recognizing that the snake-eating frog had been injured by the young man before it. More crucially, it noted that the little white snake was unharmed and seemed quite affectionate towards the youth. "Do not worry. It will not pose any threat to us," Su Che reassured calmly, unperturbed by the python's gaze. Hearing this, Lu Suqing felt a wave of relief wash over her. Indeed, with Su Che by their side, there was no need to fear the clear-heart python. Subsequently, the little white snake darted from Su Che's person, directly approaching the giant python. Its diminutive frame, measuring about 2 feet, appeared exceedingly small in comparison to the massive serpent. Is this truly a member of the same family? How can the size difference be so vast? Lu Suqing inquired with curiosity. It is likely more complex than it appears, Su Che speculated. Even a juvenile clear-heart python would typically be significantly larger than the little white snake. In Su Che's understanding, encountering a creature of such a small stature was indeed unprecedented. With a gentle rustle, the little white snake settled atop the clear-heart python's head, affectionately nuzzling against it while flicking its tongue, as if sharing an unspoken dialogue. The giant python coiled quietly above the stone pool, attentively listening to the little white snake's serpentine speech, occasionally revealing signs of astonishment and casting glances toward Su Che. Until the very last moment, the python's expression suddenly shifted, shaking its head repeatedly, seemingly in refusal of something. Yet, the little white snake's gaze remained resolute, and reluctantly, the python lowered its head, appearing to let out a sigh in the presence of the three onlookers. Then, the little white snake descended from the python, once again darting towards Su-che, while the python's eyes reflected a sense of reluctance. "Do you wish to accompany me?" Su-che began to comprehend the situation unfolding before him. Indeed, the little white snake nodded, its large eyes shimmering with hope. Su-che was taken aback. Had he inadvertently acquired a magical beast during his outing? But why him? Such fortuitous encounters were typically reserved for protagonists. And he merely considered himself a villain. Furthermore, he could not fathom what compelled the little white snake to follow him. Was there something about him that attracted it? Moreover, Su-che, relying on his intuition, could surmise that this little white snake was extraordinary. It exuded intelligence, and its bloodline was undoubtedly remarkable. "Are you truly willing to part with it?" Su-che asked the clear-heart python. Curious. One would expect that with such a descendant, the elders of its kind would be reluctant to let it stray, especially to accompany a mere human. The clear-heart python's gaze lingered on the little white snake for some time before it turned to Su-che and nodded emphatically. Clearly, there were secrets in their exchange that Su-che was unaware of. "Though I did take a clear-heart herb from you, it seems rather inequitable that I should care for your child," Su-che remarked. Upon hearing this, the clear-heart python immediately grasped Su-che's implication, its eyes widening in apparent indignation. After all, it had entrusted its offspring to this youth, yet he appeared dissatisfied. Did he not realize that the power of its descendants' bloodline was something even royal families would fear? "I am considering the well-being of your child. If it truly desires to follow me, I trust you do not wish for it to live in poverty," Su-che smiled, knowing full well the weight of his words. The two women beside him were momentarily taken aback. Poverty? If such words were to spread, they might bring tears to the eyes of those who truly lived in destitution. However, they quickly deduced Su-che's intentions. Upon hearing, the little white snake also transmitted thoughts to the clear-heart python, and Su-che could see the latter's expression of helplessness. It was evident that it had not anticipated that its child would turn its back so swiftly. Nevertheless, the little creature's words proved effective. The clear-heart python twisted its body and soon burrowed beneath the stone pool. Before long, it emerged from the surface of the water, its tail whipping towards Su-che. Simultaneously, Su-che felt a sudden stillness within himself. It was as if a colossal energy was awakening inside him, only to be met by another force. Both energies seeming to clash, Su-che's spiritual power churned incessantly, radiating outward and compelling the two women to retreat 10 paces, their expressions filled with astonishment. The intensity of Su-che's spiritual fluctuations was nothing short of terrifying. Even Mu Qingxuang had never before experienced such a magnitude of spiritual energy. However, in the face of such overwhelming force, the little white snake showed no signs of fear. Instead, it reveled in the energy, a look of ecstasy illuminating its countenance. Yet, this scene went unnoticed by all but the clear-heart python, which gazed at Su-che with a mix of awe and newfound respect. "What has happened to me?" Chapter 18. Have we mistaken the protagonist? Su-che felt as though he had awakened from an extended slumber, having dreamt a long dream. Yet upon waking, he could recall none of the events that transpired within that dream. However, as he regained his senses, everything before him remained unchanged. Then, Su-che beheld the object the clear-heart python intended to offer him, a seed. Encased in a verdant green husk, the exterior radiated an extraordinarily rich spiritual energy, truly remarkable. Upon viewing this seed, an inexplicable yearning surged within Su-che, a profound desire that he found impossible to resist. Confounded, he understood one thing with clarity. This seed was of utmost importance to him. "What is this?" Su-che inquired, for even with his knowledge, he could not ascertain its nature. The little white snake responded on behalf of the giant python. Gently nudging Su-che's palm, he quickly deduced its significance. Indeed, the little white snake nodded, its expression seemingly praising Su-che's insight. In that moment, Su-che's heart surged with excitement. To his astonishment, he realized that this was the seed of clear-heart grass. Should he succeed in cultivating it, he would have a continuous supply of clear-heart grass at his disposal, thereby rapidly enhancing his spiritual power. Although the effects of spiritual herbs are limited, the value of clear-heart grass is immeasurable. It is indeed a treasure. Yu Che had not anticipated the clear-heart python's generosity, offering such a grand gift. At that moment, his gaze toward the little creature softened considerably. Money can indeed buy favors. Although he was unsure why the little white snake chose to follow him, he recognized that acquiring this seed was undoubtedly thanks to its influence. The two women observed with a hint of envy. Who wouldn't feel warmth in their hearts upon witnessing such a precious gift? Nevertheless, they maintained their composure and harbored no covetous thoughts. Then I shall graciously accept it. Rest assured, little one, you will not suffer in my company. Su Che declared, accepting the seed of clear-heart grass, as it lay in his palm. The overwhelming desire within him intensified, as if something within his being yearned to consume the seed. Just then, as Su Che prepared to examine the seed closely, a tremendous force suddenly emerged from his palm. Yu Che inwardly exclaimed in dismay, as a sense of foreboding washed over him. If left unimpeded, it seemed that this seed was destined to vanish without a trace. The crux of the matter was that Su Che was uncertain about how to thwart this fate. Thus, he could only watch helplessly as the scene unfolded before him. Moments later, his pupils dilated in shock. For the seed had disappeared right before his eyes. Had it entered my body? With the last remnants of his perception, Su Che could only ascertain that the seed of the Qingxin herb had been drawn into his being by the force emanating from his palm. Suddenly, a frown creased his brow, as he felt a tumultuous surge of spiritual energy within him, reminiscent of the earlier disturbance. Another wave, as the two energies clashed and faced off within him once more. Su Che couldn't help but feel an urge to curse. Yet, despite his frustrations, he remained powerless to intervene, allowing them to wreak havoc within his body. However, this confrontation soon yielded a decisive outcome. He sensed that one of the energies had suddenly surged, as if bolstered by external assistance. Although the increase seemed marginal, it proved crucial in the delicate balance of their standoff. This energy swiftly seized control, causing the opposing force to retreat. Just as the latter was on the verge of being completely suppressed, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The retreating energy inexplicably surged, reclaiming control in an instant, and subsequently rendering the previous energy unable to resist. As Yu Che's spiritual fluctuations subsided, the intensity of this spectacle was staggering. It was as if he were witnessing two formidable energies locked in combat, capable of obliterating everything in their path. Yet, this dramatic display was as abrupt in its conclusion as it was in its onset, lasting only a fleeting moment, leaving Su Che drenched in sweat. Nevertheless, he soon perceived a change within himself. Not only had his spiritual energy ascended to the mid-stage of the Dan integration realm, but his consciousness also reached the pinnacle of the third tier, with only a hair's breadth separating him from the fourth tier. Could this be the effect of the Qingxin herb seed? He vaguely speculated, though a pained expression crept across his face. Regardless of the outcome, the transformation of a Qingxin herb into nourishment left him feeling significantly shortchanged. Indeed, from the earlier scene, Su Che surmised that the first energy, which had received assistance, must have devoured the seed of the Qingxin herb to gain a momentary upper hand. Yet, even so, it was swiftly subdued by the opposing energy. What could possibly be amiss? Su Che found himself at a loss regarding the changes within his body, especially since such occurrences had not transpired within the narrative. Could it be the system's doing? A bold hypothesis began to form in his mind. He couldn't help but call out to the system, inquiring, "System, is it you who intervened? Did you consume my Qingxin herb seed?" Initially, there was no response. Gradually, the system's voice echoed back to him. "Some matters will reveal themselves to the host in due time. But the disappearance of the Qingxin herb seed has also conferred substantial benefits upon you. Do you not dwell on the loss?" Very well, Su Che relented, acknowledging his lack of alternatives. However, this incident left him wary. He sensed something was amiss, yet lacked any tangible evidence to substantiate his suspicions. "Are you all right?" Lu Suqing approached, her voice laced with concern. The overwhelming aura of spiritual energy emanating from Su Che rendered her hesitant to draw near. He shook his head, and at that moment, a small creature suddenly descended, clinging to his arm. Su Che was startled, fearing that the little white snake had encountered trouble. After all, he had promised the Qingxin python to care for the little one. And if any harm befell it under his watch, it would be a difficult situation to explain. However, the Qingxin python exhibited no signs of panic or distress upon witnessing this scene. Rather, it radiated excitement. Su Che's gaze shifted to the little creature and realization dawned upon him. Had it broken through? He was taken aback. If he remembered correctly, when he first encountered the little one, it was merely at the initial stage of the second tier. How had it ascended to the third tier in such a short span? System, you must be mistaken. This little white snake is the true protagonist. Su Che couldn't help but exclaim. Please do not question the authority of the system. Came the cold response. Su Che affectionately ruffled the little one's head. Due to its sudden breakthrough, it appeared somewhat dazed, resembling a tipsy individual, which was utterly adorable. After safely tucking it close, he bid farewell to the Qingshin python and departed. Chapter 19. This is how a protagonist should be following this. Su Che and his companions left the clear pool and continued their search for the Zhuhong fruit within Qingyang Mountain. Given the recent events, would the main storyline be able to proceed smoothly? Along the way, Su Che pondered this question. The primary narrative within Qingyang Mountain was supposed to revolve around the blossoming romance between the male and female leads. However, it seemed increasingly challenging to continue on this path. After all, he had just dealt a resounding blow to Yi Chen. Although the physical damage was minimal, who could guarantee that Yi Chen remained on Qingyang Mountain? Su Che decided to set aside his concerns and focus on helping Lu Suqing find the Zhuhong fruit before returning to the sect. As the trio traversed Qingyang Mountain, they encountered a few reckless magical beasts. However, before Su Che could intervene, Lu Suqing had already dispatched them. After all, as a peak realm practitioner, she posed no threat to low-tier magical beasts, and it provided her with an opportunity to hone her skills. Yet, at that moment, a green figure lunged toward Lu Suqing, its fierce attack catching her off guard. Another third-tier magical beast? Su Che acted swiftly, pulling the girl to safety and preventing her from sustaining a potentially grievous injury. Lu Suqing's complexion paled slightly, clearly startled by the sudden attack. She was momentarily oblivious to the closeness of their bodies, her breath warm against him. However, Su Che was too focused on the green figure before him to notice the intimate moment. He recognized the creature's origin, the Qingyue wolf clan, a third-tier magical beast, though significantly weaker than the previously encountered snake-eating frog. Wasn't this the very beast that had assaulted Lu Suqing in the original narrative? Su Che mused. In the original storyline, this beast had attacked Lu Suqing, who, after a desperate struggle, awaited Yi Chen's rescue, leading to their emotional bond strengthening. Would I now assume the role of the hero in this scenario? Su Che felt a pang of discomfort. He had inadvertently usurped Yi Chen's glory, complicating their relationship further. Yet, there was no time for contemplation, for the Qingyue wolf resumed its assault. Its vicious claws came slashing toward them like a crescent moon accompanied by the sound of air being sliced. A formidable strike indeed. Su Che maintained his composure, deftly forming a sword technique with his fingers, a skill derived from his training in the Qingyang sword sect, known as the Qingyang sword technique, classified as a mid-tier spiritual level sword skill. This was the sect's signature move, and its power was evident, as the sect had been founded upon it.as the Grand Master of the Qingyang sword sect. Su Che was naturally qualified to practice such techniques. And for him, a spiritual level sword skill was quite ordinary. It is worth noting that all martial arts in the world are ranked, categorized into 5 levels: mortal, spiritual, mysterious, earthly, and heavenly, with each level further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Mortal level is the lowest, with the majority of practitioners training in this category. Spiritual level techniques generally form the foundation of sects, and the 3 major sects of Luoyun City practice techniques within the spiritual level. In contrast, mysterious level techniques are exceedingly rare, even among the elite families of the Great Zhou, with the highest secret arts belonging to this tier. Thus, a mid-tier spiritual level sword skill held little value in Su Che's eyes. Moreover, given his talent, he had long since mastered this technique. Consequently, a brilliant light erupted as a 2-inch-long sword chi coalesced at his fingertip. The sword chi radiated the might of the sun, sharp and formidable. With a flick of his finger, the blue sword chi surged toward the Qingyue wolf. Upon striking the beast's claw, a resonant clash echoed, followed by a chilling howl of despair. With a crack, the sound of shattered bones resonated. And while the blue sword chi dissipated into nothingness, its impact was alarming. The Qingyue wolf's claw was crushed, along with the bones of its forelimbs, leaving it incapacitated. The creature howled in agony, collapsing to the ground. Blood streaming from its wounds, he had indeed managed to cultivate the Qingyang sword technique to such an extent. Lu Suqing, witnessing Su Che's display, recognized the sword technique he employed, her eyes wide with astonishment. After all, Su Che had only been at the Qingyang sect for a year, and his time spent training in the Qingyang sword technique was less than 6 months. Yet, he had mastered such a formidable skill in such a short time. His comprehension was truly remarkable. It was no wonder that Su Che was often regarded as the foremost among his peers within the Great Zhou, excelling in both strength and talent. Such a person had come to the Qingyang sword sect for my sake. The girl felt a whirlwind of emotions. She gazed at Su Che, who stood protectively before her, her eyelids lowered, her feelings difficult to articulate. The power of the sword technique certainly lived up to its classification. Su Che nodded in satisfaction. This was his first time employing the Qingyang sword technique in combat, and the results were commendable. It was indeed a formidable move. However, he did not dwell on it for long. After wounding the Qinghua wolf, he resumed his contemplation of the main storyline. If all went according to plan, the Azure Moon Wolves have appeared, and Yi Chun should be nearby as well indeed. A voice swiftly approached and landed in this vicinity. Clad in grayish-blue attire, his figure slender, it was none other than Yi Chun, who had rushed over. However, upon his arrival, he instantly regretted it. For within his line of sight, aside from the Azure Moon Wolf, there were also 3 familiar figures, one of which was particularly detestable. "Junior brother Yi, what a coincidence, we meet again," Su Che remarked with a smile. Although the Azure Moon Wolf was a 3rd-tier magical beast, it had fortuitously encountered Yi Chun, who possessed the means to counter it, not to mention the assistance of an elder from his ring. Thus, this magical beast was no match for Yi Chun. Yet, his expression was decidedly grim. He had pursued the Azure Moon Wolf to this location, only to unexpectedly encounter Su Che once more. Moreover, he had witnessed the dire state of the Azure Moon Wolf, filling his heart with trepidation. Despite having broken through to the Qi condensation realm, dealing with a 3rd-tier Azure Moon Wolf would still require the help of his master, even with specialized countermeasures. However, seeing how Su Che had managed to inflict such severe injuries upon the Azure Moon Wolf in such a short span of time illustrated the terrifying extent of his power. At present, Yi Chun was far from being a match for Su Che, and he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Though 3 years seemed a long time, for cultivators, it was but a fleeting moment. Yi Chun began to doubt whether he could defeat Su Che in 3 years' time. Do not worry. With your master by your side, all you need to do is strive, and this concern will dissipate. The elder in the ring spoke, rousing Yi Chun from his thoughts. I almost lost my composure. A flicker of determination surged in Yi Chun's eyes. 3 years would be more than sufficient for him. With this conviction solidified, the spiritual energy within Yi Chun surged suddenly, and his expression relaxed. His realm had unexpectedly broken through to the mid-stage of Qi condensation. Goodness! Truly deserving of the title Child of Destiny, merely conversing with me has led to such an epiphany. Su Che was momentarily taken aback by this transformation. Even though he was already aware that the individual before him was extraordinary, he was still astonished by this sudden breakthrough. The 2 women also exchanged glances of surprise. They had gleaned from Su Che's journal that Yi Chun was the destined one of this world. Previously, they had not fully comprehended the significance of those 4 words, but now it became clear. For some, attaining a breakthrough was as effortless as drinking water, while for others, it was even simpler than that. Yi Chun was filled with joy, relishing his innate talent. Simultaneously, he observed the changing expressions of the 3 individuals opposite him, particularly the astonishment in the eyes of the 2 women, which brought him a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, I am as formidable as they come. Come forth and embrace me. Yet, the pressing matter at hand was clearly not this. Despite his newfound breakthrough, the disparity in strength between him and Su Che remained vast. Thus, he found himself in a predicament where neither advancement nor retreat was feasible. After all, he required the beast core of the Azure Moon Wolf. But the likelihood of snatching it from Yi Chun's grasp was virtually non-existent. Junior brother Yi, are you not going to greet your senior brother? Su Che's smile sent a chill down Yi Chun's spine. The more affable Su Che appeared, the more discomfort Yi Chun felt. Su Che, do not go too far. Yi Chun gritted his teeth. It seems junior brother Yi has healed well but has forgotten the pain. Su Che's expression shifted abruptly, his figure flashing before Yi Chun in an instant. In the next breath, he threw a punch. Boom! Yi Chun had no space to evade, and the punch struck his chest with force, sending him crashing into a tree, causing its branches to shake violently. Yi Chun had not anticipated that Su Che would resort to violence without provocation. Blood spewed from his mouth as he glared at Su Che, his eyes aflame with rage. Having endured 2 brutal beatings in quick succession and only just recovering thanks to the elixirs crafted by his master, he found himself dealt another blow by Su Che. The humiliation was unbearable, and had he not been outmatched, he would have charged at Su Che in a fit of rage. Endure for now and calm the storm. Do not act impulsively, the elder in the ring transmitted, helping Yi Chun regain his composure. Indeed, he had previously endured being mocked as a waste, so he could withstand this moment as well. After all, with the 3-year agreement in place, Su Che would not dare to truly harm him. Senior brother Su, what do you intend to do? Yi Chun's tone softened significantly. Upon hearing this, Su Che shook his head, feeling a sense of boredom wash over him. Indeed, just a waste. With that, he mocked Yi Chun before departing the scene. His objectives had been achieved, and he had relished the opportunity to beat Yi Chun. Thus, he saw no need to involve himself further in the unfolding drama. After all, he had already saved Lu Suqing on the protagonist's path and helped the protagonist severely injure the Azure Moon Wolf. The plot had returned to its intended course. As for the burgeoning romance between the male and female leads, it seemed less significant. After all, he had drawn a considerable amount of Yi Chun's animosity, effectively streamlining the main storyline. Let us hope you do not squander my efforts. Grow quickly, for if you remain this weak, it will be exceedingly dull, Su Che mused to himself. The journey ahead was fraught with challenges. Chapter 20. Can this be perfect? Regardless, this journey's harvest had far exceeded my expectations. After Su Che's departure, Yi Chun struggled to rise from the ground, his steps unsteady as he approached the Azure Moon Wolf, a smile illuminating his face. However, in his excitement, he inadvertently aggravated the wound on his chest, eliciting a pained cry. He hastily consumed a healing elixir, feeling a pang of regret. All the healing potions he had prepared for this descent were now depleted, and he had invested significantly, expecting them to last a considerable duration, only to find them exhausted here. Cursed be this fate. Yi Chun seethed with anger, for his current predicament was entirely due to Su Che's actions. Having been beaten 3 times in one day, had it not been for the formidable master behind him, his body would likely have succumbed long ago. Furthermore, he recalled the Qingxin grass, which had also been taken by Su Che. The feeling of having crafted a garment for another only deepened Yi Chun's frustration. Fortunately, this journey had also yielded unexpected rewards. Not only had he broken through the ordinary realm, but he had also experienced a moment of enlightenment. Successfully reaching the mid-stage of qi condensation, it was remarkable to think that merely a month prior, he had been a waste. If this speed were to spread, it would surely astonish the world. Of course, the most crucial prize was the beast core of the Azure Moon Wolf, which had been his primary objective for this expedition. Su Che, I ought to thank you for helping me deal with this Azure Moon Wolf. It has saved me from revealing my trump cards. Yi Chun smiled wryly. After all, acquiring this beast core had required no effort on his part, and with Su Che's assistance, his displeasure was significantly alleviated. In fact, Yi Chun even felt that the 3 beatings he had endured were worth it. Subsequently, Yi Chun delivered the finishing blow to the severely injured Azure Moon Wolf, extracting its beast core. His smile radiant. Although he could not fathom why Su Che had not taken the 3rd-tier magical beast's core for himself, now that he had acquired the prize, he swiftly prepared to leave. He feared that Su Che might remember the core and return to claim it, leaving him with no means to defend himself. Meanwhile, Su Che walked along, when suddenly he halted, a hint of regret crossing his features. What is it? The 2 women turned to him, puzzled that I was so preoccupied with teaching Yi Chun a lesson that I completely forgot about the Azure Moon Wolf. He confessed, a 3rd-tier magical beast was indeed a valuable prize. Then what are we waiting for? We can return, Mu Qingshuang remarked nonchalantly. Forget it, even if we go back, we cannot retrieve it. It will only benefit that waste Yi Chun, Su Che replied, shaking his head. Upon witnessing this, the 2 women instantly grasped that Su Che was merely feigning forgetfulness. It was evident he had intentionally left the core for Yi Chun. They could only imagine how Yi Chun would feel if he knew that the person he despised most was constantly hoping for his rapid growth. he would surely be driven to madness. The two women chose not to expose him, recognizing that Suche remained oblivious to the fact that they could read his journal. They understood that revealing this would spoil the fun. So they cooperatively nodded in agreement. Mu Qingshuang, with a hint of mischief, suggested, "I find that little brat somewhat displeasing. Shall I find someone to deal with him? I guarantee it will be done thoroughly." Leaving no trace behind. At her words, Suche broke into a cold sweat. He was well aware of Mu Qingshuang's character. She was capable of anything. Despite her stunning appearance, her methods of backstabbing were highly skilled. Although Mu Qingshuang was a scion of the Mu family, her circumstances within the family were not particularly favorable, which had cultivated her ruthless disposition. This thought, Suche shivered involuntarily, realizing one of the primary reasons he might fall to Yichun was precisely due to Mu Qingshuang's potential betrayal. While he was quite eager for her to eliminate Yichun, the plot did not allow for such actions. Thus, Suche quickly shook his head, urgently dissuading Mu Qingshuang from this dangerous notion. "Miss Mu, I have previously stated that Yichun is merely a waste. Even if given more time, he could only gaze at my back if I were to worry about such a waste. I would not be worthy of being the heir of the Su family." His words dripped with confidence, brimming with pride, as he regarded Yichun with utter disdain. "Young Master Su is right. I must seem foolish," Mu Qingshuang replied, her smile tinged with slight apology. "Foolish? If you are foolish, then this world has no room for foolishness." Suche could not help but retort inwardly, to set aside the fact that I was ultimately deceived by Mu Qingshuang. It is evident that a woman who has established a vast commercial empire cannot be foolish, and of course, these are merely subsequent developments. Suche felt a twinge of emotion. Subsequently, he accompanied Lu Suqing into the mountains, where they discovered the Zhuhong fruit. This spiritual herb, while valuable, pales in comparison to the Qingxin grass, thus the guarding magical beasts were of a lower level. Without needing Suche's intervention, Lu Suqing handled the situation herself. After collecting the Zhuhong fruit, the three of them departed from that place. "Young Master Su, should you find yourself with leisure in the future, do come visit the money house. I shall ensure you are well entertained." Mu Qingshuang's words, coupled with her appearance, easily lend themselves to misinterpretation. However, Suche was clearly aware of the underlying implications in her statement. Their next encounter would coincide with the unfolding of Mu Qingshuang's storyline. "I shall certainly make time for a visit," Suche replied with a slight smile. He then returned to the sect with Lu Suqing. After their departure, a robust figure appeared in the vicinity. It was the same middle-aged man who had previously given Yichun a thorough beating. "Have you completed your task?" Mu Qingshuang's expression regained its icy demeanor. "That brat is too fragile. A few punches and he could very well perish," the middle-aged man remarked. "Do not underestimate him," Mu Qingshuang replied coolly. "Despite your beating, he emerged unscathed," which is no simple feat. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man began to understand. "What does the young lady mean?" Mu Qingshuang replied indifferently. "From now on, whenever you encounter him, teach him a lesson just as you did today." Ding, current storyline completed. Proceeding to storyline evaluation. Ding, congratulations, host, on achieving a perfect score. "What? I must have misheard," Suche thought as he returned to his courtyard. Just as he settled down, he received the system's notification, leaving him momentarily stunned. To achieve a perfect score under such circumstances made Suche question the system's sanity. Could it be that the seeds of Qingxin grass had somehow compromised the system? Not dwelling on it further, as the system rewards were simultaneously dispensed. Chapter 21. It's not easy being a sycophant. Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the current phase of the storyline. You have received a reward. Ding, congratulations, host, on acquiring the basic automatic cultivation feature. Automatic cultivation. The host will engage in automatic cultivation without restrictions, with the speed dependent on the host's innate talent. What a splendid boon! Upon seeing the reward, Suche's eyes widened with astonishment. Cultivation can be quite tedious, but if it were automated, it would transform into a most delightful endeavor. Moreover, this feature operates continuously, which implies that while others dine, his cultivation progresses, and while others slumber, his power also flourishes. Unexpectedly, in an instant, he has become a dedicated genius. Suche felt quite satisfied. He could now sense the spiritual energy flowing within him, the cultivation speed mirroring his own efforts, attempting to circulate his spiritual energy. He was instantly filled with surprise, as he discovered that his active cultivation did not impede the automatic process. This meant that the fruits of his future labors would yield double rewards. Truly, the system's offerings are formidable. After claiming the system's rewards, Su Che did not remain idle. He opened his diary, and his thoughts began to flow. Unexpectedly encountering Mu Qingxuang so early in Luoyun City. I distinctly remember that her storyline had yet to unfold. However, I must admit, Mu Qingxuang possesses a striking appearance, far more mature than Lu Suqing. Among the heroines, her figure stands out the most. Today was quite exhilarating, having given Yi Chun a few good thrashings. It was quite refreshing, as one must seize the opportunity to beat the male lead early on. Nonetheless, I did save that lad. Had I not intervened, Mu Qingxuang would have surely ended his life, too ruthless, considering he is to be your future husband. My performance today leaves much to be desired. It felt forced and somewhat stiff. But given the characterizations in the storyline, no glaring flaws were evident. How amusing. I can only imagine Yi Chen still reveling in his own self-satisfaction, thinking that the Qingyun Wolf's beast core was deliberately left for him. Yi Chen, I beseech you to grow stronger quickly. By the way, my turn to appear in the storyline comes tomorrow. That wretched author has thoroughly depicted me as a sycophant. Occasionally, I must confess my feelings, only to be met with rejection. There is never any resolution. If memory serves, tomorrow's confession will take place at Yaofeng, as Lu Suqing needs assistance refining the Zhuhong fruit. Coincidentally, Yi Chen will be at Yaofeng as well, showcasing his alchemical prowess, flaunting in front of everyone. Not only did it infuriate me, but it also surprised Lu Suqing. Women, truly foolish. Upon reaching this point, Su Che closed his diary, having sufficiently vented his frustrations. He would save further commentary for the following day's events. However, he hoped that while confessing, he could also refine the Qingxin grass, wishing for the storyline to proceed without any unexpected twists. Afterward, Su Che received a reward for his diary entry, resulting in a modest boost to his cultivation, firmly solidifying his mid-stage Dan integration realm. In Luoyun City, Mu Qingxuang had just donned a red qipao and leaned against her bed when she received a notification regarding the update of Su Che's diary. Eagerly, she opened it. The first two lines, where Su Che praised her figure, brought a satisfied smile to her face. However, upon reading the terms female lead and the ensuing content, her expression shifted dramatically. Female-led? Future husband? Is this referring to me? Confusion etched across Mu Qingxuang's face. Her mood soured instantly. With Lu Suqing as a precedent, she quickly grasped the implications of these words. This indicated that she and Lu Suqing shared a similar fate, both destined to be entangled with Yi Chen. Realizing this, Mu Qingxuang's expression turned icy. Naturally, she harbored no fondness for Yi Chen. Had it not been for Su Che's intervention, he would likely have already been a corpse. Yet now, knowing that she might be linked to such a person, her murderous intent toward Yi Chen surged to its pinnacle. She nearly called for someone to dispose of him. However, considering the strange appearance of this diary, Mu Qingxuang ultimately restrained herself. I refuse to believe I can actually follow this diary's directives. Qingyang Sword Sect. Within the inner courtyard, in Lu Suqing's chamber, the young lady had just completed her cultivation. As was her custom, she opened Su Che's diary, engrossed in its contents. So, the lady she encountered today is named Mu Qingxuang, and she is also a female lead. Humph, what of her fine figure? The young girl cast a sour glance at her own chest. Muttering, I still have room to grow. Su Che is going to confess to me again tomorrow, Lu Suqing murmured. This was not surprising, as during his first year in the Qingyang Sword Sect, he had frequently declared his feelings for her, a routine to which the disciples had long since grown accustomed. Naturally, she was no exception. Moreover, in previous instances, Lu Suqing had barely acknowledged his advances, remaining aloof. Thus, her reaction should have been customary, yet her mood grew increasingly complex. Why am I overthinking this? I'll just act as usual tomorrow. Why Yi Chen is actually an alchemist. But if his character is lacking, what does it matter if he is an alchemist? If that guy dares to show off in front of me tomorrow, he won't leave unscathed, Lu Suqing declared coldly. Upon reaching the end, the young lady, incensed, closed the diary, a faint blush creeping onto her delicate face. This was entirely due to Su Che's provocations. After all, he always found a way to insult her in his diary, yet pretended to be deeply affectionate in her presence. Hypocritical. Who wouldn't be enraged by such behavior? Su Che, just you wait.
If you wish to confess, I shall ensure it does not go smoothly. The young lady huffed in indignation. Comfortable. The following morning, Su Che awoke, sensing the growth of spiritual energy within him, and a good mood blossomed from that very moment. Hiss! The little white snake flicked its tongue, rubbing against his arm in a manner that seemed quite endearing. Su Che felt a chill on his arm, lifting the little white snake into his palm for a closer inspection. Since parting with the Qingshin python yesterday, the little creature had entered a state of slumber. Only now awakening, he also noticed that its strength had stabilized at the 3rd tier, and intriguingly, a hint of gold had appeared in its serpentine eyes. Subtle, yet distinctly different from the Qingshin python lineage. Could it be that I have raised a divine beast? Su Che speculated. However, he did not dwell on it for long, addressing the little white snake. I can't keep calling you little one, since you are quite white. From now on, I'll call you Xiao Bai. The little white snake understood Su Che's words, hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement with the name. Now, it was time to confess. Sigh, being a sycophant is not easy. Chapter 22. The success rate of confessions. Good morning, senior brother. Exiting his small courtyard, Su Che made his way toward the main peak. Along the way, he encountered numerous fellow disciples, all offering their greetings. The disciples held a favorable view of Su Che, the senior brother, as he never carried an air of superiority despite his status. Such humility was a rarity that endeared him to others. Moreover, individuals of such caliber, adept at pleasing others, are seldom provoked by fools. It is abundantly clear that Yi Chun is one among them. Early on, Su Che responded with a smile, inquiring of one among them. Have you seen your senior sister? Upon hearing these words, the individual comprehended whom Su Che was seeking, for within the entire Qingyang sword sect, there was but one person who lingered in Su Che's thoughts, Lu Suqing. I saw my senior sister heading to Yaofeng, the disciple replied promptly. Indeed, as anticipated, Su Che nodded and made his way toward Yaofeng. I asked the senior brother going to confess again. Indeed, it seems so. What a pity. Let us go and see for ourselves, murmured the passing disciples. They harbored a modicum of sympathy for Su Che, as he was likely to encounter yet another setback. Yaofeng, a most unique location within the Qingyang sword sect, as it is the gathering place for all alchemists of the sect. The elixirs of the sect are sourced from the disciples and elders of this peak. The elder of Yaofeng is a 3rd-tier alchemist, whose standing commands respect even from the sect leader. As Su Che approached Yaofeng, he inhaled the rich fragrance of medicinal herbs that was both invigorating and delightful. At the entrance, disciples were bustling about. Upon seeing Su Che, they all greeted him with respect. Has your senior sister arrived at Yaofeng? Where is she now? Su Che inquired. In the main hall, came the response. Upon hearing this, Su Che promptly made his way to his destination. Clutching a bouquet of wildflowers he had casually picked from the roadside. This was, of course, a thoughtful preparation for his impending confession. The main hall served as the principal edifice of the alchemy peak, where the alchemical chambers were also located. Moreover, this locale was bustling with people, making it an ideal setting for a confession. Su Che felt quite satisfied. After all, he was bound to fail in his confession. And coincidentally, Yi Chun was present, serving as an unlikely protector of the flowers. As Su Che pondered the unfolding narrative, he arrived at the main hall. Upon entering, his gaze immediately fell upon a captivating silhouette. It must be said, Lu Suqing was indeed strikingly beautiful among the throng. She effortlessly captured attention, her cool demeanor imbued with youthful innocence, a combination that rendered her the most radiant sight in that place. The senior brother has arrived, yet, all at once, the atmosphere shifted with Su Che's entrance. Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed. All eyes turned towards him as the youth clad in white strode in, exuding an exceptional aura. Lu Suqing also noticed Su Che, her enchanting eyes glinting with a hint of surprise, her spirits inexplicably lifted. What is this pretentious display? Is he merely a pampered child from a wealthy family? In the crowd, a youth clad in gray gritted his teeth, glaring at Su Che with eyes ablaze with anger, tinged with jealousy. He too was a scion of a prominent family, yet having fallen into disgrace. He was cast aside by his clan, enduring hardship alone ever since. Otherwise, he would have been as illustrious as Su Che. Ching. Su Che bypassed the gazes of others and rushed towards Lu Suqing, exclaiming joyfully. Since this was a confession, It was imperative to create an atmosphere uniquely suited for it. Such surprise, akin to encountering the object of one's affections unexpectedly, ought to be convincingly portrayed. The senior brother is confessing again. This time, the outcome will likely be no different. The sister's heart is clearly not with the senior brother. Alas, if even the senior brother cannot capture the sister's gaze, I find it hard to imagine who could possibly win her heart. It's he, least it won't be you. The disciples within the hall exchanged sentiments upon witnessing this scene. Humph, Ching belongs to me. You, a mere pest, are wasting your efforts, Yi-Chen muttered to himself from a corner, observing the unfolding drama. Despite his brief time in the sect, he was well aware of Su Chei's frequent declarations of love towards Lu Suqing, and he understood the inevitable outcome. You clowns, do you really believe you can win Qingqing's heart? Yi-Chen's gaze swept disdainfully over the other disciples, brimming with self-satisfaction. Ridiculous, little did they know that Qingqing's heart already belonged to me. Clearly, at this point, he was increasingly convinced that the young lady had indeed fallen for him at first sight. Well then, the next act should be her displaying a disdainful countenance towards me. Followed by my confession, Su Che had already envisioned the subsequent progression of events. However, he was abruptly taken aback when he noticed a sweet smile blossoming on the young lady's face, directed at him. What on earth? Is this a dream? Lu Suqing is smiling. She is smiling at me so gently. Su Che rubbed his eyes to ensure he was not mistaken. Goodness, could it be that this infatuated girl has lost her mind? Su Che hurried to the young lady's side, his mind swirling with confusion. Su Shixiang. The young lady's next words left Su Che even more bewildered. What is this Su Shixiang? And why do you address me so tenderly? Even with a hint of intimacy? You cannot possibly know my intent today, can you? My dear, I am here to confess my feelings, and you are making this exceedingly difficult for me. Qingqing, you. The young lady's unusual demeanor rendered Su Che at a loss for words. This scene was not part of the narrative he had prepared. What? Su Shixiang is not here to confess to me? Lu Suqing blinked her eyes, her mischievous gaze sparkling. She observed Su Che's reaction with great amusement, her heart brimming with delight at the performance. Acting? Who cannot? She intended to put on a show before Su Che, eliciting a shiver of excitement. Wait, you actually know I'm here to confess? Then why are you behaving like this? Su Che lamented inwardly, steeling himself. Indeed, Qingqing, I like you. I fell for you at first sight. My affection for you is as enduring as the sun and moon, as steadfast as the mountains and stones. One must admit, had Lu Suqing not perused his diary beforehand, she would have been unable to detect even a hint of insincerity in his declaration. The depth of his emotion nearly moved her to tears. Alas, this hypocritical fellow, I have long since seen through your ruse. The young lady's heart simmered with indignation. This facade of sincerity contrasted sharply with the contents of his diary, leaving her feeling quite unsettled. Meanwhile, Su Che was internally applauding himself. With such favorable circumstances, he had unwittingly assumed the role of an utterly devoted suitor. Hasten to reject me, for then I shall return to concocting my elixirs. By the way, Yi-Chen ought to make his entrance soon. Su Che quickly received the young lady's response. I agree. Very well, that you agree is sufficient. Su Che instinctively prepared to deliver another impassioned speech before making his exit. But he quickly realized something was amiss. What on earth? Why did you agree? How can you agree? This is a confession, dear sister. Your agreement puts me in a most precarious position. My very language is failing me. Though he mentally berated the situation 1,000 times over, given the circumstances, Su Che had no choice but to play along, continuing to uphold his role as the devoted admirer. Really? That's wonderful. Qingqing, do you know? I am so overwhelmed with emotion I could see our white. Su Che grasped the young lady's hands fervently, his gaze brimming with sincerity, and indeed, he managed to squeeze out a couple of tears. Lu Suqing was momentarily taken aback. She had never anticipated Su Che would suddenly act in such a manner. However, before she could utter a word, the youth before her took an even bolder step, pulling her into an embrace. The young lady's cheeks flushed crimson. She had never been embraced by a male before. Such intimate contact left her momentarily dazed. Yet, noticing Yi-Chen lurking in the corner, she refrained from pushing Su Che away, allowing him to hold her. This scene astounded all those present. The senior brother is truly making progress. The couple I ship is finally getting together. I'm in tears. Goodness, the senior brother is impressive. In an instant, the crowd was filled with a mixture of envy and excitement, for they had witnessed Su Che ardently pursue Lu Suqing for an entire year. And if this were to succeed, it would finally culminate in a grand conclusion. Within the hall, however, there were also those consumed by jealousy. None understood this better than Yi Chun. Initially, upon seeing Su Che's confession, he had no strong reaction, even planning to enjoy the spectacle. After all, it was well known in the Qingyang sword sect that Su Che's confessions had never yielded favorable results. Thus, he expected this time to be no different. He intended to watch Su Che embarrass himself before making his own grand entrance. Yet, the unfolding events were entirely contrary to his expectations. How can Qingqing agree? Not only that, but Su Che dares to engage in such intimate actions. This realization infuriated Yi Chen. Moreover, what enraged him further was Lu Suqing's complete lack of resistance, leaving him with no opportunity to play the hero and rescue her. Su Che sensed a murderous glare directed at him. Following the source, he discovered it was none other than Yi Chun. What the hell? Surely these two aren't still quarreling. Is Lu Suqing using me as a pawn to provoke Yi Chun? Su Che found himself perplexed. After all, in the narrative he was aware of, Lu Suqing and Yi Chun's relationship was supposed to be in a phase of ascension, not this. Regardless, holding a stunning beauty in his arms, even a paragon of virtue like Su Che found it somewhat overwhelming. Nevertheless, he was determined to maintain his character. Well, though the female lead's demeanor appears somewhat unusual, I must uphold my own persona. Otherwise, the plot will collapse entirely. Thus, Su Che resolved to take another step closer, cradling the young lady's head, ready to press his lips against her cherry-red ones. This moment jolted Lu Suqing awake. Su Che confessed his feelings to her, and she accepted. In front of the crowd, Su Che embraced her, their bodies in close proximity, sending shivers down her spine. However, Lu Suqing managed to endure it. After all, as long as it could prompt Yi Chen to send a private message, this minor humiliation was bearable. Yet, now Su Che insisted on kissing her in front of everyone, which left Lu Suqing with no choice but to cease her act. Otherwise, her reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. In that moment, she forcefully pushed Su Che away, exclaiming in anger, "You scoundrel, seeking your own demise." With that, she unsheathed the sword at her waist and aimed it directly at Su Che. The attack was merciless, clearly indicating that Su Che's actions had thoroughly provoked the young woman. What the hell? Has this woman gone mad? Is she suffering from a split personality? Su Che was taken aback by Lu Suqing's reaction, but fortunately, the disparity in their strengths allowed him to evade the strike with a swift movement. "Qingqing, what are you doing?" Although Su Che's expression was far from pleasant, his heart raced with excitement. This was the Lu Suqing he recognized. Thankfully, his spectacular display had salvaged the narrative. As long as the protagonist remained unchanged, all would be well. "Why are you asking me?" The young woman's face flushed with anger. Had her reaction been even a fraction slower, her first kiss would have been lost. What was even more infuriating was that this guy had the audacity to appear wronged, when it was she who had suffered. Although she acknowledged her reaction was indeed excessive, having drawn her sword was a reflex, and she could not hold it against herself. Su Che, as the eldest disciple of the Qingyang sword sect. How could you engage in such despicable acts? At that moment, it was finally Yi Chen's turn to make an appearance. Seeing Lu Suqing no longer able to bear it, he immediately stepped forward. Speaking with righteous indignation, in terms of strength, he was far from Su Che's match, but this was the Qingyang sword sect, and with their 3-year agreement looming, Yi Chen believed Su Che would not dare to act against him. Moreover, his words were grounded in reason, leaving no room for rebuttal. At last, my protagonist has arrived. This is how it should be. Showcase your righteousness before the heroine, and let everyone see that you are the one most deserving of Lu Suqing. However, upon witnessing Yi Chen's sudden intervention, Lu Suqing was rendered speechless. Especially at his words, her expression darkened. She offered him no friendly demeanor, coldly retorting, "What does this have to do with you? Why are you everywhere? A nuisance, aren't you? Qingqing, I know you are concerned for me. Rest assured, this is the sect, and there are rules in place. He wouldn't dare to act against me." Yi Chen, undeterred by Lu Suqing's thoughts, had already formed a biased impression, believing her words were in his favor and that he held great significance in her heart. Indeed, as expected, Their feelings for each other must be quite profound. Su Che quickly realized the situation. Understanding that Lu Suqing must be worried about him confronting Yi Chun, hence her unusual behavior. Truly, as the first female lead in the narrative, she was remarkably astute. What the hell? Lu Suqing could no longer contain herself and let out a curse. Where on earth did this fool come from? Is he truly that oblivious? Ching, you would draw your sword against me for a disciple who has only recently joined the sect. On this side, Su Che felt it was time for him to speak up, intending to escalate the tension. Thus, he feigned deep sorrow and disbelief, as if he had suffered a grave blow, prompting tears from those present. Chapter 24. A heartfelt effort I did not. Although she was aware Su Che was performing, his words nonetheless elicited an inexplicable pang in Lu Suqing's heart, prompting her to respond immediately. Such a reaction momentarily startled Su Che, as he suspected Lu Suqing might start another scheme, and thus preferred not to continue lamenting. Since he had already completed his confession, despite some turbulence in the process, the outcome had evidently not deviated. Therefore, he resolved to seek out a pharmacy to refine some clear heartgrass to enhance his spiritual awareness. Ching, I heard you intend to refine crimson fruits. I happen to possess a unique method that can enhance their potency. Observing Su Che's downcast expression, Yi Chen recognized his opportunity and spoke with self-satisfaction. He tousled his hair and struck a handsome pose, instantly becoming the center of attention. Alchemy? Yi Chen is actually an alchemist. The crowd, not lacking in intelligence, grasped the implication of Yi Chen's words, and their faces were filled with astonishment. Alchemists were an exceedingly esteemed profession, and how young Yi Chen was, if true, his status within the sect would undoubtedly soar, making him a prime candidate for cultivation. In an instant, many disciples cast envious glances his way, some contemplating whether to forge closer ties with Yi Chen. Wow, junior brother Yi Chen is incredibly handsome. Junior brother Yi Chen is actually an alchemist? A young alchemist like this is truly extraordinary. I wonder what tier of alchemist he is. At such a young age, even if he is only a first-tier alchemist, he is still a prodigy in alchemy. Listening to the crowd's praises, Yi Chen felt as though he were floating. He remained silent, maintaining his cool demeanor as he gazed at Lu Suqing in his view. Once he revealed his identity as an alchemist, the young woman would inevitably become infatuated with him and would never reject his goodwill. After all, the same herbs could yield different effects in the hands of different alchemists. With his master's assistance, his refining techniques were naturally excellent. It was no exaggeration to say that Yi Chen was confident in his alchemical skills. Lu Suqing was speechless, looking at the greasy man before her. She could not comprehend how he could be so shameless. Did he not notice her evident disdain for this Yi Chen? No need. I can find someone else to refine it, Lu Suqing replied coldly. Someone else? Yi Chen scanned the area and quickly fixed his gaze on Su Che, who was heading toward the pharmacy. Ching, you wouldn't be thinking of asking senior brother Su for help, would you? His tone carried a hint of mockery. With the title of alchemist backing him, he felt a newfound sense of superiority when facing Su Che. He believed that Su Che was clearly not cut out to be an alchemist. After all, given Su Che's notoriety in the dojo, if he truly had a talent for alchemy, it would have been widely known by now. The absence of such rumors only indicated that Su Che was not an alchemist. As this thought crossed his mind, Yi Chen suddenly had an idea and called out, Senior brother Su, I presume you are here to refine that clear heart grass as well, if you don't mind. I could assist you in the process. Anyone could discern the sarcasm in Yi Chen's words. Clearly, he was belittling Su Che and ridiculing him for not being an alchemist. Su Che halted his steps, turned around, and regarded Yi Chen with a somewhat peculiar expression. He had initially planned to quietly refine the clear heart grass and slip away, only to be unexpectedly halted by Yi Chen. He could not help but feel exasperated. What's with you, the protagonist? Instead of focusing on romance, why are you always trying to show off? Alchemy. Let us not even mention that you are merely a first-tier alchemist. Even if the peak master of the pharmacy personally intervened, he would not surpass me. Moreover, to be frank, in terms of alchemical skills, even the sole elder in your ring pales in comparison. Shaking his head, Su Che replied, No need. I fear the potency of the clear heart grass would be wasted in your hands. Yi Chen let out a cold laugh, about to retort further when he saw Su Che stride directly to the elder guarding the pharmacy and utter a line that made him struggle to contain his laughter. Elder, May I borrow a look at the formula for the clear heart pill? You wish to refine it yourself? The elder reacted, somewhat astonished. I wish to give it a tea or what? Su Che nodded. Heh, it turns out our esteemed senior brother is also an alchemist. Yichen chuckled from the side, utterly disbelieving that Su Che could actually refine anything. Otherwise, there would have been some whispers about it. However, what Yichen did not know was that Su Che had only recently mastered the art of alchemy. You can also refine? Lu Suqing exclaimed in surprise, equally skeptical. Given Su Che's status, if he were genuinely an alchemist, she would have known. After all, he could have used that identity to pursue her over the past year. Yet he never did so, suggesting he was not an alchemist. Su Che had no intention of hiding his identity as an alchemist, so he directly locked eyes with the young woman and smiled. Qing, give me your crimson fruits, and I shall refine them for you. With no way to divert attention from Yichun, Su Che's plan to keep a low profile in alchemy had naturally fallen through. To maintain his persona, he casually inquired if Lu Suqing would like him to help refine her crimson fruits. Su Che had not anticipated that Lu Suqing would readily agree. All right. Her response was swift. As if fearing Su Che might retract his offer, Su Che was taken aback, thinking, I was merely being polite. You're actually taking me seriously? Yichun was supposed to assist you in refining the crimson fruit. Why not simply agree to him? Nearby, upon witnessing this, Yichun's expression darkened. This stark contrast undoubtedly rendered him akin to a jester at this moment. This is impossible. How could Qing so readily agree to Su Che? It must be due to Su Che's status, I understand now. No wonder Qing previously declined my offer to help her refine the crimson fruit. She clearly feared that Su Che would later make things difficult for me. Yichun's mind raced, and he soon deduced a possibility. With this thought, he shot a fiery glare at Su Che and declared fiercely, Senior brother, do you dare to compete with me in alchemy? At this proclamation, everyone's gaze shifted towards Su Is your mind truly unwell. Su Che was genuinely speechless. You were simply following your own narrative. Why seek me out for a competition in alchemy? Isn't that merely inviting suffering? Su Che was concerned that he might inadvertently reduce the protagonist to a fool. Compete in alchemy with me? Su Che suddenly chuckled. I suggest you find a mirror and take a good look. Do you truly think you are a match for me? This statement held merit, for he was but a step away from becoming a fourth-tier alchemist, whereas Yichun was merely a first-tier alchemist at this time. Such a challenge enraged Yichun, who gritted his teeth and retorted, Are you not afraid, senior brother? Provocation? Such tricks are only effective on children. Su Che's eyes suddenly brightened as he noticed a figure entering the main hall and quickly waved them over. Han Feng, come here. Senior brother, what do you need? A slender youth approached, noticeably older than Su Che, yet he maintained a demeanor of great respect in the latter's presence. This individual was Han Feng, a first-tier alchemist and an intersect disciple. Like Lai Yun, he was also a follower of Su Che. Help me spar with him. I have no time to play with him, Su Che said, clapping Han Feng on the shoulder. A first-tier alchemist should suffice for Yichun's practice. Right? Yichun, I, as a villain, truly have your best interests at heart? Han Feng quickly grasped the situation. Without further ado, he pounded his chest and assured Su Che that he would defeat Yichun. Coward. Upon seeing Su Che send his subordinate to compete with him, Yichun immediately seethed. What is this? Clearly, you are looking down on me. Why, Yichun solemnly stated. You wait and see if you dare to accept the challenge later. In terms of strength, he was no match for Su Che. However, if it came to alchemical skills, he could not believe Su Che would surpass him. I hope you still have the courage to utter those words later. Su Che replied dismissively. Here, take this experience orb to practice with. Let's see how capable you truly are. Behold, this is the crimson fruit. Lu Suqing walked over to Su Che, handing him the crimson fruit. It was a fiery red fruit, covered in small nodules, and one could even feel a hint of warmth emanating from it when held in the palm. A natural trait of the crimson fruit. Elder, I would also trouble you to lend me a copy of the formula for the crimson pill. Su Che, holding the fruit, addressed Elder Jiang. He possessed the strength of a third-tier alchemist, but had yet to encounter any alchemical formulas. To concoct pills, he needed to familiarize himself with the corresponding formulas first. Are you planning to learn while refining pills? Elder Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief. He questioned whether Su Che was merely boasting or had lost his mind. Senior brother, you don't even know the formula for the crimson pill? Yet you confidently proclaim you will assist Sister Qing in refining pills. How laughable! why Yi-chun would not miss any opportunity to mock Su-che. For such moments were rare. Go think he would attempt pill refining without even reviewing the formula was a level of pretension that even he could not achieve. How could Su-che possess such alchemical talent? Thus, in his view, Su-che's reluctance to accept his challenge stemmed from a fear of embarrassment, and sending Han Feng to compete was merely a tactic to buy time. I hope you don't spend the entire day in the alchemy chamber. Yi-chun scoffed. If Su-che truly lingered there for too long, he indeed would have no time to waste in this place. You are truly tiresome, Han Feng mocked. I heard that last time during the outer sect competition. That Lai Yun fellow defeated you. Rest assured, I won't hold back when we refine pills. Mentioning the outer sect competition caused Yi-chun's expression to darken significantly. After all, that victory was achieved under circumstances that left him feeling quite stifled. If given the choice, he would have preferred to lose to Lai Yun than to endure the humiliation of receiving a victory he felt was undeserved. Ever since that competition, he often overheard others discussing the incident, which was a source of great embarrassment for him. Let it be so. Yi-chun's gaze shifted from Su-che to Han Feng. The latter was a peak first-tier alchemist, a notch above him. However, Yi-chun was confident he could decisively overpower Han Feng in the realm of alchemy. Since you have willingly presented your face, it would be remiss of me not to do the audience the courtesy of a proper challenge. Yi-chun's expression was one of disdain, barely acknowledging Han Feng as a worthy opponent. His true rival was never a minor character like this. Thus, even if he defeated Han Feng, it would not bring him any satisfaction. Only by trampling Su-che beneath his feet could he hope to achieve his current objective. The two soon arrived at an alchemy chamber, the door wide open, revealing the interior to the gathering crowd. Clearly, the contest of alchemists had captured everyone's attention, diverting their focus away from Su-che. Su-che did not mind, as he understood that Yi-chun, being the fated child, must possess some captivating qualities. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the title of protagonist. He accepted 2 alchemical formulas with a faint smile, saying, "Thank you, Elder Jiang. I shall return these to you shortly." "Take your time," Elder Jiang replied with a smile. He did not believe Su-che would succeed in refining pills. If merely reviewing the formula could lead to success, then the talent required for alchemy would be truly terrifying. However, he held a deep appreciation for Su-che as a disciple. His talent and character were both exceptional, and the Qingyang sword sect was fortunate to have such a disciple, largely thanks to the sect master's daughter. Subsequently, Su-che entered a private alchemy room. The space was modest, featuring a brown bronze cauldron at its center, with crimson flames burning within. This was the alchemy furnace, an essential tool for any alchemist. Su-che opened the formula for the crimson pill and committed its contents to memory. He then retrieved the corresponding materials, laying them out on the table one by one. Aside from the crimson fruit, the other ingredients were rather ordinary and readily available within the medicinal peak. Once prepared, Su-che ignited the furnace to begin the refining process. Though it was his first time, having learned the art of alchemy made him seem like a seasoned practitioner, handling the process with remarkable ease. The crimson pill was merely a first-tier pill, and its refinement posed no challenge. Su-che channeled the spiritual energy within him, gathering it in his palm to stoke the flames of the alchemy furnace. Once the heat reached the appropriate level, he tossed the crimson fruit into the cauldron. Flames surged, enveloping the fruit. Gradually, the fruit began to dissolve, releasing a rich fragrance that filled the air. Su-che's nostrils flared as he continued his work without hesitation, adding each medicinal ingredient into the cauldron in succession. Soon, under Su-che's control of the flames, the materials, along with the crimson fruit, melted into a potion, the enticing aroma wafting through the room, invigorating the senses. The next step was the most crucial, as a moment's inattention could lead to the loss of all previous efforts. However, as a third-tier alchemist, Su-che found the refinement of a first-tier pill to be utterly straightforward. A powerful surge of spiritual awareness enveloped him, allowing him to observe the changes within the cauldron. This step was inherently connected to one's spiritual awareness, which is why those lacking strong spiritual power could never become alchemists. Without harnessing this power, they could not control the fusion of the potion, accurately merging the medicinal properties to form a pill. The potion within the cauldron churned continuously, with a small vortex forming at its center, drawing in the surrounding liquid. Seconds turned into minutes. Time passed, and the fragrance of the potion became overwhelmingly rich, while the cauldron underwent a significant transformation. The liquid vanished, and a bright red pill emerged. adorned with intricate patterns that rendered it particularly appealing. This was the crimson pill. Su Che opened a pre-prepared jade vial and placed the pill inside. This refining process seems even simpler than I had anticipated. Su Che murmured, perhaps I could explore an alternative method to streamline this procedure. As he resolved to do so, Su Che opened the formula for the Tranquil Heart Pill and began to peruse it. The Tranquil Heart Pill was a second-tier elixir, and due to the rarity of the Tranquil Heart Grass, it was a remarkable pill even among second-tier concoctions. Once he had thoroughly memorized the formula's contents, Su Che retrieved the materials he had prepared earlier. This time, he did not proceed step by step as he had with the Crimson Pill. If an alchemist were present to witness Su Che's next actions, they would surely deem him wasteful and entirely ignorant of the art of alchemy. Without hesitation, Su Che tossed all the materials, including the Tranquil Heart Grass, into the cauldron at once. Subsequently, he channeled his spiritual energy, enveloping the cauldron with his consciousness, allowing the flames to engulf and melt all the ingredients within. This method is indeed much more convenient, Su Che mused. He was not reckless. Rather, this confidence stemmed from his mastery of the alchemical arts. In another alchemy room, to one's astonishment, Yi Chen's alchemical skills have reached such an extraordinary level. Elder Jiang gazed at Yi Chen, his eyes reflecting both surprise and admiration. Judging solely by technique, Yi Chen's innate talent was truly remarkable. His ability to control fire, the mastery of his spiritual consciousness, and attention to detail surpassed even that of Elder Jiang himself. It was evident that he was a prodigy in alchemy. In that moment, Elder Jiang felt a surge of appreciation for talent. Meanwhile, Han Feng began to sweat profusely, feeling immense pressure emanating from Yi Chen. A late-stage first-tier alchemist, it was hard for him to accept that someone of such a low rank could exert such overwhelming pressure on him. Who was a higher-tier practitioner? Beside him, Yi Chen remained intensely focused on his alchemical work, yet he felt comparatively at ease. Nevertheless, he was cautious. Alchemy required undivided attention, for even a moment's distraction could lead to disastrous consequences, resulting in a ruined potion and wasted efforts. I will deal with you first, and then see if Su Che can continue to hide like a turtle, Yi Chen thought with a cold smirk. It appeared that Yi Chen was destined to triumph in this contest. When he finally made his move, it would be nothing short of astonishing. He had not anticipated that even Han Feng's alchemical skills would fall short of his own. Our Qingyang sword sect is poised for greatness. The surrounding disciples began to murmur among themselves. Han Feng, concentrate the fire. Just then, a clear, youthful voice rang out from behind them. Everyone turned to see Su Che had approached, his demeanor calm and his presence ethereal. Hearing this, Han Feng felt perplexed, yet he had never doubted Su Che's words, so he directed the fire within the furnace to focus into a single point. Increase the heat. Su Che's voice continued. Suddenly, the crowd realized he was instructing Han Feng in alchemy. Such a course of action could potentially lead to a catastrophic explosion. Elder Jiang's brow furrowed in concern. He was convinced that Su Che lacked any understanding of alchemical practices. This was sheer folly. Han Feng, too, felt a sense of dread and confusion. He understood that if he followed Su Che's instructions, he was on the brink of a furnace explosion, rendering his efforts futile. However, Han Feng did not dwell on it for long. He obediently complied with Su Che's directives. The flames within the furnace surged wildly, the temperature skyrocketing. The heat washed over Han Feng, causing beads of sweat to form more densely on his forehead. Elder, here are the formulas, Su Che said, approaching Elder Jiang and handing back 2 alchemical formulas. He had already committed their contents to memory, rendering these formulas useless to him. It was best to return them to Yao Feng to avoid any unnecessary complications. Elder Jiang did not inquire further and accepted the formulas. He did not believe that Su Che had successfully concocted the 2 potions, as the competition was still underway, and it was inconceivable to produce 2 potions in such a short span of time. Moreover, one of them was a second-tier Qingxin pill, which even he would require considerable time to refine. Furthermore, based solely on Su Che's few remarks, Elder Jiang had already concluded that the young man had no comprehension of alchemy whatsoever. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had completed his concoction. It was a qi condensation pill, which could enable a practitioner in the qi condensation realm to break through a minor level. However, such a pill could only be consumed once by an individual, and it came with certain side effects. Nevertheless, the higher the quality of the refined pill, the lesser the side effects. why Yi Chen's top-quality qi condensation pill had negligible adverse effects. An exquisite quality qi condensation pill. Elder Zhang's eyes brightened in astonishment. For first-tier and below pills, there existed a distinction in quality, which influenced both the efficacy of the pill and the severity of its side effects. In simple terms, for the same type of pill, the higher the quality, the better it was. An alchemist capable of producing high-quality pills was undoubtedly a genius in the field. Truly a young prodigy, Elder Zhang praised without reservation. When I was at your level, I could only concoct mid-tier qi condensation pills. Your future achievements shall undoubtedly surpass mine. Elder Zhang's words left everyone in shock, their gazes turning towards Yi Chen. Many with expressions that had shifted dramatically. It was well known that Elder Zhang was a peak second-tier alchemist, his status in the Qingyang sword sect only slightly lower than a handful of others. Thus, for him to proclaim that Yi Chen's accomplishments would eclipse his own was tantamount to predicting a rise to third-tier status. A third-tier alchemist was a rarity within the sect, second only to the sect leader in status. Consequently, many among the crowd began to calculate how best to cultivate a favorable relationship with Yi Chen. After all, unlike Su Che, who was a dragon among men, and from the very beginning belonged to a different world, Yi Chen was still relatively weak. Offering him assistance would be akin to securing a powerful ally. In no time, numerous individuals began to echo Elder Zhang's sentiments, extolling Yi Chen's virtues. Undoubtedly, such flattery proved effective. Yi Chen felt quite pleased, a glimmer of self-satisfaction flashing in his eyes as he cast a disdainful glance at Su Che. Senior brother, I advise you to refrain from offering suggestions if you lack understanding of alchemy. If Han Feng is led astray by your guidance and experiences an explosion, my victory would be far from glorious. Though seemingly humble, the undertone of mockery in Yi Chen's words was unmistakable. At that moment, while the crowd refrained from voicing their thoughts, they all recognized that Su Che was utterly clueless about alchemy. An explosion. Su Che shook his head, dismissing the notion with a sense of superiority. He found no need to elaborate. With his alchemical prowess, guiding a first-tier alchemist was child's play. Initially, he had intended to return the formulas and withdraw from the competition between the two. However, upon observing Han Feng's alchemical process, he discerned that the latter was on the verge of a breakthrough to second-tier alchemist. As a loyal follower, Su Che felt inclined to assist Han Feng, who had come to help him fend off Yi Chen. Thus, he decided to offer some guidance. If Han Feng followed his advice, he would undoubtedly benefit immensely. It seems senior brother is quite confident in himself. Yi Chen chuckled. Why not make a wager with me? Chapter 27. A negative influence, a wager. Su Che suddenly found himself intrigued, a playful smile gracing his lips. After all, the main storyline at Yaofeng had already reached its conclusion, and as long as the ensuing events did not disrupt the next phase, he was curious to know what Yi Chen intended to wager. Let us bet on whether Han Feng can successfully concoct the pill. Yi Chen replied with a slight smile, exuding confidence. He had consulted his master and was assured that if Han Feng followed Su Che's method, not only would he fail to create the pill, but an explosion would be imminent. If Han Feng succeeds, I will bow in apology to both of you. If he fails, I ask only that you promise to cease your harassment of Sister Qingqing. Upon hearing this, Su Che's eyes narrowed slightly. Truly a protagonist, radiating confidence even in a wager. This bet clearly indicated that Yi Chen was certain Han Feng would be unable to succeed. Naturally, Su Che understood the source of his confidence. The elderly figure in his ring had been a renowned alchemist in his time, possessing exceptional insight. However, when it came to the understanding of alchemy, Su Che was confident that no one could rival him. Yi Chen, why should I concern myself with your pursuits? Lu Suqing could only roll her eyes at Yi Chen's words, finding him utterly detestable and shameless. She resolved to teach Yi Chen a lesson after this incident. Otherwise, the resentment in her heart would never dissipate. Truly the heroine. Fearing that I might make things difficult for Yi Chen, Su Che mused, smiling on the surface. Qingqing, do not be angry if he wishes to bow to me. I shall grant him that wish. Merely a bow would not disrupt the subsequent narrative, and it would only deepen Yi Chen's resentment towards him. Su Che was untroubled by any potential issues. Yi Chen scoffed at Su Che's words, dismissing them with disdain. He silently counted the time and then directed his gaze toward Han Feng's furnace, exclaiming, "Explode!" As soon as the words left his mouth, a violent tumult erupted from Han Feng's furnace, the walls trembling, accompanied by faint sounds of cracking. Stop! It's about to explode. Elder Jiang shouted urgently. Explosions during alchemical processes were commonplace, yet negligence could lead to dire consequences. The alchemists present all shook their heads, recognizing the imminent signs of an explosion. Even Han Feng himself felt that his efforts were about to be in vain. However, his expression quickly shifted, and a glimmer of delight appeared in his eyes. At that moment, regardless of his feelings towards Su Che's warning, he understood how to salvage the situation. Channeling his spiritual energy, he enveloped the furnace with his consciousness. The walls continued to tremble violently, but the potion within began to undergo a qualitative transformation thanks to Han Feng's adept manipulation. Time passed second by second, and gradually, the crowd began to sense something amiss. Wasn't the furnace supposed to explode? Elder Jiang frowned, perplexed. Even with years of alchemical experience, he could not decipher the current state of affairs. How could this be? Master, didn't you say the furnace was about to explode? Yi Chen, too, felt a wave of confusion. Inwardly questioning the situation, Su Che's method was indeed peculiar. He found it difficult to comprehend. As the teacher's voice echoed, Yi Chen was struck with disbelief. Even his master could not see through it? A rich medicinal aroma wafted through the air, signaling that the pill was nearing completion. At that moment, the crowd erupted in astonishment as they caught a whiff of the fragrant essence emerging from Han Feng's furnace. Soon after, as the furnace settled, a qi condensation pill identical to the one Yi Chen had produced appeared before everyone's eyes. However, the quality of this elixir surpasses that refined by Yi Chen. This is a supreme condensation pill. Elder Jiang's pupils dilated in astonishment as he exclaimed. To concoct the highest quality pill within the same tier requires an alchemical talent that is 1 in 10,000. I have actually refined a supreme pill. A flicker of surprise appeared on Han Feng's face as he found it utterly unbelievable. He was acutely aware of his own alchemical skills, typically producing mid-grade pills. Yet, today, he has managed to concoct a supreme condensation pill that was all thanks to the guidance of senior brother. Han Feng quickly arrived at the conclusion in his heart that it must have been Su Che's earlier suggestion that enabled him to produce the supreme condensation pill. This cannot be true. Yi Chen's expression shifted dramatically at this moment. He stumbled backward, his face paling slightly. He could hardly believe that someone had actually succeeded in refining a supreme condensation pill, which struck a severe blow to his confidence. Thank you, senior brother. Han Feng, visibly excited, rushed to express his gratitude to Su Che. Just moments ago, he had sensed his bottleneck loosening, indicating that he was on the verge of breaking through to the second tier of alchemists. Naturally, Han Feng understood whose influence this was. No need for thanks. It was merely a casual assistance. Su Che was indifferent. Senior brother is simply too impressive, a master, not revealing his prowess, yet his casual guidance yields such remarkable results. I am now curious to know just how advanced senior brother's alchemical skills truly are. That fellow Yi Chen still dares to challenge senior brother. It is utterly laughable. After all, we are speaking of a supreme pill. Su Che merely offered a few words of advice, and the outcome is astonishing. How exaggerated. I can hardly wait to witness Yi Chen bowing down in apology. The murmurs of the crowd reached Yi Chen's ears, filling him with a profound sense of shame, especially when he recalled the bet he had so confidently proposed. What a ridiculous scene it had now become. Why Yi Chen understood that this time, akin to the outer sect competition, he would become a subject of ridicule within the sect. And all of this was brought about by Su Che, who had not even lifted a finger, yet inflicted upon him immense humiliation. In that moment, Yi Chen's heart brimmed with resentment towards Su Che junior brother. If I heard correctly during the alchemical process, did you not just suggest that you would bow down to me? Over here, Han Feng, embodying the essence of a villainous sidekick, after expressing his thanks to Su Che, shifted his gaze to Yi Chen, a smirk of unrestrained mockery on his lips. Oh, not go too far. Yi Chen gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing as if ablaze with flames. Go too far? Han Feng scoffed. This was a bet you proposed yourself. Just moments ago, you were beaming with pride. Why now, all of a sudden? Do you claim that others are overstepping? Each of Han Feng's words pierced Yi Chen's heart, and what infuriated him more was Su Che's complete disregard, not even casting a glance in his direction. That dismissive attitude made him clench his fists tightly, his face a deep shade of anger. not even bothering to humiliate him directly. "Suche, you are truly despicable." At that moment, a melodious voice emerged. Like a warm sun in winter, bringing comfort to Yichun. "Han Feng, you are both fellow disciples. Such behavior is detrimental to the sect's reputation." Chapter 28. Once again bearing the blame upon hearing this voice, Yichun felt as if he were basking in a spring breeze, his heart brimming with joy. The speaker was Lu Suqing. Suche looked over and felt quite satisfied to see Lu Suqing stepping in to speak on Yichun's behalf. Feeling a sense of relief, however, the next words from the girl caused both of their expressions to change. "Ultimately, this is the Pill Peak Hall. It would be better to fulfill the bet outside." "Suche, what is this? Are you genuinely considering the sect's interests?" "Sister Qingqing." Yichun could hardly believe he was hearing such words from Lu Suqing. Was her heart not meant to hold him? Yet, what was this all about? If you wish to avoid being branded as untrustworthy, then you should honor the bet you set. Lu Suqing did not even glance at Yichun, her tone icy. Upon hearing this, Yichun suddenly grasped the situation. The girl was genuinely concerned for him, worried that he might leave behind a bad reputation. If he were to go back on his word today, it could very well jeopardize his future in cultivation. Once he understood this, a look of gratitude immediately appeared on Yichun's face. Qingqing indeed harbors feelings for him. On the other side, seeing the change in Yichun's expression, Suche pondered briefly and arrived at the same conclusion. He nodded to himself, realizing he was almost moved by the toot. "I understand now. Thank you, Sister Qingqing." Yichun's face even broke into a smile, making others wonder if he had lost his mind. Lu Suqing was equally perplexed, unsure why he was thanking her. However, she was too weary to engage further and did not respond. Yichun, unconcerned, felt immensely pleased now that he understood Lu Suqing's good intentions. Even the established bet seemed trivial in comparison. At that moment, he directly knelt down, bowing to both Suche and Han Feng in apology. His demeanor was not entirely sincere, yet this scene appeared somewhat strange to the onlookers. Naturally, opinions on Yichun's actions varied widely. Some admired him, viewing him as a trustworthy individual, while others looked down on him for lacking resolve. This is what it means to be the protagonist, able to bend and stretch. Suche mused, thinking he could never bring himself to bow to anyone other than his parents. In a wonder, he was destined to be a villain. Ha, indeed a waste of space. He let out a cold laugh, adopting a bored expression, as if Yichun's actions had extinguished his interest in continuing the charade. Shaking his head, Suche walked straight to Lu Suqing's side and handed her a jade vial. Inside was a red pill, its quality impeccable. Elder Zhang's expression quickly became captivated by this pill, exclaiming in surprise, "A supreme vermilion pill. Yet another pill of supreme quality." The crowd's attention immediately shifted from Yichun to the vial containing the pill. Just moments ago, they had witnessed a supreme quality pill, and now another one, both associated with Su's it that moment. No one dared to question Suche's alchemical prowess. This fellow is truly hiding his talents. Lu Suqing was equally astonished. If the earlier condensation pill was merely guided by Suche, this vermilion pill was entirely crafted by him, as she had personally provided the materials. The impact of this comparison was undeniably significant. She accepted the vial, smiling as she said, "Thank you, senior brother." The sweetness and clarity in the girl's voice were delightful to hear. Suche was momentarily taken aback. Over the past year, he had lost count of how many times he had pursued Lu Suqing. Yet this was the first time he had heard her respond in such a manner. Could it be? Is this girl so easy to win over? Just a single pill and I have her affection? Suche shook his head inwardly. He had tried various tactics and knew this must be because Yichun was present. It had to be an act to apply pressure on Yichun, thus accelerating the protagonist's progress. "Young lady, are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner?" An elderly servant looked at the girl before him, seeking confirmation. "Yes, just do your best to give him a good beating. As long as you don't go too far, I want him to stop daydreaming." The girl was, of course, Lu Suqing. After leaving the Pill Peak, she had been confronted by Yichun, who rambled on about nonsensical matters. And Suche had overheard it. Thus, in her deep frustration, she sought out a servant and instructed him to give that ungrateful Yichun a good thrashing. Only in this way could she temporarily relieve her pent-up anger. "Rest assured, old servant will not let the young lady down and will leave no room for error." The elderly servant nodded promptly. Although Lu Suqing was the daughter of the sect leader, she had never acted arrogantly or bullied others. Now, she was going to resort to such measures, illustrating just how detestable Yi Chen truly was. The elderly servant had watched the girl grow and would never allow her to suffer even the slightest grievance. After receiving his orders, he set off to find Yi Chen. I wonder what Qingqing is thinking. Her temperament has changed too rapidly. On the way back to his residence, Yi Chen pondered silently, utterly unable to decipher the girl's thoughts. In the hall, she was still considering him, yet outside she wanted him gone. The mind of a woman is truly unfathomable. Whatever, she will eventually realize that I am the true genius, and Su Che is nothing compared to me. Yi Chen's heart was filled with determination. Just moments ago, he had bowed in apology, yet now he was already fantasizing about the future. These humiliations will be repaid 1,000-fold when the time comes. He resolved to intensify his cultivation efforts and swiftly break through to the spirit transformation realm. Yi Chen hastened his pace with this determination. As he traversed a narrow path, a stooped figure suddenly blocked his way. It was a figure clad in servant's attire, masked, but it was apparent he was an elder and a cultivator of the spirit transformation realm. Who was the esteemed elder? Yi Chen was unaware of the identity of the figure, but recognized that he was not someone he could provoke. So he inquired softly, "Do not concern yourself with who I am. Just know that I am here to teach you a lesson today." The ancient voice carried an air of anger. Yi Chen was bewildered at how he had incited the ire of a spirit transformation elder. However, the unfolding scene bore a resemblance to his previous encounter on Qingyang Mountain. In that place, a practitioner from the spirit transformation realm also intercepted him and mercilessly beat him. And now, here you are again? A detestable figure instantly surfaced in Yi Chen's mind, and he gritted his teeth. You must be Su Che's servant. How utterly contemptible. It was already infuriating to have been humiliated so thoroughly in the grand hall of Yaofeng. But to think that here, you would call for ambush and threaten to teach me a lesson. Yi Chen could hardly fathom who, besides Su Che, would dare to commit such a heartless act within the Qingyang sword sect. The old servant was momentarily taken aback. Having been sent by Lu Suqing, he had not anticipated such a misunderstanding. However, since he intended to conceal his identity, he naturally offered no explanation. Without a word, he seized Yi Chen and began to pummel him mercilessly. Instantly, cries of agony echoed in the vicinity, truly deserving of a beating. Observing Yi Chen collapse to the ground, the old servant shook his head, leaving him there as he departed. This was within the sect's territory, and he harbored no concerns about Yi Chen encountering any trouble here. Soon after, some disciples passed by, discovered Yi Chen, and hastily carried him away. Chapter 29. A Great Grudge. Su Che, I shall never share the heavens with you. Upon awakening, Yi Chen found himself lying in bed. As he slightly moved his body, a wave of excruciating pain coursed through him. Yi Chen's eyes burned with fury. Within just 2 days, he had endured such inhumane treatment, a torment beyond measure. Meanwhile, Su Che remained blissfully unaware that he had unwittingly taken the fall for someone else. On his way back, with nothing to occupy his mind, Su Che began to pen his diary. This infatuated girl is becoming increasingly irrational. How could she smile at me like that? Has she taken leave of her senses? However, her mood shifts are as swift as lightning. One moment she accepted my confession, the next she was ready to kill me. Her change of heart is faster than turning the pages of a book. Unfortunately, she ultimately had a change of heart. Had she agreed, there would have been no turning back, for I am not the protagonist. The real issue is that even this protagonist seems somewhat deranged. Behaving like a villain, why am I the one acting as the antagonist? Only a first-tier alchemist, yet he carries himself as if invincible. I am already a 4th tier, and still so modest. If Yi Chen were not the protagonist, he would have surely died countless times by now. Thankfully, I can enjoy a few days of peace. Now I await Yi Chen's proper ascension. He's far too weak. Putting down his pen, Su Che felt quite content, for the upcoming period promised a respite from his own narrative, meaning he would no longer need to deal with the infatuated girl or fret over Yi Chen's weakness. The rewards from his diary soon arrived, as usual, granting him a slight increase in cultivation. Su Che could faintly sense that he was on the verge of breaking through to the late stage of Dan fusion. Such a pace of advancement, if known to the public, would surely astonish the world. Subsequently, he received rewards for completing the stage's narrative. Just like last time, he achieved perfection once more, leading Su Che to suspect that the system might have encountered some issues. During his time at Yaofeng, there had been significant deviations in the narrative. Although the outcomes remained unchanged, perfection seemed unattainable. Nevertheless, the right to interpret belonged solely to the system, and the higher the rating, the greater the likelihood of receiving rewards. This was undoubtedly a favorable circumstance. Ding! Acquired a top-tier heavenly rank sword technique, the 7th sword decision. As the system's voice faded, Su Che's pupils widened. A heavenly rank sword technique? And a top-tier one at that. This was a method standing at the pinnacle of the continent. The system was exceedingly generous, however. Upon reviewing the sword technique's description, Su Che's initial excitement quickly tempered. Although it was a top-tier heavenly rank technique, that was contingent upon unlocking the 7th sword. The preceding 6 swords did not possess the might of a top-tier heavenly rank. In essence, the 7th sword decision comprised 7 swords, each with varying degrees of power. For instance, the first sword, Scattering Flowers, wielded the power of a low-grade earth rank. This sword was also one that Su Che could currently learn. As for the subsequent 6 swords, he did not even know their names, let alone how to learn them. One could only unlock the corresponding sword techniques upon reaching the requisite cultivation level. This was the conclusion Su Che reached. He was not in a hurry, as the earth rank sword techniques surpassed the ultimate skills of the Dezhou royal family, rendering them entirely sufficient. Beyond that, given his current cultivation, even if he learned them, executing them would prove quite challenging. Afterward, Su Che retrieved a jade vial containing a pale greenish-white pill. This was the 2nd pill he had concocted at Yaofeng, the Tranquil Heart Pill, a 2nd-tier pill. Its quality remained exceptional. Even Elder Jiang would struggle to produce such quality. If they were to witness my method of crafting this Tranquil Heart Pill, it would likely shatter their worldview, Su Che mused. Unfortunately, he could only consume 1 Tranquil Heart Pill. However, that was sufficient for me to ascend to the 4th-tier alchemist. With that, Su Che opened the jade vial and consumed the Tranquil Heart Pill in one swift motion. The pill was exquisitely sweet. A refreshing sensation coursed down his throat, flooding his entire body, followed by a warm current that spread from head to toe, invigorating him as if he might soar into the skies. How delightful, Su Che silently praised. Indeed, a remarkable elixir, worthy of being crafted from tranquil heart grass, both effective and delectable. After entering his system, the energy contained within the pill began to manifest its effects. Su Che could distinctly feel this energy enhancing his spiritual awareness. What is this? At the moment his awareness expanded, Su Che sensed an inexplicable energy surfacing deep within him. Yet this force felt somewhat familiar. It was the power that had consumed the tranquil heart grass seed. This energy was also augmenting my spiritual awareness, Su Che exclaimed in surprise. Could it be that due to consuming the tranquil heart grass seed, and now taking the Tranquil Heart Pill, the two combined to yield such wondrous effects? 4th tier. As his awareness reached a certain threshold, Su Che felt a shackle within him shatter, and without any doubt, he became a 4th-tier alchemist. Moreover, his spiritual power had been purified. Su Che discovered a new delight. This effect signified that even against opponents with equivalent spiritual power, he could overpower them solely based on the strength of his awareness. It was akin to being invincible among peers. What could that mysterious force be? Amidst his surprise, Su Che couldn't help but feel a tinge of concern. That force had vanished once more, but he could assure himself that it would eventually resurface. The presence of such an unknown power concealed within him inevitably instilled a sense of dread. Fortunately, this power had not posed any harm thus far. Rather, its appearances had bolstered his strength. With the system at his side, he presumed that this matter would not stir up too much trouble. Su Che dismissed his thoughts. How infuriating. I have a name, not just infatuated girl. On the other side, in the young lady's boudoir. Lu Suqing seethed with rage after reading the diary, her teeth clenched in fury. She completely overlooked Su Che's alchemical rank, focusing solely on his derisive remarks about her. It's all Yi Chen's fault. The young lady bit her lip and immediately went outside, summoning the old servant. Old Huang, find an opportunity to give Yi Chen another thrashing. Huh? The servant, known as Old Huang, looked utterly astonished. Just a short while ago, he had already pummeled Yi Chen into unconsciousness. How could it be that the young lady wished for him to beat the same person again so soon? This was utterly deranged. Old Huang felt a pang of sympathy for Yi Chen. What could this boy have done to incur Lu Suqing's relentless wrath? However, Anyone whom the young lady disdained must surely be of ill repute. He accepted Lu Suqing's command, preparing to seek another chance to deliver a sound beating to Yichun. Achoo! Inside the wooden house, Yichun couldn't suppress a sneeze, gazing around in confusion. Who could be thinking of me? Could it be Qingqing? Rest assured, Qingqing, once I defeat that dog Suche, nothing will stand in the way. He reaffirmed his resolve, feeling a slight surge in his cultivation. Chapter 30. The great competition of the three sects. He is still a third-tier alchemist. In the back courtyard of the Mu family's money house in Luoyun City, Mu Qingxuang's gaze flickered with astonishment. Upon the update of Suche's diary, she eagerly perused it, and upon learning that he was not far from becoming a fourth-tier alchemist, her heart swelled with shock. A fourth-tier alchemist. Such individuals were esteemed guests even in their Mu family, and within the entire Dezhou, there were but a handful of alchemists with such prowess. Each was renowned throughout the realm, held in high regard by all. If the public were to learn that Suche was on the verge of becoming such an alchemist, it would undoubtedly astonish the world. A young fourth-tier alchemist, such as he could easily etch his name into the annals of Dezhou's history. It seemed that matters should soon be finalized. After pondering for a moment, Mu Qingxuang swiftly resolved to take action. Days passed by in Suche's small courtyard at the Qingyang sword sect. The young man opened his eyes. Exhaling softly, the spiritual energy within him flowed unobstructed. Finally, a breakthrough. Suche murmured. These past few days had been quite tranquil, and he had successfully advanced to the late stage of Dan fusion. Moreover, due to the absence of any narrative developments, he had not updated his diary during this period. Unbeknownst to him, his lack of updates had left both Mu Qingxuang and Lu Suqing eagerly awaiting the latest entries, leading them to secretly grumble about his tardiness. Master brother, the grand competition of the three sects is imminent, and the sect leader has summoned you for a discussion. At that moment, voices of the other disciples echoed from outside the door. Suche narrowed his eyes slightly, suddenly recalling something, and promptly replied, I understand. I will be there shortly. The grand competition of the three sects is a contest among the disciples of the three premier sects of Luoyun City, the Qingyang Sword Sect, the Liehua Sect, and the Yunxia Sect. At last, the grand competition has arrived. It's time to witness Yi Qin's show-off again. If I recall correctly, during this competition, we can also see the infatuated girl and Yi Chun joining forces to claim first place together. What a pity, with my strength, I could easily secure first place, yet I ended up being outdone by a woman. But then again, who can blame me for being a sycophant? By the way, Yi Qin's strength must have reached the pinnacle of the Qi condensation realm by now. This competition is likely his opportunity to break through to the spirit transformation realm. I must say, he truly lives up to the title of the Chosen One. In just a few days, his cultivation speed is nothing short of miraculous. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Sister Mu in days. I truly miss her long legs. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the physique of immunity to all poisons. A wave of joy surged within Suche. Finally, this reward was not merely an enhancement of cultivation. After reviewing the reward details, his spirits soared even higher. With this immunity to poisons, most toxins would be incapable of harming him. This was indeed a valuable asset to avoid falling victim to treachery. Lingyi, this young lady has a name. I am not referred to as the infatuated girl. Lu Suqing, upon finishing the diary, felt as if she might explode with rage. She had been eagerly awaiting an update, only to be met with such content. How on earth had she become infatuated? Even if she were truly smitten, it would be implausible for it to be over a greasy man. Humph, if others are to call her, they should refer to her as sister. Upon reaching the end, Lu Suqing felt a pang of jealousy. Furthermore, I have no intention of joining forces with anyone. The so-called Chosen One is of no interest to me. She resolved silently that during this competition, she would avoid any chance encounters with Yi Qin. If only she could expel him from the sect. Lu Suqing mused, but soon sighed. She understood that such a desire was ultimately unattainable. After all, Yi Qin had become an inner sect disciple and had gained a certain reputation within the sect. His talent had already attracted the attention of prominent figures in the sect, who intended to cultivate him as a key disciple. Although there was still Suche in the sect, the higher-ups were well aware that he was the legitimate heir of the Su family, and they could not utilize him. It was only a matter of time before he soared to greatness. Thus, in comparison to Suche, cultivating Yi Qin seemed far more pragmatic. This young fellow indeed possesses a keen mind. In the depths of the Mu family's treasury, Mu Qingxuang leaned against the window, showcasing her exquisite figure to perfection. When no one was around, she no longer maintained her aloof demeanor. Her phoenix-like eyes sparkled with a hint of beauty, glistening like water, and a gentle smile graced her lips, clearly in high spirits. Having read Suche's diary, she glanced down at her legs and smiled softly. "Shall you prepare the carriage?" "Miss, where are we headed?" The maid quickly approached, her demeanor respectful. Pingding Mountain in the sect's conference hall. When Suche arrived, he discovered a considerable number of people already seated. At the forefront sat a tall, middle-aged man clad in a green robe, whose physique appeared somewhat slender. A sparse beard adorned his gaunt face, and his features bore a slight resemblance to Lu Suqing. Beside him stood a cool and ethereal young woman, seemingly acknowledging his arrival with a fleeting glance before quickly feigning indifference and turning her gaze elsewhere. They were the sect leader of the Qingyang Sword Sect and his daughter. Further down the table were several influential elders within the sect. Among them was one dressed in gray robes, with a medicinal gourd hanging at his waist, appearing slightly older than the sect leader. From the moment Suche entered, the elder's gaze fixated upon him. Suche met his gaze with a subtle smile, a glimmer of light passing through his eyes. In an instant, the gray-robed man emitted a muffled grunt, his brow furrowing as a pained expression crossed his face. "Elder Lin, are you unwell?" the sect leader inquired. Having noticed the scene, Elder Lin was the head of the Medicinal Peak, a third-tier alchemist, holding a position just below the sect leader in the Qingyang Sword Sect. "It's nothing. Perhaps I've been refining medicines for too long and am a bit fatigued." Elder Lin chuckled awkwardly, casting a somewhat guilty glance at Suche, his eyes filled with astonishment. He had naturally heard of the recent events at the Medicinal Peak and was taken aback to discover that Suche was also a genius in alchemy. Thus, upon Suche's entrance into the hall, he had employed his spiritual sense to probe Suche's abilities. What he had not anticipated was that this attempt nearly resulted in damage to his own spiritual sense. Suche had evidently sensed his actions and had responded in kind. The youth's formidable spiritual sense had directly shattered his own, nearly jeopardizing Elder Lin's foundational skills in alchemy. Realizing this, Elder Lin felt a mix of gratitude and shock. Suche's spiritual sense was evidently far stronger than his own. Just what rank of alchemist was he? Elder Lin dared not speculate further or ask questions. Although Suche was a disciple of the Qingyang Sword Sect, everyone knew that even the sect leader could not interfere with him, for Suche was backed by the entire Su family. It was said that the Su family was fiercely protective, and if Suche were to suffer any grievances, they would undoubtedly come demanding justice the very next day. Sect leader, esteemed elders, Suche chose not to expose Elder Lin's earlier actions. Instead, approaching the front and bowing to the assembly with a demeanor that was neither obsequious nor arrogant, which greatly pleased the elders, evoking sentiments of admiration. If only Suche were truly their disciple. How delightful that would be! No need for such formalities. The sect leader's stern expression softened as he gestured. "Please, find a seat." Suche nodded and made his way directly to Lu Suqing's side, offering her a subtle smile. "Qingqing, what a coincidence. You are here as well." Suche had repeated this phrase countless times before, yet for the sake of maintaining his persona, he felt compelled to say it once more. Expecting to be ignored, he was taken aback when Lu Suqing returned his smile, albeit faintly. Much like a lotus blooming gently upon a still pond point, one could not deny that while the girl might lack in certain areas, her grace and beauty were exceptional. Just a slight smile from her was enough to brighten one's day and provide a visual delight. However, was this infatuated girl's mind playing tricks again? Why was she smiling at me for no reason? This is the assembly of sect elders, including your father. Such behavior could easily be misinterpreted. Fortunately, the attention of the crowd was not fixated on this exchange. They were well aware of the dynamics between Suche and Lu Suqing, and over time, it had become quite normalized. Subsequently, the sect leader began discussions regarding the grand competition of the three sects. This competition occurs once every 3 years and is crucial for the allocation and extraction of resources among the sections. The previous competition had seen the Qingyang Sword Sect finish at the bottom, resulting in the least resources and thus hindering their development over the past 3 years. Compared to the other two sections, the rules of the competition were quite simple. It would be held at Pingding Mountain. The central location among the three sections, all participating disciples would enter the mountain holding a token and would compete to seize tokens from others. After 15 days, the one holding the most tokens would be declared the victor. The sect leader had no specific instructions to relay, as they could not participate in the competition themselves. It was solely up to the disciples to demonstrate their capabilities. Therefore, he merely mentioned a few points of caution before leading the two to the sect square. Here, a considerable number of Qingyang Sword Sect disciples had already gathered in preparation for the competition. As Su Che and Lu Suqing arrived, the eyes of the crowd turned towards them, filled with envy. All disciples, remember that safety comes first. Do not act recklessly. The sect leader's voice resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the area. The disciples responded with enthusiastic cheers, their expressions a mix of excitement and anxiety. Many among them were participating in the competition for the first time. Filled with anticipation, the three sects had harbored grudges for years. Each competition was an opportunity to settle scores and grievances. Observing the expressions of the young disciples, Su Che sighed inwardly at that moment. He also noticed Yichen lurking in the corner. The latter was staring intently at him, his gaze brimming with resentment. What on earth? Why does this guy look like he wants to stab me on the spot? Su Che was momentarily taken aback, recalling that he hadn't seen Yichen at all in recent days. It seemed overly dramatic for their first encounter to be like this. Could it be because I was standing too close to the infatuated girl? Su Che speculated. Unbeknownst to him, Yichen had been thoroughly beaten by a masked old man 3 times over the past few days, and naturally, he attributed all of this to Su Che. Thus, upon their encounter, Yichen bore that expression. Never mind. Hatred can be a powerful motivator for progress, and only through such feelings can the protagonist grow rapidly. With this thought in mind, Su Che instinctively moved a little closer to Lu Suqing. And indeed, this action made Yichen's expression darken considerably. Next, they proceeded towards the entrance of Pingding Mountain. Along the way, Su Che initiated a conversation with Lu Suqing, her response surprising him greatly. The imagined cold violence was non-existent. Although the girl spoke little, her words were surprisingly gentle towards him. This left Su Che utterly perplexed, unable to fathom what thoughts occupied the girl's mind. They were about to enter the mountains. Yet she continued to feign innocence. The companions who would fight alongside him were waiting over there. The sight of them walking side by side naturally caught Yichen's eye, fueling his jealousy to no end. At the entrance of Pingding Mountain, a platform had long been erected. Here, a considerable number of individuals gathered, predominantly young men and women, who divided themselves into 2 factions, waiting in their respective areas. At the forefront stood 3 or 4 middle-aged men of profound cultivation. Their expressions grave, with a hint of impatience flickering in their eyes. These were the disciples representing the Liehua sect and the Yunxia sect, who had arrived early to await the arrival of the Qingyang Sword sect. Finally, upon spotting the Qingyang Sword sect's entourage, their faces darkened. What arrogance they possess, making us wait so long, one muttered. It's one thing to come in last place. They exhibit no sense of shame whatsoever. In my view, to compare the Qingyang Sword sect with us is a grave insult. Another added with a sneer, I anticipate they will once again find themselves at the bottom of the rankings. Devoid of any dignity to stand alongside us as one of the 3 great sects, as they approached, the sound of these discussions reached Su Che's ears, causing the countenance of the Qingyang Sword sect's leader to sour. He understood all too well that such remarks were deliberately directed at him. Yet, he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. The quality of disciples from the Qingyang Sword sect had indeed paled in comparison to the other 2 sects over the years, consistently finishing at the bottom during every grand competition. Let them mock, Su Che thought with a cold smile. With Yichen in our ranks, we shall not only secure first place but also honor the significance of the protagonist's aura. Thus, Su Che chose not to get involved, stepping aside to await the commencement of the competition, planning to slip in unnoticed. However, at that moment, a light, melodious footfall approached, accompanied by a fragrant breeze and the sweet, mellifluous voice of a woman, Su Gongzi. I heard you were participating in the grand competition of the 3 sects today, so I came to cheer for you. Without needing to turn around, Su Che immediately recognized the visitor. Today, Mu Qingshuang donned a flowing white dress, her long hair cascading elegantly, her beauty breathtaking enough to leave one in awe. Her figure was alluringly curvaceous, capturing the attention of all present upon her entrance. The hem of her dress grazed her knees, revealing her smooth, fair calves, beautiful. Even with Su Che's discerning eye, he had to concede that this woman deserved the title of a captivating beauty, especially her long legs, which could only be described as extraordinary. Yet, what was she doing here? A flicker of confusion crossed Su Che's mind. Shouldn't Mu Qingxuang be waiting at Luoyun City for his arrival? Why had she come here to offer her support? It seemed he must exercise caution today. Otherwise, the storyline could veer off course. With that thought, Su Che returned her smile. Miss Mu, you are indeed thoughtful. After all, he still had to maintain the persona of Lu Suqing's devoted admirer and could not appear overly concerned for other women. Then I wish Su Gongzi victory in this competition, Mu Qingxuang replied, fully aware that the youth before her was merely putting on an act. She found his demeanor amusing, which lightened her mood considerably. Her reaction astonished the maid accompanying her, for Miss had never treated a male this way. Su Che's charm was indeed profound, even attracting the attention of someone like her. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, this was Su Che. I truly appreciate your support, he replied, grateful, for his intentions in participating in the competition were not solely to claim victory. Su Che was indeed fortunate. Not far away, Yi Chen observed this scene. His gaze filled with envy and resentment. Although he outwardly scorned Su Che, inwardly he longed to take his place. Oh, this is Su Che, he mused. Seeing is believing. He truly is unmatched. The leader of the Qingyang sword sect was indeed fortunate to have Lu Suqing as his daughter. Humph, I've heard Lu Suqing hardly acknowledges Su Che. I refuse to believe he has no temper. Sooner or later, this sect will face repercussions. Who, then, is that enchanting woman besides Su Che? He pondered. She is exceedingly stunning. You needn't say more. Just look at Lu Suqing's demeanor. If you were Su Che, you would surely be smitten as well. The prominent figures from the other two sects also took note of Su Che. While they were wary of each other's identities and strengths, they felt little concern. After all, the grand competition among the three sects was not merely a one-on-one contest on the martial stage. Although none of their disciples could match Su Che, the overall quality of their disciples far surpassed that of the Qingyang sword sect, alleviating their worries. Subsequently, the grand competition was officially commenced under the joint directive of the three sect leaders. No sooner had the words left their lips than the disciples of the three sects began to enter Pingding Mountain. Su Che, are we not hurrying? Lu Suqing exclaimed, noticing the others vanish in the blink of an eye, while Su Che remained leisurely. There's no rush. We have plenty of time, he replied with a smile, though internally he felt exasperated. He had initially planned to slip into the mountains alone, but as soon as he moved, Lu Suqing rushed over, insisting on accompanying him. What could Su Che do? He couldn't very well chase her away, as that would ruin the persona he had crafted. Let us take a moment to rest. He found a suitable spot and sat down against a tree trunk. Rest already? Lu Suqing's eyes widened. This is the grand competition of the three sects, a matter of our sect's honor. How can you be so indifferent? Infuriated by his actions, she contemplated leaving but quickly regained her composure. Realizing this was likely Su Che's ploy to provoke her. Then I shan't leave. After coming to this conclusion, she sat down as well, hugging her knees like a little kitten. Still here? Su Che thought. Bemused. Could this lovesick girl truly be intent on clinging to me? He sighed and explained. With 15 days at our disposal, it would be too troublesome to seize the tokens individually. It would be far more efficient to wait until they are gathered together. Just then, Su Che's sleeve shifted, and a smile crept onto his face. Gently opening his palm, a small white triangular head peeked out from his sleeve. The little creature leisurely climbed into Su Che's hand. Nuzzling affectionately as this, the little white snake from that day? Lu Suqing's attention was instantly snared, and she reached out to pet it. However, the little white snake swiftly darted away, standing upright and clearly expressing its refusal to be touched. So adorable, Lu Suqing exclaimed, ignoring its apparent disdain, completely enchanted by the little creature's charm. Meanwhile, Su Che, with a flicker of thought, began to jot down in his diary. This grand competition among the three sects is far from what I anticipated. It feels exceedingly peculiar. Why did Mu Qingxuang come? And why is she so beautifully dressed today? Getting so close to me. It's almost criminal. What a pity for such a stunning girl. And this lovesick girl, something's been off since she left home today. What quarrel could she possibly have with Yi Chun that remains unresolved for days? She insists on accompanying me. Please, She ought to team up with Yi-chan. With her shadowing me, how can Yi-chan hope to secure first place? I provoked her earlier, yet she didn't leave. What is going on with her? And no, I must find a way to shake off this lovesick girl. Ideally, I should arrange for her to run into Yi-chan. If I recall correctly, Yi-chan is about to encounter another stroke of fortune. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have achieved culinary mastery. The system's reward left Su-che momentarily speechless. What a puzzling turn of events. Isn't this a world of cultivation? Nonetheless, the reward, no matter how trivial, was still a reward. Perhaps after this timeline concludes, he might return to become a master chef, which wouldn't be so bad. Yet, why was there such a palpable sense of hostility? Su-che turned to see the girl beside him glaring, her teeth grinding ominously. Ching-ching, are your teeth bothering you? Su-che remarked, caught off guard by the system's reward presenting itself so swiftly. If you're experiencing tooth pain, after the competition concludes, I can prepare some food to alleviate it. Chapter 31. I don't care. Lu Suching. She had indeed glimpsed Su-che's latest diary entry, causing her playful interaction with the little white snake to dissipate. As she had suspected, she nearly fell for his ploy and was on the verge of leaving in frustration. Fortunately, she composed herself and did not allow Su-che to have his way. Simultaneously, she was devising a strategy to ensure she wouldn't be led astray by Su-che while avoiding any encounters with Yi-chan. Soon, she arrived at a solution: to cling tightly to Su-che. Wherever he went, she would follow on the other side. Yi-chan had not chosen to accompany anyone. As the protagonist, he understood the necessity of developing independently before quietly astonishing the crowd. I sensed the presence of spiritual herbs ahead. Quicken your pace and do not give others a chance, the voice of the ring's elder urged. Upon hearing this, Yi-chen believed it without question and hastened his steps forward. He participated in the 3 grand competitions not merely for the accolades of ranking rewards, but also to seek opportunities in Pingdingshan and enhance his own capabilities. Only in this way could he swiftly catch up to Su-che and defeat him. Taste this roasted chicken. By the mountain spring, Su-che handed a roasted mountain chicken to the girl. When did you prepare all this? The girl gazed at the bottles of condiments strewn about on the ground, astonished. After all, enduring a fortnight of rigorous training warranted ample preparation. Naturally, Su-che would not divulge that these seasonings had been rewards from the system that accompanied him. The girl accepted the roasted chicken, took a bite, and her eyes sparkled with delight as her appetite surged. Completely oblivious to her image, she devoured the meat voraciously, leaving Su-che utterly astonished. Was this still the aloof Lu Suching? However, the girl now appeared considerably more amiable than before. After handing another roasted mountain chicken to Xiaobai, Su-che himself embraced the last one and began to gnaw at it. With a single bite, he instantly understood why Lu Suching had exhibited such a reaction earlier. With his culinary skills, he could easily thrive by opening a barbecue shop in the town below. Having eaten his fill, Su-che rose and walked forward with the girl. Along the way, they encountered disciples from the Flame Sect and the Cloudy Mist Sect, but upon recognizing him, they immediately tossed their tokens to the ground and fled in haste. This scene left Lu Suching beside him speechless. She hadn't anticipated that this journey would be so effortless, with no chance to engage in combat. Even when confronted by some magical beasts, they were easily dispatched by Xiaobai. That little white snake, which was no larger than her arm, had already evolved into a 3rd-tier magical beast. It was no exaggeration to say that it could already dominate this region of Pingdingshan. Would this fortnight truly proceed in such a manner? Lu Suching pondered, her heart burdened with inexplicable pressure. For she had contemplated a matter. If even a formidable presence like Su-che would ultimately not stand a chance against Yi-chen, what hope did she have of contending with her own fate? Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed ahead, shaking the surrounding trees. Lu Suching was startled awake by the sound, casting her gaze toward the source. There, in the dense forest, a youth of 17 or 18 leaped gracefully, his feet landing upon a tree trunk, using it as leverage to propel himself forward, resembling a fierce beast descending upon its prey. His fists raised high as they crashed down upon a colossal creature. This beast roared in fury, tossing the boy away with a powerful shake. It was a thundercloud leopard, its hide marked with patterns resembling storm clouds. Hence its name. It was a 3rd-tier magical beast. I've been waiting for this move. The boy's voice was low and steady, showing no sign of panic, as the thundercloud leopard's actions were entirely within his calculations. The boy soared again, gathering momentum as he plummeted downward, his inner spiritual energy roiling, accompanied by a howling sound, as he delivered a fierce kick toward the beast. His spiritual energy condensed between his legs. And though he was merely at the condensation realm, the intensity of his attack could not be dismissed even by those at the spirit transformation realm. Truly, he was the protagonist. The strength of his spiritual energy was unmatched among his peers. Explaining his ability to effortlessly battle beyond his rank, Suche, who had arrived just in time, nodded approvingly at the sight. Indeed, this youth of 17 or 18 was none other than Yi Chun. How could it be Yi Chen? The girl beside him was left speechless. She glanced at Suche and instantly understood that he had brought her here deliberately. Clearly, Suche had known all along that Yi Chan would appear here. However, at that moment, Lu Suqing was filled with trepidation. She had naturally noticed Yi Chen's cultivation level, which was on par with her own, having reached the peak of the condensation realm. Yet, only a short time ago. During the outer sect competition, he had merely possessed the strength of an ordinary realm. In just a few days, he had ascended an entire level. This rate of cultivation was enough to frighten the girl. However, that was not the main point. The crux was that Yi Chun was capable of directly confronting a third-tier magical beast. Although the Thundercloud Leopard had evidently only recently broken through to the third tier, it was equivalent to an initial stage cultivator at the Spirit Transformation Realm. To contend against the Spirit Transformation Realm, while still at the Condensation Realm, was simply absurd. The girl, who had considered herself a genius in cultivation, fell silent upon witnessing this. Now you understand the prowess of your future husband, don't you? Su Che mused, feeling quite satisfied with Lu Suqing's reaction. It was worth bringing her to witness Yi Chun's display of prowess. To his dismay, encountering this waste here was truly unfortunate. However, the show must go on, Su Che remarked disdainfully. Heh. The girl was jolted back to reality by Su Che's words. Suddenly, she realized that compared to Yi Chen, Su Che beside her was evidently more monstrous, at least in appearance. Yet, upon hearing Su Che's words, the girl felt quite speechless. What did he mean by encountering him here by chance? It was clear that he had sought this out deliberately. Consequently, in an attempt to alleviate her annoyance, she deliberately remarked, "Senior brother, since you detest Yi Chun so much, why not take this opportunity to thoroughly deal with him? That way, he won't be able to compete for the tokens and will have to withdraw from this grand competition." Upon hearing this, Su Che was taken aback. Is this something you can say? This is Yi Chen we're talking about, my dear. Even if you're quarreling, it shouldn't be this severe. Forcing him out of the three-sex competition would hinder his development in the early stages. How long will it take for me to wait for him to grow stronger? If not for the system's restrictions, I would gladly transfer all the resources of the Su family to Yi Chun. No, I would even be willing to relinquish my position as the legitimate son of the Su family to him. Su Che immediately shook his head, stating firmly, "Ching, how could I be that kind of person? He is merely a waste and not worth my attention. You need not concern yourself with him," he cautioned her, fearful that she might act in a manner inconsistent with her character, rendering his previous efforts futile. Should the plot deviate, it would spell disaster for him. The girl did not respond, as she had never intended to consider Su Che dealing with Yi Chen. Her earlier words were just a means to vent her frustration. After all, this fellow always portrayed her as a lovesick girl in his journal entries. Having expressed her thoughts, the girl felt much better. She continued chatting with Su Che. Third-tier magical beasts are often accompanied by spiritual treasures. Perhaps the Thundercloud Leopard was guarding some treasure that Yi Chun had set his sights on. That much is true, Su Che nodded. It is a Thundercloud herb, essential for concocting the second-tier Thundercloud pill, which, when consumed, can enhance physical strength. Aren't you going to compete for this opportunity, senior brother? Lu Suqing blinked, inquiring. It's just a Thundercloud herb. It holds little value for me. This statement was indeed a reflection of Su Che's true feelings. After all, he was the legitimate son of the Su family. Having soaked in various medicinal liquids since childhood, his physical constitution was naturally up to par. He had long since used the pills crafted from Thundercloud herbs and had developed an immunity to their effects. In simpler terms, this Thundercloud herb was of no use to him, and this was the confidence he possessed as a member of the Su family. Lu Suqing wished to ask further, but at that moment, several sounds of air being sliced through reached their ears. The disciples of the Qingyang sword sect dare to covet our thundercloud herb? Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as a furious shout echoed. Three figures landed beside Yi Chun, and judging by their attire, they were disciples of the flame sect. Upon landing, they showed no regard for martial ethics and simultaneously attacked Yi Chun, who was still engaged in combat with the thundercloud leopard. Su Che was not surprised by this scene, as it was part of the plot. These three disciples from the flame sect were to be dealt with by Lu Suqing. Thus, he glanced at the girl beside him. Yet, he found her standing with her hands clasped behind her back, appearing indifferent, showing no inclination to intervene. You can't be serious. Su Che's expression changed slightly. If Lu Suqing did not act, Yi Chen would be in peril. Although the three disciples from the flame sect were merely at the late stage of the condensation realm, their power still posed a significant threat to Yi Chen. Engaged in a fierce battle with a third-tier thundercloud leopard, he would have to guard against the attacks of these three opponents, rendering him at a severe disadvantage. In just one encounter, Yi Chen had already fallen into a precarious position. It seems this waste doesn't need me to intervene. He is destined to meet his end here, Su Che remarked, deliberately speaking to Lu Suqing to make her aware of the gravity of the situation, urging her to act lest they miss the chance to mend their quarrel. Isn't that even better? It would perfectly serve senior brother's purpose. To his surprise, the girl's response left Su Che stunned. This lovesick girl has truly lost her mind. She genuinely doesn't intend to get involved? That is your person. Su Che felt a surge of frustration, almost cursing aloud. Meanwhile, the situation was growing increasingly dire for Yi Chen. You disciples of the flame sect must not go too far. This spiritual herb is, by nature, a no-owner object. Since when did it belong to you? Yi Chun's expression was grim, his heart filled with rage. He had realized at a glance that these three disciples from the flame sect were attempting to take advantage of the situation and profit from it. When did it not belong to us? Do you know that before entering the mountains, we had already laid claim to this thundercloud herb? Hence, when I say it belongs to us, it indeed belongs to us. One of them sneered. You foul-mouthed scoundrel. Yi Chen could not restrain himself and blurted out a curse. With the three of you useless wretches, do you even think you stand a chance against the thundercloud leopard? If not for my relentless efforts in severely injuring it, you wouldn't even dare to show your faces. The trio, however, did not take offense, for Yi Chen's words held an undeniable truth. Had the thundercloud leopard not been gravely wounded, they would never have dared to covet the thundercloud herb. Moreover, Yi Chen's ability to contend with a Tier 3 magical beast was far beyond what they could challenge. Yet, they could seize the advantage of time and place to snatch the precious herb. Now was the perfect opportunity. At this moment, Yi Chen was simply no match for the three of them. Since you refuse to recognize your situation, do not blame us for being merciless with that. The trio once again closed in. Under normal circumstances, a single hand from me would suffice to dominate you three fools. Yi Chen, filled with unrestrained fury, felt as though his entire being was ablaze with spiritual energy, exuding a ferocity beyond measure. Truly, he was worthy of being the protagonist, possessing a sharp tongue to rival any. However, might I suggest you pay heed to your predicament before engaging in verbal sparring? My dear fellow, you are on the verge of being beaten to death. Su Che was at a loss for words. Even now, amidst such chaos, he continued to boast. In the scene unfolded, Su Che did not hesitate and directly stepped inside. Upon witnessing this, Lu Suqing, though puzzled, followed closely behind. As they approached the cave, Su Che could increasingly feel the stirring force within him awakening. It was a yearning. Inside the cave, the light was dim. Su Che summoned his spiritual power and ignited a pile of wood, using it as a torch to illuminate the surroundings. The space was not vast, cluttered with straw and bones, mingled with a faintly unpleasant odor of dampness. The young girl immediately frowned, clearly uncomfortable with the environment. However, she was not one to be overly pampered. After a slight furrow of her brow, she quickly relaxed and remained by Su Che's side, not leaving. What could it be? The thundercloud grass that once thrived in the cave was long gone, evidently plucked away by Yi Chen earlier, which had provoked the attack of the thundercloud leopard. Following this, Su Che expanded his divine sense. He had now reached the 4th level, effortlessly covering the entire cave. In an instant, the young girl felt as though she were being scrutinized by a pair of unseen eyes, igniting a sense of unease within her. Su Che soon discovered something. he approached a pile of straw, concentrated his spiritual energy at his fingertips, and unleashed a blade of air that swept down. Instantly, the straw parted, revealing what lay beneath. A small mound of earth. Suche excavated the mound, and a withered seed came into view. The seed appeared somewhat desiccated, yet bore a lightning-shaped purple pattern upon its surface. This was a dead seed of thundercloud grass, devoid of vitality. What a pity! Suche sighed lightly, a hint of regret in his demeanor. A lifeless seed had lost its value, incomparable to the previous clear heart grass seed. However, at that moment, an anomaly occurred. As Suche's hand made contact with the seed, the dormant power within him stirred awake once more. Immediately, his own spiritual energy began to operate uncontrollably, surging into the thundercloud grass seed. In an instant, a breath of life seemed to revive from within the seed. Suche's eyes widened, astonished by the spectacle before him. Simultaneously, another force within him emerged, attempting to intercept the first. The two forces recreated the earlier standoff. Within Suche, the spiritual energy surged tumultuously. At that moment, he finally understood that both forces were concealed within him, yet were fundamentally incompatible. This was never part of the original narrative. Suche felt a bit bewildered. However, this was indeed his body. He demanded that they behave. With a subtle movement of his mind, Suche's divine sense conveyed a cold command. If comprehending his words, the two forces immediately settled down. Yet, to Suche's astonishment, the seed of thundercloud grass suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. However, in the blink of an eye, the seed vanished from sight, gone. The young girl stared wide-eyed, startled by the scene. Only Suche understood what had transpired, much like the clear heart grass seed before. This thundercloud grass seed had been devoured by him. No, to be precise, it had been consumed by one of those two forces. He was unable to explain to Lu Suching, for at that moment, a series of hazy fragments flashed through his mind. These fragments flickered past, offering no time to discern any clarity. In his daze, Suche vaguely glimpsed a colossal tree reaching skyward, dazzlingly bright, a towering tree. Snapping back to reality, Suche's confusion deepened. Why had such fragments emerged in his mind? Were they remnants of someone else's memories? The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became. He shook his head. Dwelling on the strange occurrences within him would only bring unnecessary worry. It seemed that the latent power within him craved the seeds of spiritual herbs, Suche surmised. Moreover, consuming these seeds would yield feedback to him. The last time he devoured the clear heartgrass seed, his divine sense was purified, eliminating excess impurities. Now, having consumed the thundercloud grass seed, his physical prowess had received an astonishing enhancement. Suche casually threw a punch. Exerting no spiritual power, yet it sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh. To put it bluntly, this ordinary punch could easily kill a practitioner at the transformation realm. If that's the case, should I seek the seeds of spiritual herbs to directly elevate my power? Suche contemplated. However, seeds of spiritual herbs were inherently hard to come by. Encountering two within a few days was already exceptionally fortunate. Nevertheless, Suche had resolved that once the three sects' grand tournament concluded, he would set out to procure the seeds of spiritual herbs. Time flowed on. 3 days had swiftly passed. The thundercloud grass indeed proved to be a remarkable treasure. His physical attributes had improved significantly compared to before. Deep within the dense forest, Yichin opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. He struck his fist against his body, producing a crisp sound akin to a mighty stone striking, which greatly pleased the young man. During these 3 days, he had first healed his grievous injuries, and then, leveraging the power of the ring's elder, refined the thundercloud grass into a pill for consumption, resulting in a substantial enhancement of his physical strength. Now, if I were to encounter that thundercloud leopard again, I could slay it in 3 exchanges. Yichin thought confidently. Though his cultivation had not progressed to the transformation realm, his true strength had undeniably risen a tier compared to 3 days ago. He even felt a sense of inflated confidence. Should he face Suche, he might hold his ground for several exchanges. But Suche was no simple opponent. Caution was paramount. However, the ring's elder's words soon doused Yichin's enthusiasm with cold water. "Can even my master not see through it?" Yichin asked in astonishment. Although he was unsure of his master's precise level of power, he knew that in life, he had been a formidable presence capable of moving through the Great Zhou with ease. The fact that even his master could not discern it left Yichen greatly stunned. There seemed to be something unusual about him, obstructing anyone's scrutiny, the ring's elder remarked. Long ago, he had secretly attempted to probe Su Che but had met with no success. As soon as his divine sense swept over, it was thwarted by an inexplicable force. This detail had not been mentioned to Yi Chun, lest it disturb his resolve. However, seeing his disciple's apparent overconfidence, he decided it was time to address it. To temper Yi Chen's hubris in such a case, he would indeed be a worthy opponent. Why Yi Chen's gaze hardened, filled with fighting spirit. Only by defeating such adversaries could he progress further along the path of cultivation. Observing this, the ring's elder felt greatly satisfied. His disciple was more reassuring than he had anticipated. Next, let us aim for a breakthrough to the transformation realm in this grand tournament. Yi Chan stood up and walked out. Chapter 34. It is my turn to perform. On Pingding Mountain, at the periphery, beside a pool of water, the scene was entirely different from the fierce competition among other contestants for the tokens. Here, a bonfire blazed, and a man and woman sat beside it, gnawing on fragrant rabbit legs. This was a second-tier magical beast, its meat succulent, and under Su Che's culinary skills, it was even more appetizing. The young girl, with oil glistening on her lips, paid no heed to her image as she voraciously devoured the large rabbit leg, her eating manner quite disheveled. One is competing with you. Su Che observed Lu Suqing's demeanor with an air of nonchalance. Over the past 3 days, every time he roasted magical beast meat, the girl's response suggested she had been starving for days. However, for the creator of such delicacies, Lu Suqing's enthusiasm provided Su Che with immense satisfaction. Having eaten her fill, Lu Suqing could not help but let out a satisfied burp, the sound crisp and clear. At this moment, she finally registered her surroundings, her fair face flushing with embarrassment. Seeing Su Che regard her with an odd expression, she shyly lowered her head, but soon her beautiful eyes widened defiantly. Challenging him, "You really can eat elo?" Su Che turned his attention to Xiao Bai, who was still munching away, and remarked. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai poked its little head out, looking quite aggrieved. "It has been 3 days. Are we not going to take action?" Lu Suqing, disregarding whether Su Che was indirectly referring to her, shifted the topic and broached the matter at hand. Throughout these 3 days, she had followed Su Che, but they had either been engaged in cultivation or roasting, showing no concern for the tokens. The girl even suspected that Su Che had forgotten they were participating in the 3 sects grand tournament. Otherwise, how could he be so leisurely? Hence, while Su Che remained calm, Lu Suqing felt anxious. After all, she was the daughter of the sect leader of the Qingyang sword sect, and her status was tied to the honor of her sect. Therefore, she had come to this tournament to bring glory to her sect. Historically, the Qingyang sword sect had always placed last in the 3 sects grand tournament, which not only resulted in a significant loss in resource allocation but also severely harmed the sect's reputation. If this year's tournament ended with the Qingyang sword sect once again at the bottom, it would be extremely detrimental to the sect's future development, potentially even leading to its exclusion from the ranks of the 3 major sections. Consequently, as the daughter of the sect leader, Lu Suqing could not idly watch such a scenario unfold. Yet, she was compelled to stay by Su Che's side, unable to leave to compete for tokens. Calculating the time, that rascal Lai Yun should be making an appearance soon. Meanwhile, Su Che was also pondering. He had long been aware of this segment of the narrative and was fully cognizant of the forthcoming developments. As expected, amidst the calls of senior brother and senior sister, a familiar figure soon appeared before them. Lai Yun. In the original storyline, I was merely a lackey to Su Che, destined to be defeated by Yi Chun in the outer sect competition, becoming the latter's first stepping stone. However, I inexplicably broke through my cultivation level. Although I still lost to Yi Chun, this deliberate concession inflicted an indelible humiliation upon his life's narrative. As a mere supporting character, that was already quite significant. At this moment, Lai Yun remained at the mid-stage of the Qi condensation realm, and he too was participating in the grand competition of the 3 sects, according to the original plot. It was 3 days later that Lai Yun encountered Su Che, marking the commencement of the latter's money-grabbing scheme. "What is the situation outside?" Su Che inquired. "The outlook is grim. The Flame sect and the Cloud Mist sect have presented several formidable challenges that are quite troublesome to deal with. Lai Yun replied gravely that Su Che was already aware of the reasons behind this. Over the years, due to their performance in the grand competition of the three sects, the Flame Sect and the Cloud Mist Sect had secured a greater share of cultivation resources. Moreover, they had recently recruited disciples with commendable qualifications, rendering their strength considerably superior to that of the Qingyang Sword Sect. Additionally, it was known that both sects had disciples at the spirit transformation stage who, despite being qualified for promotion to elders within their sects, had yet to ascend. Their aim was to bolster their sect's chances in this year's competition with these seasoned disciples as the main force to secure victory. There is another matter you might find intriguing, senior brother, Lai Yun continued, revealing the news he had heard. It concerns Yi Chun. This fellow vanished into the mountains for 3 days, and upon his return, he stirred quite a commotion among the three sections, the reason being that 3 disciples from the Flame Sect, at the late stage of qi condensation, were severely injured by Yi Chun, who also seized their tokens. This action naturally incited the ire of the remaining disciples of the Flame Sect, who sought to capture Yi Chun and reclaim those tokens. Who would have thought this waste would possess such strength? Lai Yun's tone was one of astonishment. It was worth noting that not long ago, Yi Chun had been merely a cultivator yet to enter the qi condensation realm, easily crushable like an ant in Lai Yun's hands. Yet now, he had managed to take down 3 late-stage qi condensation cultivators in one fell swoop. Such a transformation left Lai Yun in a state of disbelief. Lai Yun's expression did not escape Su Che's keen observation. He smiled, eager to inform him that in the future, he would realize how remarkable it was to have once bullied Yi Chun. Too bad, Lai Yun lamented. I should have dealt with him more thoroughly during the outer sect competition. Now, facing him again, he feared he would have to retreat, for he could not compete. The waste is still a waste. Reduced to merely flaunting in the qi condensation realm, Su Che scoffed. Next, it was time for him to showcase his money-grabbing performance. Since this waste has begun to vie for tokens, I'll let him see that if he does not act, a plethora of tokens will come knocking at my door. Su Che contemplated the plot. Tokens without effort? Lai Yun and Lu Suqing were both taken aback by Su Che's words. What does that mean? Go spread the word for me, saying that anyone who does not need tokens can come to me in exchange for spirit stones. 1 token for 100 low-grade spirit stones? Su Che declared grandly. Upon hearing this, the other 2 were immediately stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. The currency exchange among cultivators differs from mundane money, revolving around spirit stones used to procure resources. Spirit stones accelerate the cultivation speed and are indispensable on the cultivation path. There are grades of spirit stones, divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers, with each tier having 1,000 as its standard measure. For ordinary cultivators, 100 low-grade spirit stones represent a significant sum, enough for over a month of regular cultivation. Even for Lai Yun, a cultivator from a relatively well-off family, this transaction sparked intense interest. Lu Suqing, while not lacking in spirit stones for her training, was equally startled by Su Che's extravagant proposition. 100 low-grade spirit stones for a single token. At first glance, this might not seem astonishing to the girl. But what if the number of tokens amassed? It would translate into a substantial expenditure of spirit stones. It was clear that, aside from the Qingyang Sword Sect, only Su Che could afford such a venture. Supported by the Su family, he could afford to be so extravagant. Chapter 35. The protagonist becomes the antagonist. The 2 were utterly astonished by Su Che's audacity. This strategy was simply ingenious. There was no need to exhaust themselves searching for other disciples atop the vast summit. They could simply wait for the tokens to be offered to them. It was almost too effortless. If the elders and leaders of the 3 sects were to discover this, their eyes would surely widen in disbelief. However, the 2 understood that this approach could only be executed by Su Che. Soon, once this news was disseminated by Lai Yun, it immediately sparked a sensation among the disciples of the 3 sections. 1 token can be exchanged for 100 low-grade spirit stones? Wow, that's simply outrageous. Is this Su Che? Incredible. With Su Che in the Qingyang Sword Sect, we are practically invincible. It's absurd to think of using money to crush the competition. The disciples of the Qingyang Sword Sect rejoiced, shouting praises for their senior brother, thrilled that they too would benefit. Conversely, disciples from the other 2 sects cursed Su Che for his shamelessness, decrying the unfairness of his monetary strategy. Yet, despite their complaints, they all made their way to Su Che's location. After all, 100 low-grade spirit stones presented a tantalizing temptation. This represented a month's worth of cultivation resources, and since spirit stones served as the medium of exchange in the cultivation world, they could also be used to purchase necessary treasures. What could one token accomplish? Setting aside the uncertainty of whether they could retain the tokens over the course of 10 days, even if they succeeded, they would likely find it difficult to secure any reward. It was known that only the top 10 disciples in the grand competition would receive rewards, and rather than risking their necks to snatch tokens from others for rewards that were unlikely to come their way, it was far more prudent to trade tokens for spirit stones. This way, their endeavor at the summit would indeed be profitable. Such thoughts spread among the disciples of the various sects. At this moment, few were concerned about their sect's ranking. Ultimately, personal interests took precedence. Suche truly is extravagantly wealthy. It's a pity he only understands such tactics and will never ascend the true path, they mused. Meanwhile, Yi-chan had just slain a peak second-tier magical beast and caught wind of this news, scoffing at it. Only someone like Suche would resort to using money to dominate this grand competition of the three sects. Such tricks are beneath my notice. To him, the true essence of this competition lay in seizing tokens through one's own strength. Of course, the primary reason was that he simply lacked the funds. However, this method does save you quite a bit of trouble, the ring's elder remarked. Master, what do you mean? Yi-chan inquired, puzzled. This exchange of one token for 100 spirit stones is a sure bet for those lacking the strength to contest for a top 10 position. The elder elaborated. Therefore, they will inevitably flock to Suche's location, and their strength poses no threat to you. You can intercept them on their way. Upon hearing this, Yi-chan immediately grasped the elder's intent. His eyes gleaming with understanding. In that case, I owe Suche my gratitude for this fortuitous opportunity. I wonder how he will react when he learns of this. Will he be enraged to the point of spitting blood? Yi-chan chuckled, the grievances of being bullied by Suche in the past now finding release. For soon, he would not only have the chance to retaliate against Suche, but he would also seize a great opportunity in the process. Suche truly is extravagantly wealthy. In the distance, a girl clad in combat attire halted her steps. With her hair tied in a single ponytail, she possessed a spirited demeanor and a strikingly fresh visage. Exchanging spirit stones for tokens is utterly excessive. It's so unfair, she pouted, feeling disgruntled. While I am here battling atop the summit, others are sipping tea while a deluge of tokens is delivered to them. It's infuriating. This situation would prompt Yi-chan to take action soon, intercepting the disciples making their way towards Suche. Meanwhile, Suche mused to himself in his previous life. A key reason Yi-chan managed to excel in the competition was precisely because he had announced that others could exchange tokens for spirit stones, only to have Yi-chan intercept a significant portion along the way. Consequently, Suche had been blamed for this, with disciples from two sects accusing him of lacking martial ethics and colluding with his own disciples to stage this dual act, luring others into a trap. Now, Suche was merely orchestrating the plot as it should unfold. With that thought, he opened his diary and began to write slowly. Yi-chan, I hope you're not foolish enough to miss my sincere intentions. Next, we shall await your interception of the incoming disciples, then seize their tokens. Do not let anything go awry. Fortunately, I have money. Otherwise, I couldn't afford such extravagance. After the competition concludes, I must put on a good show. It truly is taxing for me. It turned out that his motives were to assist Yi-chan. Lu Suqing soon caught a glimpse of Suche's latest diary entry, her eyes widening in realization. She had not anticipated that everything was orchestrated by Suche. If Yi-chan were to discover that all of this had been planned by Suche, he would likely feel mortified to the point of spitting blood. The girl thought to herself. However, if Yi-chan was as thick-skinned as he seemed, even if he were to learn the truth, it might not affect him much. She shook her head and continued to observe the unfolding events. After all she needed to do was stay close to Suche. How intriguing! Suche indeed possesses a captivating charm. On the other side, beside the rocky outcrop, a spirited girl with a single ponytail remarked with a smile. Her name is Yun Kai, the daughter of the sect leader of Yunxia sect. She should have had no interest in Suche, the legitimate heir of the Su family, yet not long ago, a diary that she could peruse at any time suddenly appeared in her mind. The owner of this diary is none other than Suche himself. Initially, she was taken aback, fearing she might be experiencing some mental disturbance, or or that a powerful being had invaded her consciousness. However, as she gradually familiarized herself with the contents of the diary, she realized it was merely an ordinary journal, revealing Suche's genuine thoughts and feelings. Over time, her interest in Suche deepened considerably. After all, this individual evidently possessed foreknowledge of future events. Could there be glimpses of her own future within? Yunkai was thoroughly intrigued. Therefore, her participation in the grand competition among the three sects was primarily to meet this peculiar individual. Why, despite his ability to foresee all, does he choose not to alter the course of events? For instance, why is he still assisting Yi Chun? Speaking of Yi Chun, the girl naturally harbored no fondness for this name. After all, with Suche's diary in her mind, she perceived Yi Chun as a thoroughly despicable villain, a quintessential antagonist. Chapter 36. The senior brother is too handsome. Suche is indeed rather fascinating, Yunkai muttered. Her purpose in attending the competition was primarily driven by her curiosity about Suche. Hence, upon learning of his whereabouts, she did not linger but instead proceeded directly towards him. Once the news spread that Suche was exchanging 100 low-grade spirit stones for tokens, numerous individuals approached him. At this moment, beside a serene pond on Flat Top Mountain, the scenery was exquisite. Senior brother, a few disciples from the Fire Sect have come to exchange tokens for spirit stones with you, Lai Yun announced upon his return. Soon, four cultivators clad in the attire of the Fire Sect approached, all at the mid-stage of the Qi condensation realm, and clearly lacking any hope of ranking in the top 10 of the competition. Thus, upon hearing the news, they hastily made their way over. Your Highness, the four disciples stood before Suche, bowing in greeting. Faced with this favored youth of the current emperor, even the Fire Sect disciples, who were not on good terms with the Qingyang Sword Sect, dared not show disrespect. Please hand over your tokens, Suche stated matter-of-factly without further ado. The four exchanged glances, evidently surprised by Suche's directness. What, do you fear I might swallow the tokens? Suche remarked coolly. If I wished to seize your tokens, I wouldn't bother with pleasantries. I would simply take action. Seeing through their thoughts, he spoke in a calm tone. The four chuckled awkwardly, realizing that Suche was not one to deceive those of lesser stature. If he truly intended to take their tokens, he could do so effortlessly. Your Highness speaks true. We shall hand over our tokens at once, they replied, quickly producing their tokens. Lai Yun stepped forward to collect them before passing them on to Suche. Noticing the evident trepidation in their eyes, Suche had a sudden epiphany. Indeed, in this narrative, he was the antagonist. Antagonists must embody the essence of villainy. Is it not the hallmark of a villain to prey upon the weak? Moreover, with Lu Suqing present, he had the perfect opportunity to showcase his villainous demeanor. Given the girl's temperament, she would surely be incensed enough to storm away. Suche commended his own cleverness, having been troubled for days about how to distance himself from Lu Suqing. This plan was undeniably effective. Acting on impulse, upon receiving the tokens, Suche disdainfully cast a glance at the four, declaring coldly, "You may leave now." At his words, the expressions of the four Fire Sect disciples shifted dramatically. Senior brother Su, what is the meaning of this? They stammered, clearly caught off guard by his unexpected demeanor. Do I need to reiterate myself? Suche replied, impatience creeping into his voice. Startled, the four hesitated, but one of them mustered the courage to speak. Suche, you are renowned throughout Dezhou, a senior brother of the Qingyang Sword Sect. How can you act in such a treacherous manner, risking your own reputation? Though he spoke with conviction, his resolve faltered under Suche's imposing presence. Any further retort would surely invite dire consequences. Suche regarded him with a fleeting glint of malice in his eyes, fully embodying the essence of an antagonist. Leave at once, he commanded, his tone frigid and unyielding. Laced with an air of arrogance that incited both anger and fear in the disciples, in that moment, an icy chill enveloped the disciple, who sensed that any further protest might lead to his imminent demise. Very well, we shall remember this, he muttered weakly, before taking his leave with the others. After this encounter, Suche feigned nonchalance as he glanced at Lu Suqing, who appeared utterly astonished, clearly taken aback by his actions. Delighted within, Suche reveled in the effect he had achieved, intending for Lu Suqing to perceive him as a heartless villain. This way, according to her upbringing, she would never approach someone of his ilk. I refuse to believe I cannot shake you off this way, Suche mused, casting a gaze towards the girl, silently urging her to lash out at him, to berate him profusely before storming off. He eagerly anticipated the moment of her fury. He watched as her lips moved, words tumbling forth. "Senior brother Sue, you?" Indeed. He sought that very tone of astonishment, to be followed by discontent, ultimately culminating in an outburst of anger. "What's the matter, Ching Ching? What have I done?" He feigned confusion. "You are precisely this sort of person." The girl's expression remained one of disbelief. "I have always been this way," Su Che replied, feigning ignorance, while inwardly exulting. "Yes, I am indeed this despicable rogue. Come to your senses," he rejoiced, pleased that his strategy was bearing fruit. If only Yi Chan were present, for the stark contrast would compel the girl to confront her own feelings. Alleviating his concerns about the plot veering off course, as Su Che eagerly awaited Lu Suqing's vehement condemnation, her next words left him utterly speechless. "Senior brother Su, you were absolutely magnificent just now." The girl gazed at him with adoration, her eyes sparkling as if illuminated by stars. "Magnificent? What nonsense!" Su Che was taken aback, utterly flabbergasted by her response. He had not anticipated such a reaction from her. "What on earth? Given your character, how could you find my actions commendable? That was quintessentially villainous. Dear heavens, are you unwell today? Or did you take the wrong medicine this morning?" Su Che mused, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. He felt a strong urge to simply surrender to the absurdity of it all. "System, are you certain this female lead is of sound mind?" Su Che inquired internally. "Or has she also been transported here like me?" "Everything is normal. Please rest assured, host," the system replied. "Then this is utterly ludicrous," Su Che lamented, feeling helpless. He could not betray his inner turmoil outwardly. Observing the fleeting complexity in Su Che's expression, the girl couldn't help but chuckle softly before continuing. Chapter 37. Concerns Senior Brother. You obtained the opponent's token without incurring any cost. That is strategy. I always thought you were merely a brave warrior, but I see now you possess both valor and cunning. Gazing at Lu Suqing's admiring countenance, Su Che found himself speechless. Had the lovesick girl truly lost her senses? Such words could escape her lips, and directed at him. No less, Su Che wanted to retort, urging her to seek help. Yet, with her words having reached such a point, he found himself unable to counter. He could only resign himself to the situation. Well, I might as well enjoy this, he thought. After successfully dismissing the 4 disciples from the fire sect, more disciples from the other 2 sects began to arrive in order to maintain his villainous faade. Su Che continued to seize their tokens without any cost. Before long, he had accumulated a dozen tokens, seemingly modest in number, yet acquired with utmost ease. At this moment, Su Che finally found a reprieve, allowing him some time to pen in his diary. Today was utterly ridiculous. I thought the lovesick girl would be appalled by my token-snatching antics. To my astonishment, she even praised me, believing I possess both bravery and wit. I truly suspect her mind might be unwell. This lovesick girl seems to have lost her way. Instead of pursuing Yi Chun, she clings to me like a stubborn gum. Sigh. What on earth is happening with Yi Chun? I hope he hasn't faltered. Yi Chun, for heaven's sake, lend me some strength and soothe my wounded soul. After venting her frustrations, Su Che found himself rewarded with a slight enhancement in his cultivation. Simultaneously, his latest diary entry was disseminated. This guy is utterly outrageous. Upon reading the diary, Lu Suqing was so infuriated that she felt compelled to stomp her foot. Deep down, she was seething. After all, she considered herself a stunning beauty. Surely, being associated with him should not be a disadvantage. Yet, he had the audacity to bestow upon her the nickname Sticky Candy, which was simply infuriating. Moreover, despite her insistence that she was not a lovesick girl, he repeatedly referred to her as a lovesick woman in his diary. Wasn't that a blatant mockery of her? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. The young woman shot Su Che a glare, let out a cold huff, and resumed her meditation. Damn it. I almost fell for it again. I knew she wouldn't genuinely praise my behavior. She was undoubtedly trying to throw me off guard. Realizing that Lu Suqing was inexplicably upset with him once more, Su Che quickly pieced it together in his mind. Perhaps she had conspired with Yi Chun long ago, feigning stability while secretly berating him mercilessly. Surely that must be the case. Su Che chuckled inwardly, finding solace in the thought. This is even better. You people from Qingyang Sword Sect are truly shameless, colluding to deceive us out of our tokens. In the dense forest, two figures were sent flying backward. Clad in the garb of disciples from Lihua Sect and Yunxia Sect, they had blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. That moment, they staggered to their feet, glaring fiercely and cursed furiously. Before them stood a slightly younger boy, who regarded the two with disdain. Colluding! The boy erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke. You two truly lack brains, you, having never even laid a hand on him. They were now subjected to such verbal humiliation, their faces flushed with rage, nearly bursting from the indignation. Hand over your tokens and, since I'm in a good mood, be quick about leaving. Upon hearing the boy's words, despite their reluctance, the two had no choice but to comply. They tossed aside their tokens and fled in disgrace. Tio think that Su Che was not as foolish as I had presumed. The boy was, of course, Yi Chen. Throughout that day, he had been cultivating and honing his skills nearby, intercepting many disciples who sought to exchange their tokens for spirit stones with Su Che, while also acquiring the latest news. It turned out that Su Che had managed to swindle all those who came to exchange spirit stones. What had initially seemed like a gullible fool revealed a hint of cunning. Yi Chen smirked inwardly. Such individuals are the most challenging to deal with. You must be even more cautious. The old man in the ring cautioned. Rest assured, master, no scheme can prevail against absolute strength. Yi Chen replied dismissively. While my current power may not match his, it won't be long before I can crush him underfoot. Such ambition is commendable, the old man remarked. This is the spirit a youth of your age should possess. However, remaining here, it will be difficult to encounter anyone holding tokens. We must take action. Master, I share that sentiment, Yi Chen responded. The news of his intercepting tokens had spread, and with Su Che setting traps to deceive. Only a fool would venture this way again. Thus, staying here would yield little benefit for his cultivation. I can sense that within Mount Pingding lies a great opportunity for you. Should you acquire it? It would significantly bolster your strength, the old man stated. Upon hearing this, an expression of delight illuminated Yi Chen's face. He was well aware of his master's abilities and had no doubt regarding the latter's judgment. Without hesitation, he set off at once. At this moment, Yi Chen should also be preparing to depart. In a day's time, he must have intercepted quite a few tokens. Speaking of which, there is an opportunity belonging to Yi Chen within Mount Pingding. It's time to set out in search of it. This matter should not concern me, yet why do I feel a sense of foreboding? Could it be that unforeseen circumstances will arise, and Yi Chen might stumble here? It's not entirely impossible. This guy often faces unexpected setbacks, his strength failing to match his bravado. No, I must go and see. Otherwise, if this lad meets an untimely demise, who will I turn to for justice? Having closed the diary and gained a modest amount of cultivation, Su Che immediately made a decision. In the original narrative, he and Yi Chen had little opportunity to meet atop Mount Pingding. After all, there existed a disparity in their strengths, and given Yi Chen's character, he would naturally avoid him. As for Su Che, he paid no mind to such insignificant insects. Thus, he wouldn't be present for the opportunity that belonged to Yi Chen. However, reflecting on the events of recent days, Su Che grew concerned that if he did not keep an eye on things, given Yi Chen's propensity for mishaps, he might suffer grave consequences. Sustaining some injuries would be trivial. What truly worried Su Che was the possibility of this lad being killed outright. Therefore, to prevent such an unfortunate turn of events, Su Che resolved to accompany him. In the event that Yi Chen encountered an insurmountable problem, he could step in and save the boy's life. Chapter 38. Yunkai. This Su Che, who clearly cares more than anyone about Yi Chen's well-being, feigns indifference. On the outside, Mu Qingxuang chuckled upon reading Su Che's latest diary entry. If Yi Chen were to discover that throughout his cultivation journey, he had been under the watchful eye of his enemy, being protected and nurtured by Su Che, it would surely shatter his resolve. Yun Kai and Lu Suqing shared similar sentiments. At this moment, the latter was consumed by different thoughts. The diary revealed Su Che's intention to seek out Yi Chen, which naturally conflicted with the young woman's plans. Thus, Lu Suqing deemed that it would be wise to distance herself. At once, she approached Su Che and declared, "Senior brother, I wish to venture out alone for a while." Her words took Su Che aback. He instinctively wanted to applaud her, but quickly realized that this was not the appropriate moment for her to depart. He had intended to stealthily protect Yi Chen and, ideally, bring Lu Suqing along to create some opportunities. Yet, she suddenly announced her desire to train alone. Why hadn't she voiced this earlier? Su Che was left speechless. He earnestly implored, "Qingqing, Mount Pingding is not safe. You should stay with me. I can protect you." His heartfelt plea was difficult to dismiss at that moment. Su Che could guarantee that his desire for the young woman to accompany him was sincere. Although his motives were somewhat impure, his intentions were good. "Thank you for your kindness, senior brother, but I do not wish to grow under your protection." Listening to the girl's somewhat melodramatic words, Su Che suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Was this truly the same aloof lovesick girl? Nevertheless, he could not refute her statement. Reluctantly, he nodded and said, "Very well, do take care in the face of danger. Do not act impulsively." Although, as the female lead, she would undoubtedly face no real dangers, Su Che, being the ultimate devoted admirer, could not neglect his concern despite being aware that her concern was merely theatrical. Lu Suqing surprisingly responded with a simple word, not as cold as usual. Soon, she took her leave, leaving Su Che standing alone. Regardless, this lovesick girl was finally gone, and he no longer had to maintain a facade. Su Che's expression shifted. With the relevant characters absent from the storyline, he no longer needed to play the part of the two-faced individual. This lovesick girl, I wonder what got into her. Suddenly declaring her desire to leave alone. Damn it, I had been dropping hints all along for her not to follow me, yet she didn't understand. Now that I want her to come, she refuses. It's utterly perplexing. At least the upcoming plot has nothing to do with her. I simply cannot fathom what this woman thinks about every day. Forget her. I shall set off to find Yi Chen. I hope this lad can muster some strength. Having vented his frustration, Su Che packed his belongings and set off. Yu Che, I will not let this go. On the other side of the dense forest, Lu Suqing's voice rang out with indignation. She clenched her teeth, her eyes blazing with fury. Just as she had walked away, she received an update on Su Che's diary, filled with yet more of his complaints about her. Plunging her into a state of deep frustration, Su Che, am I truly so detestable in your eyes? At that moment, self-doubt crept in. Within the Qingyang sword sect, she was the daughter of the sect leader. Cherished since birth in Luoyun City, she was renowned for her beauty. Moreover, her cultivation talent was exceptional, placing her among the elite of the younger generation in Luoyun City. One could say she was born with a silver spoon, surrounded by countless accolades. Yet now, she found herself grappling with profound self-doubt, questioning her own worth. Setting aside these negative emotions, Lu Suqing sought to think positively. At least, for now, her decision had been the right one. If she had continued following Su Che, she would inevitably encounter Yi Chen, something she wished to avoid. Thus, all she needed to do now was bide her time and await news. Boom. After parting ways with Lu Suqing and walking alone for some time, Su Che suddenly heard a deafening noise. Rocks tumbled, trees were uprooted, and it was evident that a fierce battle was occurring nearby. Who could be causing such a commotion? Su Che speculated, curiosity piqued about the source of the disturbance. He initially had no intention of meddling in the matter, yet a sense of apprehension crept in, fearing that Yi Chen might be in peril. Consequently, he followed the sound and soon discerned his target. It was a graceful silhouette. Although he could not see her face, it was evident that she could not be Yi Chen at that moment. The figure was confronting a formidable demon ape, its massive frame exuding a fierce countenance. This creature was a mid-stage Tier 3 magical beast known as the Tsangyan ape, a member of the ape clan, whose strength was formidable, rivaling even some late-stage magical beasts. The graceful figure, however, possessed merely the cultivation of an early-stage spirit transformation realm, rendering her no match for the Tsangyan ape, which had her firmly at a disadvantage. To Su Che's discerning eye, it was clear that the situation was far graver than a mere disadvantage. If the struggle continued, it would not be long before the person battling the demon ape would meet her demise. Nevertheless, Su Che was reluctant to intervene, as he was no savior and had no time to spare for rescuing others. Thus, he resolved to discreetly slip away and continue his search for Yi Chen. However, his arrival did capture the attention of the figure. A melodious, yet slightly urgent voice floated toward him from that direction. "Su Xiong, please save me." The tone was indeed pleasant. Su Che was taken aback. Did this girl know him? She called him Su Xiong, sounding so familiar. Yet, Su Che had no recollection of her voice whatsoever. Are you calling me? Su Che queried in return. Initially intent on leaving, he decided it prudent to ascertain who was addressing him. After all, if she truly were a friend, it would be remiss to abandon her in her time of need. I am Su Xiong. The graceful figure turned to reveal a beautiful face, comparable in stature to his own. Yun Kai? Su Che paused for a moment, quickly recognizing her identity. It was not due to a personal acquaintance, but rather because Yun Kai was one of the female protagonists. However, the manner of her entrance should not have been like this, should it? No, the approach was correct, but the rest was all wrong. In the original storyline, Yun Kai was also embroiled in a battle with the magical beast and was rescued by Yi Chun. Leading to their acquaintance, it was here that Yun Kai began to harbor feelings for the main character. Yet, all of this transpired after the events at Pingding Mountain, once Yi Chun had gained his fortune and significantly increased his strength. Given the current progression, Yi Chun's power prior to obtaining his fortune was not markedly different from Yun Kai's. Simply put, even if Yi Chun were to appear now, he would not stand a chance against the Tsungyan ape. The plot was beginning to unravel as Yu Che mused. Chapter 39. Another female lead in distress, Su Che surveyed the surroundings. Aside from himself, there was no one else to come to the rescue. This meant that without his intervention, it was highly likely that Yun Kai would meet her end at the hands of the demon ape. This was illogical. Such an event did not occur in the narrative. If Yun Kai were to die, it would create chaos, wouldn't it? Su Che pondered in confusion. Yet, given the current circumstances, Yi Chun could not possibly arrive in time. Frustration welled within him. If he intervened, might he not further complicate the plot? After all, in the original storyline, Yi Chun rescued Yun Kai, which was how their relationship began to develop. Therefore, Su Che was left to wonder if his current intervention would deprive Yi Chun of any future opportunities. Ultimately, he decided to set aside his concerns. After all, she was a female lead, and whether he wanted to or not, he had to accede. As he observed the girl, her attire already marred with blood. He wasted no time and sprang into action. A surge of sword energy cleaved through the air, the initial strike being the Qingyang sword, a mid-tier spirit-level sword technique. In an instant, his spiritual power surged, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, and Yun Kai heard the resonant hum of a sword echoing beside her. The sword energy brushed past her, its might causing her heart to tremble. With a swift motion, the Tsungyan ape found itself unable to retaliate. A gaping wound opened in its chest. With a feeble roar, the demon ape collapsed to the ground, the light in its eyes gradually fading until it was extinguished. The mid-stage Tier 3 magical beast, Tsungyan ape, was utterly devoid of life. A single strike had been sufficient. Yun Kai was astonished, her eyes sparkling with wonder as she gazed at the white-clad youth who had intervened. At that moment, Su Che's spiritual energy had settled into tranquility, as if he had not just engaged in battle at all, as this Su Che's true strength. Yun Kai had only heard of the young man's reputation and had grown curious due to the diary he had penned, which she had the fortune to read. However, witnessing his prowess firsthand left her utterly awestruck. Such a formidable demon ape could not withstand a single strike from Su Che. His strength was indeed extraordinary, rivaling that of the elders within their sect. Yun Kai marveled at the disparity in strength between them, despite their similar ages. Thank you, Su Xiong, for saving my life. She quickly composed herself and expressed her gratitude. Regardless of the circumstances, he had ultimately saved her life, a debt she vowed to remember and repay in the future. Do you know me? Su Che was puzzled as to why the girl before him appeared so familiar with him, even though this was their first encounter. The name Su Xiong is likely known throughout the Great Zhou, is it not? Yun Kai replied, naturally omitting any mention of the diary. Such matters were far more intriguing when the subject remained unaware. That is true, Su Che conceded, acknowledging his status as the first major antagonist on the protagonist's journey. He had to maintain some semblance of respectability. However, observing her demeanor, Su Che felt compelled to alter Yun Kai's impression of him. In that case, please hand over the tokens you possess. Upon hearing this, the girl froze, her expression one of disbelief. She could hardly fathom that after saving her life, Su Che would directly demand her tokens. You intend to take my tokens? She questioned incredulously. Accustomed to being treated like a star wherever she went, she had never envisioned such an outcome. Su Che regarded her with an expression of incredulity. Responding coldly, I am the eldest disciple of the Qingyang sword sect. Is it not perfectly normal for me to claim your tokens? Moreover, had I stood idly by, you would have already become the demon ape's next meal. Faced with this reality, Yun Kai reluctantly surrendered her tokens. Upon counting their number, Su Che's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth? I merely intended to take a few tokens to elevate your disdain for me. I never anticipated such a bounty. If I were to accept all of these, it would undoubtedly overshadow the protagonist's achievements. Yet, given the current circumstances, Su Che could only feign acceptance, gathering the numerous tokens into his possession. He would have to navigate this situation step by step. Su Xiong, what shall we do next? Once Su Che had stowed the tokens, Yun Kai approached him, eager for companionship. Su Che leaned against the silhouette of the girl, momentarily taken aback. Turning to observe her expectant expression, he felt as if 1,000 thoughts were racing through his mind. Did Yun Kai's mind become muddled after her encounter with the demon ape? Please, I just relieved you of your tokens. Are you not the least bit upset? Why do you carry on as if we are so familiar? Su Che desperately wished to inquire, are you all right? Go about your own affairs. I have no obligation to you. Of course, Yun Kai replied earnestly, nodding her head as she fell into step beside Su Che. Why are you following me? He asked, bewildered. I've given it considerable thought. Pingding Mountain is not as simple as I initially believed, so I shall accompany you for the sake of preserving my own life, she responded. Didn't you say I should pursue my own business? Well, this is what I intend to do, Su Che. Fortunately, having already encountered Lu Suqing, he had developed a certain resilience to the peculiarities of the female leads in this realm. Moreover, he was on his way to find Yi Qian. And having Yun Kai, a female lead, accompany him was not entirely disadvantageous. After all, due to his interference, he had stolen the spotlight from the protagonist's heroic rescue, and Su Che was curious if there might be an opportunity for redemption. If you must follow, then do so, but keep your distance, he stated in a calm tone. All right, Yun Kai responded cheerfully, evidently pleased with the prospect of accompanying him. Despite the recent theft of her tokens, the life-saving deed weighed more heavily on her mind. As they traversed the path, the incessant chatter of the girl beside him began to wear on Su Che, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. While he was aware of Yun Kai's loquacious nature, the reality was far more exaggerated than he had anticipated. Had he not been on a mission to find Yi Qian, he would have absconded long ago. What on earth is with this girl's incessant babbling? Goodness, from now on, she shall not be known as Yun Kai, but rather the Chatterbox. It's truly strange, though. Why did this talkative girl appear early and end up saved by me? Originally, Yi Qian was supposed to rescue her, leading to her immediate infatuation, and now I've complicated matters. How peculiar. Despite my deliberate theft of her tokens, she seems utterly unfazed. Has her mind truly gone awry? Yet, it seems all female leads share a singular mindset. Why do they all act so similarly? Lu Jie is far superior. Congratulations, host. You have received a modest reward in cultivation enhancement. After a moment of venting his frustrations, Su Che's spirits were considerably lifted. Chapter 40. The female leads who wish to slay the protagonist. What's wrong with you? At that instant, Su Che suddenly heard a grinding sound. Turning to see the girl grimacing, it's nothing, just a bit of a toothache, as the young girl gritted her teeth. A hint of hostility laced her voice. Indeed, this was a normal reaction. I had seized the token from her, so it was impossible for her to harbor no resentment towards me. Su Che did not dwell on it, merely attributing her anger to her delayed reflexes. However, he was oblivious to the fact that Yun Kai had glimpsed his latest diary entry, the contents of which had infuriated her to no end. Damn Su Che, you are the real chatterbox. Your entire family is a bunch of talkative fools, she seethed internally. Having just encountered Su Che, she was already subjected to his mockery in writing, which included a peculiar nickname he had concocted for her. How could she not be enraged? Nevertheless, upon discovering that Su Che had deliberately taken her token merely to incite mutual animosity, her mood lightened somewhat. After calming down, she found herself pondering the recent entries in the diary, as they pertained to her. The most unbearable revelation was that she was, in fact, the female lead. Would she come to develop feelings for Yi Qian simply because he had saved her? This outcome was something Yun Kai could not accept. Although she had yet to meet Yi Qian, she had gleaned from Su Che's writings just how shameless a character he was if she were to fall for such a man. She might as well end her own life. Thankfully, it was Su Che who had rescued her. This thought, in turn, uplifted her spirits considerably. Meanwhile, Lu Suqing had also seen the diary's updates and felt an inexplicable discomfort upon learning that Su Che was with another heroine. Furthermore, witnessing him criticize her in the same breath incited a desire to confront him directly. It seemed that this girl named Yun Kai, like herself, was capable of reading the diary pinned by that little rascal. Mu Qingshuang had likewise perused Su Che's diary, finding the contents quite entertaining. After all, being an observer of such events was rather delightful. Moreover, Su Che's remark about her being Sister Mu had greatly pleased her. Compared to Lu Suqing and Yun Kai, her standing in Su Che's regard was evidently higher. Despite her usual indifference towards such matters, a competitive spirit began to stir within her when placed alongside the other two heroines. Su Xiong, I heard you made a 3-year pact with someone named Yi Chen. Yun Kai inquired curiously. Humph, that worthless fool. What merit is there in mentioning him? Su Che retorted nonchalantly, for this matter was no secret and had long circulated. As for the impending life-and-death battle after 3 years, no one expected Yi Chen to emerge victorious. They considered him merely seeking his own demise. Isn't Yi Chen participating in this grand competition? If something were to befall him here, it surely wouldn't be blamed on Su Xiong, she added. Yu Che's heart jolted at her words. Goodness, why did all the heroines wish for Yi Chen's demise? Were they all out of their minds? That was Yi Chen, after all. If he were to perish, what fate awaited them? He too would suffer, the worthless fool. What is there to fear? Su Che shook his head. Adopting an air of complete indifference, Yun Kai observed his reaction and chose not to pursue the topic further. She had merely been testing Su Che's attitude towards Yi Chen and now had her answer. So she refrained from asking more. A day passed. Within the confines of Pingding Mountain, amidst the rocks and beside the thickets, a series of muffled sounds echoed. Various colors of spiritual energy flared up, indicating a fierce battle was underway. Let us go take a look, Su Che suggested, feeling a familiar aura in the air. Yun Kai had no objections and followed suit. Soon, they arrived at the battleground. Are all the disciples of the Flame sect such despicable cowards, resorting to ambushes? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Su Che's eyes brightened. Upon closer inspection, he was indeed surprised to find Yi Chen there. What was this rascal doing here? Wasn't he supposed to be off seeking opportunities? Su Che was taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering Yi Chen in such a setting, especially engaged in combat. Yi Chen's opponents were 2 disciples from the Flame sect, both at the initial stage of the spirit transformation realm. It was evident that they had come specifically for this competition. Otherwise, given their age and cultivation, they would have already ascended to the rank of elders within the Flame sect. Their cultivation levels posed no real threat to Yi Chen's life, Su Che mused to himself. Although Yi Chen remained at the pinnacle of the Qi-gathering realm, being the protagonist, crossing realms in battle was not a challenge for him. Even facing 2 opponents of their level would only prove somewhat troublesome. It was impossible for them to threaten the protagonist's life. With this thought, Su Che had no intention of intervening. Instead, he opted to observe discreetly alongside Yun Kai. Through their conversation, he soon learned the conflict's origin. It turned out that previously, 3 disciples of the Flame sect had ambushed Yi Chen. During that incident, Yi Chen had engaged in a fierce battle with a 3rd-tier magical beast while vying for the Thunder Cloudgrass, suffering significant injuries before being ambushed by the Flame sect disciples, nearly losing his life. After being saved by Su Che's magical beast, Xiao Bai, Yi Chen had sought a place to recuperate. True to his vengeful nature, once he had recovered, he promptly sought out those 3 and left them gravely injured, seizing their tokens in the process. Thus, a feud was born. Now, as the 2 disciples from the Flame sect sought revenge, they had deliberately sought out Yi Chen to settle the score. Their plan involved one distracting Yi Chen while the other struck from the shadows, aiming for a lethal blow. They had previously defeated numerous opponents using this tactic, but against Yi Chen, it had predictably failed. With the vigilance of the old man in the ring, it was evident that a mere initial stage spirit transformation cultivator could not successfully ambush him. Though their plan had not succeeded, they were not disheartened. After all, they were stronger than Yi Chen, and they had no fear of losing in a direct confrontation. More crucially, they had backup. Capturing a Qi-gathering realm cultivator was exceedingly easy. Is that Yi Chen? He doesn't look impressive at all. This marked Yun Kai's first encounter with Yi Chen, and her impression was far from favorable. However, the fact that he could contend against two initial-stage spirit transformation cultivators was indeed astonishing. The disparity between realms was significantly greater than the difference within the same realm, showcasing Yi Chen's extraordinary talent. Meanwhile, lurking in a concealed spot, Lu Suqing was also observing the battle, muttering to herself in a voice only she could hear. She felt quite vexed. She had merely wandered around and found herself here, stumbling upon Yi Chen's conflict with the Flame sect. It was absurd. She had left Su Che to avoid encountering Yi Chen, only to find him here. Truly, she could not escape him. Fortunately, he had yet to notice her, allowing her the opportunity to conceal herself. However, she could not simply depart, as doing so would quickly attract the attention of the three present. Thus, she was compelled to remain hidden, waiting for the battle to conclude before seeking an opportunity to leave. As a spectator, although she and Yi Chen hailed from the same sect, her selfish desires led her to genuinely wish for Yi Chen's defeat in this battle, with the ideal outcome being his demise. Dark thoughts began to brew within her heart. On the battlefield, the clash had escalated to a fever pitch. Facing two initial-stage spirit transformation cultivators, Yi Chen handled the situation with remarkable ease. Yet, the more effortlessly he performed, the more embarrassed the two disciples from the Flame sect became. Truly, the protagonist is exceptional. Leveling up is as simple as drinking water, Su Che mused, then turned to Yun Kai. Aren't you going to intervene? I don't even know them. Why should I intervene? Yun Kai replied. Those from the Flame sect are at odds with your sect. Their disciples engage in constant conflict. Yet, here you are. Merely watching the spectacle, Su Che remarked, testing Yun Kai's reaction to gauge whether she recognized Yi Chen, thereby assessing if the narrative had veered off course. Observing her demeanor, it was evident she had no familiarity with Yi Chen. Satisfied, he concluded that perhaps Yun Kai's timing was simply misaligned, leaving room for redemption. Yun Kai chuckled inwardly at Su Che's words, aware that he was merely probing her attitude towards Yi Chen. She chose not to expose his intentions, responding in a measured tone. Aren't those disciples from your sect? If you won't intervene, why should I? Besides, it seems he is handling himself quite well and clearly has the upper hand. So there is no need for me to meddle. Glancing at Su Che, she continued with a smile. Moreover, witnessing these two shameless disciples from the Flame sect being defeated by a Qi-gathering realm cultivator is rather entertaining. Don't you think? Indeed, it's all thanks to you, Su Che thought, mentally giving Yun Kai a thumbs up. Her cunning nature was truly impressive. As the two individuals engaged in their clandestine exchange, the situation on the field gradually shifted. In my eyes, cultivators of the spirit transformation realm were no different from mere waste. Yi Chen wore a disdainful expression, and then, with a powerful strike, the spiritual energy emanating from him burst forth. In that moment, he unleashed his full strength, executing his most formidable blow. This was a profound level technique. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged upon Yi Chen, the countenance of everyone present, save for Su Che, transformed dramatically, a profound level technique, one that had never been encountered within the three great sects, astonishingly manifested in a cultivator at the Qi condensation realm, enough to leave one in awe. He had actually mastered a profound level technique. Even Yun Kai's expression was one of shock. Although she was the daughter of the sect leader of Yangxiazong, the highest technique she had encountered was merely of the spirit level, having never even glimpsed a profound level technique. Yet now, it had appeared in Yi Chen's hands. How could this not evoke astonishment? Lu Suqing bore a similar expression, her eyes wide in disbelief at the scene before her. A profound level technique, considered a treasure even in the great Zhou imperial city. Could this be the destiny written in Su Che's journal? In an instant, both women felt an overwhelming pressure intensify upon them. This waste actually possessed a profound level technique. Su Che feigned surprise, yet he was already well aware of it all. After all, Yi Chen had the backing of a formidable figure from the past. To speak of rare high-level techniques was simply unrealistic. This was merely a low-grade profound technique, and in the eyes of the old man in the ring, it was hardly precious. Nevertheless, the act must go on. After all, a profound level technique was also a treasure within the Su family, accessible only to core members. It seemed these two disciples from the Fire sect would find it difficult to leave this place today. Upon hearing this, Yun Kai nodded, understanding the implications of Su Che's words. After all, with Yi Chen already exhibiting a profound level technique, It was evident he had no intention of allowing the two to leave alive. The principle of an innocent man bearing the sin of possessing a treasure was well understood by all. Should the knowledge of Yi Qin's profound level technique be leaked, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of many. And with Yi Qin's current cultivation, it would be nearly impossible for him to safeguard such a secret, a profound level technique. The expressions of the two fire sect disciples shifted drastically. They had never anticipated that Yi Qin possessed such a trump card. Their reliance, in the face of such power, appeared akin to the antics of a jester, utterly incomparable. Do not fear. He is merely at the qi condensation realm. Even if he employs a profound level technique, its efficacy will be limited due to his spiritual energy strength, one of them reassured. His words bolstered their morale, and his companion echoed in agreement. Indeed, as long as we withstand this strike, that profound level technique will be ours. At this point, the two fire sect disciples even revealed a glint of greed in their eyes, clearly having begun to covet this technique. Truly, they were the epitome of villainy, depicted as so foolish. Su Che observed the unfolding situation, inwardly mocking. Without a doubt, these two disciples from the fire sect were clearly the antagonists of this narrative, their intellect somewhat lacking. Why Yi Qin dared to utilize a profound level technique. And it was certain he possessed the ability to wield it effectively, though not underestimate the protagonist. Although he was still merely at the qi condensation realm, his spiritual energy was no less potent than theirs. Watching the greed and inexplicable confidence swell in the eyes of the two villains, Su Che could not help but shake his head, feeling reluctant to witness the forthcoming scene. Chapter 42. Beast Tide as expected. The subsequent events unfolded just as Su Che had anticipated. The two disciples from the fire sect confidently unleashed their most powerful strike, attempting to counter Yi Qin's profound level technique. The might of three streams of spiritual energy surged, causing the surrounding leaves to dance wildly. The trees trembled, leaves fluttered, and amidst the intertwining of spiritual energies, everything was reduced to fragments. What a terrifying profound level technique. Its power was comparable to a full-force strike from a mid-stage spirit transformation cultivator. Yun Kai's pupils widened in astonishment. This was a cultivator at the qi condensation realm, capable of executing such a technique. Truly preposterous. Soon, the battle reached its conclusion. Two figures were sent flying, the disciples from the fire sect. At this moment, their eyes were devoid of greed, filled instead with sheer terror, their faces pallid. Pfft. The next second, they could no longer contain themselves, violently expelling a mouthful of blood. After that strike, they felt as though their insides were churning. An excruciating discomfort taking hold, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, their spiritual energy in utter disarray. Clearly, both had suffered severe injuries, rendered devoid of combat capability. Cultivators of the spirit transformation realm are hardly impressive, Yi Qin remarked coldly, approaching the fallen duo step by step. After executing the profound level technique, Yi Qin's complexion appeared slightly pale. Given his current cultivation, employing this technique was somewhat taxing. However, even so, its might was more than sufficient to deal with two initial-stage spirit transformation cultivators. What do you intend to do? As Yi Qin approached, the two fire sect disciples panicked, their faces shifting in color. What do you think? Yi Qin retorted with a cold smile. We can hand over our tokens and treasures. As long as you let us go. Another quickly added, indeed. We swear to keep the events of today confidential, never to speak of them. In that moment, they were genuinely frightened, their demeanor in stark contrast to their earlier bravado. Terrified that their lives would end here. Oh, you two think I am a fool? Yi Qin scoffed. I could simply take your tokens and treasures from your corpses. Only the dead can keep secrets. His eyes glinted with murderous intent. Having resolved to use his trump card, he had no intention of sparing these two. Otherwise, should they escape alive and reveal the existence of his profound level technique, it would bring him endless trouble. Even his sect would no longer be safe. Yi Qin had long experienced the treachery of the world and would not take such matters lightly. Sensing the murderous aura emanating from Yi Qin, the two fire sect disciples felt a chill run down their spines, growling in desperation. Yi Qin, if you kill us, the fire sect will surely retaliate. Do you wish to instigate a war between the two sects? Their words concealed a veiled threat. Clearly, having exhausted all other options, they resorted to intimidation. Yet Yi Qin was clearly not one to be swayed by such tactics. A mocking smile crept across his lips. Are all disciples of the fire sect such fools? The beasts roam freely on Flat Peak. Is it not normal for a few disciples to perish? Even if I were to kill you, who would know it was me? He continued. Besides, the fire sect and Yangxiazong have always had a tense relationship. They would likely suspect us first. Yi Qian is truly insidious. Yun Kai couldn't help but exclaim, having grasped the implications of his words. He intended to kill the two and frame their deaths on Yangxiazong, thereby deepening the enmity between the two sections. After all, these two fire sect disciples were clearly core members. If they truly perished on Flat Peak, it would cause the fire sect considerable pain. If Yi Chun successfully placed the blame on them, it could potentially ignite a conflict between the two sects, allowing the Qingyang sword sect to reap the benefits. Truly, the protagonist was adept at playing a two birds with one stone strategy. Su Che mused at Yi Qian. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two fire sect disciples changed drastically. Yi Chun had made up his mind to execute them on the spot. Fear, dread, and panic washed over their faces as they attempted to flee. But their injuries rendered them unable to even stand. At this moment, regret filled their hearts. Had they known it would come to this, they would never have sought trouble with Yi Qian. No, if Yi Qian truly kills them, it would spell disaster, Yun Kai exclaimed. What the hell? You can't be serious, can you? Su Che was taken aback, realizing that while Yun Kai had not yet allied herself with Yi Chun, it was only a matter of time. Please, do not interfere. Su Che had not anticipated that Yun Kai would not only refrain from assisting Yi Chun, but also contemplate confronting him. Was her mind truly in disarray? If she allowed the two to escape, the existence of Yi Chin's profound level technique would be exposed. After all, Su Che clearly remembered that Yi Chun had revealed this trump card not due to participating in the competition of the three sects, but rather because of subsequent events. Should Yun Kai succeed in stopping Yi Chun from killing the two, the plot would spiral into chaos. Therefore, he had to prevent Yun Kai from acting at all costs. However, just then, his expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly pulled Yun Kai away. We must go. The beast tide is upon us. The beast tide? How could it occur at this time on Flat Peak? Yun Kai exclaimed in surprise. The so-called beast tide referred to the rampant uprising of demon beasts, where hordes would run amok, posing a terrifying threat. Without absolute strength, one could not hope to resist during a beast tide. However, the dates of the three sects competition were carefully selected to avoid the emergence of a beast tide. How could such an anomaly occur? If you wish to die, feel free to remain and see if what I say is true. Su Che said, releasing his grip on the girl's hand and fleeing alone. His consciousness was exceedingly powerful. Just moments ago, he had sensed over 100 beastly auras approaching swiftly, some of which even posed a considerable challenge to him. How could there be a beast tide at Pingding Mountain? I recall that such an event was never mentioned in the storyline. While fleeing, Su Che was engulfed in profound confusion. I believe you. Behind him, Yun Kai promptly followed suit, quickly choosing to trust Su Che's words. After all, the diary entries pinned by the other party had manifested within her mind, rendering this scene beyond doubt. Indeed, before long, a cacophony of beastly roars erupted from the very spot they had just occupied, shaking the earth and mountains, the terrifying sounds unmistakable. It truly is a beast tide, Yun Kai remarked with trepidation. If she had acted thoughtlessly moments ago, she would have likely found herself ensnared within the ferocious horde, reduced to nothing more than a meal for the beasts. Chapter 43. Luck takes a strange turn. Thank you for saving my life once more. Yun Kai expressed her gratitude. If you were stubborn, even deities would find it difficult to save you. Su Che shook his head. Were it not for her status as the female lead, he would hardly concern himself with her fate. By the way, with this beast tide, Yi Chun is likely to have no place left for burial. Yun Kai suddenly remarked, her anticipation tinged with a desire for Yi Chun's demise amidst the chaos. After all, this was not a challenge that a practitioner at the Qi condensation realm could withstand. A useless individual perishes. It matters not if one cannot even evade a beast tide. They hardly deserve to be my rival. Su Che scoffed, though his thoughts wandered elsewhere. The female lead was indeed remarkable. Having only just encountered Yi Chun, she was already concerned for his well-being. However, you need not worry. He is the male lead, and his fate is remarkably resilient. If I can sense the impending beast tide, his master within that ring has undoubtedly taken note as well. Perhaps he has already fled. Su Che felt no alarm at this danger. for it posed little threat to a powerful soul such as the Elder within the ring. Almost simultaneously, the Elder issued a warning to Yi Chen. Run, do not linger here. A wave of beasts is rapidly approaching. A beast tide? Yi Chen's expression shifted slightly. He was well aware of its terrifying nature, and the fact that even his teacher had spoken up indicated the peril he faced was beyond his capacity to bear. With the beast tide imminent, Yi Chen did not hesitate for a moment. He swiftly eliminated the 2 disciples of the Flame Sect before departing the scene. He truly killed them. Lu Suqing, hidden in the shadows, witnessed this scene in shock. She understood the gravity of the situation. If the Flame Sect were to discover this, it could spark a conflict between the Qingyang Sword Sect and the Flame Sect. Among the 3 major sects in Luoyun City, the Flame Sect and the Cloudy Mist Sect had always maintained a poor relationship, with their disciples often engaging in battles to establish superiority whenever they crossed paths. The Qingyang Sword Sect had always adopted a neutral stance, refraining from aiding either side, thus preserving the balance. However, should this incident come to light, the situation would likely undergo significant upheaval. Knowing her father's nature, he would likely go to great lengths to protect someone like Yi Chen, even if it meant severing ties with the Flame Sect. Lu Suqing contemplated this in her heart, fully aware that this matter must remain hidden from others. Though she wished to see Yi Chen perish, she did not desire to witness her sect suffer as a consequence. After pondering for a moment, she prepared to leave the area upon seeing Yi Chen had already departed. Yet at that moment, the ground shook violently, and a series of beastly roars echoed nearby, causing birds in the sky to take flight. It was the beast tide. The girl's complexion paled as she recognized the ominous sounds. Panic setting in. Why had a beast tide suddenly erupted at Pingding Mountain? Without daring to think further, she turned and fled. Her face ashen, she realized why Yi Chen had vanished so abruptly. He must have known of the impending beast tide all along. At this speed, I fear I may be caught, Lu Suqing thought, her heart racing as she recognized that her escape had not been timely and danger was closing in. Yet, there was no choice but to run. Not long after Lu Suqing departed, a horde of beasts appeared at the location. Leading them was a venomous scorpion, which paused as if sensing the atmosphere. Soon, it let out a deep, menacing roar, and several beasts descended upon the 2 remaining. Barely alive disciples of the Flame Sect, tearing them apart and devouring them. The scene was gruesome. Moments later, nothing remained of the 2, their corpses obliterated. Following this, the scorpion roared several more times, prompting a few beasts to rush in a specific direction. These beasts were all at the 3rd tier, incredibly powerful. Even late-stage practitioners of the spirit transformation realm would not dare to confront them directly. The 4 beasts pursued Lu Suqing's direction, clearly having sensed her presence. The remaining beasts continued onward, the leading scorpion displaying an urgent demeanor, as if something awaited it at the journey's end. The sudden emergence of this beast tide was too peculiar. Cowl Xiaobai's physique was inherently diminutive, rendering it almost insignificant in comparison to the 4 demon beasts, akin to a minor sorcerer overshadowed by a grand one. However, when confronted by a small white snake measuring approximately 1 meter in length. The bodies of these 4 demon beasts tensed up, their expressions betraying a palpable anxiety, with fear evident in their eyes. This was the natural suppression stemming from their bloodline, no matter how advanced one's cultivation. Such factors could not be resisted. This exemplified the bloodline hierarchy prevalent among demon beast clans. Yu Che had previously speculated that Xiaobai was a mutated Qingxin python, belonging to the royal lineage among serpents. Its bloodline exceedingly noble. In contrast, the bloodlines of these 4 demon beasts were rather ordinary, placing them at a significant disadvantage against Xiaobai, effectively compensating for the disparity in cultivation levels. At long last, one of the demon beasts succumbed to its inner trepidation and made the first move against Xiaobai. It lunged towards the small white snake, baring its sharp fangs in an attempt to sever Xiaobai's body in a single bite. Yet, faced with such a perilous assault, Xiaobai remained utterly motionless. It then lifted its head, casting a mere glance at the demon beast, causing the latter to halt midair. Subsequently, it crashed heavily to the ground. Belly up, its eyes wide open yet devoid of life, appearing utterly dazed. Not long after, blood began to ooze from the demon beast's forehead. It weakly kicked its limbs before its vitality was irrevocably extinguished. It was dead. This demon beast had perished in such a manner. Yun Kai, observing from the sidelines, was utterly astounded. It was her first encounter with Xiao Bai, and while she pondered how Su Che could possibly send a small snake to its demise, the scene before her struck her spirit with a powerful blow. How could this demon beast have died? Was it the white snake that struck? Yet the opponent had not moved at all. This was indeed quite incomprehensible. Yun Kai turned to Su Che, who displayed a nonchalant expression, clearly aware of what had transpired. This only intensified the girl's astonishment and curiosity towards Su Che. After all, the casual release of a small white snake possessed such formidable power. It was truly astonishing. The Qingxin python thrived on Qingxin grass, endowing it with a distinct advantage in terms of spiritual consciousness. Su Che, having witnessed the scene, was not particularly surprised. Spiritual consciousness was typically a weak point for demon beasts, but this did not imply that there were no clans among them with remarkable spiritual prowess. For instance, the Fox clan was renowned for its spiritual abilities, rivaling even those of high-tier alchemists among humanity. Furthermore, the Qingxin python, nourished by Qingxin grass, was naturally endowed with considerable spiritual consciousness. Its clan possessed means for spiritual attacks. And given that Xiao Bai was no ordinary Qingxin python, eliminating a low-tier, third-level demon beast was indeed a trivial task. Roar! The remaining 3 demon beasts were evidently shaken by the demise of their companion. They gazed at Xiao Bai, their fear intensifying. The third-tier demon beasts had developed a degree of sentience, and they were likely aware of the peculiar power that could annihilate them. Thus, the 3 demon beasts simultaneously roared, their fierce howls echoing throughout the area, causing the surrounding leaves to rustle. Clearly, these 3 demon beasts aimed to disrupt Xiao Bai's spiritual assault, not wanting to underestimate its capabilities. To think that Xiao Bai was merely strong in spiritual consciousness was a grave miscalculation. Su Che remained unfazed by Xiao Bai's predicament. Indeed, the Qingxin python excelled in spiritual consciousness, while its other attributes were comparatively weaker. However, that was the case for the Qingxin python species. What relevance did it hold for Xiao Bai? At that moment, Xiao Bai took the initiative to strike. It leaped from the ground, as if transformed into a swift arrow, darting straight towards one of the demon beasts. Hiss! The sound of the snake intertwined with the rush of air, creating a melody of sorts. Thud! Blood erupted from one demon beast's throat, a vivid crimson gushing forth. A white figure had just zipped past, unmistakably Xiao Bai. With astonishing speed, it closed in, offering the demon beast no chance to react before delivering a fatal strike to its throat. Was this truly just a small snake? Yun Kai was left dumbfounded. The speed was astounding. Compared to the first demon beast that had met an inexplicable demise, the death of this second one provided a far more visceral visual experience. It was so swift that even as an onlooker, she felt as though the small white snake had effortlessly slain a demon beast of equal rank in the blink of an eye. No, this second demon beast seemed to possess superior surface-level strength compared to the white snake. Yet, against such an entity, it had offered not the slightest resistance. Was this really a juvenile Qingxin python? Yun Kai was bewildered. As the daughter of the Yunxia sect's leader, Yun Kai was well aware of what a Qingxin python entailed. However, she had never heard of a juvenile Qingxin python possessing the prowess of a third-tier demon beast. Such strength should be characteristic of a fully matured specimen. Yet this one measured merely 1 meter in length, its stature diminutive beyond belief. Yet its power had already reached such heights, and this extraordinary demon beast had been casually tossed from Su Che's sleeve. It was simply enviable. The battle continued for Xiao Bai. After swiftly dispatching the second demon beast, the remaining 2 finally recognized the oddity of the situation. This seemingly weaker creature, blessed with an extraordinary bloodline, was far more powerful than they had anticipated. At that moment, the 2 remaining demon beasts launched an attack together, lunging at the just-struck Xiao Bai. Instantly, the winds howled. The prowess of these 2 demon beasts was no trifling matter. One of them was a standout third-tier specimen, comparable to a late-stage human realm cultivator. Xiao Bai, however, had only recently entered the third tier, and its strength was still somewhat lacking in this regard. Yet, faced with such an onslaught, Xiao Bai remained unfazed. Its small size rendered it agile, darting between the battlefield and giving the other 2 demon beasts considerable trouble. They aimed to strike Xiao Bai directly, but each of their attacks was deftly evaded by the latter. This little creature was indeed quite clever. Watching Xiaobai toy with its opponents like a loach, Su Che found amusement in the spectacle. Despite being only at the third tier, Xiaobai exhibited remarkable intelligence, nearly capable of speech. Infuriated by Xiaobai's antics, the two demon beasts unleashed their full power, evidently no longer holding back, and executed their ultimate techniques. In an instant, the winds stirred and stones danced, forcing Xiaobai to a halt. At that moment, it crouched low to the ground, facing the two enormous demon beasts head-on. Subsequently, it seemed as though the demon power within Xiaobai ignited. A brilliant white light erupted from its body, transforming its demon energy into white flames that enveloped its surface. With this, Xiaobai took the initiative to charge at the other two demon beasts. The two opposing forces clashed, tearing at one another, waves of energy rippling through the space. Roar. The combined sounds of beastly roars and the hissing of the snake intertwined, accompanied by a flash of brilliant light. As all three figures were propelled backward, boom! The massive bodies of the demon beasts crashed to the ground, causing the very earth to tremble. At the same time, a low, resonant hiss echoed, intertwining with the ears of the two demon beasts. It was a spiritual attack. Xiaobai's most formidable technique was finally unleashed at this moment, seizing the perfect opportunity. The gazes of the two demon beasts instantly glazed over, and soon after, expressions of agony emerged on their faces, their roars echoing as they terrified the surrounding ordinary fauna into fleeing in all directions. Meanwhile, Xiaobai seized its chance, its recently grounded form once again surging forward with lightning speed, akin to a streak of white lightning. Thud! The sound of blood bursting forth resounded as two small wounds appeared almost simultaneously at the vital points of the two demon beasts, their blood gushing uncontrollably. The two demon beasts cried out in agony, their voices growing increasingly feeble as their vitality waned, ultimately collapsing to the ground as lifeless corpses. After all this, Xiaobai appeared exceedingly weak, clearly having strained itself to eliminate 4 third-tier demon beasts with its current demon energy. Rest whilst Yu Che reached out, catching Xiaobai's form, infusing it with a surge of spiritual energy before concealing it within his sleeve. Was this truly the end? This scene left both Yun Kai and Lu Suqing, who had taken a moment to recuperate, utterly astonished. Staring at the 4 demon beast corpses, they fell into deep contemplation. Could this truly be a juvenile Qingxin python? Yun Kai once again questioned her own understanding. Having lived 17 years, it was her first time hearing of such a formidable juvenile Qingxin python. She could not help but glance at Su Che, whose presence in her mind had become increasingly enigmatic, shrouded in mystery. Yet, the more perplexing he became, the stronger her curiosity about him grew. This Xiaobai was astonishingly powerful. Lu Suqing found it difficult to reconcile the magnificent Xiaobai from earlier with the adorable little creature she had first encountered. If a juvenile could possess such prowess, what heights could it achieve upon maturation? Qingqing, are you all right? Su Che approached immediately, expressing concern. There was no choice. Before the heroine, he had to maintain his persona. Moreover, he could clearly see that Lu Suqing was not in good condition. Having narrowly escaped death, Su Che felt a twinge of fear. It seemed that the heroine's status was of little use, and unforeseen dangers, absent from the narrative, could arise unexpectedly, had he not been nearby. Fortuitously hearing the battle, the first heroine would have met her end here. I'm fine. I owe you one. Lu Suqing shook her head, her gaze towards Su Che filled with complexity. Though she was aware that the other party was merely putting on a performance for her benefit, in that crucial moment of life and death, it was Su Che's silhouette that provided her with an unparalleled sense of security, a feeling she had never experienced before. Oh no, could it be that this girl is beginning to change her opinion of me? Please, continue to be your lovesick self. Your true soulmate is Yi Chun. Su Che thought to himself, yet he maintained a calm demeanor. This is all Yi Chen's fault. Instead of protecting the female protagonist properly, he is constantly looking for trouble. Su Che found it strange that the task of rescuing the female lead had not been assigned to Yi Chen. By the way, how could you be pursued by 4 demon beasts? Su Che inquired curiously. I just passed through there and encountered a beast hide, Lu Suqing candidly replied. However, she intentionally omitted mentioning Yi Chen to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Upon hearing this, Su Che was taken aback. The direction she indicated was precisely where they had just escaped from, the very spot where Yi Chen was engaged in combat with the disciples of the fire sect. Does this mean? Lu Suqing was also at the scene just now. I see. As this realization dawned on him, Su Che's heart raced with excitement. This lovesick girl must have sought out Yi Chun immediately after parting ways with me. Secretly observing his movements, this is clearly a sign of concern. Otherwise, what a coincidence it would be. It seems that their emotional connection is still intact and has not gone awry. Su Che was elated, and the anguish of having to rescue the girl once again vanished. This beast tide should have appeared all at once. Why were only 4 demon beasts pursuing us? Yun Kai pondered. This question also perplexed Su Che greatly. Chapter 46. The opportunity at the flat peak. I am not sure. At that moment, I was too busy fleeing to consider such matters. Lu Suqing shook her head. Could it be that something peculiar is truly happening in Flat Peak? Su Che mused internally. The emergence of the beast tide, along with the pursuit of Lu Suqing, was shrouded in mystery, leaving one baffled. Could it be that my presence has caused some new changes in this world? Su Che shook his head in confusion. Regardless, the priority now is to locate Yi Chun. Staying close to the main character is of utmost importance, he contemplated. Meanwhile, Yun Kai and Lu Suqing began to converse with one another. As the daughters of the leaders of 2 sects, their status, talents, and ages were comparable, often leading to comparisons between them, so they were not strangers to each other. Moreover, they both understood one important fact. They were aware that the other could see Su Che's diary. However, this detail remained unspoken between them. I didn't expect the relationship between these 2 female leads to be quite harmonious. How strange. I clearly remember that these 2 did not get along well. Whatever, a woman's heart is as deep as the ocean. As long as they don't cause me trouble, that's all that matters. But this lovesick girl is truly out of her mind. She publicly claims that Yi Chun's fate is of no concern to her, while secretly caring more than anyone else. If she is going to follow Yi Chun alone, it would be better for her to do so. If there were no feelings involved, who would believe that? However, things are a bit tricky with Yun Kai. If I inadvertently save her twice, won't I be stealing the spotlight from the main character? If it weren't for the fact that this verbose and cunning girl is the female lead, I wouldn't bother with her at all. No, I can't allow her to have a positive impression of me. I must find an opportunity to make her uncomfortable and fully utilize my villainous aura. On this side, Su Che secretly harbored some thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, all of this was observed by the 2 women. Upon hearing her nickname again, Lu Suqing couldn't help but feel a few black lines appear on her forehead. Furthermore, she learned that Su Che had also been present at the scene, which only added to her sense of grievance. What do you mean by deliberately seeking out Yi Chun? And what do you mean by secretly caring? That is far from the truth. Her encounter with Yi Chun was purely coincidental, not at all as Su Che imagined. However, Lu Suqing had no way to explain this. After all, if she did, it would expose the contents of the diary. Thus, she could only bury her grievances within, simultaneously cursing Yi Chun in her heart. Nevertheless, when she heard the term verbose and cunning girl, she nearly burst into laughter, feeling somewhat relieved. After all, compared to that nickname, she found the term lovesick girl to be much more palatable. She couldn't help but glance at Yun Kai, whose expression was just as she had expected, gritting her teeth and clenching her fists, seemingly eager to confront Su Che. This Su Che truly infuriates me, Yun Kai thought angrily. What do you mean I wouldn't save someone if she's not the female lead? Am I not also a beautiful woman? Saving me is certainly not a loss. The girl felt deeply wronged. She had never experienced such indignation in her life. Therefore, upon hearing that Su Che intended to deliberately irritate her, Yun Kai resolved to retaliate and make him suffer. The sudden arrival of the beast tide was too abrupt. Why hadn't the sect leaders warned them in advance? On the other side, Yi Chun had also retreated from the range of the beast tide. Alarmed, he could sense that if he were to encounter this wave of beasts, the possibility of survival would be utterly non-existent under their onslaught. Among them were a few 4th-tier demon beasts. In comparison to cultivators at the Dan refinement stage, encountering them would be a perilous situation with no chance of survival. In his ears, the voice of the old man from the ring echoed. Dan refinement stage. Yi Chun was taken aback. Such power could dominate in Falling Cloud City and was considered a top-tier expert even in the Great Zhou. After all, the most formidable experts in Falling Cloud City were merely at the Dan refinement stage. Yet, within Flat Peak, several 4th-tier demon beasts had emerged all at once, and no one had forewarned them. This was undoubtedly a dereliction of duty on the part of the 3 sects leaders. However, Yi Chun had misunderstood? For the beast tied in Flat Peak had never occurred during the grand competition of the three sections. Moreover, the significant figures of the three sects had already scouted Flat Peak in advance, deeming there to be no great dangers before preparing for the competition. Therefore, this wave of beast tide was entirely unexpected. With all four-tier demon beasts mobilizing, Flat Peak appears to be quite extraordinary. Yi Chun speculated, if I could investigate their movements, perhaps I could reap some rewards. A flicker of temptation stirred within him. But the old man's words quickly doused his enthusiasm. It would be best not to get involved in such opportunities. Sometimes, fortune should come with life to be considered true fortune. Otherwise, it would be recklessness. The teacher's admonition was indeed correct. Why Yi Chun felt ashamed. He had indeed been tempted earlier. However, having such thoughts is a good thing. If one only wishes for a smooth path in cultivation, they would achieve little success. The old man from the ring chuckled, seemingly reminiscing about his own perilous experiences. How many times had he narrowly escaped death? Teacher, I understand, Yi Chun nodded. His comprehension was profound, a fundamental privilege of being the protagonist. Let us first make a trip to Flat Peak, the old man from the ring suggested with a smile. If there is an opportunity, it wouldn't hurt to investigate the movements of the demon beasts. All right, Yi Chun replied joyfully. After a brief rest, they would set off immediately. Upon entering the mountain, his teacher had sensed that there was a considerable opportunity within Flat Peak. If he could seize it, he could immediately break through to the spirit transformation stage. Therefore, he had been hurrying toward the peak all this time, and had it not been for encountering other matters, he would not have delayed for so long. At this moment, he had gathered enough tokens. It was time to seize this opportunity. At this point, Yi Chun should be nearing Flat Peak. We need to quicken our pace to prevent any unforeseen incidents from happening to that kid again. It would be perfect to bring both female leads along, to avoid any other unexpected events. Su Che thought to himself. He was organizing the timeline of this segment of the plot to arrange for the next wave. Although the storyline did not involve the two female leads in this segment, given the recent beast tide, Su Che was uneasy about leaving the two behind. If they encountered another unexpected situation, there would be no one left with the strength to rescue them in Flat Peak. Furthermore, bringing the two female leads along could also help advance the emotional dynamics between the protagonists. Having made up his mind, Su Che prepared to set off. Simultaneously, the two women had naturally seen Su Che's diary. They exchanged glances, as if silently confirming a shared intention, and approached Su Che together. Chapter 47. Have you stopped loving me? Senior brother, where are we headed next? Lu Suqing inquired to be why now. Her address for Su Che had become increasingly natural and affectionate. Even she was unaware that the man who had once pursued her to the point of annoyance was no longer disagreeable and had even become someone she looked forward to seeing. Beside her, Yun Kai continued Lu Suqing's thought, suggesting, perhaps we could visit Flat Lake. I have heard that spiritual herbs frequently appear there. We might get lucky. Flat Lake? I have also heard previous senior brothers and sisters mention it. That place is indeed a treasure trove, Lu Suqing agreed. Clearly, both women were aware that the other could see the diary and had noticed Su Che's latest update, realizing he intended to go to Flat Peak to secretly protect Yi Chun. Naturally, neither of them was pleased about this. They would eagerly await news of Yi Chun's demise rather than watch Su Che covertly protect him. Moreover, if they were to encounter Yi Chun, given their roles as female leads, even hiding in the shadows would not guarantee they would not be discovered, leading to some absurd misunderstanding on his part. Thus, in a clever attempt to evade Yi Chun, choosing to forego the journey to Pingdingshan emerged as the most prudent decision. Upon hearing the words of the two young women, Su Che found himself in a quandary. Although it was his inaugural participation in the grand competition of the three sects, he was nonetheless quite familiar with Pingdingshan. The Pingding Lake, indeed, lay in a completely different direction from Pingding Peak. Should he acquiesce to the proposals of the two ladies, he would be unable to keep an eye on Yi Chun. What if the protagonist were to encounter an insurmountable peril while he was not watching? Su Che genuinely worried that, should he avert his gaze from Yi Chun, the latter might meet an untimely demise. However, gazing into Lu Suqing's expectant eyes, Su Che felt a sense of helplessness. After all, he was but a devoted admirer of hers. Now, with Lu Suqing addressing him in such a tone, did he, as a seasoned admirer, possess any valid reason to decline? Thus, despite harboring a million reservations, he could not allow them to manifest on his visage. Reluctantly, Su Che uttered, Ching. I've heard that the depths of Pingding Lake harbor a formidable demon. It is unwise to venture there. He concocted an excuse, portraying Pingding Lake as perilous in hopes of intimidating the young women. After all, Lu Suqing was still quite young, and her lack of experience would likely render her susceptible to such fears. However, the subsequent response from Lu Suqing left Su Che's pupils dilated and his eardrums vibrating. I am not afraid. After all, you are here, and I trust that you can protect me. Your lack of fear is of no concern to me. You are taking advantage of my devotion without restraint, Su Che thought, feeling utterly bemused. Was this infatuated girl experiencing another episode? Had she perhaps sustained a blow to her head during her recent skirmish with those beastly entities? You should seek protection from Yi Chen instead. This was the first time Su Che had heard such words from the infatuated girl, and he felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. Utterly unaccustomed to this sentiment in that moment, he longed for the girl who had previously treated him with indifference. That was the true essence of a normal heroine. Su Che contemplated finding another excuse to divert the conversation and lead the two ladies toward Pingding Peak. However, it seemed Lu Suqing anticipated his intentions, as she spoke with a hint of grievance. Su Che, do you no longer love me? Lu Suqing shot him a light glare, her lips pouting, and her dimples seemed to inscribe the word aggrieved. Her eyes glimmered with unshed tears, evoking a sense of compassion in those who beheld her. What the hell? Witnessing this scene, Su Che felt as though 1,000 horses were trampling through his mind. When did I ever express affection for you? Moreover, with that expression, one might think I am a heartless scoundrel who has wronged you. As expected, he noticed Yun Kai casting him a peculiar glance. Her eyes clearly labeling him as a CIT. Seems there is no way to cleanse my name now. Su Che remained speechless. He and Lu Suqing had never developed any romantic involvement. Yet it appeared he had become the villain who abandoned her. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to turn on his heel and leave, allowing this infatuated girl to indulge in her whims. However, considering his own persona, fine, I will endure for now. Once this narrative concludes, I shall settle the score. As the saying goes, one must endure minor grievances to achieve grand designs. If he could not withstand this trivial grievance, how could the story progress? After all, he was the chosen man of the system. All right, Ching, since you wish to visit Pingding Lake, let us proceed there. I shall abide by your desires, Su Che spoke gently. Upon hearing his words, Lu Suqing seemed on the verge of leaping for joy. Her crescent-shaped eyes sparkled with delight, and her rosy dimples were utterly charming. Senior brother, I knew you would treat me the best. Her voice flowed like a gentle stream, soothing the soul. Yet, Su Che felt a wave of goosebumps wash over him. System, are you certain this infatuated girl is still the heroine? Perhaps you should administer some treatment to restore her true character. Su Che mentally lamented to the system. Lu Suqing was clearly a cool and aloof beauty. How had she transformed into this? It was one thing for her to cling to him these past few days, but her current demeanor was almost unbearable. Rest assured, the characterizations of female leads in this world line are entirely normal. There are no issues. Upon hearing the system's response, Su Che shook his head. Well, that was a futile inquiry. How could this be considered a normal characterization? Nevertheless, as the system had stated it, Su Che could only temporarily accept Lu Suqing's current transformation. Then let us set off. Su Che dared not prolong the conversation, fearing Lu Suqing might conjure more antics, so he promptly suggested heading toward Pingding Lake. Very well. The two young women nodded, their eyes glimmering with hidden mirth. Especially Lu Suqing, whose heart brimmed with satisfaction, as she had finally vented her prior grievances from Su Che's diary. Keep playing your part. Let us see how long you can maintain this charade. Clearly, witnessing Su Che's compliance to preserve his persona, engaging in disingenuous actions, provided the young woman with a sense of relief. I'm utterly exasperated. This infatuated girl is becoming increasingly abnormal. She used to treat me with indifference. Why is she now acting so coy? I cannot bear it. This woman's coyness is utterly overwhelming, and only I can withstand it. I must admit, the infatuated girl possesses some charm. Sigh. All I wish is for Yi Chen to remain unscathed atop Pingding Peak. He needs to stay alert. That protagonist halo of yours should be put to good use. I hope I do not receive news of you needing a burial instead. Su Che pinned his complaints in his diary, deeply concerned for Yi Chen. He had never encountered a protagonist so untrustworthy, severely deviating from the narrative's expectations to the point where he, the antagonist, found himself constantly contemplating how to assist him covertly. It was a disgrace to the male protagonists everywhere. Chapter 48. The peculiar haha, this little fellow is quite intriguing. Yu Qingxuang's face broke into a smile as she stretched her arms, her stunning figure on full display. What a pity we could not venture into the mountains together. She let out a soft sigh, feeling a tinge of regret. In recent days, aside from managing the daily affairs of the financial institution, she had been closely monitoring the developments of the three-sex grand competition. However, rather than merely following the competition, she found herself engrossed in Su Che's diary. For the past few days, she had been amusing herself with his humorous remarks. It was rather entertaining, and she even felt a sense of longing for Su Che. Within Pingding Mountain, Su Che could not suppress a sneeze, wondering who might be thinking of him. Could it possibly be that rascal Yi Chen? You better stay alert and not meet your end atop that peak. Su Che mused, an ominous premonition gnawing at him, as he sensed that Yi Chen might encounter misfortune. Little did he know. A familiar figure was hastening toward him from a distance. This individual was none other than Yi Chen, whose destination aligned with Su Che and the two young ladies, heading toward Pingding Lake. Master, are you certain there is no mistake? On the journey, Yi Chen communicated with the old man in the ring. This sensation cannot be wrong. Although it was merely a fleeting aura, I am certain it is it. The old man in the ring spoke, his words tinged with excitement. Clearly, the brief glimpse of the treasure had stirred his interest. How could I not be excited? This concerns the reformation of my body. The matter of revival. The old man had not anticipated that such a treasure would surface in this remote corner of the Great Zhou. This undoubtedly filled him with anticipation. Thus, upon sensing this aura, Yi Chen temporarily abandoned his quest for opportunities at Pingding Mountain and redirected his course toward Pingding Lake to seek one of the treasures necessary for his master's revival. After all, the old man in the ring had assisted him significantly, and reviving him and reforming his body was one of Yi Chen's primary objectives. Moreover, should he succeed in resurrecting his master, Yi Chen believed no one in the Great Zhou would stand against him. Although he did not wish to wield such power to flaunt his strength, having a formidable backing would undoubtedly facilitate his rapid growth. Furthermore, when the time came to confront Su Che, he would face the formidable Su family of the imperial capital, one of the three major families of the Great Zhou, closely allied with the royal family. Without a reliable support system, even if he were to defeat Su Che, he would still harbor reservations. Thus, upon learning that Pingding Lake contained one of the treasures for his master's revival, Yi Chen wasted no time in altering his course, hastening toward Pingding Lake. Pingding Lake, situated at the base of Pingding Mountain, boasted crystal-clear waters, yet its depths remained unseen, the surface rippling gently. Surrounding the lake were dense woods, with towering ancient trees encircling the body of water, shielding it from the scorching sun and casting vast shadows. Strange, why have we encountered fewer and fewer beasts as we journeyed here? Yun Kai murmured. Her observation elicited a puzzled look from Su Che. Logically, Pingding Lake should be a treasure trove, and the surrounding area ought to be teeming with beasts. Yet, as they drew closer, they found the encounters dwindling. In fact, within a 10-mile radius, they had not encountered a single beast. Not even the sight of ordinary birds or animals graced their path. Upon entering this area, an overwhelming sense of tranquility enveloped them. Be cautious. Something feels amiss, Su Che warned. Upon hearing this, both young women heightened their vigilance. Although it was their first time participating in the grand competition of the three sects, they had undergone training in their sects and were no fools, naturally maintaining the necessary caution. Someone is approaching. Just then, Su Che's expression shifted as a blade of energy sliced from his fingertips. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the blade of energy collided with an approaching force from the distance, shattering in midair and dispersing into wisps of spiritual energy. Su Che felt a slight shock within his heart. Although his strike appeared casual and was not executed with full force, it still bore the intensity of an attack at the Dan fusion realm, yet it was astonishingly thwarted by the opponent's counter. This undoubtedly left Su Che somewhat astonished. After all, aside from the demon beasts within the Pingding Mountain, the only individuals present were the disciples from the three sects participating in the grand competition. And it was inconceivable for any of these disciples to possess the cultivation of the Dan fusion realm. Who could it be? Su Che's mind raced, and with a flick of his fingers, he unleashed two more sword energies towards the two women. Two beams of sharp light surged towards them, revealing that there was not just one opponent. Others were also targeting Yun Kai and Lu Suqing. In the blink of an eye, the two women had yet to react when four bursts of spiritual power collided, swiftly transforming into numerous scintillating remnants that dispersed into the air. How perilous! The two women were taken aback, their backs nearly drenched in cold sweat. Just moments ago, they had ventured close to the gates of death, had it not been for Su Che's intervention. Being struck by such an attack would surely have left them either dead or severely disabled. The two women had no time to express their gratitude to Su Che, for he had already stepped forward. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his white garments billowed. Chapter 50. The Spirit Worm System. Do you know what this black energy is? Su Che, still maintaining the upper hand in battle, gritted his teeth against the pain inflicted by the dark energy and covertly inquired. After all, this phenomenon evidently transcended the original narrative. One could only hope the system would provide some clarity. However, Su Che received no response from the system. Instead, yet another assault from his opponents ensued. Truly tenacious, Su Che furrowed his brow slightly. These three individuals were undeniably peculiar. Logically, those of the same realm should have succumbed to his attacks. Yet these three appeared increasingly emboldened, showing no signs of injury. It was likely due to this dark energy, Su Che speculated. The dark energy within him intensified, gradually seeping into his internal organs. Should such a state persist, the consequences would be unfathomable. Bang! The clash of black and white spiritual power erupted with a thunderous sound. All four figures retreated. Su Che halted his motion, a pallor washing over his face. The continuous collisions, despite his formidable spiritual strength, were straining his internal energy. Furthermore, he had to expend energy to suppress the spread of the dark energy, thus hastening the depletion of his own reserves. System, if you don't elucidate how to deal with this cursed entity soon, I shall meet my end here, and you can attend to your own tasks, Su Che mused. Under such pressure, it seemed the system ceased its silence and finally reacted. The nature of this black energy is elusive for now, but in due time, you shall understand, Su Che. Is there a method to counter it? Yes. The system appeared to hesitate for a considerable time before uttering a single word, then fell silent once more. However, Su Che soon felt a stirring force within him, as if some shackles had been released. Immediately, a tremendous surge of energy surged forth, swiftly merging with his internal spiritual power. Is this the thundercloud grass? Su Che quickly discerned the composition of this newfound energy. Not long ago, he had discovered a seed of thundercloud grass in the lair of the thundercloud leopard, which he had inexplicably consumed, resulting in a significant enhancement of his physical capabilities. He had thought that would be the end of it, only to realize now that the seed's power was just beginning to manifest. Thundercloud grass, associated with lightning, inherently possessed the thunder element, a force that countered all forms of malevolence. Indeed, once his spiritual power melded with the energy of the thundercloud grass, the encroaching dark energy abruptly halted. Moreover, the dark energy within him seemed to sense a formidable adversary and fled in desperation, striving to escape. This scene astonished Su Che. The dark energy possessed a surprising level of sentience, proving to be far more troublesome than anticipated. Without the assistance of the thundercloud grass's energy, it would have indeed been challenging to contend with. Since it has entered, why should I wish for it to leave? Su Che seized this opportune moment. Accelerating the flow of his spiritual power, in an instant, the spiritual energy infused with the thundercloud grass surged forth, pursuing the dark energy. ZZT. A sound akin to electric currents reverberated as his spiritual power made contact with the dark energy. No longer forced to retreat in futility, instead, it decisively tore through the dark energy, reducing it to nothingness in the blink of an eye. The dark energy within him dissipated, and the pain in his brow vanished completely. Simultaneously, Su Che did not hesitate to launch an offensive. This time, he took the initiative, a sword chi re-emerging from his fingertips, longer than before. This sword chi, while still embodying the essence of the Qingyang sword technique, now bore an ominous aura of destruction, exuding an air of dread. As this sword chi manifested, the surrounding atmosphere became tumultuous. Is this the Qingyang sword technique? Nearby, Lu Suqing's pupils widened in shock as she exclaimed. Indeed, it was the Qingyang sword technique. However, she sensed a distinct and fearsome essence emanating from it, capable of instilling trepidation even from a distance. When the sword chi surged forth once more, the three figures enveloped in dark energy froze in their tracks. They were gripped by fear, their bodies trembling. Clearly, the energy derived from the thundercloud grass had instilled in them a genuine sense of peril. Yet, there was no time for contemplation, for the sword chi was already slicing through the air. Accompanied by a howling sound, it surged forth as if electrifying the very atmosphere, thunder roaring in its wake. Boom! The sword chi cleaved through the three's resistance, creating a massive rift in the dark energy, which then dissipated instantaneously. Subsequently, the sword chi struck the three figures directly. The protective shroud of dark energy was rendered ineffective, disintegrating upon contact with the sword chi, turning to nothingness. Bang! The three figures were sent hurtling backward, the dark energy around them vanishing entirely to reveal their true forms. In that moment, they lay on the ground, devoid of any further response, having completely lost their combat capability. Su Che stepped forward to examine their faces. A flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. These were three youthful visages, appearing only a few years older than him. Yet, their complexions were ghostly pale, devoid of any color. Their eyes were lifeless, resembling mere shells of the living. Were they already dead? Su Che pondered in disbelief. Their countenances suggested they had long since perished. Who had he just battled against? Was it merely the dark energy that enveloped them, still attempting to flee? At that moment, Su Che caught sight of a shadow emerging from one of the bodies, making a beeline for the flat-topped lake. Without hesitation, Su Che unleashed a sword chi in its direction. A dull thud echoed as a small black insect came into view. It was a tiny creature, no longer than a finger, its surface pitch black yet remarkably translucent, shimmering with a ghostly blue luminescence under the sunlight. Appearing rather exquisite, however, its current state was far from fortunate. Su Che's sword chi had cleaved it in two, rendering it utterly defenseless, devoid of any signs of life. Evidently, this blow had extinguished its existence. Yet, what perplexed Su Che was that the creature did not appear to be composed of flesh and blood. Despite being severed, not a drop of blood spilled forth. Instead, it emitted wisps of black energy. As this dark energy dissipated, the insect's form grew increasingly transparent, presenting an eerie spectacle. Was this a spirit insect composed of spiritual energy? Su Che speculated. Teacher, what is that creature? Meanwhile, from the shadows, a young man observed the scene. Finding it exceedingly bizarre, Chapter 51. The previous generation's prodigy. I am uncertain, but that dark energy is indeed strange and troublesome to handle. An aged voice echoed in the young man's mind. It was the voice of the ring's elder. This dark energy is so enigmatic that even you, teacher, are unaware of its origins. The young man, who was none other than Yi Chun, had only recently arrived and was filled with astonishment. While he was oblivious to the specifics of his teacher's background, he was aware of the immense breadth of his experience and power in life, and thus expected him to comprehend the nature of that dark energy. Hearing such a response from his teacher left him both shocked and apprehensive. What a pity! That entity did not manage to eliminate Su Che. Yi Chun felt a twinge of disappointment. He had come here to confront Su Che and his companions. Upon first seeing Su Che accompanied by the two young women, his immediate reaction was one of intense envy, wishing to usurp his position. After all, both women were renowned beauties from Luoyun City, and the sight of them so close to Su Che irked him immensely. Lu Suqing, in particular, had long been regarded by him as his own, and now, due to various circumstances, she was forced to draw near to Su Che, prompting Yi Chun to fantasize about dismembering the latter on the spot. However, such thoughts were swiftly quelled by Yi Chun. The reason was simple. He had once again recognized the vast disparity in strength between himself and Su Che. He understood that if he were to engage in battle with Su Che and his companions, he would likely be defeated in mere moments. The very sight of the dark energy enveloping the three figures sent shivers down his spine. He could not help but feel a sense of dread. If he were to come into contact with that dark energy, he might very well lose his life. Yet Su Che was able to contend with it, indicating that the latter's current strength far surpassed his own. Yi Chun could not help but suppress his earlier pride in his rapid growth in strength. with Su Che as a rival to overcome. He knew he could not afford to be complacent. Nevertheless, he believed in himself and was confident that he would eventually surpass Su Che and decisively trample him beneath his feet. That little fellow possesses a commendable disposition. Truly, I must express my gratitude to Su Che. Within the ring, the elder sensed the shift in Yi Chen's mindset and expressed satisfaction. However, his gaze towards Su Che was filled with admiration and astonishment. This youth's talent was nothing short of extraordinary. Even with his extensive experience, he could not help but marvel. Moreover, Su Che remained an enigma, shrouded in an aura of mystery that left one astounded. Such a prodigy had emerged from such an obscure corner. The power of the thundercloud grass's seed can be harnessed. What of the clear heart grass that I previously consumed? Having vanquished the three, Su Che suddenly contemplated. Moreover, it seemed this power had been concealed until now, only emerging when his life was in peril. The peculiar events transpiring within his body left Su Che utterly perplexed. The only plausible explanation he could conjure was to attribute it to the system itself. Upon reflection, it indeed coincided with the moment he had threatened the system, leading to the emergence of this newfound power. Yet, what purpose could the system have in concealing such strength? Was it fearful that his rapid growth might prevent him from becoming a stepping stone for Yi Chen? Su Che speculated. This line of reasoning seemed most reasonable. For the system's objective was to ensure he followed the narrative, the outcome of which was to elevate Yi Chen. Thus, if his rate of advancement far exceeded the original plot, the pressure on Yi Chen would become insurmountable. Although, at present, eliminating Yi Chen would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Zhao, brother Zhao. Just then, a startled exclamation broke from behind him. Yun Kai had approached, her beautiful eyes wide with terror as she gazed upon the three lifeless bodies on the ground. Her complexion paling slightly. This is Brother Wang. Before Su Che could inquire further, Lu Suqing, who had followed closely behind, gasped in shock. Do you recognize these corpses? Su Che could not help but ask, upon closer inspection. Despite the tattered clothing, it was evident that they belonged to the three major sects, and each bore the insignia of a core disciple hanging from their waists. The central figure was, indeed, a disciple of their Qingyang sword sect. Brother Zhao is our Yunxia sect's chief disciple, Zhao Xia. However, after participating in the last grand competition among the three sects, he mysteriously vanished and did not return. I never imagined he would meet such a fate. Yun Kai remarked, still struggling to accept the grim reality. Brother Wang Yang is the son of the Grand Elder and also went missing during the last grand competition, Lu Suqing added as Su Che's understanding began to crystallize. As the eldest disciple of the Qingyang sword sect, he was aware of certain incidents within the sect. Wang Yang, the Grand Elder's son, was widely regarded as the most gifted individual in the sect over the past century, particularly in the sword arts, where he had displayed astonishing talent from a young age. Of course, all records of his prowess had been shattered after his initiation into the sect. Nevertheless, it sufficed to say that Wang Yang was indeed a prodigy. Such a person, given time to develop, would undoubtedly possess formidable strength. Rumor had it that the sect's leader had already groomed him as the next head of the sect, and everyone anticipated that Wang Yang would lead the sect to greater heights in the future. However, those dreams were shattered 3 years ago. Wang Yang had naturally participated in the previous grand competition among the three sects, but he had not returned. 15 days later, after the competition concluded, the disciples of the Qingyang sword sect waited for several days at the entrance. Yet Wang Yang's figure never appeared. Not only that, but the Grand Elder even personally searched the sect, but to no avail. It was as if Wang Yang had vanished from existence. Thus, speculation arose that Wang Yang had perished during the competition. His body likely devoured by a demonic beast. Of course, aside from the Qingyang sword sect, the outcomes for the other two sects were scarcely better. Disciples comparable to Wang Yang had also gone missing, failing to return alive. When this news broke, it sent shockwaves throughout Luoyun City. After all, the most promising prodigies from the three sects had perished in the competition, a revelation that captivated the public's attention. To this day, whenever the grand competition among the three sects is mentioned, people often reflect on this tragedy with a sense of lamentation. The other two were Zhao Xia of the Yunxia sect and Lai Hong of the Liehua sect. Although Su Che had never seen Lai Hong's visage, he could deduce that the final body, clad in the attire of the Liehua sect, belonged to him. Could it be that my brothers encountered the sinister grasp of this dark energy and became living corpses? The two women gasped, their hearts filled with dread. Had it not been for Su Che, their fate might well have mirrored that of the three, becoming mere puppets controlled by the dark energy. Such dark energy can compel them to contend with cultivators of the Fusion Dan realm. It is indeed bizarre, Su Che remarked, astonished. The inherent cultivation levels of Wang Yang and the others were merely at the mid-stage of the transformation spirit realm. Yet they could rival him, clearly due to the influence of this dark energy. Regrettably, the spirit insect had already dissipated. Otherwise, further research could have been conducted. Su Che felt a twinge of regret. However, since this phenomenon had already manifested, he sensed that he would inevitably encounter it again in the future. Moreover, the system was likely well aware of the origins of this entity, yet it would be impossible for it to disclose such information to him at present. I never expected my brothers to fall into such a predicament, Lu Suqing and Yun Kai lamented from the sidelines. These three were among the most exceptional talents within the sect, destined to become pillars of the sect. Yet now they lay in this state, so it is, Yi Chen observed from the shadows, his eyes revealing a flicker of astonishment. Although he had only joined the sect for a little over a month, he was not entirely ignorant of Wang Yang's circumstances. But master, where is the opportunity you spoke of? Yi Chen inquired, having followed his mentor's guidance to sense that there was something of value in this lake, prompting him to alter his course and hasten toward this location. Initially drawn by the commotion, he had not considered the treasure until now, and now that the matter was resolved, he turned his thoughts to more pressing concerns. Patience, for this place harbors anomalies. The danger has yet to dissipate, the elder within the ring cautioned, shaking his head to signal the youth to remain calm. More danger? Yi Chen's heart raced. The black spirit insects had already proven formidable. Could there be even more terrifying entities? If that were the case, remaining here would serve no purpose. After all, despite his audacity, he recognized that he could barely contend with the recent black spirit insect, let alone something even more powerful. Thus, even if there were indeed treasures, he could only observe helplessly, fear not. As the saying goes, when the clam and the snipe contend, it is the fisherman who profits. The elder's voice echoed. Sometimes, the struggle for treasures is dictated not by strength but by fortune. Master, I understand your meaning now. Upon hearing the elder's words, Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, there was still Su Che present. If he merely concealed himself in the shadows, waiting for the danger the elder spoke of to arise, then Su Che would undoubtedly be the first to bear the brunt for himself. He merely needed to wait for them to exhaust each other. I am truly clever, Yi Chen thought, a sense of pride swelling within him. The prospect of outsmarting someone, especially Su Che, delighted him immensely. Amidst his satisfaction, another situation unfolded by the lakeside. Be cautious. At that moment, Su Che furrowed his brow, his feet already advancing forward. Concurrently, he swiftly gathered his energy in his right palm, unleashing a blade of sword chi. The sword chi sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh, causing the surrounding currents to stir restlessly. In the center of the lake, whirlpools churned, drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as if something monstrous lurked beneath. The water swirled, shaped into razor-sharp blades, crystalline and translucent, shimmering under the morning sun. A sight to behold. Yet, beneath this beauty lay a terrifying intent, hurtling towards Su Che's position. Amidst the thunderous clash, the sword chi collided with the water blades, resulting in an explosive surge of spiritual energy that rippled outward, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. Su Che's prowess in the Fusion Dan realm is indeed remarkable. This scene elicited astonishment even from Yi Chen's master. Having achieved a high level of cultivation in his lifetime, he ought to regard such battles with disdain. However, Su Che's strength left him in awe, although the youth was merely at the Fusion Dan realm. The intensity of his spiritual power far surpassed that of his peers. This indicated extraordinary talent, even more formidable than his disciple, Yi Chen. At this moment, the elder within the ring could not help but feel a sense of unease. Was it a wise decision for Yi Chen to oppose Su Che? Yet, with his assistance, defeating Su Che 3 years hence would not prove to be a daunting task. The elder mused with a sense of unwavering confidence. After all, he had been a renowned figure on the continent in his time, and merely having a discerning eye could astonish the world. Thus, nurturing a disciple was not an arduous endeavor. The Su family of the Great Zhou would not be considered insignificant in his eyes. This young man is exceedingly strong. In the shadows, Yichen gritted his teeth, a cloud of gloom shrouding his expression. Even from such a distance, he could feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from Su Che. This level of power was clearly far beyond his own. How foolish he had been to think he could contend with Su Che. He now realized he had been but a jester. Yichen acknowledged that Su Che was indeed deserving of his reputation in the Great Zhou. Yet, despite this, his mindset did not descend into despair. For him, having a formidable rival to surpass would only accelerate his growth on the path of cultivation. This would ultimately render him even stronger. This energy surpasses even that of the black insect, Su Che noted, astonished after the collision. He had not even seen his opponent, yet he felt an oppressive force bearing down on his back. What on earth lurked within this flat-topped mountain that was so uncanny? Su Che pondered in the original narrative. This mountain was quite ordinary, its significance merely stemming from being the venue for the grand competition among the three sections. After that moment, the narrative never unfolded again. However, it now appears that this place is far more complex than it seems on the surface. The beast tides disturbances, the black spiritual insects capable of controlling the deceased, coupled with the tremendous energy surges erupting from the lake's center, all contribute to an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Whoosh! Without the luxury of contemplation, a barrage of water arrows shot forth from the vortex at the heart of the lake. Their energy fluctuations even more intense than before. Su Che dared not relax. Within him, his spiritual energy surged chaotically, transforming into streams of sword chi that slashed forward. Can the Qingyang sword technique be wielded in such a manner? Behind him, Lu Suqing was utterly astonished. Each stream of sword chi was executed using the Qingyang sword technique, yet the potency of each remained undiminished. How can this be possible? If my father were here, he would surely think I was still dreaming, the girl mused in disbelief. She felt as though she were ensconced in a dream, realizing that the Qingyang sword technique she had learned seemed like a mere imitation. Just how extraordinary is my senior brother's talent in swordsmanship? Her eyes sparkled with brilliance, the image of the young man in white etched into her heart. Chapter 53. A fortuitous encounter. What immense power! In the shadows, Yichen watched in rapt attention, his heart awash with astonishment. The prowess displayed by Su Che increasingly left him in awe. However, the more impressive Su Che became, the stronger Yichen's desire to surpass him grew. After this incident, I must redouble my efforts in cultivation. I cannot afford to slacken in the slightest. On the battlefield, streams of sword chi collided with water arrows, erupting into sprays of water in midair. The waves of spiritual energy resonating and causing the very air to emit deep thuds. Boom. Another explosion of spiritual energy sent Su Che's figure reeling back. His expression remained inscrutable, and with a firm push of his feet, he propelled himself forward. Simultaneously, the sword chi he conjured with his spiritual energy became even sharper. This time, Su Che took the initiative, directly slicing the sword chi toward the depths of the lake's center. I shall uncover what secrets lie hidden here. As the words left his lips, the sword chi sliced through the air, striking the vortex at the lake's core and sending a towering column of water cascading upwards. Splash! With this strike, the waters at the lake's heart churned with even greater ferocity. Oh no, Su Che's expression swiftly shifted. He silently lamented the dire situation. His form instinctively sought to retreat. Yet, despite his considerable speed, the energy emanating from the lake's center was terrifyingly potent. The vortex's core exuded an astonishing pull, enveloping Su Che entirely. In that instant, he felt utterly immobilized. Even his spiritual energy was ensnared. In the next moment, he was yanked forward, his entire being drawn into the lake's heart, vanishing from this realm. Senior brother, Su Che. Witnessing this, the two women nearby cried out in alarm, particularly Lu Suqing, whose face drained of color, her heart in disarray. For reasons unknown, seeing Su Che in such peril caused her great distress, her heart heavy with concern for his plight. This scene was too bizarre. A living person being consumed by the lake's center, disappearing without a trace. What could have transpired? Yi Chun, concealed in the shadows, was equally startled by the spectacle. Such an occurrence was unprecedented. What lay hidden at the lake's bottom that could swallow a cultivator of the Dan integration realm whole? Su Che's presence had vanished. The words of the ring elder caused Yi Chen's expression to change. Vanished? Do you mean to say? He inquired. The ring elder could not confirm it. Such a sudden disappearance might suggest an unforeseen calamity. There could also be other circumstances at play, but this place truly exuded an air of peculiarity. If he indeed faced a mishap, then the loss of an opponent would render things rather dull. Yi Chun felt little joy in his heart. After all, he had always viewed Su Che as his target, a fixation, in other words. Unless Su Che were defeated by his own hand, this obsession could easily disturb his mindset and even sow seeds of trouble for his future cultivation path. Thus, upon hearing his master's words, he found no joy in the possibility of Su Che encountering misfortune, even if it were true. "What should we do next, master?" Yi Chun asked at that moment, with Su Che having been drawn into the lake's heart. The vortex disappeared, and the entire surface of the lake returned to tranquility. Everything appeared as normal, leaving no hint of the astonishing clash of spiritual energies that had just transpired. "Let us depart. The aura of that treasure has dissipated. It seems we are fated to be without it," the ring elder remarked. Just moments ago, he had sensed the alluring energy that had drawn them here fade away. Realizing that such a treasure possessed its own will, and forcibly seizing it would be futile, gone, Yi Chun felt a pang of disappointment. He had yet to grasp what that object was, only to learn he was now without hope of acquiring it. Should we not wait a little longer? What if there is still a chance? The ring elder did not reject the notion, understanding the nature of youth. Moreover, having come this far, it would be disheartening to leave without any resolution. "Very well, I shall go greet my senior sister." Yi Chun smiled. Now that there was no obstacle from Su Che, he could seize the opportunity to deepen his bond with Lu Suqing, and Yun Kai was a peerless beauty in her own right, which only added to Yi Chun's eagerness to make an impression before them. "Who?" As the two women were engulfed in worry, a sudden rustling from the nearby thicket set them on edge. If a beast they could not handle approached, the situation would become dire. "It's me." Yi Chun, a rather irritating voice echoed, and upon turning to see the source, the women's expressions instantly turned cold. Upon recognizing the intruder, they couldn't help but think they would rather face a beast than have to deal with him. "How did you end up here?" Lu Suqing frowned, perplexed. She had read Su Che's journal, clearly indicating that he had gone to the peak of Pingding Mountain. How could he be in such an unrelated place? Yun Kai beside her shared her confusion. Was this all preordained? After all, they had requested Su Che to bring them here to escape their fate. Yet, who could have predicted that they would encounter Yi Chun here? It felt as if an unseen hand was orchestrating events, leaving the young women quite unsettled. This feeling of being fated was thoroughly unpleasant. "I merely happened to pass by, heard the commotion, and did not expect to run into my senior sister. It seems we truly are fated," Yi Chun said, completely disregarding the women's sour expressions. He believed they were merely shaken by the recent events, hence their demeanor. Thus, his appearance before them was all the more necessary. He was confident he could leave a favorable impression on them. "Who has any fate with you?" Lu Suqing retorted. She simply could not comprehend how someone could be so shameless. Previously, Su Che had persistently pursued her, but that was based on his merits. Even then, he never spoke with the repugnance that Yi Chun displayed. Yet, Yi Chun's arrogance had escalated beyond mere confidence to sheer hubris. "If only the physician my father hired were here. Otherwise, I would have suggested you seek treatment," Yun Kai added. "This man must be unwell. He needs serious help. Thank you for your concern, Miss Yun. If the opportunity arises, I will certainly pay a visit to the mountain gate in the future." Yi Chun replied with a smile, unperturbed by her remarks. After all, he believed that in time, both women would ultimately belong to him, so their words could hardly offend him. What utter shamelessness! Yun Kai could only shake her head, baffled. Had she truly been blinded by her admiration for Su Che? How could she possibly be attracted to such a person? "I must find someone to give him a proper thrashing," she resolved internally. Chapter 54. The Towering Ancient Tree. Where is this place? After a wave of dizziness, Su Che opened his eyes, bewildered by the environment before him. Surrounding him was a desolate expanse, an endless border stretching far beyond sight. The entire atmosphere shrouded in a gray haze, evoking a sense of astonishment. However, had he not been swept into Pingding Lake? Yet there was not a drop of water in sight. It was certain that he was not in a lake at all. How peculiar! Could it be that the depths of Pingding Lake conceal such enigmas? And what of the entity that attacked me? Su Che's mind was awash with questions, yet none had answers. Nevertheless, he could not afford to ponder further. The pressing concern was to discern where he was and how to escape. If even my attacks can be effortlessly repelled, then if that creature were to target the girls, given their strengths, they would stand no chance against it, Suche murmured, growing increasingly worried for the safety of the two women. If they were in trouble, his mission would surely fail. I hope it does not come to such a dire situation. Fortunately, he was aware that, at least for now, the two women were safe. After all, if anything truly dire had befallen them, the system would surely have alerted him. Lost in contemplation, Suche had already traversed a considerable distance. Yet no matter how hard he exerted himself, the surroundings remained unchanged, an endless expanse of desolation. Everything exuded an eerie silence that, after prolonged exposure, evoked a sense of melancholy. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed from beneath his feet. Suche lifted his foot and looked down, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. A weathered skeleton lay crushed beneath his step, reduced to fine bone dust. Immediately, a gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the particles into the air. What manner of place is this? Suche was taken aback, as the atmosphere reeked of the uncanny, instilling a foreboding sense within him as he pressed onward. A sudden gust of wind arose, swirling the sand and dust around him with a menacing roar. The wind stirred the surrounding spiritual energy, concealing within it a terrifying force. Suche dared not underestimate it and swiftly dodged aside. Yet, he felt a lingering dread. Even in passing, he sensed the immense energy contained within. He was convinced that even if he unleashed all his spiritual power, he would be unable to withstand a single blow, fearing it would tear him to shreds. The tempest soon subsided, restoring tranquility to the landscape. But the colossal boulder behind him had been reduced to dust, evidently shattered by the recent gale. What could that possibly be? At that moment, a towering ancient tree came into view, its summit obscured from sight. Upon beholding the majestic tree, Suche was momentarily frozen, a profound sorrow welling up in his gaze. Deep within him, a long-buried energy stirred restlessly. Suche's visage contorted in agony, veins bulging as this energy seemed to strain against an unseen restraint. The cost of which was unbearable pain. He had no doubt that if this continued, his body would be torn apart, resulting in his demise. Yet, as if sensing the turmoil within Suche, the energy eventually subsided into calmness. Despite this, an inexplicable sorrow flooded his heart, one not of mere sadness, but of a profound solitude in the vastness of existence. Roar. At that instant, the sound of beastly roars reverberated, shaking the ground with an overwhelming force. It was a tide of beasts. Suche snapped back to reality, astonished. But how could such a thing occur in this desolate place? Turning to gaze behind him, he was met with a breathtaking sight. Countless ferocious creatures surged towards the ancient tree, the very air around them tearing apart with each terrifying roar. Those were the beasts of Pingding Mountain. How could they possibly be here? Suche's heart raced in disbelief. The familiar auras stirred memories within him. Not long ago, he had encountered a beast tide on Pingding Mountain, where several powerful presences had forced him to retreat. And now, those very energies had manifested here. An utterly bewildering occurrence. Could it be that they, like him, had been transported to this realm? Suche pondered. However, the relentless tide of beasts left no room for further contemplation. Yet, apart from the ancient tree, the landscape was utterly barren. With no other choice, Suche resolved to charge towards the tree. As he did so, an involuntary surge of joy and longing welled up from deep within him. What is happening? Why do I feel this way? Suche struggled to suppress his rising impulse, utterly perplexed. This sensation seemed to emanate from the ancient tree, a response to its silent call. Yet, despite its age, he had no recollection of such a tree in his memories. Not only his own memories, but even the entirety of the original storyline bore no mention of its existence. The only explanation was that this ancient tree, much like the black spiritual insect, had transcended the original narrative, becoming an anomaly. Such strange occurrences had become increasingly frequent, leaving him uncertain of their implications. Shaking his head, Suche understood such thoughts would only serve to complicate matters. More pressing concerns lay ahead, and it appears to be dead. As he approached the ancient tree, Suche observed its completely withered trunk, lamenting its fate. The entire tree exuded no hint of vitality. Yet, even so, it stood tall, defying the odds. What a fearsome entity it must have been in its prime. Su Che could hardly fathom. Though he had attained the Dan integration stage at a young age, equipped with insights from the storyline, he felt utterly insignificant before this lifeless giant. Instinctively, Su Che reached out to touch the parched bark, and as he did, his vision blurred. The sounds around him and the sights before his eyes shifted dramatically. Until death do us part. A hearty laughter echoed in his ears. He beheld a shadowy figure soaring into the heavens, wielding a spear, its silhouette proud and erect. That figure seemed to merge with the very essence of the world. Inseparable, an aura of immense terror enveloped him. Though he did not witness it firsthand, he could feel its overwhelming presence. An invisible pressure emanated from the figure, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Behind this figure loomed a colossal ancient tree. However, this tree was vibrant and teeming with life, its vitality so rich that merely gazing upon it ignited a burning desire within him. Chapter 55. Bloodline Suppression. Is this the tree's original form? Su Che's heart was shaken in the vision. Both the figure and the ancient tree radiated a blinding brilliance, akin to the sun at its zenith, rendering it impossible to stare directly. One person, one tree. Left Su Che with only a fleeting silhouette, yet he felt an immense pressure weighing upon him. Simultaneously, the blood within him seemed to ignite, as if something deep inside was calling out, a desperate yearning. It was the eerie black mist. Su Che suddenly lifted his gaze to see the dark-clad figure beneath a canopy of ominous clouds, clusters of terrifying black energy coalescing, exuding an oppressive force. Though he had not been present in that realm, Su Che could sense that the dark clouds mirrored the ones he had encountered at Pingding Lake. However, the black mist surrounding the figure was evidently far more formidable. To speak frankly, should he encounter such a black mist now, even with the power of the thundercloud grass, he would stand no chance at that moment. The dark-clad figure seemed to sense something, abruptly turning to gaze in Su Che's direction. Whoosh! A wave of emptiness washed over Su Che's mind, and in the blink of an eye, the vision vanished, returning him to the desolate expanse. Before him stood the withered ancient tree, while behind him surged the tide of beasts. That person noticed me? How could that be? A chill ran down Su Che's spine. If he was correct, what he had witnessed were echoes of events that had transpired here. Hence, it was highly likely that the dark-clad figure was a being long since departed. Yet, such a figure could perceive his existence across the fabric of time and space. This was utterly preposterous. Even the most fantastical novels would hesitate to depict such a scenario. The unfolding events were increasingly bizarre, and the progression of the storyline seemed likely to bewilder even the original author. Su Che mused. It appeared that a great battle had once occurred here, with the dark-clad figure vanishing without a trace, while the ancient tree, though still standing tall, had succumbed to lifelessness. Was it due to the black mist? The sheer horror of that mist could obliterate even such an existence. Su Che felt a twinge of fear. He had just slain a spiritual insect nurtured by black mist, effectively creating an enemy. Should retaliation come, considering his current strength, he would find it exceedingly difficult to cope. However, there was little he could do at this moment. All he could do was remain vigilant. Moreover, he had not forgotten his own identity. Even if terrifying entities lurked behind him, it was the protagonist's concern. He was merely a stepping stone in the protagonist's journey. Once the narrative quest concluded, he would simply dust himself off and depart from this fictional realm. With that thought, Su Che felt a considerable lightness in his heart. Roar. Just then, the thunderous roar of beasts jolted Su Che back to reality. The beast tide was drawing near. However, the ensuing scene took him by surprise. He observed as the tide of beasts halted 100 meters away from the ancient tree. Leading the charge was a massive blue and white tiger, its eyes glowing with an eerie azure light, exuding a chilling aura of ferocity. A fifth-tier beast. Su Che's eyes widened in shock. This was indeed a beast king. How could a beast king reside in Pingding Mountain? It was known that fifth-tier beasts belonged to the ranks of spirit-breaking cultivators among the human race in the Great Zhou. Such beings represented the pinnacle of power. The number of cultivators with such prowess in the entire Great Zhou could be counted on one's fingers. If the sects were aware that a beast king dwelled in Pingding Mountain, they would likely recoil in horror at the prospect of using this location as a trial ground. Not to mention, the presence of a beast king was utterly incongruous, for within the narrative, Even fourth-tier beasts had never been seen in Pingding Mountain. Otherwise, the three major sects would not have dared to send their disciples here for the grand competition. As these individuals represented the future hopes of their sects, some even poised to inherit the position of sect leader. However, with the appearance of such an ancient tree, the presence of a beast king no longer seemed out of place. Su Che surmised that the ancient tree had once possessed a level of cultivation beyond his imagination. Even the elder within the Yichun ring could not compare to its peak might. Wait, a demon king is here. How could one have the time to ponder trivial matters? Indeed, fleeing is the only appropriate course of action. Fortunately, that demon king has halted 100 meters away. Although it has recognized my presence, it has not made any move. The enormous pupils scanning my form exude a hidden malevolence that sends a shiver down Su Che's spine. This is a paragon among demon kings, likely possessing strength that has already surpassed the 6th tier. A 6th-tier demon beast could spell disaster for the great Zhou At this moment. A disturbance arises from Su Che's sleeve. It is Xiaobi AI.it has awakened, fully recovered from its prior injuries, and its demonic power has surged, hinting at a potential breakthrough to the 4th tier. This is already quite remarkable. It is important to note that Xiaobai is still in its juvenile phase, akin to a mere child compared to the human race. To put it differently, a child on the verge of entering the Dan realm is a prodigy beyond compare. This illustrates the extraordinary strength of Xiaobai's bloodline, which is not something an ordinary royal family can rival. Xiaobai, now awake, coils upon Su Che's shoulder, its gaze fixed upon the horde of beasts ahead. Immediately, an invisible pressure emanates from within Xiaobai, bearing down upon the throng of beasts. A low growl reverberates through the air as the demon beasts respond with deep, rumbling roars. The weaker, lower-tier demon beasts tremble in fear. This is a result of bloodline suppression, an instinctive terror. Even the few 4th-tier demon beasts regard Xiaobai with wary eyes, filled with trepidation. This is royal bloodline. A natural demon king. Such a demon king is far beyond the ordinary 5th-tier demon beasts. The leading saber-toothed tiger focuses its attention entirely on Xiaobai, a flicker of fear crossing its gaze. It seems to recognize Xiaobai's origins, a lineage it cannot dare to provoke. Xiaobai's background is even more astonishing than I had anticipated. This saber-toothed tiger, a demon king in its own right, is evidently intimidated by the little one's lineage. Xiaobai merely observes the opponent, exerting bloodline pressure, yet refrains from any rash actions. It is not foolish. It understands that charging forward would be futile against such might. Thus it remains prudent. For a moment, the two sides are locked in a standoff, seemingly wary of the ancient tree, hesitant to make any aggressive moves. Throughout this time, Su Che has been keenly observing the fluctuations among the beasts, particularly the reactions of the demon king, quickly discerning a pattern. This group of demon beasts dares not gaze directly at the ancient tree. Should they do so, their pupils would betray an unmistakable fear. However, one could argue that this fear is more akin to reverence. It appears they are devout adherents to this ancient tree, coming here merely to pay their respects and worship. At this very moment, an unexpected transformation occurs. The heavens suddenly darken, the already oppressive atmosphere becoming suffocating. Su Che raises his head to see that amid the towering ancient tree, tendrils of black mist are spreading outward, swiftly enveloping the sky, resembling a dense black cloud, casting a shadow over the land. This alteration incites panic among the beast horde. A chorus of howls erupts, primal fear igniting chaos within the ranks of the beasts. Clearly, the changes in this space instill a profound terror, a harbinger of impending death. Even the demon king trembles visibly beneath the oppressive black clouds. Its pupils radiate sheer horror. This black mist carries the scent of annihilation for demon kings. The sheer power it exudes is terrifying. Even those encountering such a scene for the first time would be gripped with dread. The saber-toothed tiger king emits a low growl, signaling the other demon beasts to retreat swiftly. However, contrary to their intentions, the black canopy seems to sever this space from escape. As the demon beasts attempt to flee, they are horrified to discover their bodies are rendered immobile, as if awaiting their demise. Su Che senses this predicament as well. His breathing quickens, and beneath the black clouds, he feels his blood flow sluggishly, an unbearable sensation. This is far more terrifying than the black mist he encountered previously. He muses that had he not been sheltered by this ancient tree, he might have perished on the spot. Suddenly, the sound of rain resonates. Looking up, Su Che's pupils widen in shock from the darkened clouds. Droplets of black rain begin to fall as they descend. They corrode the surrounding spiritual energy, producing a hissing sound. Should this black rain strike him, his very body could be dissolved. Su Che dares not be careless. He channels all his inner spiritual energy to conjure a barrier of light, determined to keep the rain at BYI in the distance. The demon beasts strive with all their might to fend off the ominous black rain. The patter of droplets reverberates. Su Che furrows his brow. The raindrops striking his spiritual barrier send tremors through his body. This is the consequence of the clash of spiritual forces, akin to an assault from the lake outside. Su Che speaks solemnly, recognizing a familiar aura. It resembles the water arrows, nearly indistinguishable in essence. The only difference is that this assault is significantly more potent. Even with the enhancement from the thundercloud grass, it cannot endure for long. He gazes toward the distant horde, noting the dire situation among the beasts. As the black rain pelts down upon their ranks, it triggers agonizing roars of despair. The lower-tier demon beasts are utterly defenseless against the might of the black rain. The droplets corrode their bodies, instantly die in mere moments. Waves of black mist surge from within them, enveloping their forms. The next instant, the life force of these demon beasts is extinguished. Yet, this is not the end. These once fallen beasts do not collapse. Their pupils are filled with black mist, and they begin to slaughter their fellow demon beasts. Similar to the plight of Wang Yang and his companions, though they have perished. They are now puppets of the black mist, reduced to soulless husks. Upon witnessing this, Su Che comprehends the situation, a flicker of fear igniting within him. What on earth is this phenomenon? It is far too bizarre. Moreover, under the control of the black mist, these low-tier demon beasts experience a surge in power, engaging in battles against stronger foes without losing ground. At last, a fourth-tier demon beast falls victim to a surprise attack. Its demon energy diminished, it succumbs to the invasive black rain. Its roars weaken, and the light in its pupils gradually fades. In the next moment, a dense black mist emanates from its body, filling its eyes with an ominous haze. Clearly, this fourth-tier demon beast has also succumbed to the black mist, becoming yet another undead beast. But this is not the end. Once under control, this fourth-tier demon beast immediately turns upon its companions. Tearing into them with ferocity, in an instant, blood splatters, flesh bursts apart. The ground is now stained not only with black rain but also with the blood of beasts. The saber-toothed Tiger King finds itself in a precarious situation. Although it is a demon king, withstanding the black rain proves to be an immense challenge. The intensity of the black rain, evident in its fierce descent, is overwhelming, as the saber-toothed Tiger King witnesses its kin falling one after another. It emits a roar filled with sorrow and rage. Subsequently, an immense surge of energy erupts from within it, its demon power ascending to new heights. Sixth tier. Clearly, this demon king has chosen to break through, elevating its power to a new realm. Once it breaks through, the demon king shatters the black rain before it with a single swipe and charges forth, roaring in fury as it carves a path through the chaos. The descending black rain is forcefully torn asunder, and its mighty demon power blankets the sky above the horde, shielding them from the relentless downpour. Is this the prowess of a sixth-tier being? Su Che is astonished by the demon king. Should such an onslaught befall him, he would likely be obliterated on the spot. However, the saber-toothed Tiger King's actions seem to have enraged the black canopy further. The dark clouds coalesce into a singular mass, revealing a shadowy figure within. Hovering above, only a pair of enormous pupils are visible, exuding an icy demeanor and an overwhelming aura of malevolence, as if intent on devouring all living beings in existence. The mere sight of these cold, unfeeling eyes invokes an indescribable and insurmountable dread. Under their gaze, no one can harbor thoughts of resistance. Only submission and capitulation can arise. Whose eyes are these? A jolt of alarm courses through Su Che as he witnesses these pupils. For reasons unknown, he feels a stirring within, a power awakening inside him. Moreover, upon the emergence of these pupils, the ancient tree nearby seems to tremble slightly, an aura of fury emanating from it. Could this be the entity they must resist? Before Su Che's eyes, the earlier vision resurfaces. A man clad in black and a vibrant ancient tree, standing resolutely in the world, vowing to protect it. the enormous pupils sweep over the demon king below. Their cold, indifferent gaze immobilizing the demon beasts, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. The saber-toothed tiger king, too, finds itself halted, its feet rooted to the ground as its demon power burns intensely, with a primal roar. The saber-toothed tiger king tilts its head back, crimson light erupting from its eyes, transforming the atmosphere into one of icy dread. However, the pupils within the dark canopy regard the saber-toothed tiger king's response with disdainful contempt. In the next moment, two beams of lethal light burst forth from those eyes. The dark mist shattered the air, charging directly towards the saber-toothed tiger king. Chapter 57. The Rebirth of the Ancient Tree. An arrow formed from the condensed black mist pierced through the void, producing a chilling sound of tearing along its path. In an instant, the black arrow had reached the very front of the saber-toothed tiger king. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger king let out a thunderous roar, channeling an immense surge of demonic power, and then struck out with its claws at the black arrow. The collision of the two forms of spiritual energy produced a dull thud. Boom! The black arrow was instantly shattered. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. The arrow exploded into countless tiny tendrils of black mist, relentlessly advancing towards the saber-toothed tiger king. With another furious roar, the saber-toothed tiger king swung its claws once more at the black mist. Yet, the mist only multiplied with each strike, eventually coalescing into a massive black vortex. Swoosh! The black vortex voraciously engulfed the body of the saber-toothed tiger king. Howl! The saber-toothed tiger king cried out in agony, its form violently retreating, narrowly escaping disaster. At this moment, however, it appeared utterly disheveled, its body cloaked in darkness, marred by black fissures. Clearly, it had been wounded by the dark mist, which continued to erode its very being. Were it not for the formidable strength of the saber-toothed tiger king, it would have likely sustained severe injuries by now. Yet, even so, a glint of despair flickered in its blood-red eyes, its body trembling uncontrollably. The peculiar nature of the black mist had instilled profound fear even within this powerful demon king. At that moment, swirls of black mist surged again, relentlessly assaulting the saber-toothed tiger king. Its body shook violently as it dodged the onslaught of the dark energy. Boom, boom! A series of thunderous sounds echoed, shaking the very heavens and earth. Under this relentless barrage, the saber-toothed tiger king's body became riddled with wounds. It was a far cry from the imposing figure it had been moments before. Yet, despite this, it refused to relinquish its resistance. With its head held high and jaws agape, it howled defiantly at the darkened sky. This defiance seemed to provoke the hidden figure within the shadowy expanse. A flicker of rage ignited within its enormous pupils. Whoosh! In the next moment, a sound of something piercing the air rang out, and the massive black orb abruptly dimmed. Following this, countless beams of black light erupted from within, cascading down like raindrops, raining destruction upon the saber-toothed tiger king. Howl! The saber-toothed tiger king emitted a mournful cry as its form was violently propelled backward. Its body was pierced by these beams of black light, blood gushing forth, instantly staining a large swath of land crimson. Howl! At that instant, the surrounding beasts roared in fury, charging forward to shield the saber-toothed tiger king, channeling their demonic energy in a desperate attempt to ward off the black rain. Alas, their power was insufficient to withstand the onslaught of the black light. In the blink of an eye, several beasts collapsed lifelessly to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Witnessing this scene, the saber-toothed tiger king howled to the heavens, its voice filled with sorrow and indignation. These beasts displayed loyalty and camaraderie. Meanwhile, it appeared that the saber-toothed tiger king's struggle had drawn a significant portion of attention away from Suche, weakening the assault of the black rain upon him. Thanks to the power of the thundercloud grass and the protection of the ancient tree, he was able to endure. However, the unfolding scene stirred something within Suche, especially the little white creature, which was filled with the urge to rush over and assist. Fortunately, it retained its rationality and refrained from acting impulsively. Humph! In the dark canopy, a cold snort echoed, devoid of warmth, laced with disdain. Its gaze fell upon the valiant beasts charging forward, akin to looking down upon mere ants, utterly disregarding them. The black clouds churned, and beams of black light ruthlessly slaughtered the beasts below. painting the earth in hues of crimson. The saber-toothed Tiger King, now devoid of strength, collapsed to the ground, its mouth opening and closing as if trying to convey something. Its gaze lingered on Su Che, eventually resting upon the ancient tree in its pupils. There was a mix of unwillingness, yearning, akin to a devout priest praying to the deity of their faith. Simultaneously, the enormous pupils in the dark canopy also fixated on the ancient tree. Huh? A tone of astonishment seemed to resonate, a murmured expression. Those pupils ultimately locked onto Su Che. That moment, Su Che felt an overwhelming force binding him, as if heavy shackles restrained him, rendering him utterly exposed. This sensation was profoundly uncomfortable. He yearned to resist, yet discovered himself confronting an immense entity, its strength beyond comprehension. Nevertheless, Su Che felt no fear, meeting the gaze of the entity with unwavering resolve. Boom! In that instant, a resounding explosion erupted beside his ear, a blankness flashing through his mind. Scenes reminiscent of the past flickered through his consciousness, yet no matter how hard he tried to recall them, the details eluded him, as if they belonged to a time long forgotten. Simultaneously, Su Che sensed the blood within him igniting, the latent energy within surging more violently than ever before. The binding force seemed incapable of restraining it. In the heavens, the enormous pupils glimmered with surprise, a shadow of disbelief crossing their depths. Soon after, a murderous intent filled the air. The surrounding black mist churned, coalescing into a torrential black rain that surged towards Su Che. This onslaught far exceeded the intensity directed at the Demon King. Clearly, Su Che's existence had incited unease within the figure cloaked in shadows, vowing to obliterate him. The black rain loomed larger in his vision. Yet at that moment, Su Che's countenance remained eerily calm. He then extended his hand, gently pressing it against the ancient tree. In an instant, a radiant brilliance erupted forth. The entire world resonated with a deafening roar. A surge of vitality emerged from the long-dead ancient tree, rapidly flourishing at an observable pace. At that moment, the bark of the ancient tree emitted cracking sounds, as if something within was breaking free. Crack, crack, the desiccated outer layer shed, revealing a vibrant new bark beneath. Moments later, the entire ancient tree was rejuvenated. This spectacle left the enormous pupils utterly astonished. Its owner seemed to recall some past event, fear flickering in its eyes. Clearly, this ancient tree had left a profoundly negative impression upon it, perhaps even conjuring dreadful memories. At this moment, the ancient tree's rebirth radiated an overwhelming vitality, swiftly enveloping the surrounding space. Chapter 58. The Final Remnants of Consciousness. The ancient tree now stood revitalized, its once withered bark completely shed, revealing a pristine new layer that shimmered like jade. The dry, yellowed leaves transformed into vibrant green, tender buds sprouting forth, swaying in the breeze like emerald silk, tracing graceful arcs through the air. Above the ancient canopy, it seemed as if a chorus of joy erupted, celebrating the return of a long-lost companion. Subsequently, its branches unfurled, cleaving through the oncoming black rain. Boom, boom, boom. The black rain was scattered, dissipating into wisps of dark smoke that drifted away, ultimately vanishing. But this was not the end. The ancient tree pressed on, its form tracing a circle in the air, enveloping the entire realm. Its branches extended to their fullest, resembling razor-sharp blades, piercing the firmament. Whoosh! The branches of the ancient tree surged upward like swords capable of cleaving the heavens. Charging straight into the clouds, crack! The sound of shattering echoed as the dark clouds above were forcibly torn apart, the shroud of blackness ripped asunder. The enormous pupils revealed a look of terror. Whoosh! The black mist swiftly converged, coalescing into two massive ghostly claws that seized the ancient tree, yanking with all their might, attempting to tear it down. However, the branches of the ancient tree proved remarkably resilient. No matter how fiercely they pulled, they could not budge an inch. Its branches formed a dense web, ensnaring the two ghostly claws tightly within. Crack! Another crisp sound rang out. The black claws were mercilessly crushed by the ancient tree, disintegrating into specks of black mist that vanished into the tempest. Once more, it swung its branches skyward, continuing its assault on the swirling black clouds. The realm was shrouded in black mist, an eerie and chilling murderous intent permeating the atmosphere, sending shivers down one's spine. Yet, amidst the black fog, a singularly verdant branch danced, each movement tearing through the darkness. The figure concealed within the black shroud, ultimately coalesced from the dark mist, was shattered under the relentless onslaught of the ancient tree. The enormous pupils gradually faded, dissolving into nothingness. In the depths of those eyes, fear, unwillingness, and fury remained visible. Yet, it was no more, completely reduced to ash. The ancient tree unleashed its power once more, its branches slicing through the remaining black mist. Enhancing its agility, then, that vibrant green branch descended toward the ground, aimed at the beastly horde that had been shielding against the black rain. Although the owner of those enormous pupils had diverted much of its attention towards Su-che, leaving the beasts relatively unscathed, the torrential black rain continued to encroach upon them. The king of the saber-toothed tigers, despite sustaining grievous injuries, stood resolute against the relentless onslaught, his massive form riddled with several small punctures, blood pooling around him. Yet, rather than retreating, he became even more ferocious, summoning all his strength to resist the encroachment of the dark rain. With a thunderous roar, the blood-soaked king threw back his head and howled at the heavens. At that moment, vibrant green tendrils appeared before him, dancing gracefully among the beastly horde, exuding a rich vitality that spread like wildfire. A brilliant emerald light blossoming forth. In an instant, the surrounding dark miasma dissipated entirely. The once lifeless beasts seemed to awaken, their senses gradually returning. A cacophony of joyous roars erupted from the horde. Witnessing this, the saber-toothed tiger king felt an exhilarating rush, exhaling a puff of dark energy. His eyes now alight with clarity. The mythical beasts bowed reverently to the ancient tree, prostrating themselves in sincere homage. At this moment, the oppressive dark energy had entirely vanished, and under the influence of the ancient tree, the desolation transformed into a flourishing landscape. New shoots sprouted, flowers bloomed, and a serene little lake shimmered with azure waves. What remarkable sorcery was this? With a single branch, the tree had banished the dark energy, restoring life to this realm. The beasts, aflame with ecstasy, bellowed in unison. Was this not an extraordinary spectacle? Meanwhile, Su-che observed the ancient tree's miraculous deeds in stunned silence. The formidable dark energy, in the presence of the tree, posed no resistance whatsoever, effortlessly shredded to pieces. The subsequent events could only be described as miraculous, leaving one in disbelief. They would return. However, at that moment, a detached voice resonated in Su-che's ears, causing him to shudder and swiftly turn. Not far from him, the ancient tree had vanished, replaced by a tall, ethereal figure clad in snow-white robes, exuding unparalleled grace, her visage obscured as she turned her back to Su-che, for reasons unknown. Upon seeing her silhouette, a pang of inexplicable pain struck Su-che's heart, and fleeting images of forgotten memories flashed through his mind, each one inducing a sharp ache. "Who are you?" Su-che inquired, seeking the identity of this mysterious figure, only to discover with horror that he could not utter a word. "Who am I?" Yet, the figure in white seemed to comprehend his unspoken thoughts, smiling gently. "I have forgotten," as well. Su-che stood there, bewildered. What did it mean to forget? Forget what? All he could recall was that he seemed to be waiting for someone. Waiting for someone? Could it be me? Su-che's heart leapt in surprise. This was an ancient being, far beyond his time. It was impossible for them to be acquainted. They would return. However, this time, the figure in white did not address his confusion, instead returning to her initial statement. They? Who are they? Are they the dark energies? Su-che's mind conjured the image of a pair of eyes, belonging to a figure hidden within the shadows. Perhaps the master of the dark energy. I must depart. The figure uttered another enigmatic statement that left Su-che perplexed. Depart? Where to? I do not exist anymore, merely a remnant of my former self. The figure chuckled, her words imbued with a sense of freedom. A remnant of my former self. Upon hearing this, Su-che's heart trembled. He began to understand that the ancient tree had long since perished, and its ability to manifest such miraculous powers stemmed from the remnant of consciousness it had left behind. Now that this remnant had been utilized, it too would fade away, signaling the complete demise of the ancient tree. If a remnant of consciousness could wield such power, how formidable must the entity have been in life? Su-che marveled. To possess such strength, one must have reached a level akin to that of immortals, perhaps even surpassing them. This shall be a gift for you. At that moment, the figure in white spoke once more. Chapter 59. The Secret Realm. Upon hearing these words, Su Che's spirit surged. The object bestowed by such an entity would undoubtedly be a rare treasure. His gaze ignited with fervor, filled with anticipation. Soon, he beheld the item the figure intended to grant him, a seed. However, unlike the previously consumed seeds of the clear heart herb and thundercloud grass, this seed appeared withered and shriveled, its exterior a desolate shade of yellowish black, resembling a rotten seed. After the figure extracted the seed, her silhouette lingered for a moment, as if lost in reminiscence. Gradually, her form grew more ethereal, the remnant of consciousness fading rapidly. Then, a distant sigh echoed, lingering in the air. The next moment, as Su Che blinked, the seed had already found its way into his palm. Upon contact, he discovered the seed to be utterly ordinary, devoid of any spiritual energy, easily overlooked if cast aside. Yet, to Su Che's astonishment, the moment the seed appeared, a wave of exhilarating emotion surged within him, an emotion that seemed to stem from an anticipation lasting millennia, perhaps even longer. Could it be that a bond existed between him and this seed? Since acquiring the seed of the clear heart herb, Su Che had never doubted the presence of a vast energy lying dormant within him. No, it was more accurate to say there were two forces. These two energies were intertwined, akin to one being imprisoned, only able to emerge during moments of desperation when confronting the dark energy. In any case, he felt an inexplicable connection to these seeds. As he pondered, the energy within him began to stir once again. Sensing this shift, the seed in his palm also reacted. To his astonishment, the seed vanished from sight. Indeed, it had once again merged with his being. Su Che mused, yet he remained uncertain of the benefits this seed would bestow upon him. No, wait. At that moment, Su Che's eyes widened in shock as he realized this latest merging felt peculiar. As his consciousness entered his body, he was astonished to find that this seed did not transform into energy like those of the clear heart herb and thundercloud grass. Instead, it lay dormant within his spiritual sea, appearing utterly unremarkable. Had it taken root within him? Su Che marveled at the wonder of it all. What kind of seed was this that possessed such extraordinary qualities? He sought to peer into the seed, but received no feedback. Nonetheless, he made a surprising discovery. The seed concealed a hidden mystery. Within the seed lay a miniature space, capable of storing and nurturing myriad forms of life. Such marvel! This functionality would undoubtedly alleviate many of his burdens. Although the precise nature of the seed's powers remained undiscovered, its capabilities were evidently poised to assist Su Che greatly. I must take my leave now. This realm shall depend upon you. The figure in white left behind a final statement before her form completely dissipated. Su Che gazed with a mix of emotions, knowing that the remnant of consciousness had vanished. A sense of melancholy welled within him. Regardless of the circumstances, the ancient tree had clearly served as a guardian of this realm. Its passing was a profound loss, evoking an undeniable sense of lament. Once the figure in white had faded, the scene before Su Che shifted, returning him to the original space. Yet now, this was no longer the barren landscape of before. Vibrant new shoots flourished, life abounded all around. The mythical beasts, having been rescued by the ancient tree, not only freed themselves from control but also healed from their injuries, now collectively gazing toward the ancient tree with sorrowful eyes. For, once again, the ancient tree had withered. Compared to its initial state, it appeared even worse, clearly demonstrating that the previous revival was merely a fleeting moment, and now, it had completely succumbed. Standing beside the ancient tree, Su Che felt a surge of grief. He gently bowed in respect to the ancient tree, acknowledging its sacrifice. Then, turning his gaze toward the multitude of mythical beasts, he found them all looking back at him. Ultimately, the saber-toothed tiger king lowered its head in reverence, followed by the other beasts who prostrated themselves before him. A chorus of roars erupted, reverberating throughout the realm. A truly magnificent scene. Su Che understood that these mythical beasts were paying homage to him, and the reason for this was undoubtedly linked to the seed bestowed by the ancient tree. Clearly, a bond existed between him and the ancient tree, warranting a sense of reverence from this congregation of beasts. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai darted forward, swiftly approaching the saber-toothed tiger king. as a third-tier mythical beast standing before a sixth-tier king. It exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, it radiated an aura of majesty. Soon, Su Che observed the exchange between the serpent and the tiger. Before long, Xiao Bai returned, coiling back around Su Che's arm, its head affectionately rubbing against his face. In no time, Su Che learned that Xiao Bai had conversed with the saber-toothed Tiger King about the location of a secret realm hidden beneath the lake's surface. This secret realm was an independent world, distinct from the original universe. Such realms were typically crafted by powerful beings, accessible only to a select few. However, even the saber-toothed Tiger King was unaware of the specific details of this secret realm. All it knew was that its ancestors had long safeguarded this sanctuary, and the ancient tree, whose origins remained a mystery even to them, was revered as their guardian deity, held in great esteem. This time, sensing an anomaly, the saber-toothed Tiger King had come to investigate, leading to the earlier spectacle witnessed by Su Che. The ensuing events unfolded within the secret realm, and as the saber-toothed Tiger King had only recently assumed its role, it was not privy to further information. Like Su Che had surmised, the reason they bowed before him was that they regarded him as their new master. In their eyes, Su Che had earned the ancient tree's recognition, thus possessing the rightful qualifications. Subsequently, Su Che also inquired about the future plans of the saber-toothed Tiger King. The latter's response did not come as a surprise to him. The saber-toothed Tiger King was determined to guard this secret realm and continue the mission passed down from its ancestors. However, it also informed Su Che that should he require assistance, it would offer its utmost help. Subsequently, with the aid of the saber-toothed Tiger King, Su Che swiftly located the exit of the secret realm. The saber-toothed Tiger King led its kin, intending to escort him a distance. Thus, within the secret realm, a portal materialized out of thin air. With a blinding flash of white light, Su Che and the myriad beasts vanished from this place. Outside Pingding Lake, senior sister, in my opinion, you should come with me. Su Che is likely not going to survive, Yichen chuckled. Senior Yun, you can join us as well. It would be nice to have company. Chapter 60. Scared away outside Pingding Lake, upon hearing Yi Chen's self-invitation, Lu Suqing and Yun Kai both felt considerable annoyance. They were already anxious due to Su Che's disappearance, and now Yi Chen's incessant chatter was merely adding fuel to the fire. Just as the two women prepared to express their ire, the ground beneath Pingding Lake suddenly trembled. The earth shook violently, and powerful auras emerged in waves, one of which was overwhelmingly suffocating. The subsequent scene caused the pupils of the three to dilate in sheer horror. Suddenly, a portal opened wide outside Pingding Lake, and with a dazzling flash of white light, figures began to materialize before the onlookers. It was a formidable group of beasts. Run? Yi Chen's mind was instantly filled with the voice of the Ring Elder. Imbued with an urgency he had never felt before. Without a moment's hesitation, he retreated, fleeing at the fastest speed, entirely disregarding the two women left behind. Master, how could there be so many beasts in this place? Yi Chen exclaimed in fear while running. Moreover, I sensed numerous powerful beasts. It's terrifying. Among those beasts, there is even a sixth-order beast king. The Ring Elder responded with astonishment. After all, he was merely a soul now. And even if he exhausted all means, he would not stand a chance against a sixth-order beast king. What? A sixth-order beast? The Ring Elder's revelation left Yi Chen utterly shocked. Pingding Mountain actually harbored a sixth-order beast. Goodness, how could the three major sects dare to hold a grand competition here? Aren't they courting death? It's worth noting that throughout the entire Great Zhou, I have never heard of a sixth-order beast appearing. This Pingding Mountain is indeed extraordinary. The Ring Elder remarked. Fortunately, I ran fast. Otherwise, there would be no remains to speak of. Yi Chen sighed in relief, grateful for his timely escape, having narrowly avoided losing his life. In response, the Ring Elder remained silent but felt perplexed. Even with his assistance, escaping from a sixth-order beast king was utterly impossible. Initially, he had sensed a murderous intent emanating from the beast, but that malice had flashed and swiftly vanished, which was evidently a key reason for Yi Chen's escape. This peculiarity was indeed strange, yet the Ring Elder refrained from explaining it to Yi Chen. What a pity. Senior sister and the others are still here. Yi Chen lamented. After all, these were women he had cherished for a long time, and now they were on the verge of being devoured by beasts without even having had a chance to touch them. Nevertheless, compared to his own life, Such matters seemed trivial. Meanwhile, outside Pingding Lake, as the group of beasts appeared out of nowhere, the two women were left pale with fright. Turning back, they could no longer see each other's figure. Both women couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Was this the arrangement of fate? In the face of imminent danger, he had fled faster than anyone else. They no longer harbored any hope that Yichun could save them. In their current predicament, they too were trapped, incapable of escape. The beasts they faced were the most powerful they had ever encountered, their auras terrifying beyond measure. The beasts, of course, noticed the two women, their collective gaze sending shivers down their spines. As if they were plunged into the depths of hell. However, the situation did not end there. The group of beasts suddenly parted, revealing a colossal saber-toothed tiger that came into view. Upon seeing this creature, the two women were rendered speechless, for it was indeed a sixth-order beast king. A beast king. A sixth-order one, no less. Good heavens, isn't this Pingding Mountain? How could a beast king appear here? Even if the two women possessed strong psychological fortitude, their legs trembled uncontrollably, and they yearned to embrace each other and weep. Is this truly Pingding Mountain? There aren't even any sixth-order beast kings in the Great Zhou, right? Their faces turned ashen, and they lost all hope of survival. After all, they were acutely aware that before such a being, there was no possibility of living. Yet, they waited for a long time without witnessing any further actions from the beasts. Isn't that Xiao Bai? At this moment, Lu Suqing exclaimed in disbelief, feeling utterly incredulous. A small white snake was coiling around the head of the saber-toothed Tiger King. The appearance of the white snake was strikingly familiar. Confirming it, she realized it was indeed Su Che's Xiao Bai. The girl was astonished. How could Xiao Bai be here and dare to tread upon the head of a sixth-order beast king? Was this courting death? Ching-ching, just then, a voice that was all too familiar reached her ears. Upon hearing that voice, the girl felt a rush of excitement, and her eyes instinctively moistened. It was Su Che. Indeed, following the sound, she beheld the person she longed to see the most. Clad in white, ethereal as an immortal, standing beside the saber-toothed Tiger King, Su Che appeared just as he had upon their first meeting, light and carefree, untouched by the mundane, resembling a celestial being. Senior brother Su, it really is you. The girl wept tears of joy, unable to contain her emotions, and rushed into Su Che's embrace. Observing the girl throw herself at him, Su Che did not refuse, opening his arms to welcome her. Although he felt a sense of helplessness, he had to maintain his persona and embrace the girl gently. Ching-ching, don't cry, Su Che soothed as he stroked her hair. Speaking softly, promise not to cry anymore, Dunham. The girl nodded vigorously, yet tears continued to flow down her cheeks. Watching her cry like a little puddle, even if it were all an act, Su Che felt his heart ache, and he quickly wiped away her tears. Senior brother Su, thank you, the girl said, finally realizing what she was doing, and hurriedly extricated herself from his embrace, lowering her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, as expected. This is more like it, Su Che mused to himself. The girl's earlier actions had nearly derailed his carefully crafted persona. However, he understood that in such a situation, it was entirely normal for her to react this way upon seeing him. What is going on? At this moment, Yun Kai approached, her voice trembling as she gazed at the surrounding beasts, especially the saber-toothed Tiger King. Clearly, this scene was too surreal, leaving her feeling as though she were in a dream. Beside her, Lu Suqing adjusted her emotions, looking at Su Che in confusion. In response, Su Che remained silent for a moment. The events that transpired in the secret realm were far too bizarre, and since they had not been mentioned in the narrative, he feared it might affect the plot's progression. Thus, he refrained from revealing such details to the two leading ladies. The friend from Pingding Mountain rescued me from the bottom of the lake. Su Che offered an excuse, saying no more. Chapter 61. The unsettling protagonist, the two women, being astute, did not press further, though they stood beside Su Che with some trepidation, avoiding the gaze of the surrounding beasts. Their eyes still filled with astonishment. After all, this was a sixth-order beast king, and Su Che had only been missing for a short time before returning with such a formidable beast, truly astonishing. Are you really not going to leave? Su Che turned back, approaching the saber-toothed Tiger King to retrieve Xiao Bai, inquiring. The saber-toothed Tiger King shook its head, its gaze resolute. At that moment, Su Che understood. It intended to continue its mission, guarding this place and the secret realm. Su Che nodded. Now, the secret realm had undergone tremendous changes thanks to the ancient tree's influence. He believed that when he returned here in the future, it would surely be a sight to behold. Su Che departed with the two women. After watching them vanish, the beasts returned to the secret realm, and Pingding Lake returned to its former tranquility. No one could have imagined what had just transpired here. Once we get out, do not speak of this to anyone, Su Che advised. Upon hearing this, the two women understood his meaning. After all, this was a sixth-order beast, and they were not foolish enough to provoke it. Otherwise, should the saber-toothed Tiger King seek revenge, their sect would face dire consequences, potentially even annihilation. However, we can inform our elders about the news of Senior Brother's demise. It would be best if the three sects did not hold their grand competition here in the future, Su Che suggested. Upon hearing this, the two women immediately nodded. Without needing Su Che's reminder, they would persuade their fathers to avoid scheduling the grand competition in such perilous locations. To be honest, they considered it a miracle that they had survived this long in the mountains. No, it was due to Su Che's luck. As they thought of this, the two women unconsciously glanced at Su Che, finding him increasingly intriguing. At this moment, however, Su Che paid no heed to their expressions. He was preoccupied with another matter. To be precise, he was inwardly cursing Yi Chun, the target of his complaints. Upon emerging from the secret realm, he also discovered Yi Chun. Initially, he felt quite elated. Yi Chun's presence here indicated that he had not encountered any dangerous situations, and his peculiar appearance in this place suggested something intriguing. Su Che could only surmise one reason. This was the true male lead. Yi Chun being in close proximity to the female lead was sufficient evidence that his relationship with the two women was quite amicable. After all, when he emerged, he saw Yi Chun chattering away, wearing a face full of joy. Wasn't that enough to clarify the situation? However, Yi Chun's subsequent actions left Su Che utterly disheartened. The reason was simple. Upon witnessing the emergence of so many monstrous beasts, this fellow's first instinct was to flee. Aren't you the male lead? Can you not display such cowardice in front of the female lead? Moreover, not only did he run away, but he also failed to take Lu Suqing and Yun Kai with him. Is this truly the behavior expected of a male lead? Does he not fear for the lives of the two women at the hands of these beasts? How will he face them again after this escapade? Su Che's frustration grew with each passing thought, compelling him to vent in his diary. Damn, Yi Chun is truly a hopeless case. The moment I spotted him, I thought he had finally woken up. But alas, what a disappointment. How could he abandon the female lead and run off alone? For crying out loud, facing a sixth-tier beast, does he really think he can escape? If it weren't for my intervention, this fool would have been torn apart by those beasts long ago. Sigh, I saved this useless fellow yet again. Fortunately, I noticed that the lovesick girl and the chatterbox seemed to be enjoying their time with Yi Chun, so their relationship may still be salvageable. Indeed, I understand now. If it weren't for their prompting, how could Yi Chun possibly have come to Pingding Lake? It has nothing to do with the mountain peak at all. No wonder they insisted on coming to Pingding Lake. It turns out they had already conspired with Yi Chun. Quite clever. With this realization, Su Che's eyes brightened. This further elucidated the matter. A revelation? This tirade, of course, reached the ears of the two women. They paused in their tracks, and upon reading the contents of the diary, their faces flushed with indignation. What did he mean by enjoying their time together? They were tempted to drag Su Che aside for an eye examination. Was that truly enjoyment? Did he not see that they were nearly fit to explode with rage at that moment? Had it not been for the appearance of the beasts, they would have already prepared to give Yi Chun a proper scolding. Furthermore, who was it that had conspired with him? They were completely unaware of why Yi Chun had arrived at Pingding Lake. The two felt unjustly misunderstood and rather aggrieved. Yet, they could only swallow their grievances, unable to explain. The subsequent entries also startled the two women. It turned out that Yi Chun had recently been on the brink of death. How infuriating! Why did Su Che have to save Yi Chun? The two lamented, nearly missing the chance to witness Yi Chun being ripped apart by the beasts. What a splendid sight that would have been. However, should Yi Chun discover that he had been saved by Su Che yet again, given his temperament, would he not be enraged to the point of spitting blood? With this thought, the two women couldn't help but chuckle. Observing their expressions, Su Che felt speechless and continued his lamentations. Truly a female lead, so carefree, still grinning like a fool at this moment. Your man has abandoned you. How can you still be so cheerful? Have you lost your mind? Could it be that you were frightened into a stupor by the beasts? Regardless, the grand competition will soon conclude. I wonder how many tokens that rascal Yi Chun has amassed. Can he maintain his lead? Su Che quickly shifted his focus to more pressing matters, in the original plot. Yi Chun had intercepted other contestants seeking to exchange items, thus acquiring a considerable number of tokens. It was precisely due to this that Yi Chun had claimed the top position in the competition, making a remarkable impression. However, given all the unforeseen occurrences, Su Che was uncertain whether Yi Chun could still preserve his lead. This simply would not do. He needed to devise a plan. Just then, Lai Yun approached. Senior brother. Upon seeing him, Su Che's spirits lifted. It seemed as though the beasts on Pingding Mountain had vanished, as he had not encountered a single one. Lai Yun remarked. In response, Su Che refrained from delving into the reasons behind this phenomenon. Most of the beasts on Pingding Mountain had relocated to the secret realm, making encounters exceedingly rare. Thus, for the disciples of the three major sects, this location was no longer ideal for competition. Setting that aside, your timing is impeccable. I have a task for you, Su Che stated. You need only command me. I would traverse mountains of blades or seas of flames for you. Lai Yun patted his chest confidently. It is not so dire. I am not sending you to your demise, Su Che chuckled. In the narrative, Lai Yun was indeed a character loyal to his own. However, as a mere supporting character, he had little screen time. Nonetheless, it was fine. As his underling, Su Che would look after him. With no significant role, he would create one himself. Chapter 62. The Body Immune to All Poisons. You may command me. I shall ensure everything is arranged clearly, Lai Yun declared, his expression and tone exceedingly earnest. It is quite simple. Take my tokens and wait at the finish line. Spread the word along the way that you possess a multitude of tokens. Drawing others to you, Su Che instructed. This way, given Yi Chin's character, upon hearing that Lai Yun held such a large number of tokens, he would naturally be intrigued. Moreover, other contestants would also converge, and the more commotion there was, the more beneficial it would be for the protagonist. After all, in many stories, even if the protagonist lacks strength, they often become the greatest beneficiaries when numbers gather. This novel was no exception that I understand. Senior brother, you intend to ensnare them all. Lai Yun quickly misinterpreted his intentions. This was rather fortuitous, and Su Che nodded in satisfaction, regarding him with an expression of approval. Just be sure not to mention that this was my idea. Lai Yun immediately nodded, fully aware that revealing Su Che's involvement would frighten off the others. Now, go and carry it out, Su Che instructed. Soon, Lai Yun departed. Do you intend to follow us? Su Che then turned to Yun Kai, subtly issuing a dismissal. Given the current state of Pingding Mountain, it was quite safe for someone of Yun Kai's stature. Therefore, Su Che was not concerned about any mishaps befalling her. Moreover, it was evident that Yun Kai had no reason to remain by his side. After all, she was one of the female leads in the story and would inevitably seek to associate with Yi Chun. Only by leaving him could she develop her relationship with Yi Chun. Upon hearing this, Yun Kai paused. Not being foolish, she naturally grasped the deeper meaning behind Su Che's words. For a moment, she felt a tinge of grievance. Throughout her life, who had not sought to curry favor with her? Who would be like Su Che? Yun Kai departed. Subsequently, to Su Che's surprise, Lu Suqing unexpectedly expressed her desire to venture alone. Given that Pingding Mountain no longer held any value for training, her presence beside Su Che had become somewhat awkward, especially after her impulsive reaction not long ago, which had rendered the atmosphere between the two of them even more uncomfortable. Additionally, if she were to continue facing Su Che's affection, it would leave her feeling quite bewildered. Although she understood that Su Che's affection was merely an act, the crux of the matter was that he was unaware of her true feelings. Having read the diary, her mindset had undergone a transformation, leaving her uncertain about her own thoughts concerning Su Che. Thus, when Lu Suqing expressed her intention to leave, Su Che was naturally taken aback. He feigned reluctance, while inwardly he was overjoyed. After all, the female lead should not remain by his side. As Lu Suqing's devoted admirer, he had been at a loss as to how to encourage her departure. Now that the girl had expressed her desire to venture alone, Su Che, while outwardly attempting to retain her, was wholly supportive in his heart. In the end, Only Su Che remained in that place. Finally, some peace and quiet. Good riddance, gone in a flash. Not long after the two women left, their faces turned a shade of green with rage, wishing to return and give Su Che a good thrashing. The reason was simple. Su Che's diary had been updated once more. As usual, he had taken the opportunity to ridicule them. The grand competition is nearing its conclusion. I wonder if that rascal Yi Chun has gained any fortune. This won't do. He seems to be experiencing a streak of bad luck lately. I must go and check on him. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. The body immune to all poisons. Su Che had initially anticipated that this diary entry would yield a cultivation boost, but to his surprise, he was met with a remarkable gift. The body immune to all poisons. It was indeed a physical attribute reward. It is worth noting that while the story may be somewhat nonsensical, its world building is rather expansive. As a fantasy novel, it encompasses all the requisite elements. The concept of physical attributes is one such element. The quality of one's physique significantly influences the cultivation process. For instance, those with an innate body of 10,000 paths find their training as effortless as drinking water. They can lie back and watch their cultivation soar. The world within this book is vast. Thus the array of physical attributes is countless. The body immune to all poisons is merely one among them. As the name suggests, it grants immunity against toxic harm. Naturally, the potency of a physique is directly related to its owner's strength. The stronger a cultivator's realm, the more effectively their physical attributes manifest. It is said that a true body immune to all poisons can bathe in the sea of ultimate toxins, remaining unscathed and even enhancing their cultivation therein, which is truly remarkable. However, in comparison, Su Che's body immune to all poisons is rather rudimentary. However, during this grand event, it is more than sufficient. To get to the point, it will take some time before the news about Lai Yun spreads. So Su Che has no intention of idling. Since he encountered Yi Chen immediately upon exiting the secret realm, it indicates that the latter did not ascend to the peak. Now that he has frightened him away, it is likely that he is only just making his way there. At this moment, catching up is just in time. With this thought, Su Che set off, aiming straight for the peak. This lad should be in little danger. All the beasts have entered the secret realm, and it is unlikely that Yi Chun would be unfortunate enough to encounter one he cannot defeat. Meanwhile, after escaping from the Flat Top Lake, Yi Chun made his way to the summit of Flat Top Mountain. Master, it seems that this mountain has become deserted. There are no beasts suitable for practice in sight, Yi Chun murmured, his expression filled with disappointment. In this grand competition among the three sects, his intentions were not only to vie for the ranking rewards, but also to sharpen himself through battles with beasts. However, after emerging from the Flat Top Lake, he had yet to encounter any suitable opponents. It is indeed strange. This mountain is truly peculiar, and should the opportunity arise in the future, he might return to investigate further, the old man in the ring remarked. I distinctly sensed a unique aura of spiritual essence earlier, but that aura vanished along with Su Che's presence. This is undoubtedly an enigma. That aura of spiritual essence was enough to stir even my interest, and the mere presence of such a thing in an obscure mountain already hints at something unusual. I cannot believe that this spiritual essence would simply disappear into thin air. It must be hidden away somewhere. Therefore, we need only wait until my disciple's strength has grown, and then we can return to uncover the truth. At that time, I firmly believe that the secrets behind Flat Top Mountain shall be revealed. Fortunately, the spiritual essence at the peak remains intact. However, such an essence holds little value for someone of my standing. It would, however, greatly benefit my disciple. In the midst of these thoughts, Yi Chun was drawing ever closer to the summit. Chapter 63. A fool. Upon reaching the peak of Flat Top Mountain, Yi Chun found that he was not alone. Several other individuals had already gathered there. They were disciples from the three sects, numbering nearly a dozen, all of whom possessed considerable strength, each at the spirit transformation stage. At present, they were huddled together, seemingly engaged in a heated debate, standing off against one another. When they noticed Yi Chun's arrival, their gazes turned toward him, and upon observing his cultivation level, a trace of disdain flickered across their faces. Clearly, a cultivator still in the chi condensation stage did not warrant their attention. Yi Chun was taken aback by the sight before him. The young generation of the three sects harbored such deep roots. It was truly astonishing. He recognized their contempt for his cultivation level, but maintained his composure. suppressing a cold laugh within. If these individuals believed that their superior cultivation level granted them the right to look down upon others, they would only pay the price for their arrogance. Wai Yichan stepped forward. Stop! At that moment, a disciple from the fire sect bellowed, blocking Yichen's way. This is no place for someone at the qi condensation stage. You should leave at once. This was an early-stage spirit transformation cultivator, his temper quite fiery. His actions drew the attention of the others present, yet they remained silent, evidently approving of his conduct. Just as he said, this was not a place for qi condensation cultivators to meddle. Among them were also disciples from the Qingyang sword sect, but they were the weakest, numbering only 2 to junior brother. You should leave quickly and not make trouble. One of them advised, attempting to be cordial. They had been in seclusion within their sect and only emerged for this grand competition. Thus they did not recognize Yichun. They only knew he wore the insignia of the Qingyang sword sect, identifying him as one of their own. Thank you for your kind intentions, senior brother. I appreciate it, Yichun replied with a gentle smile. He realized that these individuals were part of the special forces for this competition among the 3 sects. Not seeking glory in rankings but rather drawn by the opportunities at the summit. It was no wonder he had never heard of so many spirit transformation cultivators among the younger generation in his sect. Yet, just recently, he had gained the upper hand against 2 early-stage spirit transformation cultivators. Thus, facing this man's provocation, Yichun felt no fear. Instead, a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, laden with mockery. So, these are the people of the Qingyang sword sect. No wonder they appear so feeble. The disciple from the fire sect scoffed, his disdain evident. Upon hearing this, the 2 disciples from the Qingyang sword sect's faces instantly darkened. But they could not refute the words spoken. After all, in recent years, the Qingyang sword sect's strength had indeed lagged behind the other 2 sections yet. For the disciple from the fire sect to speak such words in their presence clearly indicated he did not regard them highly. This was undoubtedly infuriating. Though they were angry, they felt powerless. They could only shoot a glare at Yichun, silently blaming him for coming to this place. This was not enough. They were baffled by his lack of awareness, making them look foolish as well. If it weren't for young Master Su having joined the Qingyang sword sect, would they still have the audacity to stand alongside us as one of the 3 sects? The other disciples from the fire sect laughed. The young Master Su they mentioned was clearly Su Che, the scion of the foremost family in the Great Zhou, personally appointed by the current emperor. As they spoke of this individual, the crowd chimed in, clearly recognizing Su Che's prestigious reputation, which demanded their respect. Furthermore, this person not only possessed an exalted status, but also exceptional talent. The foremost individual of the Great Zhou. This so-called foremost referred to his unparalleled cultivation talent in the present age, and his prowess utterly eclipsed that of his peers. Such a figure, from any perspective, was someone they could only look up to in their lifetimes. As they discussed Su Che, the 2 disciples from the Qingyang sword sect felt their spines straighten considerably. Though everyone understood that their senior brother rarely engaged in sect matters and only bore such a title, Su Che was nonetheless a disciple of the Qingyang sword sect, which naturally granted them a sense of pride. At this moment, no one noticed that as Su Che's name was mentioned, Yichen's expression shifted. Listening to the praises heaped upon Su Che, a flame of discomfort ignited within Yichen's heart. Humph, is it merely because he has a good father that he deserves such reverence? Yichen feigned indifference, thinking that had he enjoyed Su Che's background, his accomplishments would surely eclipse those of Su Che. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The fire sect disciple who had initiated the confrontation turned his gaze back to Yichun. For young Master Su's sake, I shall not hold this against you, but you should leave at once. His voice rose sharply, his imposing demeanor intensifying. Under normal circumstances, a qi condensation cultivator would undoubtedly be intimidated and flee. However, Yichun was clearly not one to be easily cowed. With a cold snort, he remained unaffected by the pressure exerted upon him, his gaze unwavering and laced with disdain. I believe there are no rules prohibiting qi condensation cultivators from remaining here, he retorted coldly. After all, it was Su Che's name that had been invoked first, and Yichen's mood was naturally unsatisfactory. He could tolerate others garnering attention, but he despised seeing the earlier scene unfold, especially since Su Che's reputation loomed over them even in his absence. Wai Yichen's words instantly silenced the area. Everyone turned to him, astonished, unable to believe that a chi condensation cultivator would dare speak such words before those at the spirit transformation stage. Did he not understand that the gap between major realms could not be compared to minor realms? The disparity between early-stage and late-stage spirit transformation cultivators, as well as between late-stage and mid-stage chi condensation cultivators, may seem slight, yet the difference was vast. Has this person lost his mind? Does he truly believe himself to be a spirit transformation cultivator? Does the Qingyang Sword Sect accept lunatics among their ranks? Haha, it seems the decline of the Qingyang Sword Sect is not without reason. They truly accept all sorts of oddities, in my view. Once young Master Su departs the sect, the Qingyang Sword Sect will no longer be worthy of standing alongside us. The spectators chuckled, their words dripping with mockery. The two disciples from the Qingyang Sword Sect, upon hearing these remarks, felt their faces burn with embarrassment. They had not anticipated that Yi Chun would be so oblivious to the vast difference in cultivation levels. They had thought that possessing late-stage chi condensation strength at such a young age was already remarkable, labeling him as a genius. Yet, they had not realized he was merely a fool. Chapter 64. A sharpening stone. This is the essence of the situation. They have all returned. Unbeknownst to the crowd, not far away, a young man in white was observing the scene with keen interest. This individual was none other than Su Che. He had arrived swiftly, nearly coinciding with Yi Chen's arrival. However, Su Che chose to conceal his presence, opting to observe from the shadows and only intervene when absolutely necessary. At this moment, he was watching as the crowd mocked Yi Chen, a scene he was entirely familiar with. After all, this was a recurring trope in the original narrative, where the protagonist Yi Chen appeared to be slightly weaker than others on the surface, inevitably drawing the jeers of those around him. These individuals could be termed antagonists, and the outcomes were always a resounding slap in the face for them. The current situation would undoubtedly follow suit. The strength of the fire sect was only marginally greater than that of the previous two spirit transformation cultivators, yet they clearly lacked the ability to contend with Yi Chen. The first disciple of the flame fire sect, upon hearing Yi Chen's words, was momentarily taken aback. Then, rather than becoming angry, he burst into laughter, finding Yi Chen's audacity amusing. It was his first encounter with such a brazen practitioner at the chi condensation stage, and he couldn't help but find it utterly laughable. You possess commendable courage. Here's the deal. If you kneel and bow to me 3 times, then roll down the mountain, I shall pretend I never heard your earlier remarks. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen also chuckled, gazing at his opponent and replying in a similar tone. How about this? If you bow to me 3 times, I will allow you to descend the mountain unharmed? Ah, the audacity of the protagonist. This is quite entertaining, Su Che remarked, watching the scene unfold. Observing Yi Chen's impending fury, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Finally, Yi Chen was exhibiting the demeanor befitting a protagonist. He should continue with such bravado. Why Yi Chen's words prompted the crowd to shake their heads, regarding him with the eyes of onlookers watching a jester. This fellow truly did not understand the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. The disciple from the flame fire sect's expression finally shifted after hearing Yi Chen's words, a flash of anger crossing his face. This brat was far too arrogant, daring to humiliate him in such a manner. I shall see how you compel me to bow. Furious yet mocking, the disciple shouted, his body surging forward with great speed, launching himself at Yi Chen. The force of his punch was formidable. Yi Chen, undaunted, clenched his fists and met the attack head-on. A loud crash echoed as their immense powers collided, producing a deafening sound. Both fighters staggered back a few steps. The spectators, witnessing Yi Chen matching the disciple from the flame fire sect blow for blow, were left in astonishment. There was a significant gap in their realms. They had expected Yi Chen to be ruthlessly beaten, yet the two were evenly matched, engaging in a fierce contest. What a robust physique, thought the disciple from the flame fire sect, secretly astonished. At the moment of their fist clash, he could distinctly sense the immense power within Yi Chen. If Yi Chen's strength were not still at the chi condensation stage, he might have been crushed by such force. Having a formidable alchemist as a mentor is indeed advantageous, Su Che mused in the shadows. Yi Chen's current physical strength was undoubtedly bolstered by the power of the thundercloud grass. Although it paled in comparison to the vast energy of the seeds he had devoured, it was sufficient for the present circumstances. He indeed possessed a degree of arrogance, but if that was all he had, it would be far from enough. The disciple from the Flame Fire sect, seething with rage, prepared to launch another attack. Having been repelled by Yi Qian before the crowd, preserving his dignity was a challenge. Channeling his internal spiritual energy, he readied himself for another strike. Clearly, he did not intend to compete with Yi Qian in terms of physical strength, but rather aimed to leverage his superior realm to swiftly resolve the battle. However, at that moment, Yi Qian took the initiative, closing the distance between them until they were merely a fist's width apart. "You seek death." The disciple from the Flame Fire sect sneered. He had not anticipated Yi Qian's boldness. Interpreting it as a golden opportunity, with spiritual energy coalescing around his fists, he charged towards Yi Qian. Bang, bang. The sound of their fists colliding once again reverberated. This time both felt the tremendous shockwave. Their feet dug into the ground, and they were forced back several paces. Yet soon, both regained their footing, their gazes locking once more, a cold glint flashing in their eyes. "Now, this is more like it." Yi Qian grinned, recognizing a hint of trepidation and fear in his opponent's eyes. "Since that is the case, allow me to assist you down the mountain." The disciple's expression darkened as he raised his right leg and delivered a vicious kick towards Yi Qian. This kick was a renowned technique from the Flame Fire sect, an upper-tier spiritual skill known as Shatterbone. It was a particularly sinister strike. If it connected, it would undoubtedly leave the opponent grievously injured. Bleeding profusely, "Bring it on," Yi Qian shouted, leaping into the air and executing a flying kick of his own. Their feet met with a sharp sound, leaving a bloodied mark across both their insteps. "Ah!" the disciple cried out, stumbling backward several steps before crashing into a tree, finally halting his retreat. How is this possible? The spectators around, witnessing this scene, were wide-eyed with disbelief. They could hardly fathom that a disciple of the Flame Fire sect, possessing a clear realm advantage, would be reduced to such a state. "Once more," Yi Qian bellowed, leaping forward, his feet landing on a tree as he surged towards the disciple from the Flame Fire sect. This action thoroughly enraged his opponent. "You little wretch, you court death." With a low growl, the disciple exerted his strength, propelling himself upward like a cannonball, a fierce wind trailing behind him as he charged at Yi Qian. "I'd say it is you who courts death," Yi Qian roared, unleashing both fists to meet the oncoming assault. The punches filled the air, accompanied by a fierce gust, as they clashed with the disciple from the Flame Fire sect. Boom! Another resounding crash echoed, and Yi Qian was once again sent flying. The disciple, too, landed hard on the ground, dazed and disoriented, sitting on the ground. Meanwhile, Yi Qian remained standing, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the disciple from the Flame Fire sect. This young man was treating his opponent as a sharpening stone. In the shadows, Su Che discerned Yi Qian's intent. Chapter 65. Each according to their abilities. Soon, Su Che realized Yi Qian's strategy. This fellow was using his opponent as a sharpening stone to refine his own strength. Otherwise, Yi Qian would not engage in such a protracted contest, unable to determine a victor despite numerous exchanges. The onlookers were utterly astonished. This chi condensation youth was suppressing a practitioner at the spirit transformation stage. How could this be? Understanding the crowd's exclamations, Yi Qian felt a swell of pride. Moreover, as Su Che had surmised, he could have easily dealt with such an opponent long ago. He merely refrained from unleashing his full power, wishing to exchange blows for a while longer. After all, the disciple from the Flame Fire sect was precisely the right kind of opponent to serve as an excellent sharpening stone. How can you achieve this? The disciple from the Flame Fire sect, having risen from the ground, bore a pale complexion, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He could not believe he had been bested by a practitioner at the chi condensation stage. If news of this spread, he would have no face left to show in the future. It would surely become a source of ridicule. That moment, for more disciples from the Flame Fire sect stepped forward, glaring at Yi Qian, evidently intent on defending their comrade's honor. What is going on? Are the disciples of the Flame Fire sect so inept that they cannot defeat a mere chi condensation practitioner? Yi Qian scoffed, apathetically surveying the five of them. "Do you still wish to join forces?" he asked, displaying no hint of fear as he scanned the group. Despite being at the chi condensation stage, he exuded an aura that startled those present. Hearing Yi Qian's words, the five disciples' faces flushed with anger. They felt publicly humiliated. One among them contemplated retaliating against Yi Qian. "I suggest you all back down." Since this brother possesses strength comparable to the spirit transformation stage, he is indeed qualified to stand with us here. That moment, a disciple from the Cloud Mist sect interjected. They had always been at odds with the Flame Fire sect, and witnessing their disciples being bested brought them considerable amusement. They struggled to stifle their laughter. Indeed, two disciples from the Qingyang Sword sect echoed in agreement. They now regarded Yi Qian with newfound admiration. After all, who would have anticipated that a qi condensation practitioner could defeat one at the spirit transformation stage? This was utterly astonishing. U5, the disciples from the Flame Fire sect seethed, their frustration evident. They sensed that their chance for vengeance had been thwarted, leaving them no choice but to glare at Yi Qian with resentment, plotting to reclaim their dignity later. Seeing this, Yi Qian felt somewhat helpless. He was not afraid of these five acting together. They were merely initial-stage spirit transformation practitioners, and he could use the opportunity to hone his skills and look for a chance to break through. Truth be told, if he were to advance to the spirit transformation stage, even if they all joined forces, they would not stand a chance against him. Looks like nothing unexpected will occur, Su Che murmured. Now comes the most crucial part. The moment of opportunity for the protagonist is about to unfold. Though it was unclear why so many were aware of this opportunity, as long as the protagonist was present, there would be no unforeseen complications. Even if there were, with Su Che personally overseeing matters, the plot would undoubtedly progress smoothly. May I inquire your surname, junior brother? How should I address you? With the conflict momentarily halted, Yi Qian approached the center, where two disciples from the Qingyang Sword sect quickly approached him, inquiring with a tone of camaraderie. Clearly, he was a talented junior brother, worth cultivating a relationship with. Yi Qian. He replied succinctly, fully understanding their intent. He simply stated his name without elaboration. It is Brother Yi. The two individuals paid no heed to Yi Qian's demeanor, instead exchanging faint smiles. Recently emerging from their seclusion, they had not taken the time to inquire about the recent happenings within the sect, and thus remained unaware of the 3-year agreement between Su Che and Yi Qian. They simply regarded Yi Qian as a newly arrived prodigy within the sect. Had they known of the conflict between Yi Qian and Su Che, their reactions and smiles would likely have been quite different. It was widely believed that a significant opportunity was about to arise. And when the time came, everyone would compete based on their abilities. Someone spoke solemnly, confirming that the rumors had indeed spread and reached their ears. Yi Qian mused to himself. However, he felt little pressure. Once the treasures emerged, the seemingly united factions would quickly dissolve. The ensuing chaos would, in fact, work to his advantage. What he now anticipated was the nature of this opportunity. The plot had certainly taken an unexpected turn. Su Che shook his head in disbelief, recalling that in the original storyline, this opportunity had merely been glossed over. This indicated that it was an easily attainable opportunity, unimpeded by any interference. Otherwise, with the author's penchant for embellishment, such a golden chance would not have been overlooked. Yet now, with so many disciples of the transformation realm aware of the treasure's emergence, it could only mean that the narrative had encountered an unforeseen twist. He felt relieved to be present. Had he not been, and something else had transpired, it would have been dire, Su Che thought with gratitude. One can never be too cautious. It is the unexpected that brings the greatest concern. Meanwhile, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a peculiar wave of energy abruptly appeared. They found themselves on a platform, facing two towering stone pillars adorned with incomprehensible engravings. This strange wave emanated from these very pillars. It is this aura, the voice of the ring's elder echoed in Yi Qian's ears. Upon hearing this, Yi Qian's gaze fixated on the stone pillars. Apart from the wave, nothing else transpired. If I shatter the pillars, I refuse to believe the treasures won't reveal themselves, someone, growing impatient, shouted. This was a disciple from the fire sect, who boldly advanced to stand before one of the pillars. Teacher, Yi Qian internally called out. There's no rush. He's merely courting disaster, the ring's elder scoffed. Indeed, the ensuing scene confirmed his words. The individual channeled his inner energy and struck the stone pillar with both fists, evidently intending to crush it and unveil the secrets concealed within. However, his calculation was in vain. Not only did his fists collide with the pillar, but the peculiar wave also surged forth mightily. Suddenly, a blinding light flickered from the pillar, enveloping the individual. Bam! A muffled thud echoed as the fire sect disciple was sent flying. Crashing to the ground several meters away, clouds of dust erupting around him. The individual lay pale, swiftly losing consciousness. This spectacle caused the onlookers' pupils to contract sharply. Chapter 66. There shouldn't be any issues. Right? The crowd gasped collectively at this sight, their expressions filled with astonishment. Their gazes toward the stone pillar now bore a hint of trepidation. After all, a transformation realm cultivator could not withstand that radiant light and had fainted outright, which necessitated caution. Junior brother, upon witnessing their fellow disciple collapse, the other disciples from the fire sect rushed to check his pulse. These pillars are rather peculiar. Let us proceed with caution, one remarked, without needing further encouragement. Everyone was already on high alert, their eyes fixed on the two stone pillars, scrutinizing them intently. The pillars appeared somewhat familiar. Surreptitiously, upon seeing the two pillars, Su Che muttered to himself. He then wore a puzzled expression, wondering why he had uttered such a statement, for upon reflection, he had no recollections associated with these pillars in his mind. Nonetheless, they were undeniably intriguing, hinting at the use of some form of array. Su Che speculated. Although he lacked proficiency in formations, he had acquired a fair amount of knowledge. Given his current prowess at the late stage of the pill-refining realm, he could certainly sense the sealed energy within the pillars. Indicative of an array.it seemed another opportunity for the protagonist to showcase his prowess was imminent. Su Che understood that a splendid performance was about to unfold. Yi Chen's teacher, although renowned in this world for his alchemical skills, undoubtedly possessed talents in various other arts, including formations. While not a master of formations, Yi Chen's teacher could easily unravel the mysteries of the pillars. Otherwise, how could the plot possibly progress? On the stone platform, the crowd had begun to chatter animatedly, discussing the secrets of the pillars. Only Yi Chen stood quietly aside, observing the scene without participating, while internally, he communicated with his teacher. Teacher, do you believe the pillars are protected by an array? Indeed, and furthermore, this array is quite unusual. I've only encountered it in ancient texts. The ring's elder's words left Yi Chen momentarily stunned. If even his teacher referred to it as an ancient text, could it possibly be a formation from a bygone era? As if sensing Yi Chen's confusion, the elder shook his head uncertainly. Though it is recorded in ancient tomes, formations have evolved over time, and their secrets have changed significantly. Yi Chen nodded, comprehending the implication of his teacher's words. Everything has its time frame. If it were truly formidable, they would likely not be standing here today. Teacher, what should we do next? Yi Chen inquired. No need to rush. These individuals are still exploring. Let them experiment a bit longer. You can also take this opportunity to observe the intricacies of the array, as you will encounter it again in the future. The elder replied. One must understand that this world is not lacking in treasures, yet acquiring them is no simple feat. Many locations require breaking formations to gain entry. The elder had not intended for Yi Chen to engage with this knowledge so soon. But since the opportunity had presented itself, it was ideal for him to observe and prepare for deeper learning later. Let us attempt to channel our inner energy into the pillars, someone suggested. This idea quickly gained consensus among the others. Yi, are you not participating? A fellow disciple from the Qingyang sword sect noticed Yi Chen's apparent disinterest in their endeavors and inquired. What concern is it of mine? He is merely a qi condensation cultivator. What assistance could he possibly provide? The previously defeated fire sect disciple remarked. His tone revealed that he still harbored resentment towards Yi Chen. His words rang true in the ears of the onlookers. After all, although Yi Chen had displayed combat prowess akin to a transformation realm cultivator, his actual cultivation remained at the qi condensation level, in their eyes. If it came to a contest of energy strength, Yi Chen could not possibly rival any of them. Thank you for your kind intentions, senior brother. I shall simply observe, Yi Chen replied, disregarding their jibes. Energy strength? A farce. His ability to challenge beyond his realm was not merely a product of physical prowess. His formidable energy capacity, though appearing to be at the qi condensation level, was in fact as rich and pure as that of a transformation realm cultivator. However, Yi Chen could not be bothered to argue with them. As long as they did not provoke him, he would not seek out trouble. Very well, the disciple from the Qingyang sword sect nodded and moved forward to join the others. Subsequently, everyone channeled their inner energy into the two stone pillars. Various hues of energy radiated, intertwining to form a dazzling halo. Something's happening. Someone exclaimed with delight. Yi Chen focused intently, observing the pillars tremble slightly in response to the influx of energy. Could the array truly be so easily broken? Yichen pondered, finding it somewhat implausible. After all, this was an array that even his teacher had only encountered in ancient texts. If it were that simple to dismantle, it would be an affront to its legacy. Increase our efforts, the crowd, undeterred, shouted, witnessing the efficacy of their actions. The radiant light intensified, and the pillars quaked violently, as if striving to break free from the ground. No. Just then, the elder's expression shifted dramatically, and he urgently whispered in Yichen's ear. "Run!" "What?" Yichen's ears perked up, a flicker of astonishment crossing his mind. Yet he had never doubted the veracity of his teacher's words. He bolted to escape. However, it was too late. The two stone pillars began to rotate in place, their engravings flowing and weaving intricate patterns. As strange waves circulated and permeated the air in an instant, a blinding white light erupted from the pillars, manifesting as a prison descending from above, enveloping the peak entirely. The array had activated. This time, we've gone too far, the elder murmured gravely. An array he had only seen in ancient texts possessed such power, binding this very space. How could this be? Yichen's expression turned grim. He had ultimately been a step too late and found himself trapped within this formation, unable to escape. What in the world? Su Che exclaimed, bewildered as he suddenly found himself ensnared within this prison beside Yichen. What on earth is happening? Is it not feasible to break the formation honestly? Must we resort to such theatrics? Now, it seems that even he has suffered the consequences. However, with the protagonist present, surely breaking the formation will pose no issue. Su Che murmured in the end. He hesitantly added, there shouldn't be any problems, right? Chapter 67. My master cannot break the formation. What is happening? The changes brought about by the stone pillar caused the crowd to erupt in confusion. They attempted to harness their internal spiritual energy, only to find it seemingly vanished, as if their entire spiritual sea had dried up. This anomaly led to screams of panic, their faces turning ashen. They understood that spiritual energy was their lifeblood. Its disappearance equated to a death sentence. What is going on? Where has our spiritual energy gone? Could it have been siphoned away? A cacophony of voices emerged, each face marked by terror, akin to encountering a specter. It appears we are ensnared within a grand formation. A voice spoke solemnly. What? All gazes converged on the speaker. Indeed, look at this bizarre stone pillar. It constitutes a grand formation, and not merely one to entrap us, but a killing formation. The speaker's expression was one of profound seriousness. A killing formation? Surely, this cannot be so dreadful. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. They had heard of formations that utilized the natural spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, yielding effects far beyond mere strength. Yet a killing formation was a terrifying entity capable of obliterating enemies without a trace. Once ensnared, survival was nearly impossible. Indeed, a killing formation. Our situation is perilous, and we must urgently seek a means of escape. As he spoke, the speaker's gaze swept around. The surroundings had transformed into a blood-red hue, and within that crimson mist, strange images flickered, though they remained elusive. There appears to be a door. Suddenly, a young man pointed toward a location within the blood-red expanse, his voice tinged with excitement. The crowd followed his gesture. And there, a blood-red door materialized, appearing quite ancient. Quickly, he shouted, "Let us go," and promptly moved toward the blood-red door. Seeing this, the others hastily followed. Stop right there. At that moment, a detached voice of a youth rang out, halting their advance. The crowd turned to see Yichen, who had been observing silently, now speaking. Yichen's intervention ignited fury among the masses. All eyes turned to him, filled with resentment, as if they wished to tear him apart. Who do you think you are? How dare you obstruct us? Just leave us be. We must escape this wretched place. Indeed, but you think you can stop us? What a delusion! These individuals already harbored a poor opinion of Yichen. And now, with a possible escape before them, his attempts to prevent them only served to fan the flames of their anger. Listening to their words, the chill in Yichen's eyes deepened. For he had just heard his master's warning. Do not let anyone approach that blood-red door, or it would irrevocably turn the formation into a death trap. A so-called death trap, once established, would mean the complete loss of any means to break the formation. At that point, all, including Yi Chen himself, would perish within this grand formation. Thus, for his own life, Yi Chen felt compelled to intervene. Listen, if you wish to die, go ahead, but do not hinder me. Anyone who dares approach that door will face my wrath. Yi Chen spoke coldly, his tone laced with a palpable killing intent, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble. This youth appeared much younger than them, yet he emanated a ferocity that was chilling. However, the crowd consisted of the most elite talents from their sect, having not been easily intimidated since childhood. Moreover, if a mere practitioner at the chi condensation stage could frighten them, it would indeed be laughable. Not courteous? What a joke. I shall see how you intend to be less than courteous. With that, a disciple from the fire sect suddenly leaped forward, charging toward the blood-red door. In his view, Yi Chen was merely a chi condensation practitioner. Alone, surely, he would not dare to offend all present, would he? Yet, in the next moment, the disciple's expression froze in shock, and an uncontrollable wave of pain surged from his chest, as if a colossal hammer had struck him, sending him hurtling backward. A wail echoed. The crowd watched in horror as the scene unfolded, disbelief etched on their faces. What on earth just transpired? That individual had clearly reached the blood-red door, yet suddenly flew back. Ah, it hurts so much. The disciple clutched his chest, howling in agony, tears streaming down his pale face, as if he had instantly lost the will to live. The onlookers were struck with dread. Even Yi Chen's pupils constricted in shock. Clearly, the earlier incident had completely caught him off guard, as he was just about to intervene when this bizarre occurrence unfolded. What did you do to him? The other disciples of the fire sect cast accusatory glances at Yi Chen, suspecting him of foul play. Why Yi Chen ignored them, his focus remaining on the ominous blood-red door, his expression inscrutable. Master, what is happening? He silently inquired. Compared to bickering with others, unraveling this killing formation was of utmost priority. I am uncertain. This killing formation is exceedingly peculiar. Although I can sense its presence, I cannot dismantle it, came the voice of the ring's elder, causing Yi Chen's brow to furrow in concern. Are you certain? Yi Chen pressed again, alarmed that even his master could not break the formation. Panic surged within him. After all, his greatest reliance had always been his teacher. In Yi Chen's eyes, there was no problem that his master could not resolve, including this killing formation. Yet now, hearing that even his master was powerless to dismantle it, he felt as if he would be left to await his demise. A killing formation is not a trivial matter. It could trap one in a deathly situation at any moment. To put it simply, within a killing formation, one never knows when death may strike. The earlier ability to break it had not been challenged by the bizarre scene that had just occurred, but the strangeness of that blood-red door had left even his master at a loss. The elder's voice resonated solemnly. He had initially believed the door to be a lure, designed to ensnare the unwary, yet the recent events had defied his expectations. Clearly, this formation, which he had only read about in ancient texts, had rendered the elder helpless. This formation left no trace, making it nearly impossible to decipher. In such circumstances, even the elder felt powerless. What to do? Yi Chen's heart sank with worry. He is clearly too frightened to answer our questions. Yet just then, the disciples of the fire sect redirected their ire toward Yi Chen. In their eyes, the lack of a response from him was indicative of his involvement in the earlier incident. Get lost? Stop bothering me. At that moment, Yi Chen could no longer contain himself. His anxiety over his master's inability to break the formation, compounded by the incessant accusations from these individuals, ignited his fury. Do you dare insult us? Seeking death. The disciples were immediately enraged by his words, their figures flashing forward to attack Yi Chen. Get away. Seeing them dare to strike him first, Yi Chen's temper flared. Chapter 68. The final diary entry. Yi Chen's eyes glinted with cold light as he raised his palm, directing it toward one of the youths. Boom. The moment the youth's body made contact with Yi Chen's hand, he felt a jolt coursing through him, and he was sent hurtling backward as if he were a kite severed from its string. Spitting blood upon landing, he appeared utterly defeated. What? How can your physical body be so formidable? He felt as though he had collided with an iron wall, pain radiating through his bones. Brother, do not underestimate him. He has specifically trained his physique and holds an advantage here. The disciple from the fire sect, previously defeated by Yi Chun, had recovered his vitality with a pill and spoke up now. Within this formation, their spiritual energy had vanished, nullifying any advantage in realm. This was also why Yi Chun felt no fear. In a contest of physical strength and combat experience, he held a substantial advantage over these youths. Altogether, do not give him an opportunity, one shouted. In an instant, several fierce attacks surged toward Yi Chun, their speed akin to lightning, leaving no room for evasion. Yet, in the face of their onslaught, Yi Chun merely snorted, his body trembling as he transformed into a blur, bang bang bang, with a series of dull thuds. The attacks of the fire sect disciples all missed their mark. They could hardly comprehend how he had done it. You are all too slow. Yi Chun cast a dispassionate glance at them before sneering. Upon hearing this, the group felt a sinking sensation in their hearts, finally grasping that the strength of his physique surpassed their wildest imaginations. In that moment, their expressions grew exceedingly grim. They had believed they could overwhelm him with sheer numbers. However, they seemed to have forgotten one crucial fact. Within this formation, Yi Chun possessed an undeniable advantage. It's all the fault of this damned array. Otherwise, how could a mere child in the condensing chi realm humiliate us so? One of them exclaimed indignantly at this moment. What use were such words? A young man, referred to as senior brother by several disciples of the fire sect, shot him a glare, clearly reproaching him for still complaining at such a critical time. For heaven's sake, is there even time to fight? Why don't you figure out how to break this formation? I can't shake the feeling that this array is becoming increasingly sinister. In the shadows, Su Che observed the scene before him, feeling rather speechless. Go him. This level of combat lacked any semblance of entertainment, and his gaze remained fixated on the ominous crimson door. This thing. It feels oddly familiar. Su Che mused, then slapped his forehead. What is wrong with me? Could it be that Yi Chun has no idea how to break the formation? Subsequently, he returned his thoughts to the pressing matter at hand. The current situation stirred within him an unsettling feeling, akin to the impending arrival of death. Stop fighting. This killing formation is absorbing your malevolent energy, continuously enhancing its own power. At that moment, the voice of the ring's old man echoed in Yi Chun's ears, causing his expression to shift dramatically as he halted. Master, is that true? A chill ran down his spine. What kind of killing formation possessed such capabilities? If it were allowed to grow stronger, they would all surely become its nourishment. This killing formation was unique. It seemed to be formed from the endless malevolent energy of the world. As long as there were individuals attacking one another within the formation, it would ceaselessly draw in malevolent energy. The old man's voice resonated again, imbued with a sense of gravity. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun felt a shiver down his back. Truly, this was the killing formation recorded in ancient texts, its bizarre nature sending shivers through the soul. Master, what should we do now? Yi Chun inquired hastily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He could no longer afford to be unafraid. If the formation remained unbroken, he would become a ghost within it. This outcome was simply unacceptable for Yi Chun, who had endured the stigma of being deemed a waste for so long and had finally found a chance to change his fate. Yet, he had not even had the chance to enjoy it before facing death here. Yi Chun was still a youth, and upon hearing his master's words, he felt on the verge of collapse. Alas! The old man sighed as well. He had been trapped and had used secret techniques to survive in a genuine spiritual state. Yet now he was merely a remnant soul, faced with this exceedingly strange killing formation. He found himself utterly powerless, feeling a sense of defeat wash over him, as if he had lived his life in vain. Moreover, it appeared that his remnant soul was also on the verge of dissipating. What trickery are you planning now? At this moment, everyone noticed the change in Yi Chun. A palpable aura of death surrounded him. This was the manifestation of a mindset recognizing the hopelessness of survival. I cannot break this killing formation, Yi Chun murmured. Even my master cannot, and no one expects you to break the formation. Why are you pretending? Someone from the fire sect scoffed. Yi Chun paid him no mind and walked to the side, his expression somewhat dazed. This scene left the others in shock, wondering if he had been corroded by the formation and lost his mind. I don't care what madness you're up to. Since you want to die, I'll grant you that, exclaimed the individual previously defeated by Yi Chun. He had long harbored resentment over this matter, and now saw an opportunity for revenge. determined not to let it slip away. Enough! A member of the Qingyang sword sect stepped forward, speaking in a grave tone. Why Yi Shidi is in such a state? Do you still intend to bully him? Our Qingyang sword sect is not to be trifled with. We should unite to break this formation without delay. A disciple from the Yunxia sect chimed in. Come back. Seeing this, the senior of the fire sect interjected. If the Yunxia sect and the Qingyang sword sect joined forces, the four of them would stand no chance. Moreover, although that Yi fellow appeared odd and as though he had lost all fighting spirit, he still possessed the advantage of a physical body within this formation. Should he regain his composure, the situation would become even more dire. Hearing this, the individual previously defeated by Yi Chun, though unwilling, recognized the current circumstances, snorted in frustration, and retreated to the side. Instantly, the area fell into a profound silence. Is this really the protagonist? In the shadows, Su Che was utterly dumbfounded, especially by Yi Chun's state and words, which made him want to rush out and slap him twice. You are the protagonist. Do you know what that means? The destined child of this world, destined to be invincible, and yet you present yourself as if you were on the brink of death. How utterly disappointing! Su Che was at a loss for words. He had never seen a protagonist like this. Well, it seems this formation is impossible to break. Since that is the case, we might as well wait for death together. Su Che came to terms with it. He was clueless about breaking formations and had initially placed his hopes on Yi Chun. After all, he knew from the plot that Yi Chun had easily obtained the opportunities here. However, it seemed that the difficulty was not only considerable but also deadly, potentially costing dozens of lives. Damn it. How can this formation be unbreakable? Before facing death, he thought to write a final diary entry as a form of closure. With a sigh, he began to vent his frustrations. Chapter 69. The formation diagram. I never expected it. I am still going to fall. This is absurd. The plot has deviated too far. With a formation even the protagonist cannot break. How can Yi Chun be so useless? I am truly speechless. Forget it. If death is imminent, I no longer wish to concern myself with this useless protagonist. What a pity. I arrived in this world without enjoying anything and am now facing demise. Oh, infatuated girl, you should be quite pleased with my departure. One fewer person to bother you. What a shame. I have yet to see Qingjier in black stockings. After airing his grievances, Su Che felt significantly relieved. Yet, he remained uncertain about his ultimate fate, his heart filled with doubt. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the diary. Reward granted. What reward? I'm already preparing for the end. Su Che scoffed. You have received the formation diagram. Formation diagram? What on earth is that? Su Che pondered, and upon learning what his reward entailed, he was suddenly filled with exhilaration, his expression brimming with excitement. The so-called formation diagram encapsulated the designs of all formations in existence. Possessing it meant he had mastered all formations in the world. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as the conditions were met, he could arrange any formation, including killing formations. In other words, he could now break the very killing formation that had ensnared him. Saved. This system is truly miraculous, arriving just in time, providing exactly what he needed. Su Che directly activated the formation diagram. It appeared to be an utterly ordinary piece of parchment, blank and devoid of any writing or illustrations. This was the formation diagram. However, Su Che understood that it was far from ordinary, as it contained profound secrets. Indeed, when Su Che focused his consciousness on the diagram, he felt a surge of energy in his mind, as if his thoughts were vibrating. In an instant, countless pieces of information flooded into his consciousness. The great formations of the world are based on the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, with the 8 trigrams at their core, founded upon yin and yang and the 5 elements, Su Che murmured. His mind suddenly filled with an abundance of knowledge regarding formations. It felt as if his brain had been loaded with endless information, all instructing him on how to break formations and arrange them. Simply put, any formation in existence placed before him could be deciphered by Su Che. This formation diagram was truly remarkable. The intricacies were surely beyond comprehension. Su Che gazed at the still and silent formation diagram within his spiritual sea, attempting to connect with it. However, no matter how he approached it, the diagram remained unresponsive. Su Che was not anxious. This item was now his, and there was no rush to understand it fully at this moment. Right now, He needed to address the immediate issue at hand, breaking the killing formation that had ensnared him. At this moment, the air was still thick with wisps of blood mist, and Suche found himself within this killing formation. The killing formation was an exceedingly ruthless array capable of overcoming myriad arts. With the assistance of the formation diagram, Suche began to comprehend the origins of this killing formation. This formation was known as the Nine Stars Convergence Killing Formation, rumored to have been set up by 9 great emperors of the world, possessing extraordinary power capable of easily destroying a celestial mountain. Great emperors. Suche shook his head. Such beings were beyond his current realm of understanding. However, while the name of the formation remained the same, the strength of the person who set it up was far inferior to that of those 9 great emperors. Otherwise, if it were truly a killing formation laid down by such entities, even if Suche knew the method to break it, he would still be unable to do so. After all, strength is paramount. Once one reaches a level of overwhelming dominance, all methods become futile. It is no wonder that Yi Chen's master could not break this formation, Suche muttered to himself. The origins of this formation were far too ancient, although it was mentioned in ancient texts. It was only briefly referenced without detailed explanations. Fortunately, this formation had been established for some time. Otherwise, breaking it would have been quite troublesome, Suche reflected. During this period, other unsettling occurrences unfolded upon the stone platform. As the blood mist permeated the air, the disciples of the 3 sects found themselves struggling to breathe. The atmosphere, devoid of any trace of spiritual energy, rendered them utterly uncomfortable. Furthermore, the tendrils of blood mist continued to swirl ominously, creating an eerie sensation as if the very blood within their veins was in motion. Damn it! Suddenly, one disciple exclaimed in fury. He noticed that his previously normal complexion had turned somewhat pallid under the influence of the blood mist. He hastily held his breath, but the mist seemed to possess wings, invading his lungs. Abruptly, he felt an excruciating pain coursing through his body. What is happening? My skin. At that moment, another disciple perceived that his arms and legs were gradually turning crimson, until they were all a vivid red. The afflicted disciples began to scream in unison, as if tormented by some unfathomable agony. Their expressions twisted into grotesque masks of suffering as they writhed on the ground. Even more terrifying was the sight of their skin starting to peel away, slowly but surely, as blood seeped from their wounds, dripping onto the ground with a chilling rhythm. What is happening? There are still a few who have not experienced such abnormalities. Yet upon witnessing this horror, they too screamed in fright, retreating hastily, fearing the taint. Chapter 71. The violent assault on the protagonist, Sword Chi. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Suche truly lived up to the title of the greatest genius of the Great Zhou. His talent in the sword arts was extraordinary, and a mere casual strike unleashed such a terrifying sword chi. But wait, why was there sword chi? They were perplexed. Could it be that Suche was unaffected by the killing formation, with his internal spiritual energy still intact? Meanwhile, on the other side, as pain surged through them, the 2 disciples of the fire sect let out piercing screams. Although Suche did not take their lives, the sword chi had severely wounded them. Their situation was even more dire, as they were already trapped within the killing formation. The surrounding blood mist seemed to possess a certain sentience, instinctively converging upon the 2 upon sensing their blood. In no time, the pair was completely enveloped by the thick, ominous mist. No. The wretched cries reverberated through the space, echoing in the ears of the onlookers, causing their faces to turn ashen. Suche observed this scene with cold detachment, betraying no emotion. While he was not one to instigate trouble, it did not imply that he feared it. The legitimate son of the Su family. His refraining from killing the 2 on the spot was already a considerable act of mercy. Suche, even if you kill us, so what? It won't be long before this killing formation consumes you as well, and you'll join us as companions. Indeed, just wait and see. Though shrouded in blood mist, their voices still managed to reach him. What foolishness, Suche replied coldly. Merely a killing formation, and you think it can trap me? He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his white garments billowing in the wind, exuding a natural confidence that made it difficult for others to meet his gaze. Stop boasting. If you can break the formation, I'll kneel before you 3 times. Yichen scoffed. He could not believe that Suche possessed any ability to dismantle the formation. especially since even his own master was at a loss. Su Che cast a disdainful glance at him, akin to looking at refuse by the roadside, and replied indifferently, "Kneel before me? You, a mere waste, are not worthy." At this moment, Su Che fully embraced his role as a villain, intent on being audacious before the protagonist to draw a wave of hatred towards himself, as anticipated. Upon hearing these words, Yi Chen's eyes filled with fury, his face flushed with rage, as if he were about to explode. His gaze fixated on Su Che, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Su Che, how dare you look down on me so?" Su Che shrugged. "And if I do?" Yi Chen inhaled sharply, his anger reaching a boiling point, a blaze igniting within him. At that moment, his aura surged, hinting at a potential breakthrough. Good, Su Che thought, feeling a sense of satisfaction. This provocation technique was indeed effective. He was on the verge of breaking through. If not for the killing formation, this fool would undoubtedly have ascended to the spirit transformation realm by now. Though still quite weak, he had made a slight improvement compared to before. "Well, since you look down on me, I shall show you just how much weight I, Yi Chen, truly carry." With that, Yi Chen suddenly produced several pills, shoving them into his mouth all at once, and in an instant, he fully recovered from his injuries. How does he possess so many pills? This action astonished the others as well. Having an alchemist as a teacher was indeed advantageous. Su Che mused. However, there was no time for further contemplation, as Yi Chen had already launched himself at him with incredible speed, closing the distance rapidly. Clearly, Yi Chen intended to engage in close combat, relying on his formidable physical strength to catch Su Che off guard. Yet, this was a decision clouded by rage. Just moments ago, he had unleashed sword chi, and his internal spiritual energy surged like a tempest. A stark contrast to the others' conditions. Furthermore, even without relying on spiritual energy, Su Che's physical prowess was not something Yi Chen could compare to. After all, he had consumed the seeds of the thundercloud grass, and this power had been thoroughly awakened. Apart from the destructive aura infused with thunder elements, his sheer physical strength had received an extraordinary enhancement. Simply put, he could contend with cultivators of the same rank purely based on physical strength. For Yi Chen to challenge him in a physical clash was akin to throwing an egg against a stone. Su Che let out a cold laugh and charged forward to meet the attack. In this strike, he refrained from utilizing his internal spiritual energy. Bang! Their fists collided. Why Yi Chen's expression shifted. He felt an immense force emanating from Su Che's fist. What was happening? Could this brat's physical strength surpass his own? As this thought crossed his mind, Yi Chen's face turned increasingly pale. Boom! The next moment, Su Che exerted a slight force, sending Yi Chen staggering back over 10 steps. He turned to look at Su Che in horror. At that moment, Su Che radiated an aura of terror, akin to a descending demon, rendering others unable to gaze upon him directly. The sheer power was so overwhelming that it suffocated the crowd. This force was simply too formidable. Yi Chen's eyes widened, his complexion darkening. He felt a profound blow to his pride. He had assumed that the only difference between him and Su Che lay in their realms. In other respects, he should have been on par. Yet, in alchemy, Su Che had publicly humiliated him with just a few pointers, and now, in physical prowess, he found himself leagues behind. Such a disparity was unbearable. "Su Che, I demand a life-and-death battle with you," he roared. He refused to accept it. Why should he be inferior to Su Che? Su Che cast a disinterested glance at Yi Chen and slowly uttered 4 words. "You are too weak." These words fell like a thunderbolt, leaving Yi Chen frozen in place. As if struck dumb, he had been humiliated once more. As a proud figure of his generation, he could not endure being so disdainfully told. "You are too weak, Su Che. You have pushed me to this," Yi Chen bellowed, charging at him. "Get lost." Su Che snorted coldly. He planted his toes against the ground, leaping into the air, and then swung his fist with force. A domineering power erupted from his fist, hurtling directly towards Yi Chen. Bang! Yi Chen was once again sent flying, crashing. Moreover, with his touch, a trace of spiritual energy began to flow around them. This spectacle instantly widened the eyes of the onlookers. They were acutely aware that their discomfort stemmed from the absence of spiritual energy within their bodies, and this killing formation contained not a shred of the natural energies of heaven and earth. Such an environment rendered them, as cultivators, profoundly ill at ease, leading to their considerable distress. However, With Su Che's movements, a glimmer of spiritual energy began to circulate. This left them both astonished and elated. Could it be that Su Che truly possessed the ability to break the formation? Their hearts raced, their gazes fixed intently on Su Che's actions. Teacher, what is he doing? Not far away, Yichen also stared wide-eyed at the scene, repeatedly asking, "How is this possible?" The incredulous voice of the old man in the ring echoed. And at that moment, had he possessed a physical form, he would undoubtedly have leaped up in shock. This cannot be," he murmured, somewhat dazed. "Teacher, what's wrong with you?" Yichen inquired. This was the first time he had heard such a tone from his teacher since learning of the old man's existence, and it was clear that the teacher was utterly flustered. Looking again, the old man in the ring did not respond to Yichen's question, his eyes fixed on Su Che, unwilling to miss any of his subsequent actions. Upon hearing this, Yichen refrained from pressing further, though his confusion deepened. Simultaneously, his gaze towards Su Che was filled with complex emotions. At this moment, he fervently hoped Su Che could break the formation, for that would mean he could survive. Yet, at the same time, he wished that the other party did not possess such capabilities. After all, if Su Che were to break the formation, it would imply that the former was indeed terrifying. With mastery over cultivation, alchemy, and formations, was such a person still merely human? In the midst of this turmoil, Su Che upon the stone platform began to move again. Thankfully, it was merely a simplified version of the 9 stars convergence killing formation. Otherwise, I would already be dead, Su Che mused. It was known that had any one of those present executed the actions he had just performed, they would have been attacked by the stone pillars, shredded by the blood-red chains of energy. With the formation diagram in his possession, Su Che felt little concern. By circulating the spiritual power within his body, he had already replenished his energy upon acquiring the diagram. Subsequently, threads of spiritual energy coalesced at his fingertips, forming slender white beams, radiating a sharp brilliance. 7 kills sword technique. First kill, scatter flowers. This was Su Che's first time employing this sword technique. What appeared to be an ordinary slender sword energy concealed an exceedingly terrifying force, capable of rending the void. If the first kill was this formidable, one could only imagine the spectacle if all 7 were unleashed. Su Che reflected with awe. What is that? The others, witnessing this scene, especially the sword energy at Su Che's fingertips, felt a shiver run down their spines, a chill creeping over them. Such terrifying sword energy. They felt an overwhelming dread. Is this sword energy truly something a human can wield? Su Che is truly a prodigy, the old man in the ring exclaimed in astonishment. Such swordplay left him in awe. Unfortunately, such a genius was destined to engage in a life-and-death struggle with his own disciple. Su Che paid no mind to the peculiar reactions of those around him. As the sword energy coalesced at his fingertips, he felt a significant portion of his spiritual power being drained. Evidently, despite being merely the first kill, it proved to be a considerable expenditure for him at this moment. Break for me. He then pointed at the blood-red chains connecting the stone pillars. In an instant, a terrifying aura surged forth from Su Che's fingertip. Boom! As Su Che's finger descended, the blood-red chains violently trembled. At that moment, the slender sword energy transformed into a rain of light that cascaded down upon them. Scatter flowers. The essence lay in the word scatter. When the sword energy dispersed, it marked its most perilous moment, where all murderous intent lay in wait. This rain of light continued to pour down upon the blood-red chains. And upon closer inspection, each droplet of this rain was a strand of sword energy, extraordinarily fearsome. Under such an onslaught, the blood-red chains began to exhibit violent fluctuations. Chapter 73. The Secrets Within the Formation Buzz. Suddenly, the entire chain of energy quivered violently. Following this, an even more powerful aura erupted from the blood-red chains. Crack! In the next moment, the entire blood-red chain shattered abruptly. Simultaneously, from within the fragments of the broken chains, a black beam surged forth. This black beam moved with blinding speed, instantly embedding itself within Su Che's body. In that instant, Su Che felt a wave of numbness wash over him, followed by a series of strange forces coursing through his meridians and into his limbs. In the next moment, Su Che's consciousness seemed to plunge into slumber, while the pitch-black energy dragon burrowed into his spiritual sea. However, as this energy surged into Su Che's spiritual sea, a trembling sound reverberated. For upon the vast expanse of the spiritual sea lay an ordinary piece of parchment. The parchment lay flat, devoid of any text or illustrations, resembling an ancient, yellowed piece of paper. I had long anticipated you would resort to this, Su Che thought. After all, this formation was crafted by the joint efforts of 9 great emperors. Even if the one setting the formation here was not one of them, it should not be underestimated. However, with the formation diagram in hand, which specifically counters such killing formations, Su Che felt little trepidation. Yet, the next revelation startled him. For upon the diagram lay a seed, which appeared withered and lifeless, devoid of any vitality. It was the very seed Su Che had obtained within the secret realm, remnants of wisdom left by an ancient tree. At this moment, Su Che's consciousness distinctly sensed the fear emanating from the energy that had surged into his body. And surprisingly, that fear did not originate from the formation diagram that countered it directly, but rather from the seed. Could it be that this seed was somehow connected to the formation? Su Che furrowed his brow, then probed into the withered seed. However, just as before, there was nothing unusual. Inside remained a considerable storage space. Forget it. Let us focus on breaking the formation first. Su Che shook his head, dismissing the matter of the seed. For the most pressing concern was still to dismantle the formation. With that thought, he promptly withdrew his consciousness from the withered seed. In the next instant, his consciousness jolted sharply as he directed it towards the 2 stone pillars. There, a faint golden light shrouded the pillars, while outside that light, blood-red threads scurried frantically. Su Che observed closely. These threads were the very formation nodes laid out by the killing formation. Realizing this, Su Che's mind stirred, and he intended to unleash his powers to obliterate these nodes. Unfortunately, just then, the 2 stone pillars suddenly trembled, and then began to shift slowly. What is happening? Su Che's expression turned puzzled at this sight. Nonetheless, he hesitated not and once more urged his consciousness, intent on destroying the formation. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the 2 stone pillars emitted 3 muffled sounds in succession. Following that, 2 massive stone slabs rose from between the pillars. Boom, boom. 3 more muffled sounds followed. Then, those 2 massive stone slabs transformed into a towering wall, reaching heights of 100 zhong, while the blood-red threads from the stone pillars intertwined towards these slabs. What is the meaning of this? Su Che furrowed his brows, feeling somewhat taken aback. Could it be that this formation was sealing the 2 stone pillars? As this thought crossed his mind, Su Che couldn't help but chuckle, clearly amused by his own musings. After all, with such formidable formations, how could they ever seal mere stones? Yet, just as Su Che prepared to continue dismantling the formation, an icy coldness suddenly enveloped him. Not good. Su Che's expression changed abruptly as he sensed a hint of danger. However, just as he turned around, a shadow plummeted from the sky. Pfft. As the shadow descended, a mouthful of blood was violently spewed forth. Su Che, struck by that blow, sustained considerable injury, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. In that moment, a grave expression flickered in Su Che's eyes. Evidently, he had grossly underestimated this killing formation. This was likely the true means the opponent had set in place. Everything prior had merely been a ruse. Yet, the more this was the case, the more exhilarated Su Che felt, having acquired the formation diagram and learned the knowledge of formations from across the world. His proficiency in this area had undoubtedly reached a pinnacle. However, the more proficient he became, the more he yearned to witness the ever-changing nature of formations. That was where the true excitement lay. If that was all you could muster, then how dull it would be. Su Che grinned, his gaze igniting with fervor. Madman! The others, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but think of this phrase. Simultaneously, they were filled with trepidation, realizing that what they had encountered earlier was merely an appetizer. Now, they were likely witnessing the true might of this killing formation. With this thought, their bodies trembled slightly, their gazes towards Su Che reflecting profound awe. Truly, he was the #1 genius of the Great Zhou. At such a young age, he had already mastered formations to this extent. Damn it! Yi Chen's eyes blazed crimson as he realized the situation had escalated to this extent. Su Che truly possessed the strength to dismantle the formation. This little fellow was indeed full of surprises. The old man in the ring also sighed in admiration, a youth of such caliber. Even in his realm, would be regarded as one of the top geniuses, and all factions would undoubtedly vie for him. If he were to mature, the great Zhou would likely rise as a consequence. However, he has not been afforded that opportunity. Yi Chen gritted his teeth, expressing his indignation. 3 years from now, I shall personally defeat him. Haha, splendid. It is commendable that you possess such a mindset. I was merely concerned that fear might cloud your judgment. The elder with the ring replied with satisfaction. This disciple of mine is indeed remarkable. The great Zhou must be both fortunate and unfortunate to witness the emergence of two prodigies, who happen to be adversaries. Yet, before that, Su Che must possess the ability to break the formation. Yi Chen remarked, "It appears that he is currently facing difficulties." A shadow descended, and Su Che slightly raised his head to observe. His pupils constricting. Before him stood a towering stone figure, approximately 3 meters in height, its form entirely shrouded in darkness, emanating a faint chill. Its limbs were bound by blood-red chains, writhing and struggling in the air. Emitting low growls and mournful wails, behind it loomed a colossal portal, over 3 meters tall, shrouded in darkness, revealing nothing within. What lies beyond? Su Che could not help but feel a flicker of curiosity. It seemed this place diverged from the expected narrative. Chapter 74. Breaking the formation. Once the stone figure landed, it swung its blood-red chains towards Su Che with ferocity, causing the air to explode with a series of resounding cracks. The force was formidable. Su Che chose not to withstand it. Instead, he deftly evaded the Crimson Whip's range. Yet, while avoiding this attack, he remained focused on his objective, seizing the other end of the blood-red chain. With a powerful tug, he snapped the whip, causing it to shatter into ethereal fragments that dissipated into the ether. Seizing the moment, Su Che charged forward, delivering a punch squarely to the stone figure's face. Boom! His fist struck the stone figure's forehead with a resounding impact, sending it flying a considerable distance. The stone figure crashed heavily against the stone wall behind it, then fell to the ground with a thunderous noise. Roar! The stone figure let out a furious roar, struggling to rise, its muscles rippling with explosive power. Give me! Su Che raised his fist once more, striking fiercely at the stone figure's chest. Boom! His fist landed with a dull thud against the stone figure's torso, causing it to sway slightly but sustain no injury. In contrast, Su Che was jolted back several steps, nearly losing his footing, but he quickly steadied himself, channeling his spiritual energy into a sword that cleaved through the air. Striking his opponent, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither yielding an inch. Su Che's offense was relentless, yet the stone figure's defense was formidable, proving difficult to overcome. Its massive form and immense strength compelled Su Che to rely on his agility to evade its attacks. Recognizing Su Che's tenacity, the stone figure refrained from wasting time, simultaneously battling Su Che while swinging its chains, shattering the surrounding air into fragments. A tempest of chaos ensued. The stone figure unleashed a rapid succession of strikes, its speed overwhelming, forcing Su Che to retreat. His brow furrowed. Though the creature appeared brutish, its tactics were astutely calculated. It was only natural for a creature serving as the trump card of this lethal formation to possess such capabilities. At that moment, the stone figure launched another assault. Su Che's gaze turned cold as he flickered out of sight. Whoosh! He appeared beside the stone figure, delivering a swift kick. The stone figure seemed to anticipate the move. Deflecting Su Che's attack with its chains in a swift motion, it shifted its stance, ensnaring Su Che's arms with its chains, attempting to choke him to death. Seeing this, Su Che's eyes narrowed as he twisted his body. With a sharp crack, the blood-red chains were once again shattered, scattering into fragments. This scene widened the stone figure's eyes in astonishment, clearly taken aback by Su Che's physical resilience. Now is the perfect time to test the limits of my own strength. Su Che mused, excitement coursing through him. He executed a flip, planting his feet against the stone figure's chest before leaping upward. This time, he refrained from utilizing his spiritual energy, opting instead to strike down with his pure physical strength. Aiming to gauge the creature's endurance. Thud! His fist landed heavily upon the stone figure's head, producing a deep, resonant sound. An immense force surged through Su Che's body, compelling him to stagger back several steps to regain his balance. Meanwhile, the once impenetrable surface of the stone figure's head had concaved, now appearing uneven. Pain flickered in its eyes as it swayed unsteadily, wiping the blood from its mouth while fixating its gaze on Su Che with unyielding intensity. Su Che met its gaze, his own eyes burning with fervor. The stone figure was thoroughly incensed. It threw back its head and let out a deafening roar, a surge of blood-red light erupting from its mouth. Directed at Su Che's expression shifted as he hastily summoned his spiritual energy to resist. However, the intensity of the blood-red light was overwhelming, as though he were engulfed in a furnace. Searing him with pain, he dared not hesitate, channeling every ounce of power to withstand the onslaught. If even a trace of that blood-red light were to touch his skin, he would surely be consumed by flames. Roar! The stone figure bellowed once more, dashing towards Su Che with lightning speed, its massive legs delivering a crushing kick to his abdomen. Boom! The sheer force propelled Su Che through the air, crashing him down. He felt a tumultuous churn in his chest, a coppery taste rising in his throat, nearly causing him to spew blood. Nevertheless, Su Che gritted his teeth, maintaining his resolve. This creature is remarkably resilient, though his spiritual energy waned. The stone figure appeared no better off, its body trembling ominously. Su Che's gaze turned icy as he stood, swaying slightly yet retaining a calm demeanor. In that instant, his spiritual energy surged once more, crashing through him like a tidal wave, a torrent of power raging within. However, he swiftly regained control over his emotions. At this moment, the stone figure steadied itself, panting heavily as it looked at Su Che with eyes filled with resentment and fury. Suddenly, its body began to swell, roar. It unleashed a thunderous roar, causing the entire stone platform to tremble. The boulders that Su Che had previously shattered began to coalesce once more, reforming behind the stone figure. Roar! The creature's body expanded further, the blood-red aura intensifying. With another roar, it opened its mouth and expelled a plume of blood mist, condensing the massive stones anew. This time, the hue of the stone figure's blood appeared deeper. Resembling flames flickering in the night, roar, it opened its mouth once more, releasing another cloud of blood mist. As the mist enveloped the valley, a hazy crimson light swathed the area. Boom! The mountain walls quaked violently as cracks spiderwebbed across the rocks. Spreading outward like a net, crack with a sharp sound, the entire cliffside crumbled, boulders cascading down toward the stone figure below. Su Che's pupils contracted, and he swiftly retreated, flipping his palm to transform his spiritual energy into blades. Slicing through the falling rocks, slash, he severed a massive boulder, which crashed down and shattered the earth below. Boom! The stone figure emitted a raspy sound, its muscles swelling like iron towers. H-O-O, H-O-O, it breathed heavily, blood mist trickling from the corners of its mouth. The stone figure fixed its furious gaze upon Su Che, filled with resentment and defiance. Su Che, in turn, stared back, his murderous intent unwavering, his spiritual sword radiating a blinding white light, exuding an air of lethal intent. The blood-red glow surrounding the stone figure intensified. Whoosh! A beam of blood-red light shot forth from the stone figure's mouth, slicing through the air with a piercing sound, aimed directly at Su Che. Hemph! With a cold snort, Su Che evaded the strike, simultaneously flicking his wrist to release his sword. Slash! The sharp blade arced through the air, plunging into the stone figure's body with unyielding force. Instantly, a colossal head was propelled skyward, tumbling through the air before crashing down. Boom! The head struck the ground, sending dust flying in all directions. Su Che gradually sheathed his sword, the murderous aura in his eyes dissipating, as the stone figure collapsed. The surrounding blood mist began to disperse, causing the entire platform to shake violently. Meanwhile, the crowd became acutely aware of the ethereal energies surrounding them, which flowed in abundance, swiftly replenishing their previously parched spiritual reservoirs. It was evident that this deadly formation had been shattered by Su Che's. The stone figures hovering above the stone platform gradually dissipated into nothingness. Su Che sensed the lingering essence they left behind, along with some residual souls. Astonishingly, these remnants were purified by his spiritual power, merging into his mental realm. He could distinctly feel a significant enhancement in his consciousness. This revelation filled Su Che with both astonishment and joy. It seemed that the seed of the thundercloud grass was indeed extraordinary, capable of purifying such formidable power for his own use. With a murmured comment, Su Che's spirits soared. He turned to face the others, only to find that none dared to meet his gaze, filled with palpable fear. Particularly, the two disciples of the Flame sect, who had been reduced to a pitiful state, were desperate to find a crack in the ground to hide themselves. Trembling, they knelt on the ground, quaking with dread, utterly lacking the courage to rise. "Please spare us, Your Highness. We were blind to our own folly and spoke thoughtlessly." Their initial arrogance stemmed from the belief that they had no escape from this lethal formation, and that Su Che would share their fate, emboldening them to act with reckless abandon, nearly forgetting who they were dealing with. Now that the formation was breached and the hope of survival rekindled, fear naturally returned, compelling them to kneel in supplication. "Your Highness, my junior brothers were momentarily foolish. I beseech you to show mercy." His senior brother joined in their plea. Su Che cast a dispassionate glance in his direction, and at once, the man felt a chill run down his spine, gripped by terror, and dared not utter another word. "Rest assured, I am not one to be heavy-handed, nor do I delight in bloodshed," Su Che said with a gentle smile. Yet, to the onlookers, his smile appeared devilish, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. However, Su Che continued, "Since they dared to offend me without regard for their lives, they must pay the price." With that, his gaze turned toward the two quaking figures on the ground. Upon hearing his words, their faces drained of color, nearly collapsing into unconsciousness. "Your Highness, spare us. We were wrong. We will never dare to offend you again. Please have mercy." They prostrated themselves, frantically knocking their heads against the ground in their pleas. Su Che let out a cold snort and, with a sudden lift of his right foot, delivered a forceful kick to their chests. They screamed in agony, spitting blood as they were sent crashing into several massive stones before collapsing to the ground. After a few futile struggles, they ultimately could not rise. "Death may be avoided, but the consequences of your actions are inescapable," Su Che declared, looking down at them with a chilling tone. The two men, upon hearing this, turned ashen, for they could feel something within them being shattered, the very foundation of their cultivation. Clearly, Su Che's kick had directly obliterated their entire cultivation, rendering them utterly useless. This fate was perhaps more torturous than death itself. "Thank you for your mercy, Your Highness." Yet, even so, they did not dare to exhibit any sign of discontent. How exhilarating it is to play the villain, to act with impunity while the opposition remains cowed. Observing the reactions of these individuals, Su Che felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He could not deny that this sensation was quite delightful. He then turned his gaze toward the rest of the assembly, who all averted their eyes, lowering their heads in fear. Though they had not been as openly disrespectful as the two disciples of the Flame sect, their expressions mirrored similar sentiments. Having witnessed Su Che's capabilities, they were naturally anxious about whether he would direct his wrath toward them. Each one trembled, apprehensive that Su Che might impose punishment upon them. "Your Highness, please spare me. I would never dare to harbor any disrespectful thoughts towards you." At last, someone could no longer withstand the pressure of Su Che's gaze and fell to his knees, his voice trembling with emotion. With one leading the way, the scene transformed into a chorus of kneeling figures, excluding only the disciples of the Qingyang sword sect, who all quickly followed suit. This spectacle took Su Che by surprise. He had merely been contemplating how to orchestrate the next phase of events, never expecting to instill such terror in these individuals. However, given the circumstances, Su Che decided to seize the moment. "Your lives may be spared, but it hinges on whether you possess the means to secure your survival." Upon hearing this, several individuals quickly grasped the implication. "Your Highness, I understand. This is my storage bag. All my possessions are within it. I bestow it upon you. This is mine, and mine." In a frenzy, storage bags began to flow into Su Che's hands. He nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Very well, you may depart." At his words, the crowd felt as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders, hastily making their way down the mountain. Yet, just as they were about to leave, Su Che suddenly called out to them, "Wait." The crowd halted in surprise, turning to look back at Su Che. "Your Highness, is there anything else you wish to convey?" Su Che's lips curled into a playful smile as he said, "When you return, be sure you know how to report to your elders, of course." "We will report truthfully," someone promptly replied. Slap! The sound of a crisp slap echoed as his senior brother struck him across the face, hastily adding, "Your Highness, We all understand. We will say we merely tripped and lost our belongings." Su Che shook his head. "I think a truthful report is sufficient." He chuckled lightly and turned his attention to the disciples of the Flame sect, saying, "If any of you harbor resentment towards me, feel free to seek out your elders for retribution. I shall await your arrival." At this, the crowd was gripped by terror. To seek out their elders for vengeance. Wasn't that akin to dragging them into a pit of fire? Leading them to their doom? They were not foolish enough to take such a gamble in this grand show. Su Che was a presence that even royal kin would not dare to offend. Although they called themselves disciples of the three sects, that title meant little in the capital. They were nothing more than insignificant figures, and seeking their elders for support was out of the question. The crowd dared not linger, fearing Su Che might change his mind. After hastily bowing, they fled with great urgency. Such is the nature of power. Behind them, Yi Chun observed this scene with keen interest, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Sensing this, Su Che turned to look at Yi Chun. The latter felt a shiver run down his spine. Su Che's power was terrifying, and even a mere glance sent chills through him. However, he was not one to cower. Whether you choose to kill or maim, it is entirely your prerogative. But to make me bow and plead for mercy is utterly impossible. After declaring this, he internally praised his own bravery. Yet he also wished to slap himself for his audacity. How foolish of him, considering who Su Che was. In response, Su Che merely shook his head. "After all I've done to save you. You wish for death? I would not allow it." Naturally, he could not voice this sentiment aloud and instead mocked, "Rest assured, I am looking forward to you bowing to me in 3 years' time." The blatant humiliation, so stark and raw, the tone and expression with which Su Che spoke ignited a furious blush on Yi Chun's face, his fists clenched tightly, his lips bleeding from his biting. Had he been capable, he would have charged at Su Che, but he restrained himself. His current strength did not grant him the right to challenge Su Che, so it would be wise to refrain from overestimating himself. "Very well, when the 3 years are up, I will certainly not disappoint my senior brother's expectations, and I shall come to bow and plead for mercy." Yi Chun emphasized the last 4 words. His underlying meaning unmistakable. Su Che merely smiled lightly, disregarding him as he turned to leave. "He is leaving just like that?" Yi Chun was momentarily stunned. Wasn't Su Che here for the opportunities this place had to offer? Inside the peak of Flat Mountain, Lu Suqing's expression was anything but favorable. Just moments ago, she had perused Su Che's latest journal entry, the contents of which left her in a state of complex emotions. The journal detailed how Su Che and Yi Chun were ensnared within a deadly formation, with no one capable of breaking it. This implied that they were likely to perish within the lethal array. Such news should have been exceedingly favorable for Lu Suqing. After all, if Yi Chun were to die, she would no longer need to ponder how to escape the binds of fate. Furthermore, if Su Che were to meet his end, she could easily dismiss his incessant entreaties. Although she recognized that this was merely a performance on his part, she felt no inclination to dwell on it. However, oddly enough, Lu Suqing could not bring herself to feel joy. The thought of Su Che potentially losing his life stirred an inexplicable pain within her heart, as if something vital were being severed from her being. This sensation was bewildering to the young woman. "No, I must go and see for myself," she resolved, swiftly making her way toward the summit of Flat Mountain. How intriguing! This is splendid indeed. Yun Kai, upon reading the journal, also headed toward the peak, her intention simple. She merely wished to uncover the truth. Could something have gone awry? Mu Qingshuang's expression shifted upon reading the journal. What was happening? Wasn't Su Che supposed to have everything under control? Why was there now such a predicament? A flicker of unusual light crossed her eyes, leaving her feeling quite unsettled. After all, he was someone she found exceedingly intriguing, and if he were to perish just like that, she would feel a twinge of regret. Moreover, her primary purpose for coming here was to seek collaboration with Su Che, aiming for greater gains to fulfill her own ambitions. Therefore, if something were to happen to Su Che, her plans would be thrown into disarray. However, she quickly regained her original expression. Even if Su Che were truly in peril, there was little she could do at this moment but await the outcome of the grand competition. Moreover, this diary contained good news for her. Yi Chun was also destined for trouble. The feeling of being suddenly thrust into the hands of fate, if it were to dissipate, would indeed be a most welcome occurrence. Su Che has actually left just like that. On the summit of Pingding Mountain, Yi Chun was perplexed after witnessing Su Che's figure vanish from his sight. Was he not here for the treasures? Then what was his purpose? Yi Chun shook his head, growing increasingly confused. Could it be mere coincidence? In that case, I ought to thank him, for not only has he saved my life, but he has also driven away the others. Reflecting on this, Yi Chun couldn't help but smile as his mood lifted. Just then, he felt a subtle shift. The spiritual energy within him surged unexpectedly. This was a sign of impending breakthrough. Yi Chun's heart raced, and he promptly seated himself cross-legged, forming hand seals to guide the surrounding spiritual energy to circulate around his body. In that moment, he completely relaxed, focusing solely on his cultivation. This lad is truly on the cusp of a breakthrough. Unbeknownst to Yi Chun, Su Che had not departed but rather concealed his presence. Observing his actions, upon witnessing Yi Chun's imminent breakthrough, Su Che was almost moved to tears. The joy he felt at Yi Chun's advancement from the Qi condensation stage to the spirit transformation stage surpassed even his own transition to the Dan integration stage. After all, Yi Chun had finally displayed some noteworthy prowess, albeit still limited to this falling cloud city. Even so, Su Che felt a surge of happiness. If this kid continued to be so weak, he would begin to question whether the protagonist of this world had encountered some misfortune. Once he had secured the opportunities here, he would finally feel at ease, Su Che murmured to himself. His departure was intended to provide Yi Chun with the chance to seize the treasures. Otherwise, if he remained there, would Yi Chun dare to make any moves? How could the plot continue to unfold smoothly? I truly have put a great deal of thought into this protagonist, Su Che mused. He must be the righteous antagonist. On the stone platform, Yi Chun sat cross-legged, the surrounding spiritual energy, under his guidance, surged towards him and flowed through his body. His cultivation level steadily rose, the shackles loosening, and a sensation of breakthrough spread throughout him. Yi Chun closed his eyes, immersing himself in the process of advancement. Finally, after a fragrant moment, he slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of light flickering within, and his aura surged dramatically. In that instant, Yi Chun emanated a formidable presence. The breakthrough was a success. Yi Chun sighed inwardly. Not bad, not bad. Within the ring, his master's voice carried a note of appreciation. Clearly, he was quite satisfied with his disciple. After all, since Yi Chun had resumed his cultivation, it had only been a little over a month. Yet he had advanced from the mortal realm to the spirit transformation stage. Such speed could only be described as astonishing. Su Che had already reached the Dan integration stage. My strength still falls short. Yi Chun was not arrogant. After all, Su Che hailed from a distinguished background, having enjoyed exceptional conditions from childhood. There was no need to compare himself to him. The voice from the ring offered words of comfort. Yi Chun nodded, choosing not to speak further. Nevertheless, he still felt a twinge of discontent. Compared to Su Che, his origins were lacking. Otherwise, who could say who the top genius of the great Zhou might be? Truly, the protagonist is remarkable. Merely breaking through to the spirit transformation stage exudes such imposing energy. Su Che nodded in satisfaction. Setting aside everything else, the foundation of this young man, bolstered by his master's guidance, was indeed quite solid. Every breakthrough at each level was genuine, and such strength naturally surpassed that of others within the same realm. This was also one of the reasons why the protagonist could challenge opponents beyond his level. Next, it was time to see what kind of opportunity awaited him. Having completed his breakthrough, Yi Chun's gaze turned forward, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Then, he propelled himself forward, akin to a falcon in flight. Boom! As he reached the center of the stone platform, the surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly, enveloping Yi Chun entirely. The richness of the spiritual energy here suggested that the treasures were indeed extraordinary. He exclaimed with joy, his eagerness intensifying as he infused the spiritual energy into the stone platform beneath him. In his ear, the voice of the ring's elder sounded. There is also a formation here, but it is merely for concealment. Quite basic. Yi Chun wasted no time. Following the instructions relayed by the elder, instantly, a faint golden light flickered atop the stone platform. Yi Chun's gaze swept across, and at the very center, a map with only a corner visible caught his attention. Upon seeing this item, a look of astonishment crossed Yi Chun's face. What is this? He reached out, and the fragmentary map came into his hands. As the radiance faded, The complete form of the map appeared before his eyes. It was a map drawn on an unknown material, featuring only a few lines without any markings, rendering it utterly incomprehensible to Yi-chun. However, the map exuded a hint of spiritual energy, and as he traced the lines, a faint light would flicker, quite remarkable. Ah, what is this? Chapter 77. Why are they here? Ah, what is this? At that moment, the elder's voice transmitted a note of surprise. Master, what is it? Upon hearing the voice, Yi-chun quickly inquired. This map is, in fact, a spatial map. However, it is a fragment and must be completed to unlock its potential. The elder's voice was filled with astonishment. Leaving Yi-chun quite bewildered, a spatial map? What is that? He asked in confusion, having never heard of such a thing before. Moreover, judging by the elder's tone, it seemed to be something quite valuable, evoking such surprise from him. It must indeed be extraordinary. At this moment, a flicker of curiosity ignited within Yi-chun. He was keen to learn about this so-called spatial map, a spatial map, also known as a teleportation map. Teleportation map? Yi-chun inquired further. Does this mean that using this map allows one to teleport to other locations? Yes, the elder nodded. Its creation differs from that of ordinary maps. The cartographer must possess profound knowledge of formations to encapsulate the power of space within it. Once utilized, it can transport one to a specific location. Such a thing truly exists in the world. Yi-chun marveled at this newfound knowledge. Indeed, this is merely a fragment, yet one can still sense the might of its creator. Rivaling my own, the elder mused. But this item is of no use to me at present. Why? Yi-chun felt a pang of disappointment. The opportunity sounded grand, yet its practical application seemed limited. Keeping it on hand will benefit you. The spatial energy within can occasionally be sensed, which will greatly aid your future cultivation. The elder chuckled. Moreover, I have a premonition that the other fragments of this map still exist in the world. Once assembled, it will yield a monumental opportunity. Such an opportunity might very well entice even those of my caliber. All right then, I shall heed my master's words. Yi-chun carefully stored the fragment, though he remained somewhat skeptical. To assemble a complete map, who knows how long that will take? Furthermore, even if it were to be completed, who could say where it would transport me? What if the cartographer was merely idly crafting a teleportation map? Nevertheless, having it is better than not. Besides, the elder's words rang true. The energy within the fragment, even through casual contact, could evoke a sense of awe, making it worthwhile for further study. Moreover, his journey had not been without rewards. As he had successfully advanced to the spirit transformation stage, which was more than enough to leave him content. This item has truly fallen into your hands. Su-che observed the scene atop the stone platform, nodding in satisfaction. Being aware of the plot, he naturally understood what the map signified and where it would lead. It was a place that would elevate Yi-chun's name throughout this world, where he would seize a monumental opportunity and lay the foundation for his invincibility. As for why Su-che did not seize this item, it was simply because it held no value for him. Setting aside the narrative implications, he already knew how to reach that place without the map, rendering it unnecessary. Moreover, considering how long it would be until that plot unfolded, by that time, Su-che would have long since exited the stage. Hence, there was no need to snatch it away. What did I ask that the lovesick girl? Why is she here? At that moment, Su-che exclaimed in surprise. He spotted a familiar figure. No, two figures, and the chatterbox girl has come as well? Su-che. On the stone platform, just as Yi-chun was preparing to depart, he suddenly heard a familiar voice reach his ears. Turning around, he was taken aback, instinctively stepping back 2 paces. Senior. Sister, are you all right? He stammered, a hint of fear creeping in. Had she not been engulfed by the beast tide earlier? How could she still be standing before him, alive and well? This was a bit unsettling. How dare you bring that up? Just then, another furious voice rang out, and upon turning, Yi-chun's pupils widened in shock. The second arrival was none other than Yun Caida, at Pingding Lake. He, gripped by the fear of perishing at the hands of the monstrous beasts, did not hesitate to abandon the 2 women and departed alone. Initially, he believed that their chances of survival were virtually non-existent. To his astonishment, they both managed to escape. Now, upon reuniting with them, Yi-chun felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, standing before those directly affected, he recognized that his actions had been rather ungracious. What is wrong? Are you disappointed to see we're still alive? Yun Kai offered no kindness towards Yi Chen, her heart filled with disdain for such a person. She simply could not fathom how the version of herself mentioned in Su Che's diary could possibly harbor feelings for someone like him. Even if she were blind, deaf, and devoid of all her senses, she could never entertain thoughts of him. It must have been a mere accident. It was only human nature. Wai Yi-chun scratched his head. A man known for his thick skin, quickly adopting a new line of flattery. After all, upon learning that the two women had survived, the flicker of hope in his heart reignited. It was a mere coincidence. If not for Su Che, we would have truly become an accident, Yun Kai retorted. She knew very well that within Yi Chen's mind, that name held the most weight, as expected, upon hearing those two syllables. Yi Chen's expression instantly soured. What did you say? Su Che saved you. Otherwise, with your meager skills, you probably couldn't even defeat us. Yun Kai continued her assault, each word hitting Yi Chen where it hurt. That's impossible. He's a demon king. How could he have the strength to save you? Yi Chen shook his head, disbelieving Yun Kai's claims. His teacher had made it abundantly clear. It was not merely a demon king, but a sixth-tier demon king. Such power could easily sweep across the entire Great Zhou, while Su Che's strength barely reached the Dan fusion realm, two major realms apart. Such a disparity meant that, regardless of Su Che's innate talent, he could not possibly rescue Lu Suqing and Yun Kai from someone of that caliber. Moreover, it was not just a sixth-tier demon king. The scene was one he could never forget, as if he had stumbled into a den of beasts, with monsters of even the fourth tier in terrifying numbers. To speak plainly, if this horde of demons were to escape from Pingding Mountain, it would spell disaster for both Luoyun City and the Great Zhou. Impossible? Yun Kai laughed. There are countless things deemed impossible. Do not presume to use your limited perspective and feeble abilities to judge others. You are not worthy to compare yourself with Su Che. I suggest you cancel that 3-year agreement, lest you find yourself reduced to tears. Seizing the moment, Yun Kai aimed to shatter Yi Chen's confidence entirely, thereby rewriting her own fate. Indeed, as her words fell, Yi Chen's countenance darkened significantly. Chapter 78. The young woman's intentions upon hearing Yun Kai's words, Yi Chen's expression became a portrait of distress. Her taunts cut deep, piercing his heart like a sharpened blade, leaving him feeling profoundly humiliated. What in the world is happening? Su Che observed the scene, bewildered. Initially, he was surprised to see the two women come here, thinking they had intentionally sought out Yi Chen, which brought him some relief. This way, he needn't worry excessively about the romantic entanglements. However, it wasn't long before he was left dumbfounded. What on earth is this? How dare you speak to the protagonist like that? And don't compare him to me. Our starting points are worlds apart. Moreover, if you truly dissuade Yi Chen from engaging in that battle with me 3 years hence, how will the plot of this world ever reach its conclusion? Su Che felt a surge of urgency, but knew rushing out would only worsen matters. He could only observe from the shadows, hoping that Yi Chen would maintain a sound mind and not succumb to the sting of her words. On the stone platform, witnessing the impact of her words, Yun Kai felt a sense of satisfaction. Such remarks could be deemed lethal to an ordinary man, especially when directed at a male. They were particularly intolerable when delivered in front of another woman. A smile graced Yun Kai's face as her gaze fixed upon Yi Chen. She was convinced that he would not be able to restrain himself and would confront her, that moment. Yi Chen's expression fluctuated with the tides of Yun Kai's remarks, reflecting his inner turmoil. Noticing Yi Chen's changing demeanor, Yun Kai scoffed disdainfully, convinced that he could not endure such humiliation. Let me tell you, the opportunity Su Che has offered you is a form of charity. You cannot truly believe you possess such a qualification, she continued her mockery. Wai Yi-chen furrowed his brow, taken aback by the harshness of Yun Kai's words. Despite her alluring appearance, her words were venomous, each syllable a dagger to his heart. Initially drawn to her beauty, believing her worthy of his attention, he now felt a surge of anger at her indignities. Who are you calling charity? Repeat that. Yi Chen's voice was low and firm. Upon hearing his inquiry, Yun Kai laughed derisively. I'm speaking of you. Her face bore a smirk, as if to say, you think no one can see through your thoughts? Is this truly heading towards a confrontation? Su Che watched in disbelief, recognizing that Yun Kai's temperament mirrored that of her character in the novel. Yet, the crucial point was to understand who Yi Chen truly was. He was to be her future partner. Where is that infatuated girl? She should step in to ease the tension. Su Che cast a glance at the girl beside Yun Kai, only to find her distracted, seemingly searching for someone, her gaze pitiful. Yet, for heaven's sake, wouldn't it be more important to support her partner than to search for someone? Su Che felt exasperated, seriously questioning whether the two women had lost their wits. He, a mere antagonist, showed more concern for Yi Chun than they did Yuda. Why Yi Chin's face flushed crimson with indignation, his verbal prowess faltering against Yun Kai's sharp tongue. What do you mean, you? I mean you, Yun Kai retorted, eager to capitalize on the moment. The thought of her impending victory brought a glint of triumph to her eyes, her gaze cunning like that of a sly fox. Why Yi Chin's finger trembled as he pointed at Yun Kai. But before he could finish, she interrupted. What, are you angry now? A cold smile graced Yun Kai's lips. What are you? Really? Let me tell you, in my presence, you amount to nothing. Should I so choose, I could erase you from this world as easily as crushing an ant beneath my heel. She emphasized her words, intent on provoking Yi Chen further. As expected, upon hearing Yun Kai's taunts, Yi Chen's face turned a deep shade of red, and his eyes blazed with fury. He had not anticipated that her words could be so venomous. Akin to a viper's bite, Yi Chen felt an overwhelming urge to strike her, to slap that contemptible face until it swelled. His fists clenched tighter, his breath grew ragged, betraying his inner turmoil. I am truly a genius. To devise such a method, I knew he couldn't withstand this humiliation. Seeing Yi Chen's reaction, Yun Kai felt a rush of elation. This was precisely the outcome she sought. What a joke. How could I ever harbor feelings for someone like him? However, just then, Yun Kai heard an unexpected phrase that made her look back. Yi Chen was staring at her intently, shaking his head. No, 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 I almost fell for your trick. Fell for a trick? Yun Kai's heart sank. Was her plan exposed? I see now. You're employing reverse psychology. Yi Chen's expression softened as he analyzed the situation. You're worried that I lack the strength and would meet my end 3 years hence. So you're trying to ignite my fighting spirit to motivate me to enhance my abilities. What, are you out of your mind? Yun Kai shot back. How shameless can you be? Do you really think I care if you die? I wish I could slit your throat right now. If she could, she would gladly dismember Su Che to vent her frustrations. Stunned by Yi Chen's deduction, Yun Kai was left speechless, marveling at the audacity of such a man, whose skin was thicker than iron and possessed an extraordinary capacity for self-delusion. Even after such humiliation, any other man would never misinterpret it this way. How close I was to misunderstanding such a wonderful girl. As she witnessed the shift in Yun Kai's expression, Yi Chen felt a sense of relief wash over him. Just moments ago, he had been on the verge of losing his temper and confronting her. If not for the glimmer of triumph hidden within her gaze, he might have failed to see through her faade. That hint of pride revealed everything to Yi Chen. The young woman's intentions were profoundly intricate, enough to stir even the depths of his emotions. Chapter 79. He is still alive, I remarked to Yi Chen. Isn't he simply insane? If one is truly ill, they ought to seek treatment. Cultivation is already a difficult path. One should not only fail to progress in their practice, but also suffer from a deranged mind. Yun Kai could no longer restrain herself and retorted directly. It was indeed her first encounter with such an eccentric individual. Moreover, to think that such a person could be the so-called child of destiny written about in Su Che's diary, the fated one of this world? What utter nonsense, to my surprise. We have only met thrice, and you have already begun to show concern for me. Fear not, I shall take good care of myself. Yi Chen felt deeply moved. This girl was exceedingly considerate, her concern evoking within him an overwhelming impulse to take her home as his bride, Yun Kai. She was utterly speechless. There is a saying that rings true. Those who lack shame are invincible in this world. At this moment, she perhaps understood why the other party was deemed the child of destiny. Rest assured, there are still 3 years remaining. I shall not disappoint you. Upon noticing Yun Kai's silence, Yi Chen assumed that she was embarrassed by his revelation of her thoughts and was unable to speak further. After all, they had only met a handful of times, yet she could empathize with him to such an extent, which left him profoundly touched. Such a girl, he would undoubtedly cherish. Who has disappointed you? Yi Chen's words rendered Yun Kai even more speechless. The crux of the matter lay in his expression. No matter what she said at this moment, it would only deepen the misunderstanding. How had things escalated to this point? Yun Kai gritted her teeth in frustration. If looks could kill, Yi Chun would have perished 1,000 times over. Now I see. Su Che suddenly understood. No wonder she was such a chatterbox. Having met the protagonist merely a few times, she had already developed such deep feelings. He had underestimated the situation. It was evident now that Yun Kai was willing to spur Yi Chen's growth in this manner. A truly commendable heroine. He felt profoundly moved. Previously, he had worried about how to bridge the gap between the two, especially since he had inadvertently overshadowed Yun Kai's heroic rescue. However, it seemed that the two had been secretly in contact. Otherwise, their relationship would not have developed so swiftly. And what about that infatuated girl? Su Che's gaze shifted to Lu Suqing, who was present by no mere coincidence. The only explanation for her knowledge of Yi Chen's presence here was that the protagonist had informed her beforehand. Thus, she could be here to meet him. Realizing this, Su Che felt a wave of relief. It appeared that his earlier concerns were unwarranted, and the relationship between the two was far from the superficial rigidity it seemed. Perhaps they were merely acting for his sake, with the intent of preserving Yi Chen's life. Senior sister, you must believe me. I did not intentionally abandon you. I intended to seek assistance. Yi Chen's gaze fell upon Lu Suqing. Believe you? Lu Suqing replied coldly. My circumstances are of no concern to you. Moreover, Kaier is correct. We are both saved by Su Che. Our lives are his gift. She made herself clear. Upon hearing this, the smile on Yi Chen's face abruptly froze. His lips twitching slightly, his expression tinged with awkwardness. Once again, it was Su Che. This damned Su Che. Why was he always present? Senior sister, let us not dwell on this. The fact that we can meet here signifies a remarkable fate. We should not discuss unhappy matters or unrelated people. Yet he was quite adept at adapting, promptly shifting the topic. In that case, let us converse about you. Lu Suqing felt increasingly agitated. Not having seen Su Che left her somewhat uneasy. All right, senior sister, what would you like to discuss? The moment Yi Chen heard this, he was overjoyed. He had not anticipated hearing such words from his senior sister, which elevated his spirits even further. Had they not been on Pingding Mountain, he would have surely invited her to the city for moon-gazing and revelry. Let us talk about. Lu Suqing paused, the coldness in her eyes intensifying, then continued, Why are you still alive? This was her inner question. One that Yun Kai also wished to know. It was noteworthy that both had arrived here simultaneously after reading the latest diary entry, which indicated that Su Che was in danger, his life hanging by a thread. As for Yi Chun, their visit was merely a formality to confirm his demise. Yet upon arriving, they found him standing there alive and well, his demeanor as brazen as ever, much to their astonishment. More critically, they had not seen Su Che's figure here. Based on their understanding of him, he might feign appearances, but one thing was certain. The content of the diary was an authentic expression of his sentiments, devoid of any pretense. Therefore, it was evident that both Su Che and Yi Chun had been ensnared in a deadly trap without any means of comprehension. Now, Yi Chun had emerged, but where was Su Che? This was indeed perplexing. Moreover, the fact that Su Che had not updated his diary intensified their anxiety, leading them to suspect that he might have already met with misfortune. What? In the shadows, Su Che was taken aback upon hearing the girl's words. What kind of opening was this? Did she greet him with inquiries about his life? Could this be a new mode of communication between the male and female leads? He was utterly bewildered, unsure of what Lu Suqing was attempting to convey. With this thought in mind, Su Che silently opened his diary, preparing to vent his frustrations. Huh? Meanwhile, Yi Chun was equally perplexed, utterly astonished. Senior sister, what is wrong? Why do you suddenly ask if I am still alive? Such an incomprehensible statement left Yi Chun rooted to the spot. Unsure of how to respond, he furrowed his brow, carefully observing the girl's expression, attempting to discern any unusual hints to fathom her true intentions. Indeed, Yi Chun suspected that Lu Suqing might be speaking in reverse, that her words were intended to provoke him. This was likely due to Su Che. After all, the latter was someone Lu Suqing could not afford to offend. Should she reveal even a hint of closeness to him, she could very well face retaliation. In that case, even with the 3-year promise of protection in his possession, Su Che might still choose to eliminate him preemptively to prevent future troubles. Such thoughts were not to be taken lightly. Moreover, Lu Suqing had previously hinted at this, which is why Yi Chun was meticulously scrutinizing the girl's countenance. earnestly attempting to gauge her thoughts. Beside them, Lu Suqing, growing increasingly impatient under Yi Chen's scrutiny, was about to rebuke him when her expression abruptly froze, a flicker of joy gracing her features, an entirely genuine smile. For at that moment, the familiar sensation appeared. Su Che's diary was being updated. Words began to materialize in the girl's mind. What did this signify? It meant that Su Che was still alive, that he had not perished. Upon receiving this news, the girl felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Chapter 80. Strange Wonders, who would have thought? I hid here and stumbled upon an unexpected delight. This infatuated girl and the chatterbox are quite something. They are clearly so concerned for Yi Chun, yet why do they persist in performing for me? Though I can understand, they are likely worried I might take action against Yi Chun prematurely. All I can say is that they are overthinking it. The one who wishes for Yi Chun's survival the most is none other than myself. Had it not been for the impossibility, I would gladly relinquish all my cultivation to this lad. Lines of text appeared in Lu Suqing's mind, and a smile broke across her face, her spirits soaring, as long as the diary continued to update. It indicated that Su Che was alive and well, without incident. However, upon learning the contents of the diary, the girl was rendered speechless. It turned out that Su Che had been hiding nearby, watching them. And the critical point was that she had been misunderstood by him. This was truly infuriating. Beside her, Yi Chun, having observed closely, quickly noticed the fleeting joy on Lu Suqing's face. That emotion was undoubtedly sincere and genuine. What did this imply? Lu Suqing's previous remarks were all mere fabrications, intended to be interpreted in reverse. While she appeared to despise him outwardly, her heart was undoubtedly filled with concern for his well-being. Otherwise, she would not have exhibited such a reaction. Yi Chun was resolute in his deductions. Upon realizing this, he understood the girl's good intentions and felt deeply touched. Senior sister, I comprehend your feelings. You need not say any more. I understand now, and I shall not disappoint you. Yi Chun grasped Lu Suqing's intentions and chose not to directly expose them. Instead, he responded in a different tone. Upon hearing this, Lu Suqing felt an immediate headache. Rolling her eyes in exasperation, she recognized that her earlier joy at discovering Su Che was alive had been misconstrued by Yi Chen. For heaven's sake, the girl was too fatigued to explain. After all, since becoming acquainted with Yi Chun, she had realized how shameless he was and how exceedingly self-righteous. Once he had made up his mind about something, any explanation would be utterly futile, a complete waste of breath. It would be better to conserve her energy and not squander her words on him. Beside them, Yun Kai, fully aware of Lu Suqing's feelings, pulled her companion aside and said, "Let us go." She exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Suqing, who promptly understood. Indeed, both were acutely aware that they could see Su Che's diary entries. This was a fact neither had disclosed to the other, for they had once attempted to share the information about having a diary in their minds. However, they discovered that every time they touched upon this matter, whenever related words were mentioned, they were unable to articulate it, as if an unseen force bound them. Thus, they were unable to divulge this secret to anyone else. At this moment, the meaning of the clouds became exceedingly simple. They had come here primarily for Su Che, concerned for each other's well-being. Now that they had obtained the answers they sought, their purpose for this journey was fulfilled. Moreover, having encountered Yi Chen here, there was even less reason to linger. Thus, the two women departed swiftly, leaving no time for Yi Chun to utter more than a few words before their figures vanished from his sight. It was all Su Che's fault. Were it not for him, the senior sister would not have been avoiding me, fearful of our interactions. Yi Chun clenched his fists, verbally berating Su Che once more. Finest Yu Che pressed his forehead, dutifully accepting the blame. Observing this scene, he confirmed one thing. The relationship between the male and female leads had not been shattered. Rather, it was still evolving, everything unfolding according to the plot. It seemed that what had transpired earlier was but an act, and he had nearly fallen for it. Yu Che murmured, nearly losing his composure, thinking Lu Suqing's character had collapsed. Yet, it was evident that her acting skills were truly remarkable. Soon, Yi Chen also departed, having broken through to the transformation spirit realm, making him the strongest among the participating disciples, aside from Su Che. Therefore, he intended to seize more tokens in the remaining days, ideally striving for the top prize. After Yi Chen left, Su Che emerged, returning to the stone platform. Simultaneously, he he began updating his journal. The upcoming plot will shift to the daily routine. I shall remain here for a while. Once the grand competition concludes, I can observe the protagonist's display of prowess. I wonder how things are faring on Lai Yun's end. The news should have spread by now, just waiting for Yi Chun to take action. Apologies, Lai Yun. I will reimburse your medical expenses afterward. Upon writing this, a pang of guilt washed over Su Che. His actions had effectively placed Lai Yun in Yi Chen's path, and given Yi Chen's temperament, conflict was inevitable. Unsurprisingly, in the narrative, Lai Yun was indeed beaten by Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen dared not use excessive force, as they were both from the same sect, and should he resort to brutality, the sect's rules were no trifling matter. Furthermore, with Lai Yun having his backing, Yi Chen would think twice before fully inciting his ire. After completing his journal entry, Su Che felt a small surge of spiritual power within him, a reward for updating his journal. His cultivation had stabilized in the late stage of the pill integration realm, and it would not be long before he broke through to the spirit-breaking realm. To be honest, his rate of cultivation was beyond any description, astonishingly rapid. Whether this speed was a blessing or a curse remained unclear, Su Che murmured, pondering what would happen if, 3 years later, Yi Chen's cultivation was vastly superior to his own. But for now, that was a concern for another day. He shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. After all, Yi Chen was the destined child of this world, and anything was possible. Suddenly, a sense of unease crept over him. As he prepared to seek some wild game, he furrowed his brow and turned to look ahead. There lay the eye of the previous 9 stars convergence killing formation, precisely where the 2 stone pillars stood. After he had dismantled the formation, the headless stone figure had dissipated into the void. Yet the 2 stone pillars remained steadfast atop the stone platform. For reasons unknown, Su Che felt an inexplicable connection to these 2 pillars. A sensation that was difficult to articulate, but a wave of curiosity surged within him as he approached and stood before the stone pillars, scrutinizing them closely. Intricate runes were etched upon the pillars, inscribed in characters he could not comprehend, their patterns appearing profoundly mysterious. Suddenly, the runes on the pillars began to shimmer. What was happening? Su Che's eyes widened in astonishment. Crack, crack! A sudden sound echoed around him as the runes on the stone pillars fractured, transforming into wisps of light that converged upon the patterns etched upon the pillars. Lines began to emerge, seemingly composed of the very stone of the pillars. What was this? Su Che's heart raced uncontrollably. And at that moment, a vivid image flashed in his mind. Before him floated an enormous stone, enshrouded in a thick veil of black mist, its surface adorned with a myriad of mysterious totems. As he attempted to draw closer, he found himself utterly powerless, completely suppressed. What on earth was this? Su Che murmured, a wave of inexplicable fear rising from deep within him, unsettling his very being. Just then, a gust of wind swept by, and with a soft thud, a stone fell to the ground, momentarily startling him. He bent down to pick up the stone, and upon examining the patterns on it, an eerie sense of familiarity washed over him. How did this stone seem so familiar? Su Che muttered to himself. However hard he tried to recall, the logic eluded him. It felt as though he had encountered these patterns long ago. But how could that be? He was merely 16, and in these 16 years, he was certain he had never encountered such a thing. What was going on? Sweat beaded on his forehead as confusion enveloped him. This sensation, so elusive yet palpable, left him feeling quite uncomfortable. What other secrets lay buried within the flat-top mountain? Had the original world undergone some form of transformation? A thought struck him. If anomalies continued to arise outside the plot, could it not signify that this world was no longer the one he recognized? Was it the fault of the system? He shook his head. Such matters were far too convoluted to decipher. Even consulting the system would yield no answers. He could only tuck these thoughts away, hoping to seek answers when the opportunity arose. Presently, with his mind in disarray, Su Che resolved to keep the stone safe for future study. As he prepared to leave the stone platform, the 2 stone pillars exhibited yet another transformation. A rich aura of spiritual energy coalesced, forming blossoms atop the pillars. The flowers bloomed, radiating a soft azure glow, breathtakingly beautiful and extraordinarily vibrant. Each blossom exuded an ancient and profound essence, leaving Su Che utterly astounded. What were these? He gazed at the flowers in disbelief, his eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. What on earth were these? He murmured. He then reached out to grasp one of the flowers. The moment his fingers brushed the petals, an overwhelming force of attraction surged towards him. This pull was akin to that of a magnet, causing Su Che to lose control of his body and tumble forward, landing directly amidst the petals. Crack, crack. The petals shattered, transforming into pure spiritual energy that flowed into Su Che's body. Simultaneously, within his spiritual sea, the ancient tree seed that had remained dormant began to stir, swiftly absorbing the essence of the pure spiritual energy. Life force, Su Che exclaimed in surprise. From the seed, he sensed a faint yet genuine pulse of vitality. Though it was minuscule, it undeniably existed. Could it be that these blossoms were a potent tonic for the seed, the energy it required to rejuvenate? Su Che speculated, excitement bubbling within him. This was the seed of the ancient tree. If it could grow anew and re-enter the world, how magnificent would that be? He had previously glimpsed the ancient tree within a secret realm, and even a mere fragment of its consciousness bore boundless power. What, then, would its true form entail? It was unfathomable, and a wonder this place felt so familiar. It was likely the seed calling out to him, Su Che murmured. Upon realizing that the ancient tree's seed could regain vitality, a renewed vigor surged within him. Although he was uncertain when the seed would fully replenish its life force, Su Che was confident that day would eventually come. It appeared these were the true fortunes of this place. Rendering the fragmentary map utterly insignificant in comparison, Su Che felt elated. After all, these events were not part of the narrative, thus truly belonged to him. It was no surprise that a 9-stars convergence killing formation was employed to ensnare this location. He had previously found it puzzling. The narrative had clearly omitted this formation's existence, so why had it appeared? If its sole purpose was to guard a fragmentary map, then it was entirely unnecessary. Now, the answer was revealed. Furthermore, while within the formation, Su Che had observed a portal behind the stone figure, shrouded in infinite darkness, obscuring all visibility. However, it was evident that the portal concealed something extraordinary, likely the very place he had glimpsed in his vision. Regrettably, the portal had vanished alongside the disbanded formation, leaving him with no trace to pursue. Su Che felt a twinge of regret. Alas, such matters could wait, he pondered silently. Since this portal had once appeared, he believed that the story could not conclude so simply. There would surely be opportunities to encounter it again. With that thought, Su Che took a deep breath and moved toward the edge of the stone platform. Yet, just a few steps out, he suddenly halted. For, beside him, a sound akin to a sword's melody rang out, emanating from behind him. The formidable might of the sword caused Su Che's heart to constrict. He turned his head, gazing towards the source of the sound, his eyes brimming with caution. The melodious resonance of the sword emanated from the 2 stone pillars. What on earth is happening here? Why did a sword's cry suddenly arise from these ancient stone columns? Su Che was engulfed in confusion and trepidation. Just as he pondered this, the 2 pillars exploded, and from within, a sword soared forth, charging directly at Su Che. The speed of the sword was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the air and reached Su Che's side. Su Che's pupils dilated, and a grave expression overtook his face. How swift! He had not anticipated that such a terrifying sword was concealed within those stone pillars. He scarcely had time to discern the sword's appearance, for its aggressive advance left him little chance to evade. The sword's body rapidly enlarged in his line of sight, and Su Che felt an ominous premonition, fearing he might meet his end here. However, as the sword approached him, it halted mid-air, refraining from striking him. Strangely, the sword began to orbit around him. The harmonious sound of its melody resonated repeatedly, sounding almost jubilant. It seemed as though the sword was drawn to Su Che. Chapter 82. A sword breaking the tribulation. This was a long sword, entirely snow-white, with a broad blade measuring 3 feet in length, exuding an ethereal, chilly luster. The blade was slender, adorned with faint azure patterns that lent it an ancient and mysterious air, as if it had weathered the passage of time. At the hilt, a crystalline ice jade was embedded, intricately carved with numerous elaborate designs and patterns, appearing vividly lifelike, evoking a profound sense of the center of the ice jade. A milky white pearl floated, exhibiting a translucent hue, with multicolored lights swirling within. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the pearl to emit a buzzing sound, as if it were conveying a message. What is happening? Witnessing this scene, Su Che was momentarily stunned. It seemed as if the sword recognized him. He gazed intently at the long sword, scrutinizing the complex patterns engraved upon its surface, resembling archaic characters, yet upon closer inspection, they seemed not to be ancient script. What is this? He wondered. Could it be some form of primordial writing? But if so, why would such script appear here? Su Che's heart was filled with perplexity and confusion. He continued to examine the sword's body, striving to uncover its significance, yet the more he looked, the tighter his brows knitted. Ultimately, he sighed in resignation, abandoning his inquiry into the script, and shifted his focus to the hilt, seeking to discern the true nature of this sword. It appeared to be anything but ordinary, imbued with spirit. Just then, an explosion of light erupted from the sword's body. Subsequently, the ancient characters on the blade began to fade away, replaced by rows of archaic text. Su Che's eyes widened in disbelief. He could comprehend these characters. No, to be precise, he could fully articulate these words. Ancient language? It is indeed an ancient tongue. From which era does this language hail? Why do I understand it? Su Che was filled with astonishment. He had never encountered these characters before, yet he could somehow comprehend their meaning. Never mind, let us take a look. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his racing heart, then began to read the words one by one, as they appeared in his mind. Soon, a line of ancient characters emerged. The tomb of the primordial sword. Upon seeing these 4 characters, Su Che's expression shifted, revealing a trace of surprise. The tomb of the primordial sword? Where is this place? Why have I never heard of it before? To possess the prefix primordial, how ancient must this era be? Su Che shook his head, dismissing further contemplation on the matter, and extended his hand to grasp the hilt. Upon contact, an intense chill surged through him, instantly permeating every fiber of his being. He shuddered violently, enveloped by an overwhelming sensation of cold, as if he were submerged in eternal ice, inducing a feeling of suffocation. This sword is indeed extraordinary. Su Che's gaze fell upon the sword's body, where the ancient characters grew increasingly distinct, gradually coalescing into vivid images. Vast, intricate, and enigmatic scenes emerged before Su Che's eyes. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble of thunder echoed from the sky, followed by an overwhelming gathering of dark clouds, intertwining flashes of lightning illuminating the heavens. This celestial phenomenon was astonishing. Within Pingding Mountain, all disciples gazed at the unusual spectacle above, their faces etched with shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. What is happening? Why has thunder suddenly struck? Could it be that rain is imminent? They murmured among themselves, casting incredulous glances at the sky. At that moment, a violent wind swept through, forcing them to shield their eyes. Boom! Accompanied by a series of thunderclaps, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the darkened sky. Boom! Boom! At the instant the lightning intertwined, the entire Pingding Mountain seemed to ignite with brilliance. It was a strange sensation, as if the heavens were torn asunder, with silver serpents of lightning dancing across the firmament. Resounding with a cacophony, the world fell silent in the eyes of the crowd. Only the flashes of lightning and a sea of thunderclouds remained. What is happening? This is impossible. In an unknown place, a middle-aged man of ordinary appearance, clad in coarse clothing, with disheveled hair and a pale complexion, his sunken eyes suddenly widened as he stared in a particular direction. What is happening? How could the heavenly punishment manifest? He muttered to himself, his gaze filled with fear and bewilderment. The last time there was heavenly punishment, he could not even recall how long ago it had been. What is happening? Su Che gripped the hilt of the sword, his astonishment directed towards the sky. Such a scene left him utterly shaken. Just moments ago, he had witnessed countless bolts of lightning dancing wildly within the thunderclouds. The power contained within those clouds was far more terrifying than the previous lightning. Although he could not see these bolts of lightning, he could feel their overwhelming presence, unmistakably formidable. Moreover, it seemed those bolts were directed towards him. No, to be precise, they were aimed at the long sword in his grasp. What is happening? Could it be that this sword has provoked the tribulation? Su Che's eyes widened, his heart pounding furiously, a tumult of emotions surging within him. He had never encountered such a situation before. Yet he had heard tales of it. It is said that there exist entities in heaven and earth that are deemed unacceptable. These entities are often born of tribulations, and those spiritual items that accompany heavenly tribulations are undoubtedly extraordinary. Just like martial arts, spiritual items are classified into 5 tiers: mortal, spirit, profound, earth, and heaven. Yet even among heaven-tier treasures, few require tribulation to manifest. Could it be that this sword surpasses the heaven tier? As Su Che was consumed by astonishment, suddenly, the lightning in the sky surged and multiplied, culminating in a vast ocean of thunder. Su Che's heart sank further into dread. Meanwhile, the long sword in his hand began to quiver gently. He sensed that this was not out of fear but rather excitement. Then, the sword shot forth from his grasp. In that moment, to Su Che's shock, it slashed towards the sea of thunder above. Boom! As the sword struck, a resplendent beam of sword light erupted, piercing through the ocean of thunder. In an instant, the thunderclouds dispersed, revealing a clear sky above. The sword hovered in midair, gently swaying. Su Che gasped, disbelief etched across his face. This strike managed to obliterate the heavenly tribulation, in fact, with a single blow. It extinguished the very tribulation itself. Chapter 83. Enemies meet. Such a situation was truly terrifying. What manner of treasure is this sword? Su Che's eyes glinted with red. Could it be that this sword exceeds the heaven tier? This is utterly unfathomable. It could directly annihilate a heavenly tribulation. Su Che mused inwardly. It was the first time he had witnessed such a spectacle, leaving him in shock beyond description. As the thunderclouds dissipated, the entire world returned to normalcy. The long sword, which had been suspended in the air, descended gracefully, hovering before Su Che. He reached out, and the sword was seamlessly drawn into his grasp. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The melodious sounds of the sword echoed, as if it were celebrating, filled with joy, and Su Che too felt an extraordinary connection. It was as though this sword had been waiting for him all along within Pingding Mountain. As the sword's brilliance dimmed, its intent dissipated, and the intricate patterns upon its surface vanished. When he looked upon the sword again, it appeared remarkably ordinary, causing even Su Che to question whether it was truly the same sword that had wielded such catastrophic power moments prior. Return to the mortal realm. At that moment, Su Che noticed 2 words had mysteriously appeared on the hilt. He paused, then smiled. The return to the mortal sword. It seemed this was the name of the sword. The name resonated with profound meaning. Su Che carefully stored the long sword. His spirits lifted. Indeed, Pingding Mountain was a wondrous place, brimming with opportunities that were simply astonishing. Calculating the time, the competition was nearing its conclusion. He wondered how Yi Chen was faring. What transpired within Pingding Mountain, and how did a heavenly tribulation come to be? The gleam of that sword was utterly terrifying, as it effortlessly severed the lightning tribulation. That was indeed the lightning tribulation, but from whose hand did this sword light emanate? Could it be that there is a powerful presence residing within the flat-top mountain? The participating disciples felt a profound sense of trepidation. After all, the highest among them had only attained the spirit transformation realm, and this was their first encounter with the lightning tribulation. They had only heard tales about it, unsure of their authenticity. Now, witnessing it firsthand, it was indeed worth the experience. The lightning dissipated swiftly, yet a lingering question remained in everyone's hearts. Who was this remarkable individual undergoing the tribulation? These individuals truly were cowards. How could the elder brother be as they imagined? Within the dense forest, Lai Yun kicked away a disciple of the fire sect, grumbling in frustration. Following Su Che's instructions, he had been disseminating messages with the token, yet it was exceedingly strange. The news had been released, but no one seemed to pay him any heed. When Lai Yun captured someone to inquire about the reason, he discovered that everyone knew he was Su Che's subordinate and dared not scheme against him. After all, what if Su Che sought retribution afterward? The wrath of the Su heir was not something they could endure. Furthermore, not long ago, they had fallen for Su Che's trickery, unwittingly giving away a significant number of tokens, thus providing ample reason to suspect that this was yet another trap set by him. It was quite possible that he intended to lure them in and capture them all at once. Consequently, these individuals had grown clever, outright ignoring the news released by Lai Yun, and even deliberately taking detours to avoid him. This left Lai Yun seething with rage, yet utterly powerless. After all, having been deceived once, it was improbable they would be foolish enough to fall for it a second time. Forget it. I shan't dwell on these cowards. I must hasten to report back, lest elder brother be left anxiously waiting. After muttering a few words, Lai Yun prepared to leave this place and rendezvous with Su Che as agreed. However, at that moment, his brow furrowed. Ahead, a familiar aura was pulsating. Who could it be? Lai Yun pondered, heightening his sense of vigilance. Elder brother, it has been a long time. Subsequently, a young man appeared before him, obstructing his path. Heh! Upon seeing the figure, Lai Yun erupted into laughter. I wondered who it was. Turns out it is you. However, I cannot bear the title of elder brother, for I lost to you back then. The newcomer was Yi Chun. After obtaining the remnants of the map, he had gone to gather tokens and had coincidentally overheard the news released by Lai Yun. Prompting a thought to arise in his mind, he too suspected this was a trap set by Su Che, but upon careful reflection, he realized there was insufficient time. Su Che had only just appeared at the summit of Flat Top Mountain. Even if he were to rush over, he would not be able to meet Lai Yun in time. With this in mind, he followed the trail and quickly located this spot, waiting for Lai Yun's arrival. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Upon hearing Lai Yun's words, Yi Chen's gaze instantly turned cold. The outer sect competition and his clash with Lai Yun had been a source of immense humiliation for him. Although he had triumphed over Lai Yun, who was in the mid-stage of the Qi condensation realm, with his own cultivation at the mortal realm, such an achievement should have been legendary. However, everyone knew that Lai Yun had deliberately held back, allowing him to win, thus turning him into a laughingstock. Even at the Qingyang sword sect, he occasionally heard disciples discussing the matter, all bursting into laughter, as it had become a source of amusement. Yi Chun had never forgotten that battle, therefore, hearing it mentioned again from the lips of the person involved filled him with anger, and he yearned to tear Lai Yun apart on the spot. Yet, he managed to contain himself. After all, this was his fellow disciple. If he were to kill him and the Qingyang sword sect found out, he would face severe punishment. At that moment, no one would be able to save him. Moreover, Lai Yun had Su Che backing him. If he escalated matters, and the other party retaliated, the 3-year agreement would become unattainable. While he could not kill him, avenging the humiliation he suffered back then was still feasible. A cold smile crept across Yi Chen's lips as he disdainfully remarked, "Elder brother has reminded me, for it was indeed your mid-stage Qi condensation prowess that astounded the junior disciples. I never expected that so much time has passed. Yet your cultivation has not progressed." With that, Yi Chen inadvertently revealed a trace of his aura. The spirit transformation realm. Lai Yun's pupils dilated in shock, his complexion fluctuating between ashen and pale. "You actually broke through to the spirit transformation realm?" Lai Yun exclaimed after a moment of silence. How could this be possible? If he recalled correctly, just a month ago, Yi Chen was still at the mortal realm in such a brief span. The other party had crossed 2 major realms, directly entering the spirit transformation realm. This utterly shattered Lai Yun's understanding of cultivation speed. What on earth had Yi Chen done? Yi Chen remained silent, merely fixing his indifferent gaze upon Lai Yun. His face adorned with a mocking expression. He relished this feeling, as if every punch he threw would cause the other party's expression to shift dramatically. This brought him immense satisfaction. Lai Yun trembled under Yi Chen's gaze. Grasping the implications, the other party was intent on avenging the humiliation he had suffered that day. Chapter 84. Snatching Su Che's tokens. What do you intend to do? Lai Yun asked, his annoyance flaring as he noticed Yi Chen's unyielding silence and the playful smile he maintained. "We are brothers. What do you think I would do?" Yi Chen replied with a light chuckle. "How about this? I am too lazy to make a move against you, so hand over the tokens you possess, and I shall let this matter go." Upon hearing this, Lai Yun's brow furrowed deeply, his expression darkening. He had never anticipated that the first fish he caught would be Yi Chen, and a man-eating fish at that. Currently, he had no chance against Yi Chen's strength, and the elder brother's figure was nowhere in sight. What was he to do? "What? Are you unwilling?" Yi Chen remarked indifferently. "If elder brother is not willing, then do not blame me for disregarding our brotherly bond." His words carried a hint of menace. "Fine, fine. If you want it, take it." Lai Yun gritted his teeth and began rummaging through his belongings. After a moment, he produced a token and handed it to Yi Chen. At this moment, it was not the time to clash with the other party. It was best to stall for time and see if elder brother would make an appearance. At that time, he would see if Yi Chen dared to be so arrogant. 1 token? Yi Chun took the token, his eyes narrowing, a flicker of impatience crossing his features. I's elder brother truly so foolish? Or does he take me for a fool? What do you mean? Lai Yun retorted. It seems elder brother is feigning ignorance. Yi Chun shook his head, and in an instant, he appeared before Lai Yun. After breaking through to the spirit transformation realm, his strength had ascended to a new level, and his speed was astonishing. By the time Lai Yun reacted, a fist had already magnified in his vision. Lai Yun's face turned pale with fright as he hurriedly circulated his inner energy to protect himself. Yet, Yi Chun's speed was too rapid. He could not evade it. The punch struck his chest with a resounding impact, sending Lai Yun hurtling backward like a cannonball. Bang! He crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lai Yun lay face down, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, his eyes filled with terror as he gazed at Yi Chun. He could hardly believe that he had fallen into Yi Chun's hands this time. How about it? Do you want me to continue? Yi Chun approached, towering over Lai Yun, a cold smile curving his lips. The current him was no longer the youth who had allowed himself to be humiliated in the past. Lai Yun struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and gritted his teeth. Yi Chun, let me tell you, do not go too far. I belong to the elder brother. Heh, and so what? Yi Chun sneered. This scene only fueled Lai Yun's anger further. Ever since becoming Su Che's subordinate, he had become a figure of reverence among many disciples. He had never endured such humiliation. To not avenge this grievance would be unworthy of a gentleman. Yet at this moment, he found himself utterly unable to resist. For Yi Chun was simply too formidable. The key was that Su Che's name held no sway over Yi Chun whatsoever. Lai Yun took a few deep breaths and slowly said, Yi Chun, I advise you to leave quickly, or when elder brother returns, you will not be spared. He had already made up his mind. Once Su Che returned, he would ensure that he avenged this humiliation. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing Lai Yun's threat, a playful expression appeared on Yi Chun's face. Do you think your identity as Su Che's subordinate makes you impressive? In my eyes, you are nothing. Yi Chun's contemptuous tone only deepened Lai Yun's humiliation, and he could hardly believe that Yi Chun was so rampant, showing him no regard whatsoever. You? Lai Yun pointed at Yi Chun, his cheeks twitching from rage, clearly infuriated. However, he restrained his fury, for he understood that at this moment, he and Yi Chun were not on the same level. Well then, will you continue, or will you obediently hand over all the tokens? Yi Chun asked nonchalantly. His aim was straightforward, to seize the tokens that Su Che had given Lai Yun. Upon hearing this, Lai Yun's expression changed dramatically, a fierce anger igniting within him. Why, Yi Chun, do you know these are elder brother's tokens? No sooner had he spoken than Yi Chun's fist struck him, sending Lai Yun flying backward over 10 steps, crashing into several large trees. Lai Yun clutched his chest, his face contorted in pain, his gaze toward Yi Chun filled with fury and resentment. Apologies, fellow disciple. I am here to snatch Su Che's tokens. Yi Chun shrugged nonchalantly, then took a step towards Lai Yun. Upon witnessing this scene, Lai Yun's complexion instantly turned pale, and panic flickered in his eyes. If he had previously clung to the hope that Yi Chun would refrain from taking action, at this very moment, he felt an icy dread penetrate to his bones. Yi Chun would undoubtedly disregard Su Che's reputation. Aren't you afraid of retribution from the senior brother? He stammered, his voice trembling. Ha ha, senior brother? Yi Chun erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous thing in the world. What are you laughing at? Lai Yun asked, bewildered. Laughing at your foolishness. Yi Chun's laughter subsided as he shook his head, stating, My patience is limited. I shall ask you one last time. Will you relinquish it willingly, or shall I take matters into my own hands? His voice grew increasingly low, and the murderous intent in his gaze intensified. Humph. Faced with Yi Chun's unwavering tone, Lai Yun was reluctant but realized that the current situation left him with no choice. I will do it myself, he gritted his teeth and declared. Very well. Yi Chun nodded, his gaze fixed upon Lai Yun to prevent any furtive movements. At this moment, Lai Yun's heart was ablaze with fury. He longed to tear Yi Chun to shreds. Yet the circumstances forbade him from acting on such thoughts. The tokens are right here. Subsequently, Lai Yun tossed the storage bag given to him by the senior brother, and Yi Chun immediately reached out to open it, revealing a bag filled with dozens of tokens. If you had done this earlier, you wouldn't have had to endure those 2 punches, he said with a grin before pocketing the tokens and turning to walk away. Remember, when Suche returns, inform him that I have temporarily taken custody of these tokens. Lai Yun stood stunned for a full half-minute before regaining his senses. He gazed at Yi Chen, his eyes brimming with anger and resentment. As Yi Chen's silhouette grew distant, he felt utterly powerless, not daring to pursue him, left merely to stare in frustration. This is bad. I've lost the tokens, and I'm afraid the senior brother won't let me off lightly. Lai Yun lamented, troubled. He had failed to complete Suche's task and was oblivious to the punishment that awaited him. Moreover, the tokens had been seized by Yi Chen, and the repercussions would likely be even worse. After all, who was unaware of the 3-year challenge between Yi Chen and Suche? Every little development attracted the scrutiny of onlookers. Should word of this incident spread, it would mean that Suche had unwittingly done Yi Chen a favor, potentially inviting gossip from behind the scenes. As such thoughts coursed through his mind, beads of sweat formed on Lai Yun's forehead. Why, Yi Chen? Just wait. There will come a day when I make you kneel at my feet. Begging for mercy, Lai Yun's eyes narrowed as he spoke darkly. Within his heart, a profound resentment towards Yi Chen began to fester. All of this was entirely due to him. However, such sentiments could only deceive himself. With Yi Chen's current cultivation at the transformation of spirit realm, he was far beyond Lai Yun's reach. Alas. Lai Yun sighed heavily. What is it? At that moment, a youthful voice, clear and resonant, rang from behind him. Chapter 85. The Demon King's plea for help. Upon hearing this voice, a flicker of joy crossed Lai Yun's face, and he promptly turned to say, Senior brother, you have finally returned. Noticing Lai Yun's disheveled state, Suche frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping the surroundings but failing to catch sight of Yi Chen. He then inquired, Where is Yi Chen? Senior brother, I messed up. That brat Yi Chen appeared out of nowhere and snatched away the tokens. Lai Yun said with a bitter smile, recounting the entire sequence of events in detail. Oh, that guy has already reached the transformation of spirit realm. Although Suche had been aware of Yi Chen's progress, he feigned astonishment. Yet he dares to steal my tokens? He certainly has some audacity. A playful smile crept upon Suche's lips, leaving others perplexed. Lai Yun lowered his head, hesitant to respond, as he felt bewildered. Unsure of what his senior brother was thinking, especially since he didn't seem angry. After all, it was Yi Chen who had taken the tokens. However, Lai Yun dared not ask further, feeling embarrassed for having already bungled the task. Unbeknownst to Lai Yun, everything had unfolded precisely as Suche had anticipated. In fact, it had all been orchestrated by him. The outcome was evidently to Suche's satisfaction. By entrusting the tokens to Lai Yun and allowing him to spread the word. Suche was merely following the original plot, intending to deliver the tokens to Yi Chen in a legitimate manner. Indeed, it was a gift. After all, the ultimate outcome of this narrative was to ensure that Yi Chen emerged victorious in the grand competition among the 3 sections. Thus, this step was crucial. However, Suche could not allow his inner delight to manifest on his face, as that would be too conspicuous. After all, who was unaware of the enmity between him and Yi Chen? If he appeared elated after having his tokens stolen, it would contradict his character in the story. Thus, Suche remained silent for a moment before saying, You cannot be blamed for this. I too did not anticipate that Yi Chen would advance in strength so swiftly. Encountering him, it is only natural that you would be at a disadvantage. At these words, Lai Yun felt an immediate sense of relief. He understood that his senior brother was not angry with him. That guy is too peculiar. I have never heard of anyone breaking through from the mortal realm to the transformation of spirit realm in just 1 month. Even now, he found it hard to fathom Yi Chen's cultivation level. Believing that with such talent, Yi Chen should not have fallen to such a state. He should have been renowned throughout the great Zhou long ago, just like Suche. Moreover, even Suche, with his remarkable talent, had not progressed at such an astonishing pace. As this thought crossed his mind, Lai Yun couldn't help but glance at Suche. The latter, naturally, noticed his small gesture and scoffed derisively. It is merely the transformation of spirit realm. In my eyes, it is no different from an ant on the ground. While this statement was partly to maintain his character, Suche spoke the truth. A month to progress from the peak of the mortal realm to the initial stage of the transformation of spirit realm was indeed remarkable to many. Yet, beyond the great Zhou, such figures were plentiful in this world. Numerous individuals surpassed this extraordinary feat. Moreover, If Lai Yun were aware that Su Che had also ascended from the peak of the transformation of spirit realm to the late stage of the elixir refinement realm in just a month, his eyes would likely bulge in disbelief. Such a leap in cultivation far exceeded Yi Qin's, and even outside the Great Zhou, it would be considered prodigious. Yet, who could argue against Yi Qin being the protagonist? Indeed, in front of the senior brother, even 10 Yi Qins would be insignificant. Lai Yun promptly flattered, turning his gaze towards Su Che. Senior brother, what shall we do next? Upon hearing this, Su Che contemplated for a moment. He had already devised a plan. You should wait at the exit. I have some matters to attend to. With the grand competition among the three sects drawing to a close, it was likely that disciples from various sects were already gathered at the exit, preparing to depart. However, before that, Su Che had one more task to complete. All right. Lai Yun, being a clever individual, understood his senior brother's unspoken intentions and nodded in agreement before leaving the area. Once Lai Yun had departed, Su Che extended his consciousness, and a spectral image of a tiger materialized before him. This tiger was none other than the sixth-tier Demon King, the saber-toothed Tiger King. Just moments ago, he had received a desperate plea for help through the tiger's consciousness. Given the tiger's long-standing duty to guard the ancient tree, Su Che felt compelled to respond. Within the flat-top mountain, disciples from the three sects were gradually making their way down the mountain. However, above the canopy, a piercing eagle cry resonated through the sky. Moments later, a gigantic golden eagle appeared before the crowd. The sight left everyone astonished. It was a fifth-tier demon beast, a demon king. The presence of a demon king in flat-top mountain sent waves of terror through the crowd, prompting them to flee down the mountain in panic. This was a crimson-eyed eagle, named for its crimson pupils, boasting formidable strength as a fifth-tier demon beast. The crimson-eyed eagle, having spotted the disciples below, paid them no heed and continued its flight, seemingly on a mission of urgency. Indeed, otherwise we would be in dire straits. When did Flat Top Mountain become a den for demon kings? The sect's intelligence had clearly erred, nearly leading to disaster. A fifth-tier demon beast could easily lay waste to Falling Cloud City. This Flat Top Mountain is truly a cursed place. Previously, someone inexplicably faced a thunder tribulation, and now a demon king has appeared. Such a sinister location, I shall never return here again. The disciples, filled with dread, dared not linger. After all, the most formidable among them had merely reached the transformation of spirit realm. If a fifth-tier demon beast set its sights on them, they would likely find themselves without a chance to resist. Moreover, this place was shrouded in enigma. Not long ago, a radiant sword light had obliterated the thunder tribulation, and the brilliance of that sword light still lingered in their memories. Now, with the appearance of a crimson-eyed eagle, they felt that merely surviving in this mountain for half a month was a miracle in itself. Could it be heading towards the senior brother? Lai Yun was also fleeing, for the sight of the crimson-eyed eagle was terrifying. Even though the creature merely soared past, it left an indelible mark of fear in his heart. However, when he regained his senses and carefully observed the eagle's trajectory, he arrived at a chilling conclusion. The crimson-eyed eagle is likely on its way to find Su Che. The thought sent a shiver down Lai Yun's spine. He wanted to return and inform Su Che of this news, but it was evidently a mere folly. How could he possibly outrun the crimson-eyed eagle? At this moment, all he could do was hope that he was merely overthinking the situation. Chapter 86. Riding the Demon King. How could the flat-top mountain have become so peculiar? The presence of a Demon King renders this place unsuitable for our trials. After the previous batch went missing, I had discussed with you all the necessity of relocating the competition, yet you refused to believe me. At the foot of Flat-Top Mountain, the prominent figures from the three sects gathered, gazing gravely in the direction where the crimson-eyed eagle had vanished. Such an unassuming mountain now harbored a fifth-tier Demon King, which was indeed astonishing. They were engaged in discussions, concluding that it was not wise to linger here any longer, and had sent people to convey messages for all disciples to descend the mountain swiftly. Is there any news of the one undergoing tribulation? None. It happened too quickly. We were unable to investigate before the lightning tribulation was shattered. What a place of turmoil, the three sect leaders sighed. They had been careless. The lesson from the previous batch should have been learned. At this moment, they could only hope that their disciples had not encountered any misfortunes and would all return safely. It seems to be a significant event to have you come to fetch me within the mountains as the shadow of the saber-toothed Tiger King faded. A resounding cry echoed. Shortly after, a golden figure descended from the sky. It was a gigantic eagle with crimson eyes, emanating an immensely powerful aura that made the trees sway, a fifth-tier demon beast. The crimson-eyed eagle, Suche, instantly recognized the creature. He had encountered it in the secret realm of Flattop Lake, where its strength was second only to that of the saber-toothed Tiger King. Now, he understood the reason for its appearance here. After the saber-toothed Tiger King sent out a signal for help, it had summoned the crimson-eyed eagle to escort him. It must be said, this was quite the honor. Upon landing, the crimson-eyed eagle did not exhibit the demeanor of a demon king but stood beside Suche, adopting a humble posture. Clearly, it recognized that the young man before it was acknowledged by the ancient tree. In other words, these demon beasts were obliged to heed Suche's commands. Let us proceed. Lead the way, Suche said softly. He understood the creature's behavior. It seemed that the ancient tree held a significant status in their eyes, and he was merely the beneficiary of that favor. The crimson-eyed eagle nodded, flapping its wings, and led Suche deep into the mountain's core. The crimson-eyed eagle's speed was astonishing. Seated upon its back, Suche felt at ease. He had not anticipated being escorted by a fifth-tier demon king. Look, the crimson-eyed eagle has returned. Oh my, is it going to eat us? Wait, there seems to be a person on its back. Are you joking? This is a demon king. Who would dare ride it, oh my? There really is someone. Who is this remarkable individual, traveling on a demon king? How extraordinary. Silence, be cautious not to offend the elder. The disciples gasped upon seeing the crimson-eyed eagle return, their astonishment palpable. They soon noticed the figure atop the eagle. A revelation that left them utterly bewildered, their eyes nearly popping out. Although they could not clearly discern the person's form, the crimson-eyed eagle was a genuine demon king. To ride such a creature, especially one as formidable as the crimson-eyed eagle, implied that the individual's strength must be extraordinary, if not unfathomable. After all, even the emperor of the Great Zhou would find it challenging to act in such a manner. Who could this be? The prominent figures of the three sects narrowed their eyes, attempting to discern the silhouette, yet they did not dare to act recklessly, fearing to provoke the individual's displeasure. After all, even the crimson-eyed eagle was beyond their means to contend with, let alone the one bold enough to ride it. Let us refrain from discussing this matter. They are likely an elder from beyond the Great Zhou, merely passing through. Upon hearing this, the leaders of the three sects nodded in agreement. Such an explanation seemed the most plausible. Moreover, discussing such a figure could lead to unnecessary trouble. Truly impressive. Meanwhile, Yichen witnessed this scene, feeling a surge of admiration and longing. How magnificent it would be to command a flying demon king, eliciting envy from all. It's just a crimson-eyed eagle. Once your strength increases, even a rock could be tamed. The voice of the old man in the ring sounded dismissive, clearly unimpressed by the spectacle. What you say is true. Yet, the appearance of such a scene on Flattop Mountain is indeed surprising. Yichen remarked, that is indeed the case. Do pay attention to the recent lightning tribulation and that sword strike. Its power is quite extraordinary, the old man advised. Upon hearing this, Yichen nodded. If even his teacher acknowledged its extraordinary nature, then it must indeed be formidable. The sword light, although fleeting, had instantly obliterated the lightning tribulation, leaving an indelible mark on his memory. He could not forget his teacher's reaction upon witnessing that sword strike. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke, an unparalleled sword that reigns supreme in the world. Its might is evident, if given the chance. To uncover the origin of this sword, or to meet its wielder would undoubtedly be a tremendous opportunity. Yet, such aspirations felt distant. He had only just broken through to the spirit fusion realm and was merely beginning his journey in cultivation, with a long road ahead of him. Nevertheless, Yichen believed in his potential to become a formidable force in the future. The conviction in his heart shone brightly in his eyes. Very well, very well. The old man in the ring observed this scene with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. On the back of the crimson-eyed eagle stood none other than Suche. He remained oblivious to the myriad speculations and anxieties his presence alongside the eagle had incited. At this moment, he leisurely gazed downwards, although it was his first experience flying on such a creature. Suche, being at the pinnacle of the spirit fusion realm, felt no discomfort. Moreover, the vast size of the crimson-eyed eagle provided ample space, making it quite comfortable. During this time, Xiaobai also poked its head out, Surveying the lofty environment, it seemed that after the ancient tree's seed regained a semblance of vitality, the internal space had become quite accommodating. Suche glanced at the little creature and chuckled. Since the ancient tree absorbed that peculiar spiritual energy petal and regained a spark of life, he had noticed that the internal space had become vibrant, allowing living beings to thrive within. Xiaobai had taken up residence in the seed, which, despite being merely a seed of the ancient tree, represented a significant opportunity for it, nourished day and night by the essence of the ancient tree. Its abilities had not rapidly increased, but its aptitude had certainly improved. Its future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. This was indeed a tremendous boon. Chapter 87. The ill tiger. Before long, Flattop Lake came into view. The crimson-eyed eagle landed at the lake's edge, stirring up a cloud of dust. Several demon beasts, all at the third tier, stood guard nearby. Upon seeing the crimson-eyed eagle and Suche, they bowed their heads in respect, acknowledging their king. After all, the crimson-eyed eagle was a demon king. As Suche alighted from its back, his brow furrowed slightly. He sensed a disturbance in the air nearby, and the water of Flattop Lake rippled in an unusual manner. This was likely the reason the saber-toothed Tiger King required his assistance. Let us enter. Having learned from the previous experience, Suche understood the method of accessing the secret realm. He formed a seal with his fingers, channeling spiritual energy, and a beam of light shot into the lake's heart. Splash! Immediately, the lake's water swirled, revealing a portal before Suche's eyes. The brilliance was blinding, obscuring the world beyond. Stepping through, Suche was closely followed by the crimson-eyed eagle. Once both figures disappeared, the portal closed, and the surroundings resumed their previous state. What chaotic spiritual energy! As a wave of dizziness passed, Suche opened his eyes to find himself within the secret realm. However, his brow knitted in concern as he detected something amiss. The spiritual energy in this realm felt peculiar, tainted with other substances that were quite uncomfortable upon inhalation. After a brief moment, he felt his internal spiritual energy becoming disordered. As if it were attempting to operate autonomously, Suche's expression shifted slightly. He quickly urged his spiritual energy to cleanse the impurities he had just inhaled. As strands of lightning elements coursed through him, black smoke emerged from his body. With the last wisp of black smoke dissipated, the chaos within his internal spiritual energy finally settled. Could it be that the disappearance of the ancient tree has provided that black mist with an opportunity to resurface? As Suche traversed this place, he pondered this question. He could sense that the pervasive impurities in this space felt oddly familiar. If he was not mistaken, it was the same enigmatic black mist he had encountered previously. Before long, Suche spotted the saber-toothed Tiger King and was taken aback, not by the creature itself, but by its current state. The current state of the saber-toothed Tiger King bears little resemblance to its original form. It appears feeble and emaciated, with its skin sagging and adorned with dark, mottled patterns, as if it could collapse at any moment. This condition of the saber-toothed Tiger King renders it almost unimaginable that it is, in fact, a sixth-tier demon king. Upon encountering Suche, the saber-toothed Tiger King attempted to rise, yet its current state clearly hindered such an endeavor. Just as it managed to straighten its forelegs, it succumbed once more to the ground, its massive head resting weakly upon it. Its voice was hoarse, and without witnessing it firsthand, one could scarcely believe that such a sound emanated from a creature of its stature. Observing this, Suche felt a pang of confusion. The saber-toothed Tiger King's condition appeared significantly worse than it had just days prior. What could have transpired? His gaze settled upon the creature, and he quickly became captivated by the dark patterns that marred its body. If his suspicions were correct, these markings were the source of the Tiger King's dire transformation. The little creature had also emerged. Though its strength had been steadily increasing, it was curious that its form had remained unchanged, just as it had been when Suche first brought it along. Upon seeing the saber-toothed Tiger King's plight, it let out a series of anxious calls, evidently worried and attempting to communicate with the creature. Soon enough, Suche gleaned the reason behind this unfortunate turn of events. It turned out that the ancient tree had not completely eradicated the dark energy within the secret realm. After Suche's departure, this dark energy had proliferated and mingled with the spiritual essence of this space. Inhaling it could lead to unimaginable consequences. As the sovereign of the saber-toothed Tiger clan, the king bore the ancestral responsibility of safeguarding the integrity of this secret realm. Thus, the dark energy was its sworn enemy, and upon encountering it, the first instinct was to eliminate the threat, to purge every trace of this malevolent force. However, in the face of this dark energy, the Tiger King's power proved insufficient. Despite being severely weakened by the ancient tree's assault, it was not a foe the Tiger King could contend with. After a fierce battle, the saber-toothed Tiger King not only failed to achieve victory but was also further eroded by the dark energy, growing increasingly feeble until it ultimately collapsed. Desperate, it thought of Su Che, reasoning that since he had gained the ancient tree's recognition, he might possess extraordinary abilities. Thus, it expended its last vestiges of demonic energy to send out a signal for help. It was a gamble. Had Su Che not been present on this flat-topped mountain, that signal would have gone unheard. Fortunately, Su Che arrived just in time. After listening to the little creature's account, Su Che's expression grew solemn. It was indeed as he had suspected. The dark energy had not vanished entirely. Somehow, after the ancient tree's assault, it had evaded eradication and now re-emerged, stirring chaos once more. Su Che would not allow such a situation to persist. After all, he had earned the ancient tree's favor, and with its seed still within him, he felt a sense of duty to uphold the responsibilities of this realm that the ancient tree had once protected. Though he may be considered a villain, even a villain can possess a sense of duty. Yet, a dilemma arose. What was he to do? Contemplating this, Su Che felt a twinge of frustration. If even a sixth-tier demon king could not contend with this dark energy, what could he, a mere alchemist, hope to achieve? With the ancient tree absent, the only force that could rival this darkness was no longer an option. What other methods could he employ, though he had considered the ancient tree's seed? His attempts to communicate with it upon entering the secret realm had yielded no results. His consciousness had sunk into silence, creating naught but ripples in the vast ocean of the unknown. Even with a glimmer of vitality, the ancient tree's seed was evidently insufficient. A sigh of resignation escaped Su Che's lips. The ancient tree had indeed placed an insurmountable burden upon him, leaving him to resolve such a pressing issue. However, he could not blame the ancient tree entirely, for it was merely a remnant consciousness left behind who knows how long ago. Thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years ago. Such a remnant could hardly be expected to meet lofty standards. For reasons unbeknownst to him, this thought weighed heavily on Su Che's heart, invoking a sense of nostalgia akin to mourning a long-lost friend. Setting aside these reflections, Su Che redirected his focus to the saber-toothed Tiger King, whose condition was dire. Without immediate intervention, it would scarcely endure much longer. Embracing a mindset of cautious optimism, Su Che declared, "Let me see if I can address the dark energy within you." Though the saber-toothed Tiger King was weak, it still comprehended Su Che's words. It nodded and lay down, its massive form trembling slightly. Chapter 88. The source of the dark energy. With this, Su Che approached the saber-toothed Tiger King. He positioned it on the ground, his gaze unwavering as he began to scrutinize the state of the creature's interior. The dark patterns were densely clustered, reminiscent of stars scattered across the night sky. Within his perception, the power of those markings seemed to possess a peculiar quality, as if they were consuming something. Expanding his consciousness, Su Che assimilated all that transpired within the saber-toothed Tiger King into his mind, acutely aware of the formidable energy contained within the dark patterns. This energy was relentlessly devouring the essence of the demonic beast within the Tiger King. Su Che furrowed his brow at this sight. The dark markings appeared exceedingly perilous, suggesting that the dark energy was more troublesome than he had initially anticipated. Yet, this presented an opportunity for him to test his own capabilities. As the essence of the demonic beast was continuously consumed, the saber-toothed Tiger King could not help but emit cries of agony, though this pain was eclipsed by the injuries inflicted by the dark energy. Its strength waned rapidly, and the essence within it diminished at a visibly alarming rate. Its body began to rot, blood saturating its entire form. The sight was gruesome. Su Che's frown deepened. He placed his hand upon the Tiger King's head, and in an instant, a gentle force surged into its mind. This was his spiritual energy. Under Su Che's guidance, the energy commenced the task of mending the injuries afflicting the saber-toothed Tiger King, striving to restore it to health. However, this was merely the beginning of a much larger struggle. The dark energy was overwhelmingly powerful and enigmatic. Even with all his might, Su Che's spiritual energy could not counteract the harm inflicted upon the Tiger King. As time progressed, the dark markings relentlessly encroached upon the Tiger King's demonic core. The creature began to thrash about in a frenzy, releasing low, mournful howls, but it was all in vain. The dark energy continued to assault its core. Beads of sweat formed on Su Che's brow, his complexion growing pale. This task was evidently arduous, taxing his spiritual energy significantly. Had his spiritual strength not far surpassed that of others in the same realm, he would have long since faltered. Fortunately, he was well-resourced and possessed an abundance of elixirs. Thus, Su Che casually tossed a pill into his mouth, replenishing his spiritual energy while persisting in his efforts to heal the saber-toothed Tiger King. At this juncture, the Tiger King teetered on the brink of death. Had his spiritual energy not been continually fortifying it, the creature would have succumbed long ago. Consequently, without a viable method of treatment, Su Che could only resort to this means to prolong the Tiger King's life. This was a battle for the very survival of the saber-toothed Tiger King. To abandon his efforts would signify a relinquishment of hope for its healing. This was unacceptable. As Su Che continued to mend the Tiger King's wounds, he also infused his spiritual energy into the dark markings. The outcome was as he had anticipated. The veracity of these dark patterns was formidable. As soon as his spiritual energy entered their realm, it was swiftly absorbed and transformed into their own power, a peculiar phenomenon indeed. Moreover, following the absorption of Su Che's spiritual energy, the dark markings grew increasingly dense. Becoming faintly translucent, they seemed intent on merging with the saber-toothed Tiger King. Su Che's pupils dilated, a grave expression etching itself onto his face. If the saber-toothed Tiger King truly fused with these markings, he would face utter failure. Not only would he be unable to save the king, but he would also find himself in a precarious predicament. He recalled the 3 undead beings outside Flat-Topped Lake. The saber-toothed Tiger King was heading toward a similar fate, in other words. Once these markings fully integrated into the Tiger King's being, a darkened 6th-tier demon king would materialize before him. At that point, he would find himself with only one path, death. Therefore, he must not allow such a scenario to unfold. In this moment, Su Che's motivations transcended the well-being of the secret realm. He acted in self-preservation. With an intense focus, he once again channeled his spiritual energy into the saber-toothed Tiger King, striving to amplify it. Roar. The saber-toothed Tiger King let out a furious roar, and the dark patterns that had been swirling around it began to writhe. They converged toward the center, gradually forming the shape of a flower. This flower took on a conical appearance, its surface cloaked in a layer of inky black markings. The stamen bore sharp spikes, and nestled within the petals were 2 razor-like teeth that glinted ominously in the sunlight. This black lotus continuously shifted in color, transitioning from a pale black to deep crimson, then to shades of navy blue, and ultimately settling into an abyss of darkness, yet it burned with a flame-like intensity, fiery and fierce. The petals sprouted sharp thorns, rendering it a sight of terror. Roars echoed around the black lotus, emanating from the saber-toothed Tiger King's MW. At this moment, the Tiger King seemed ensnared in excruciating torment, its entire body trembling violently, releasing anguished cries. Large droplets of sweat streamed down Su Che's forehead. At this moment, the Black Lotus had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Its size had progressively increased throughout this process, growing larger and larger. Su Che observed this scene with narrowed eyes. It appeared that the source of the dark energy that had escaped from the ancient tree was right here. This Black Lotus was indeed the origin of that dark energy, and Su Che fully comprehended the intentions of the adversary. This dark energy possessed an extraordinary level of intelligence. It did not merely seek to control the saber-toothed Tiger King. It aimed to completely possess the Tiger King's body, intending to become one with it. In other words, this dark energy sought to achieve rebirth by utilizing the body of the saber-toothed Tiger King. Su Che's expression grew tense. If the adversary succeeded, the consequences would be unimaginable. Should such a bizarre creature be unleashed, the world would surely descend into chaos and darkness. Su Che was not unfamiliar with the terror that this entity could unleash. The immense pupils of that creature remained vivid in his memory, their strangeness beyond comprehension. However, this was not the moment for contemplation. The immediate priority was to thwart the dark energy's intentions and eradicate it in its infancy. With this thought, Su Che no longer hesitated. He swiftly redirected the spiritual energy within him, channeling it into the body of the saber-toothed Tiger King. Upon sensing Su Che's spiritual energy, the Tiger King trembled violently, letting out a mournful cry, its body convulsing as wisps of blue smoke emanated from it. Witnessing this, Su Che promptly halted, narrowing his eyes and grimacing. Despite the strength of his spiritual energy, it was insufficient to directly suppress the dark energy within the saber-toothed Tiger King. He had to devise a method to stabilize the creature's internal condition, preventing it from being possessed by the malevolent force. Only then could he hope to resolve the situation. Yet, what was he to do? He had previously attempted to utilize the energy of the thundercloud grass seeds, but to no avail. Su Che surmised the reason. The disparity in strength between them was far too great. While the energy from the thundercloud grass seeds could counter this dark energy, it was rendered ineffective in the face of such overwhelming power. Su Che furrowed his brows, aware that if he forcibly assisted the saber-toothed Tiger King in suppressing the dark energy, it would only backfire, potentially resulting in a backlash against the Tiger King. After all, this was its corporeal form, one he could not hope to control. Nevertheless, he had to give it a T or Y. Roared, a T that moment. The saber-toothed Tiger King let out a thunderous roar, its injuries worsening. Gritting his teeth, Su Che resolved to give it everything he had. It was now or never. Chapter 89. A desperate situation boom. A series of muffled sounds erupted. Su Che's spiritual energy surged forth wildly, coalescing into numerous spiritual runes upon his body. These runes shimmered with dazzling golden light, infused with the energy of the thundercloud grass. Wielding tremendous power, at that moment, the saber-toothed Tiger King unleashed an even more terrifying wave of energy, its form expanding yet again in no time. It transformed into a colossal creature nearly 2 yards tall. Its entire body shrouded in black, exuding a potent malevolence. Su Che's expression shifted. He recognized that the fusion of the dark energy with the saber-toothed Tiger King had reached a critical juncture. He had to destroy the dark energy swiftly. Resolving this, Su Che wasted no time. He waved his arm, summoning golden runes that materialized in his palm. These runes then transformed into blades of spiritual energy. Striking towards the black lotus, bift, bift. The golden blades landed upon the lotus, yet instead of shattering it, they emitted a sound akin to metal clashing, sparking a shower of embers. However, the impact of these golden blades on the black lotus yielded no effect whatsoever. What? Su Che's eyes twitched in disbelief. He had not anticipated the lotus to be so immensely resilient. These golden blades were his ultimate technique, the shatter blossoms. Even a 5th-tier beast would be affected by a strike of such magnitude. Yet, the black lotus remained utterly unscathed. Roar. At that moment, the saber-toothed Tiger King unleashed a deafening roar before suddenly gazing upward. In that instant, the dark energy churned, and a black orb the size of a football descended from the sky. Su Che hurriedly extended his right hand to grasp the black orb. As soon as it touched the ground, it vanished into thin air. A faint black mist enveloped Su Che's fingertips, accompanied by a noxious odor. Su Che frowned, quickly retracting his hand, wary of further contact with the black mist. The toxicity was terrifying. Even with his immunity to poisons, he could sense its potency. Su Che's expression grew serious. The toxicity of the black lotus was far greater than he had imagined. A howl erupted from the saber-toothed Tiger King, its face contorted in agony as it emitted a pained sound. Its body was being mended by the black lotus, its consciousness gradually fading, on the brink of becoming a monster. Moreover, during this process, the saber-toothed Tiger King endured excruciating torment. Observing the Tiger King's plight, Su Che's expression darkened, his gaze profound. The black lotus was indeed a formidable adversary. Su Che's countenance was grim. He found himself devoid of any viable strategies, relying solely on his own strength to vanquish the black lotus. However, this approach seemed far from reliable, given his current inadequate power. Su Che furrowed his brow, rapidly calculating in his mind in that moment. The situation before him underwent yet another transformation. The black lotus began to morph, swiftly taking the form of a shadowy figure. Upon closer inspection, this figure bore an uncanny resemblance to the saber-toothed Tiger King, albeit with a more robust physique. Its eyes were as dark as ink, with two flames of black fire blazing within its eye sockets, and a pair of enormous black wings sprouting from its back. Exuding an aura of ferocity and menace, Suche surmised that this was likely the final stage of the dark energy's fusion with the saber-toothed Tiger King. Once the shadow merged with the Tiger King's body, the latter would cease to be the original saber-toothed Tiger King. Suche would never allow such a scenario to unfold. His eyes gleamed with a cold light as he thrust his right hand forward, condensing a massive blade of sword energy that surged with tremendous force, propelling it towards the shadow. Bang! The sword energy collided with the shadow's back, yet it had no discernible effect. The shadow remained completely unmoved. However, this strike successfully captured the shadow's attention. It turned to Suche, regarding him as one would an insignificant insect, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of its mouth. Then, with a flap of its black wings, it lunged towards Suche. The wings, ablaze with black flames, reduced everything in their path to ashes. Seeing this, Suche hastily retreated. Yet the shadow did not relent. Its speed was astonishing as it surged toward him. As the shadow's form loomed dangerously close, Suche executed a swift roll to evade. Bang! The shadow crashed violently into the ground, creating a deep crater, sending dirt and stones flying in all directions. Suche landed on a distant branch, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze on the shadow. He knew he had to find a way to confront this shadow. Otherwise, his life would be forfeit. At that moment, the shadow soared once more, charging towards Suche. His pupils constricted sharply as he summoned another blade of sword energy, cleaving it forcefully. Bang! This time, the sword energy failed to harm the shadow, which effortlessly shattered Suche's expression shifted dramatically. The saber-toothed Tiger King, now infused with dark energy, was even more formidable than its original form. No matter how hard Suche exerted himself, he could not gain the upper hand. Yet now was not the time for contemplation. The shadow was upon him again, and he had to move swiftly to avoid the attack, unleashing another sword energy strike. However, the shadow's speed was astonishing, leaving behind mere afterimages that made it nearly impossible for Suche to keep up. As the sword energy struck the shadow, it seemed as though it had collided with an impenetrable steel plate, producing no effect whatsoever. Roar! At this juncture, the shadow finally halted, emitting a furious roar as it lunged towards Suche. With each step it took, the ground trembled violently, causing the surrounding trees to wither. This was the bizarre nature of the dark energy. Such an assault was utterly terrifying. Suche's expression was gravely serious as he evaded the shadow's attacks, yet the need to dodge was causing his spiritual energy to deplete rapidly. Suche's demeanor darkened. He had never encountered such a situation before. In past battles, he had always held the advantage, but this time, he was clearly at a disadvantage. Taking a deep breath, Suche steeled himself, his eyes narrowing as he thrust his right fist forward. Boom! The punch struck the shadow's abdomen, producing a violent explosion that significantly slowed the shadow's pace. Seizing the opportunity, Suche charged forward once more. His gaze was icy as his speed surged, propelling him right before the shadow, his right fist crashing toward it. Bang! Another resounding boom echoed, yet this time, Suche felt as though his fist had struck solid steel, dealing no damage whatsoever. His expression contorted in frustration. Just then, the shadow lunged at him once again, its gaping maw revealing sharp teeth as it prepared to bite down on Suche. Seeing this, Suche's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he summoned a surge of sword energy aimed directly at the shadow's throat. Swish! The sword energy sliced through the air, infused with lethal intent, targeting the shadow. Roar! In response to Suche's assault, the shadow growled low, opening its mouth to unleash a torrent of black flames. Bang! The clash of sword energy and black flames erupted with a deafening roar, illuminating the surroundings with a dazzling blaze. With a gasp, Suche staggered back several steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ashen. The black flames were indeed ferocious. A fierce roar erupted from the shadowy figure once more as it lunged towards Suche. Mouth agape, spewing forth black flames that surged towards him, Suche once again wielded his sword energy to fend off the assault of the dark flames. A thunderous boom resonated as the two forces of spiritual energy collided, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that distorted the very air around them. With a sharp exhalation, Su Che could no longer contain the turbulent energy within him, and he coughed up blood. At that moment, the shadow charged at him again, engulfing him in flames. In that instant, Su Che felt as if he were trapped within a furnace, searing pain radiating throughout his body, prompting a muffled groan to escape his lips. The shadow then opened its maw wide, revealing sharp fangs that glinted ominously, poised to strike at Su Che. Sensing the threat of death, despair clouded his eyes, and his garments were singed by the flames. It seemed he had truly fallen into a dire situation. Chapter 90. Soared intent across the sky, the strength of this shadow was overwhelming, and its speed was exceedingly bizarre, rendering any hope of victory futile. A roar echoed as the shadow's claws neared his throat, poised to seize him. However, at that critical moment, a long, resonant sword chant suddenly pierced the air. Deep within Su Che's eyes, a formidable sword intent erupted, compelling the shadow to halt, its black flames dissipating into nothingness under the onslaught of his will. The sound of a sword unsheathing rang out as a long sword materialized from thin air, its blade gleaming with a golden light, exuding a chilling aura of lethality that sent shivers down one's spine. The Guifan sword. Upon seeing the sword, Su Che instantly recognized it, nearly forgetting its existence. Since he had severed the thunder tribulation, the sword had remained dormant within the ancient tree seed. Now, in the face of peril, the Guifan sword had chosen to unsheath itself, much to Su Che's astonishment. At that moment, he no longer feared for his life. With a swift whoosh, the sword's radiance transformed into a colossal golden dragon, charging towards the shadow. The shadow, sensing the dragon's presence, had its pupils constrict in terror and immediately attempted to flee. Alas, it was too late. The Guifan sword pursued the shadow relentlessly, ultimately colliding with its tail mid-air. A tremendous explosion resonated, dust swirling as a massive fissure tore through the ground, unleashing a wave of terrifying force that radiated in all directions. Leaves rustled ominously, as if a tempest were brewing at that moment. Dark demonic energy seeped from the crack, wrapping around the Guifan sword. Yet, the sword's surface shimmered with golden light, causing the dark energy to vanish into thin air. A low hum resonated as the Guifan sword trembled lightly. Suddenly, a piercing sound reverberated through the air as the Guifan sword appeared before the shadow. The shadow's eyes widened in shock, attempting to escape. But it was ensnared by the sword's energy, unable to break free. Then, an explosion of sword intent erupted, morphing into a gigantic sword that descended upon the shadow with great force. A deafening blast echoed as the shadow's form was instantly cleaved into several pieces, and the sword intent scattered, rendering the shadow into nothingness. One sword, one annihilation. Su Che inhaled sharply, astonished by the sword's overwhelming power. In a wonder it regarded even the thunder tribulation with disdain. Subsequently, the Guifan sword returned to Su Che. Its golden radiance now faded, its sword intent fully retracted, appearing no different from an ordinary long sword. Moreover, Su Che sensed the sword's weary resonance, indicating its overexertion. Clearly, the Guifan sword would need ample time to recuperate before it could wield its power again. Rest well, Su Che instinctively murmured, as if conversing with an old friend rather than merely a weapon. This realization surprised him, leaving him puzzled as to why he felt this way. The Guifan sword seemed to comprehend, responding with a jubilant melody as it transformed into a beam of light, entering Su Che's body and returning to the ancient tree's seed. Su Che smiled, bemused by the peculiar bond he shared with these spiritual artifacts. His gaze then shifted back to the secret realm, where the shadow had been vanquished, and the black mist mingling with the natural spiritual essence dissipated, restoring the tranquility of the secret realm. Turning his attention to the sword-toothed Tiger King, he noted that its deterioration had ceased, saving it from the brink of death. However, it had endured extensive corruption from the black mist and had nearly succumbed to its influence. Its body marred by injuries and its breath weak. Had it not been for its powerful demon essence, it would have perished alongside the dissipating darkness. Even so, the sword-toothed Tiger King would require a lengthy period to fully recover. Nevertheless, this was a positive development. After conducting a thorough examination, Su Che's expression brightened. This encounter had nearly cost the sword-toothed Tiger King its life, yet it had also bestowed upon it potential benefits. Offering a chance to ascend to the 7th tier and become a sovereign among beasts. Of course, the outcome remained uncertain, reliant on the sword-toothed Tiger King's own efforts, as Su Che could offer little assistance. A low growl escaped the sword-toothed Tiger King as it slowly opened its eyes, filled with gratitude upon seeing Su It attempted to rise in thanks, but its current condition forbade such movement. No need for that. Your kind has guarded this place for generations. I shall certainly lend my aid, Su Che replied, shaking his head to indicate it should remain stilled. It is time for me to depart. The grand tournament of the three sects was nearing its conclusion, and he needed to reach the venue for the results, as this segment was indispensable to the original plot. The reason was simple. A scene showcasing the protagonist's prowess would be incomplete without a character like him to serve as a foil. Otherwise, who would provide the protagonist with the opportunity to assert themselves, and who would highlight their impressive feats? In response, the sword-toothed Tiger King nodded, then exchanged a few words with the scarlet-eyed eagle nearby. Although Su Che could not comprehend the conversation, he grasped the gist. It was requesting the eagle to escort him. Initially, Su Che intended to decline, considering the ostentation of traveling with the Demon King. However, upon reflecting on the distance to the exit of the mountain, he acquiesced. After all, he needed to arrive at the protagonist's grand display within the allotted time. Otherwise, it would disrupt the progression of the plot, which would be disastrous. Time was of the essence. As Su Che prepared to leave the secret realm, he suddenly furrowed his brow, a chill running down his spine. His body froze, overwhelmed by an unsettling tremor. This sensation was profoundly disquieting, filling him with an ominous foreboding. He glanced back but saw nothing amiss, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, his expression soon turned grave. A colossal shadow loomed overhead, casting darkness upon him. Su Che looked up to find a pair of enormous eyes fixated on him. Those same eyes he had encountered during the battle with the ancient tree. Those eyes resembled a dark abyss. Imbued with a devouring force that drew him in, Su Che's heart began to race uncontrollably. The power emanating from those eyes was immense, instilling a sense of suffocating pressure. He felt as though a mere flick of its hand could tear his flesh apart. Furthermore, that intangible force was exerting its influence over him, causing the spiritual energy within him to spiral out of control, as if an unseen hand were pulling it towards those gaze, seeking to consume him. Damn it! Su Che gritted his teeth, anger igniting within him. He struggled against the pull, yet it was of no avail. He only felt himself growing weaker. What manner of entity was this, capable of controlling his spiritual energy? Cold sweat beaded on Su Che's forehead, his entire being rendered icy. The invisible pressure felt like countless blades torturing him. As those eyes bore down upon him, they resembled a famished beast eyeing a delectable feast. He could distinctly feel the greed, desire, and wrath emanating from those depths. If this continued, he would undoubtedly meet his demise here. Just then, a clear, chilling voice suddenly rang out, and the oppressive gaze vanished in an instant. Su Che's body returned to normal. He looked towards the horizon, his brows knitted tightly, perplexed by the recent turn of events. He had not heard the voice that had appeared behind him, leaving him bewildered as to why the eyes had disappeared so abruptly. It had come without warning and departed just as suddenly. Su Che even questioned whether he had imagined it. Nevertheless, he decided to proceed with the plot. He shook his head and disappeared alongside the scarlet-eyed eagle from the secret realm. Chapter 91. The eldest senior brother has not yet emerged. Crossing through the gate of the secret realm, Su Che arrived beside the flat-top lake, with the scarlet-eyed eagle appearing behind him. Standing upon its back, the eagle flapped its wings and soared towards the mountain's exit. Meanwhile, at the foot of Flat Top Mountain, a throng of individuals had gathered, hailing from the three major sects, waiting for their disciples to return. This day marked the conclusion of the grand tournament of the three sects, with the elders of the sects specifically awaiting the return of their disciples. Among them, a singular figure captivated the attention of countless spectators. It was a young girl, her exquisite features and tall stature accentuated by her flowing red dress, which made her fair skin appear even more radiant, her bright eyes and pearly teeth adding to her beauty. She was simply breathtaking. Many male disciples were left in awe at the sight of this enchanting maiden. The girl seemed oblivious to her surroundings, standing still as if the events unfolding around her were of no concern. Her gaze was directed towards the peak of the mountain, waiting for someone to emerge. She appeared remarkably aloof, her countenance bearing the unmistakable mark of "Do Not Disturb," which deterred anyone from approaching her. The primary reason for this was the presence of a middle-aged man beside her, whose unfathomable aura instilled fear even in the bravest of souls. When the prominent figures from the three great sects caught sight of this man, their hearts skipped a beat, recognizing the extraordinary power he possessed, and a faint sense of danger washed over them. Someone among them identified the girl. Was she not the owner of the money house? What brought her here? Yes, her surname is Mu. It is said she is not to be trifled with. Naturally, anyone who could manage such a large establishment in Luoyun City, especially as a woman, must possess remarkable strength. She appeared to share a close relationship with Su Che. Could it be that she had come specifically for him? No wonder. Such beauty could only captivate someone like Su Che. The disciples whispered among themselves. Indeed, the girl was Mu Qingshuang. Having calculated the conclusion of the grand competition among the three sects, she had dressed meticulously to observe the spectacle and to learn of the happenings in the mountain over the past half-month. However, her primary objective remained to meet the young man, Su Che. Time was passing. It was about time this fellow emerged, Mu Qingshuang mused. As moments ticked by, the competitors of the grand contest began descending from the mountain. Yet an unsettling feeling soon permeated the air. Where was Su Che? Where is your senior brother? Inquired the master of the Qingyang sword sect, his tone tinged with urgency. There was no room for complacency. This was Su Che after all. Should anything happen to him, not just he but the entire Qingyang sword sect would find themselves in dire straits. The wrath of the Su family would be something they could hardly withstand. We saw senior brother at the peak. He left with junior brother Yi. The two disciples of the spirit transformation realm quickly replied. On that day, they had been trapped in a deadly formation, and it was Su Che who had broken the array and rescued them. After that, they had not seen him again, only knowing that he was last seen with Yi Chun. Could it be that Yi Chun had sinister intentions? They speculated. And what of Yi Chun? The master of the Qingyang sword sect asked, his expression grim. I am not certain, but Yi Chun should not be capable of such actions. The two disciples hurriedly responded. Moreover, junior brother Ye's strength pales in comparison to that of senior brother. Hemph. At this, the master of the Qingyang sword sect snorted coldly. He was well aware of Yi Chun's strength. It was not even remotely comparable to Su Che's. Even if he had the intent, he certainly lacked the capability. However, who could guarantee that there were no ulterior motives at play? If Yi Chun were to scheme behind the scenes, the outcome was uncertain. Furthermore, with Su Che last seen with Yi Chun, they could only inquire about Su Che's whereabouts through the latter. Just then, a figure approached. Master, it is junior brother Yi. The crowd turned to see a young man striding towards them. It was indeed Yi Chun. Upon seeing him, the master of the Qingyang sword sect narrowed his eyes. You arrived just in time. Tell me, where is Su Che? He demanded sternly. At these words, Yi Chun's heart sank. Unaware of the circumstances, he could only respond, I do not know. He felt somewhat dazed. After seizing the token from Lai Yun, he had taken some time to cultivate, which delayed his arrival. Initially, he had been in high spirits, having gathered numerous tokens, enough to secure first place in the competition. Naturally, the rewards would rightfully belong to him. Moreover, he believed he could take this opportunity to make quite an impression. Everything was prepared. Yet he had not anticipated being questioned about Su Che's whereabouts upon his arrival. Noticing the expressions of those around him, he realized that something might have happened to Su Che, and now he had become the prime suspect. Being unjustly accused was something Yi Chun could not accept. Junior brother Yi, you were clearly with senior brother until the end. How could you not know his whereabouts? The two spirit transformation disciples chimed in. Damn, that has nothing to do with me. Why Yi Chun would not accept such a heavy accusation? If anything were to happen to Su Che, he could not bear the consequences. Brother, I was indeed with senior brother until the end, but he left on his own, and I have no idea where he went, Yi Chun quickly explained. Just then, he caught sight of Lu Suqing, as if he had found a savior. You can ask sister. She met with Miss Yun Kai on that day. Qingqing, is what he said true? The master of the Qingyang sword sect asked his daughter, his tone softening considerably, clearly showing his affection for her. Ah? The girl seemed momentarily lost in thought. Upon hearing her father's words, she appeared taken aback but quickly shook her head, replying, We did see him, but we did not see senior brother Su, so we cannot provide any guarantees. The implication of her words was clear. While they had indeed seen Yi Chun, what if Su Che had been harmed before that? Upon hearing this, Yi Chun's expression changed drastically. This sounded like they were pushing him into a pit of fire. If anything were to happen to Su Che, he would never be able to clear his name. The crux of the matter was that he could not blame Lu Suqing, for she had merely spoken the truth. Yet, this very truth had worsened his predicament, deservedly so. Not far away, Yun Kai observed the situation, and upon seeing Yi Chen's expression, her mood lifted. She and Lu Suqing were unconcerned about Su Che's fate. For just moments ago, they had seen his latest journal entry. Chapter 92. Running is the best strategy. The grand competition among the three sects is finally concluding. I must hurry, or I will miss the protagonist's moment to shine. Though the process of the competition was fraught with challenges, the outcome was favorable, and the rewards were satisfactory. With the conclusion of the competition, Yi Chun will finally come into the full view of the Qingyang Sword Sect. It is a pity that although the Qingyang Sword Sect was the first to cultivate the protagonist, by the end, they received no returns from Yi Chun, perhaps having been forgotten. This was the latest journal entry that had just appeared in Lu Suqing and the others' minds. Therefore, they were well aware that Su Che was safe and on his way. However, seeing her father suspecting Yi Chun of foul play against Su Che, Lu Suqing was more than pleased with this scenario. She had no intention of providing excessive explanations, and her casual remark only deepened the suspicions of those present. At this moment, numerous pairs of eyes were fixated on Yi Chun, leaving him feeling as if he were sitting on pins and needles. He was utterly frustrated. He had originally intended to make a grand impression when the results of the competition were announced, yet before it could even begin, he found himself unjustly burdened with a grave accusation. Even if he were foolish, he would not be so naive as to have harmed Su Che on this mountain. Setting aside the question of whether he possessed such strength, even if he had succeeded, he would undoubtedly be the prime suspect. And should that be the case, he would face dire consequences. This was precisely why he had merely snatched the token from Lai Yun, teaching him a lesson without resorting to excessive force. Yi Chen understood that his current strength and background were far too weak, and he needed to exercise restraint. Otherwise, he might not know how he would meet his end. Yet, seeing the look in the master of the Qingyang Sword Sect's eyes, Yi Chen felt utterly helpless. He knew that unless he provided a reasonable explanation, it would be challenging to leave this place alive. The critical question was, how could he explain himself? He had not seen Su Che since that day. In desperation, Yi Chun could only steel himself and explain, "Master, my current strength is merely at the spirit transformation realm, while senior brother has long since reached the Dan integration realm, and no matter what abilities I possess, I could never match him. Indeed, I was rescued from a deadly formation by senior brother and two other brothers, but after that, he left on his own, and I have not seen him since." This admission weighed heavily on Yi Chun. Acknowledging Su Che's strength and admitting his own inferiority only served to dampen his spirits. Yet, there was no alternative. Without such an admission, he feared he would never be able to clarify the situation. Spirit transformation realm? Upon hearing this, the master of the Qingyang Sword Sect's pupils constricted slightly, finally realizing that the young man before him had advanced to the spirit transformation realm. This rapid progress startled the master, who, as a sect leader, was acutely aware of the significance of the 3-year agreement. He had also gathered some information about Yi Chun and noted that the latter was still at the mortal realm. So he had not paid much heed. However, he never expected that so little time had passed, and Yi Chun had already broken through to the spirit transformation realm, with a solid foundation to boot. Such a pace of cultivation was unprecedented. Even Su Che could not have boasted such talent. Reflecting on this, the master of the Qingyang Sword Sect found himself in a quandary. Such a promising talent, with an ordinary background, if nurtured now, would undoubtedly achieve remarkable heights in the future. Perhaps the entire Qingyang Sword Sect will soar to great heights as a result, no longer subjected to the oppression of the other two sections. It is even possible that it may become a grand sect of its own. However, the sect master merely entertained this notion for a moment before dismissing it, and no matter how promising a seedling may be, if it cannot thrive, it remains merely a worthless sprout. Furthermore, should any misfortune befall Su Che, the Su family, and even the royal family would not let them off lightly. Thus, what is of utmost importance at this juncture is to seek an explanation. Nevertheless, a subsequent remark from Yi Chun took him by surprise, as it pertained to a killing formation. Even without a deep understanding of formations, the sect master of Qingyang Sword Sect was acutely aware of the formidable power of a killing array. It is said that ancient masters of formations could utilize the might of killing arrays to eliminate opponents of superior rank, their strength astonishingly overwhelming. According to Yi Chun, their group found themselves ensnared within such a killing formation. And given their cultivation levels, even possessing 1,000 lives would not suffice to escape death. Yet, they were miraculously rescued by Su Che. What does this signify? Su Che is also proficient in formations. Remarkable, the sect master could not help but marvel. Such a youth is indeed extraordinary. Not long ago, he had learned of Su Che's formidable talent in alchemy, and now, he could even dismantle a killing array. What kind of prodigy is this? The sect master of Qingyang Sword Sect even began to suspect that Su Che was not merely a youth, but rather an ancient monster in disguise. After all, how could someone so young possess such profound knowledge? However, as this thought crossed his mind, the chill in his gaze intensified. For the stronger Su Che's talents, the greater his significance becomes. If something were to happen to Su Che, the entire Qingyang Sword Sect might very well be doomed. The sect master's heart sank in despair. The power of the Su family is far beyond what their humble sect could contend with. This is why Yi Chun silently cursed, fearing that this individual might use him as a scapegoat. That would be utterly shameless. Where on earth has Su Che gone? He should reveal himself soon, lest I be left to face the consequences. Yi Chun did not believe that Su Che would encounter any mishap, but as time passed without any sign of him, his unease only grew stronger. Master, if a conflict arises, do you have confidence in escaping from their grasp? Yi Chun inquired at this moment. He had already prepared to flee. Regardless of whether Su Che had encountered an accident, he felt he could not afford to wait any longer. Otherwise, his fate would likely become grim. Yi Chun would not allow such a scenario to unfold, and could only hope for his master's intervention to facilitate their escape. Very well, but your body may suffer in the process, and recovery could be somewhat troublesome. The ring elder replied solemnly. He too had sensed that the situation here was amiss. It seemed the sect master of Qingyang Sword Sect was poised to take action against Yi Chun. Should it come to pass that Su Che truly did not return, it would serve as an explanation to the Su family and even the royal family of Dezhou. What a ruthless heart. Life is at stake, and yet, there is still fear of other consequences. Why Yi Chun thought to himself, recognizing that, in such circumstances, there were no other choices. Even if his cultivation were to be rendered useless, he must preserve his life. Only in this way would there be a future opportunity. With this in mind, he braced himself for what was to come. Just then, a piercing eagle cry shattered the air, reverberating with a force that made the surrounding atmosphere tremble. Following this, an overwhelming aura of a beast surged forth, enveloping the area in a heavy sense of oppression. Chapter 93. First is not as good as the fall. A demon king. As this aura manifested, a crimson-eyed eagle swooped down, a fifth-tier beast of the demon king level. It was the same crimson-eyed eagle from before, and it was heading straight for us. This is a demon king. Who could possibly stand in its way? The sect masters likely wouldn't be its match. Upon witnessing this, a wave of panic swept through the crowd. Even the sect masters of the three major sects turned pale. For this was a fifth-tier beast, and they were merely at the pinnacle of the Dan integration stage, far from being able to contend with the crimson-eyed eagle. Everyone began to retreat. The three sect masters spoke in unison, their expressions fraught with tension. With such a demon king appearing before them, they had no semblance of a chance, and their only hope was to buy enough time to escape in that moment. Despair engulfed them all. Look, there's someone on that crimson-eyed eagle. Without needing prompting, everyone noticed this detail. It's the senior brother. As the figure gradually grew closer, the disciples of Qingyang Sword Sect exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it was their senior brother Su Che standing atop the crimson-eyed eagle. This revelation left them dumbfounded. This is a demon king, yet it seems to have become Su Che's mount. How could this not astonish them? How is this even possible? The three sect masters stood agape, utterly unable to believe their eyes. A youth under 20 years of age, commanding a fifth-tier demon king as a steed. This was nothing short of extraordinary. It is known that fifth-tier demon kings are notoriously difficult to tame, especially fierce beasts like the crimson-eyed eagle, which the average person could never hope to control. Even the three sect masters were left in shock, unable to fathom the reality before them. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. That moment, the crimson-eyed eagle ceased its flight and landed gracefully on the ground. Su Che leaped down from its back, approached the crowd, and smiled as he surveyed them. He then turned to the Demon King beside him and said, "You may return now." The crimson-eyed eagle responded with a cry and then took to the skies, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. This scene left everyone once again in a state of disbelief. Was this truly a Demon King? Senior brother, this, upon seeing the crimson-eyed eagle disappear. The disciples of Qingyang's sword sect turned to Su Che, unsure of how to inquire. Su Che glanced at them and explained, "This is a friend I made in the mountains. There's no need for you to be afraid." A friend? Hearing those words, all the members of Qingyang's sword sect were left utterly perplexed. A friend? To be friends with a Demon King? This is absurd. How could he even tame a Demon King? Meanwhile, Yichen watched this scene unfold, his heart brimming with jealousy. The astonishment that Su Che elicited only seemed to grow, leading Yichen to question whether he would ever have a chance to catch up. Upon Su Che's return, he immediately sensed several peculiar gazes fixed upon him. The first was naturally from Yichen, who appeared displeased with Su Che's ostentatious entrance. However, Su Che was inclined to say, "You need not worry, for I came here precisely to join your moment of showmanship." The other gazes were from the sect master of the Flame sect, who evidently had learned of the events atop Pingding Mountain. Yet, due to the disparity in their statuses, he dared not voice any complaints against Su Che. Soon, the results of the three sects competition were announced. As Su Che had anticipated, Yichen secured first place with a total of 107 tokens. This achievement was unprecedented. It is worth noting that the number of disciples participating in the competition was merely around 300, yet Yichen alone had acquired over a third of the total tokens, leaving everyone in awe. Furthermore, the individual who achieved this feat was Yichen, a previously unremarkable disciple, which made it all the more astonishing. Su Che stood by, patiently awaiting Yichen's moment of glory. However, what unfolded next left him speechless. Why Yichen's luck seemed almost too good to be true, having amassed such a multitude of tokens. Indeed, I heard that this fellow specialized in ambushing others for their tokens, which explains his success. It's clear that the senior brother refrained from intervening. Otherwise, how could Yichen have claimed first place? This prize is beneath the senior brother's notice, of course. He has little interest in competing for tokens. Indeed, look at the expression on the senior brother's face. He shows no signs of discontent. As these remarks reached Su Che's ears, he could only feel exasperation. What on earth is this? The words being spoken made it seem as though he was the one who had taken first place while Yichen was the one at the bottom. It appears that making such a grand entrance has backfired. Having just witnessed his own arrival atop a Demon King, no one could remain composed. Thus, everyone assumed that he had no interest in the rewards of this competition. Choosing not to compete for the tokens. In light of this situation, Su Che could only silently chuckle, recognizing that in his eagerness to arrive at the scene of Yichen's ostentation, he had inadvertently caused a contrary effect. Meanwhile, after submitting over 100 tokens, Yichen was poised to bask in the admiration of the crowd. Yet, what he heard instead were these remarks, causing his expression to darken considerably. These words were unbearably grating, making Yichen feel as though he was being mocked. This left him feeling deeply uncomfortable. Regardless of the circumstances, he had achieved such an impressive result. Over 100 tokens, placing first in the competition. A commendable accomplishment. Yet, in the eyes of others, it seemed utterly inconsequential. In an instant, his heart filled with fury. This feeling rendered him unable to take joy in his achievements. This certainly did not resemble the grand moment of a protagonist's triumph. Observing this scene, Su Che mused quietly to himself. Everything about this was peculiar. Logically, when a protagonist successfully showcases their prowess, they should receive envious glances from the crowd. Yet, now, as they looked at Yichen, their eyes glimmered with disdain. Such a scenario was wholly unfamiliar to him and utterly illogical. Humph, consider yourself lucky. Nevertheless, the plot must progress as it should. Su Che cleared his throat and stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at Yichen. This very comment solidified the suspicions harbored in the hearts of the onlookers. The honor of first place that Yichen achieved was not derived from his own prowess. It was merely a stroke of good fortune. Even Su Che himself had remarked on this, leaving no room for doubt. Consequently, the gazes of the onlookers towards Yichen shifted significantly. This realization cast a shadow over Yichen's countenance. Was he truly the champion of this grand competition? How could it be that his victory felt more akin to donning someone else's wedding gown? The frustration within him only deepened. Chapter 94. Settling scores with the rankings of the 3 sects grand competition finalized. The rewards would subsequently be distributed by the respective sect leaders, adhering to the traditional customs. Thus, there was no need for concern regarding any underhanded dealings. As the competition concluded, the crowd began to disperse. Yet the astonishment etched on their faces lingered. Clearly, the recent spectacle had left an indelible impact on their senses, making it difficult for them to regain their composure. After all, the emergence of a demon king within the boundaries of Luoyun City was terrifying enough. Who could have imagined that this demon king would serve as a mere footstool for Su Che? Such a statement would be met with disbelief, yet Yi Chen bore witness to it firsthand. It was utterly preposterous. As he observed the crowd gradually thinning, Yi Chen swiftly composed himself. One could not overlook the mindset befitting a protagonist. Although he had been affected, it would not linger for long. Just as he was about to depart, he spotted Lu Suqing's figure. A thought struck him, prompting him to speak. "Senior sister, having secured first place in the grand competition, might I have the honor of inviting you to a celebratory feast?" He had long wished to share a meal with Lu Suqing, but had faced repeated rejections. Nevertheless, he possessed the fortitude to promptly dismiss any affronts to his pride and extend his invitation once more. Yi Chen's words caused Su Che to pause, turning back to him with a thumbs up of approval. Truly, a protagonist must pursue with such fervor. Now, it remained to be seen how the love-struck maiden would respond. Presumably, she would acquiesce. After all, this was the glory of first place in the grand competition, an allure potent enough to capture interest. However, to Su Che's bewilderment, Lu Suqing seemed oblivious to his presence, disregarding Yi Chen entirely as she continued her forward march. This was perplexing. Had she once again withdrawn into her shell? Not long ago, he had witnessed her seeking Yi Chen out, their relationship appearing quite amicable. How had it devolved into this estrangement? As Su Che pondered this perplexity, Yi Chen took decisive action. He quickened his pace to close the distance between them, unabashedly continuing, "Ching ching." His words were abruptly interrupted by Lu Suqing's icy voice. "Are you truly so shameless? If not for Su Shixiang, you wouldn't have even made it into the top 10. The impact of her words on Yi Chen was profound, particularly due to the mention of Su Che's name. Without question, her statement rendered Yi Chen's countenance as dark as a stormy sky. Once again, it was Su Che. He had secured the token through his own merit. While intellect had played a role, it was not as if Su Che had gifted it to him. Why must his first place be attributed to Su Che's favor? Meanwhile, Su Che was taken aback by Lu Suqing's words. What does this have to do with me? While it was true that he had facilitated Yi Chen's victory, he had never explicitly stated so. Moreover, his portrayal had been flawless. There should have been no missteps. Otherwise, how could the system have failed to provide a prompt? "Ah, I see, it must be because my presence hindered your communication," Su Che mused, recalling how he had hidden in the shadows when he had seen the two on the peak. Very well, he decided to make his exit unnoticed. However, at that moment, fate played its hand, and Lai Yun happened to arrive. "Senior brother," he shouted, capturing the attention of both Yi Chen and Lu Suqing. Damn it, Su Che thought, retracting his intent to flee as he suppressed the urge to physically confront Lai Yun and inquired. "Why have you only returned now? I specifically instructed you to descend the mountain first." This piqued Su Che's curiosity. Had he not seen Lai Yun vanish without a trace? "I spotted a crimson-eyed eagle soaring towards your direction," Lai Yun explained. "Concerned for your safety, I pursued it, but found nothing." This revelation warmed Su Che's heart. Look at that, Lai Yun was quite loyal. For this reason alone, he felt compelled to assist Lai Yun. He affectionately patted Lai Yun's shoulder. "Good lad, quite honorable." The pat elicited a sharp intake of breath from Lai Yun, who had recently endured a beating from Yi Chen. Although he had taken medicine, he was still recovering, and the sudden gesture nearly caused him to cry out in pain. "Right, I almost forgot," Su Che interjected, turning his gaze toward Yi Chen. At that moment, Yi Chen appeared to recall something and seemed inclined to slip away. "What's this? You think you can simply walk away after striking me?" Su Che's voice turned cold. "What about the tokens? Su Che, the competition has concluded. The tokens belong to their respective holders now." Yi Chen retorted, unfazed, facing Su Che head-on. Such audacity would have likely resulted in dire consequences for anyone else, but he was emboldened by the protagonist's aura. Yu Che scoffed. They are merely tokens. What does it matter if I give them to you? However, those who strike me must face the consequences. His tone was resolute. He intended to teach Yi Chen a lesson. It was wise to strike early when dealing with a protagonist, so long as he did not incapacitate him. The plot would remain unaffected. Furthermore, this would further exacerbate the conflict between himself and the protagonist, creating an opportunity for amusement. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen recognized that he could not escape this beating. He was acutely aware of his lack of strength to resist. After all, Su Che had long since reached the Dan fusion realm, and his current level was likely beyond comprehension. Even if Yi Chen's combat prowess was formidable, it paled in comparison to Su Che's monstrous talents. Nevertheless, before the inevitable confrontation, he sought to salvage his dignity. Lai Shixiang, can you truly find satisfaction relying on others to exact your vengeance? Yi Chen attempted to provoke Lai Yun, hoping to incite him to take matters into his own hands. If that were the case, he would have nothing to worry about. However, he had clearly underestimated Lai Yun. With a look of disdain, Lai Yun replied, "Do you think I'm a fool? You've already reached the transformation realm. Why would I risk myself against you? Besides, let me tell you, having someone else avenge me is far more gratifying." Yi Chen. Very well, it seems I have overestimated Lai Yun. Realizing the futility of pleasantries, Su Che regarded Lai Yun with approval. As the villain, having loyal subordinates was indeed advantageous. Any lines that did not align with his character could easily be delivered by his lackeys. If given the chance, he would recruit more followers. However, the truth remained that some grudges must be settled personally. As this realization dawned, the group fell into a stunned silence. Yi Chen and Lai Yun exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend Su Che's intentions. Yet, a chill crept down Yi Chen's spine, accompanied by an unsettling premonition. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned on his heel and fled, prioritizing his own safety above all else.